Chapter 91. He is still hiding his strength. Chuzhua smiled, agreeing with Zhong Ruo's second guess. But after knowing that Han Yu still hid his strength, he was more optimistic about Han Yu. It's good that he knows to keep some tricks. Recently, the new bishop and other rats have been too active. Since he wants to keep it secret, we will help him and list all the information and data analysis about Han Yu as A-level files, which cannot be viewed by non-dean and direct tutors. Okay, I will arrange it after the competition. Zhong Ruo agreed. If Han Yu uses talent sharing, judging from Han Yu's current performance, this hidden summon is not weaker than any other summon now. Even Zhong Ruo began to look forward to what kind of monster it is. Let's take a look at other copies. Han Yu's battle is almost over. When Han Yu had already asked Finn to clean up the battlefield, other students were still fighting carefully. Some people even just left the second floor and were staring at the zombies on the street in a daze, cursing in their hearts. Why are we the unlucky ones? The difficulty of the college entrance examination has increased, and the difficulty of the freshman competition has also become so high. Fortunately, most people chose the normal difficulty dungeon, which is much easier than the nightmare difficulty. There are only more than 20 zombies wandering on the street, and there are only 2 or 3 claw zombies. But those who choose to play alone are not so lucky. If it is the nightmare difficulty, it is like running on a wire rope. Qi Ming, who said before that he would surpass Han Yu, is fighting among the zombies on the second floor. He chose to play the nightmare difficulty alone, and now he is facing more than 40 zombies alone, and he does not have the ability of Han Yu to jump down and kill the first infected. But if he entered the alley and fought the zombies, the battle time would be delayed indefinitely. And the first level infected person was behind, and there would be more and more claw zombies, and the clearance time would only be slower. By then, let alone getting the first place in the freshman competition, it would be normal to be surpassed by other students who made up the book. So after entering the third floor, Qi Ming used the purification scroll to provide himself with a short purification state. But the effect was not as good as that given by the plague doctor, and he was immune to negative effects within 2 minutes. And what he had to do was to pass through the zombie group and come to the other side of the battlefield within 2 minutes to kill the first level infected person at the back. Now 1 minute has passed, and he has just come to the back half of the zombie group, surrounded by zombies who are constantly trying to attack. But there are 3 small swords around him, constantly blocking and strangling the zombies around him. At the same time, the long sword in his hand flashed with black light, and each attack would leave a burning black smoke on the zombies, quickly clearing a path in front of him. Even so, there are still 2 clawed zombies that can attack from the gap of the sword formation. Qi Ming can only choose to resist. He has no time to entangle in the zombie group. If he has not reached the other end of the battlefield within 2 minutes, he may be dragged to death in the zombie group by the negative effects. It is the Sword Control 3 and the enchantment Destroying Evil. Zhong Ruo said, to be able to use the Sword Control 3 to this extent, the talent is also very good, but unfortunately the progress is much worse than Han Yu. Sword Control 3 can split the long sword into 3 and attack in the air, but it is a great test of the user's control to keep it flying in the air and form a sword formation around it. Most swordsman players have just touched the threshold of sword control until they become the second level sword control master, instead of just relying on skill output. Although Qi Ming has not changed his job yet, as long as the attributes are met, the basic skills of magic sword and flying sword can be learned first. However, judging from the current battle, the future job change route should be flying sword. Indeed, your talent is very good. There are many geniuses in my war academy. Xiao Huaqing also recognized Qi Ming's talent. I just hope that this time there will be no shadow. There is no way. Han Yu on the other side has almost finished dealing with it, and has also eliminated the special negative effects. The gap between the two will only get bigger and bigger. The moment they come out of the dungeon, I am afraid that many geniuses will be hit. Is our elemental academy less? Zhu Sun was a little dissatisfied with Xiao Huaqing's secret boasting, but apart from Han Yu, there is really no magic player who can compare with Qi Ming. The key is that Han Yu is not a traditional magic profession, and his fighting style is more reckless than that of a melee mage. Using the purification scroll will reduce the score, and you must pass through the zombies within 2 minutes. Qi Ming is also very hardworking. If you are not careful, you will be besieged and killed by the zombies, Zhu Sun said. Most of the solo players used purification scrolls. The screen in front of them was divided into more than a dozen pieces, all of which were the people who chose to solo the dungeon. Most of them used evolution scrolls and directly entered the zombie battle, but the progress was different. Now, Qi Ming was still ahead of others. It was natural for a team to be exhausted, but if it was a solo, facing a group of zombies, it was really uncertain who would die first. Wait, isn't the damage of that girl a bit too high? Johnny pointed to a small screen in the lower right corner. A girl was facing more than 20 zombies, holding a magic book in her hand, casting a spell calmly. Jiang Ziki, the priest who had been in a team with Hanyu before, chose to play solo this time, but chose the normal difficulty. Zhongro said, adjusting Jiang Ziki's screen to the middle. In the field, Jiang Ziki faced the group of zombies, and just stepped back slightly with a calm expression. Under the feet of the zombies, a formation with a range of 3 meters covered almost the entire street. The zombies in the formation were moving as fast as a turtle, but their health was constantly decreasing. Spellcaster skill, Jiexing, add negative effects to creatures in the range, slow down, vulnerable, and continuous blood loss. Zhongro frowned and explained, but Jiexing is mainly a control skill, and damage is just a byproduct, so how can it be so high in damage? And this deceleration effect is too outrageous, the zombies are just moving at a turtle speed. Is Jiexing so strong? According to the data of the Academy of Literature, depending on the caster, the deceleration effect of Jiexing is between 10% and 30%, which is so outrageous. Zhongro was stunned. Although it was a normal difficulty dungeon, it was not so easy for other students to pass it. Jiang Ziki's ranking in the school was not very high. She had always been by Han Yu's side, and was always subconsciously ignored. Zhongro also remembered that she was Han Yu's teammate. She called up Jiang Ziki's data on the tablet in her hand, and looked at her talent. Zhongro's frown slowly relaxed. This talent is strong. She carefully understood Jiang Ziki's talent, mark stacking. Each time a skill is released, a layer of enhanced mark is obtained, and each layer of enhanced mark provides 10% effect enhancement for the next skill. Chapter 92. No wonder Jiang Ziki didn't seem to have much presence before. Before level 15, she only had a few skills, and Jiang Ziki's talent could not be fully utilized. But after being able to learn skills freely, this talent will continue to strengthen. With the support of this talent, it is inevitable that she will become a late-stage magic king. Zhongro sighed and told the others this information. Look at her status bar, she has already added 7 or 8 layers of marks. It is normal for her skills to have this effect. No wonder she chose to play alone. It is indeed a bit of a waste of talent to stay next to Hanyu. Jusun smiled and said, not bad, not bad, the Element Academy has also added a genius. I think he is no worse than Qi Ming. While the few people were discussing, Jiang Ziki added a weapon enhancement to herself, and added another layer of marks. Then she tore a page from the magic book. Jiang Ziki pinched the page with 2 fingers, and opened her red lips. Curse Locking God. The page flew into the air, 1 turned into 5, and fell on the 5 zombies rushing in front. Several zombies that were about to break out of the Jiexing formation suddenly became drowsy, as if they had taken drugs. Under multiple negative effects, they almost stopped moving. 3 seconds later, the Locking God damage exploded, and the zombies' bodies were blown into several blood holes, and they fell to the ground and died. At this rate, her clearance speed of the 2nd level will not be slower than Qi Ming's. Jusun said. There is a chance, but it's a pity that it's just an ordinary copy, and there is no comparison with Qi Ming. Xiao Huaqing did not admit defeat at all. Let's see after level 20. She has this talent, and she will definitely become a late-stage magic king. Han Yu's copy has been completed. The cage-shaped vine slowly opened, leaving only the dried corpse inside, and Hu Yuan and the molten rock lizard walked out of it covered in blood. All solved. Looking at Hu Yuan and the molten lizard, Han Yu took out a water purification scroll from his backpack and cleaned them thoroughly. This scroll that does not affect the battle will not be counted in the scoring criteria, so it is used. All monsters have been cleared, and it took a total of 2 minutes and 15 seconds. This level of mission is completed. Negative effect. Energy is reduced by 20%, which has been eliminated. Han Yu heard a game prompt. Han Yu remembered the time from the beginning of the battle. If the battle was not handed over to Finn at the end, the time should be compressed within 2 minutes. In that state just now, Han Yu also exerted his full strength. The whole team was like a whole, mowing the grass crazily in the zombies. Unfortunately, this mutant number 1 infected person had nothing on him, which made Han Yu feel very disappointed. We should catch up with other teams. Han Yu calculated in his mind. Because the mutant suddenly appeared on the 2nd level, he thought that the clearance speed was not very fast. But this level, cleared within 3 minutes, should catch up with the speed of others. It's not that Han Yu is not confident. From his own perspective, there should be many people who have triggered the plot. If there are no negative effects on them, the clearance speed should not be slow. But in fact, Han Yu is the only one who stayed on the first floor for a long time, and triggered the hidden plot with the help of Ellie. Now other teams are fighting with multiple layers of negative effects, and the clearance speed is slower as they go back. After checking the battlefield and confirming that there are no spoils, Han Yu and his companions came to the door of the third floor. After a short rest, Han Yu pushed open the city gate. First, he heard the sound of chains colliding, and the hot breath came to his face, as if he had come to another city. You know, the previous copies were all gloomy and cold. After all, corpses, rats, and the like all like darkness. After officially entering, Han Yu looked around. This time it was no longer a city street, but a square in the center of the city, which meant that this copy was coming to an end. In the center of the square was a circular platform with a diameter of 8 meters, which seemed to be specially used for speeches and demonstrations. The place where they were now should be the place where the city often gathered for discussions. But at the four corners of this platform, there were 4 copper pillars, the surface was black, and it could be seen that they had been burned by fire. At the top of the pillar, there was an iron chain, which was constantly shaking and making a clattering sound, and at the other end of the iron chain, there was a charred corpse. There was only a breeze in the square, but those heavy iron chains were constantly shaking, and the charred corpse's hands were slowly rising. Special state of the scene. Agility reduced by 20%. Special state. Cannot be removed. Curse City. Hidden task. Cause of the curse. Requirements for this level. Clear the dungeon within the specified range, square platform. Once you leave the range, the task will fail. Penalty for task failure. Negative status cannot be removed until the end of this dungeon exploration. Are these charred corpses monsters? Han Yu looked at the identification technique. Pyroblast Witch, LV20. Skills. Fireball. Release a fireball, triggering a fire element explosion in a small range. Cooldown. 2 minutes. Damage stacking. The next fireball of the pyroblast, which will increase the damage by 20% compared to the previous one, and consume 10% more mana, which can be stacked up to 5 times. Blazing Flames. Causes ranged flame burning damage. Elemental Witch Ice, LV18. Skill. Ice Cone. Releases 3 consecutive ice cones with armor-breaking effect. Ice Rain. Ice rain falls, and all the buffs on the affected creatures are dispelled and gain negative effects. Slowdown. Elemental Witch Curse, LV18. Skill. Curse. Adds a vulnerable state to the specified creature. Abstinence. Creates a magic circle with a range of 1 meter, and the creatures in the range gain slowdown, vulnerable effects, and cause continuous damage. Elemental Witch Summon, LV18. Skill. Plague Rat Summon. Summon 3 Plague Rats. Disease Enhancement. After use, the summoned creature gains explosive speed and damage bonus. But it will fall into a weak state after 30 seconds. Han Yu looked at the witch hanging on the pillar, and his heart was chilled. What is this? All magic professions are gathered, and they are all ranged skills, and they have to fight within the specified range. Han Yu looked at the skill introductions one by one, and his heart sank. Han Yu saw that the one hanging on the street lamp was not a witch, but a capitalist. He was going to squeeze him to death. After entering this dungeon, Han Yu felt pressure for the first time. If he didn't have to complete the task, Han Yu could run around in this huge square. Choose a corner, get out of the attack range of other witches, and attack a witch first. Just a few sets of skills. You can pass the dungeon quickly. But now, the hidden task actually designated the battle location on the high platform in the center of the square. It is really the center of the 4 witches. Fighting there will face the siege of 4 witches at the same time. Chapter 93. Zhong Rou saw Han Yu enter the center of the city, and took a look at the scene. There was no change in the subsequent levels, because of the hidden task. She said, "This is the final level. It's not difficult. At least it's easier than the 2nd and 3rd levels. Isn't it the 5th level? This is only the 4th level." Johnny asked. The final boss will come out from the high platform after clearing the 4 witches. This is the center of the cursed city. Although this 4th level is not difficult, it does not leave students time to rest. It is a small pit, and they don't know the situation of this copy. The boss suddenly appears, and it may really cause them some trouble. But, I think these 4 witches are very strong. Why do you say this level is not difficult? With the combination of 4 mages and 2 sets of skills, how many players can withstand it? Facing such an enemy, no team will say it's easy. Moreover, these witches seem to correspond to the player's profession, with control and damage, which is no easier than the zombie group on the 3rd floor. They are very powerful, But unless the chain on the witch's neck is destroyed, they can't leave that position. Just stand in one corner, away from the attack range of the other 3 witches, and defeat them one by one. Hanyu should not find it difficult to see this. Zhongrou explained in detail the common way to pass this dungeon. Most people don't know much about the newly appeared dungeon. In response to Zhongrou, Hanyu took his summoned beast and strode onto the platform. Looking at the witch mummies gradually awakening at the 4 corners of the platform, he took out his weapons and prepared to start fighting. Hanyu really didn't see it? As the only player who triggered the hidden task, how could he not see this truth? Even if he didn't know it for a moment, he shouldn't have walked directly to the platform. That's the center of the 4 witches' attack. Isn't this sending himself into the crosshairs? No one expected that Hanyu would faint in the last layer of the dungeon and make the most inappropriate choice. A requirement of the hidden task? Otherwise, Hanyu would never make this choice. Zhongrou looked at Hanyu's resolute look, and how could she be slapped in the face just after she finished speaking? From the previous dungeon scene, Hanyu didn't look like a brainless person. On the contrary, he was braver and more resourceful than most people. Then rushing to the platform, like this can only be the requirement of the hidden task. I have thought about why the difficulty of the 4th layer of the dungeon is not as high as the previous ones. But if the venue is limited to behind the platform, facing the attack of 4 high-ranking mages, no one can easily pass it. Is this the difficulty of the 4th layer? Now Zhongrou can't see the hint of the hidden task, so she can only guess it herself. The detailed information has to wait for Hanyu to come out and ask. In the field, Hanyu has already walked onto the platform. On all sides of the platform, the witch mummies hanging on it shook more and more violently, and finally all opened their eyes. The heads hung high by the chains lowered, and the empty eyes stared at Hanyu on the platform. The elements gathered around him, and the skills were ready. Hanyu held the icicle scepter in his hand, and wanted to use 2 skills before turning the bow, but stopped after a little thought. The Ice Mage's skill Ice Rain can clear all the buffs. If you use it now, it will be washed away immediately. Hanyu did not move, but said to Ellie, "Shoot an arrow at the iron chain of the Pyroblast Mage." Yes. Ellie raised the longbow in her hand, and shot the first arrow at the Pyroblast Mage. The target was not the witch, but the iron chain hanging on her body. Although the iron chain prevented these witches from moving freely, it also forced Hanyu to look up and be attacked. If these witches did not come down, Fin, Hu Yun, and the lava lizard would basically be useless. An arrow was shot out, and hit the shaking chain accurately. With a crisp sound of ding, the bow and arrow were bounced off, but there was also a crack on the iron chain. It can be destroyed, shoot her down. Even if the witch was freed from the bondage, how could she run away? Hanyu's summons with special skills would be much easier to deal with after they came down. But when Ellie raised her head and shot the arrow, the witches also started their own attack. The first to cast a spell was the elemental witch Bing. As her arms danced, a large dark cloud appeared above Hanyu's head, covering the entire circular platform. In just a moment, fine rain fell from the sky. When Hanyu saw the dark cloud appear, he gave up the idea of evading. The range of this ice rain was too large. Unless he left the circular platform, he would definitely be hit by this first skill. As the ice rain fell, Hanyu felt a chill on his body, and was given a negative state of slowing down. Immediately afterwards, a black magic circle formed under Hanyu's feet. The abstinence magic circle was forming, and Hanyu could not stay there. If he was slowed down again, the agility of several people in the dungeon would have been reduced, and he might really not be able to move. Ailey, let Huyun take you away, and continue to attack the iron chain. Others disperse. Since they are all mages, and it is a ranged skill, Hanyu naturally cannot be stupid enough to let everyone take damage together. Ailey stopped the attack in her hand, and sat on Huyun's back. Huyun took her to the left. After stabilizing her body a little, she continued to attack the chain on the neck of the fire explosion mage. The molten rock lizard followed Hanyu as a protection. Then and the flame-tailed demon fox retreated to the back. Now that the witch was high above, their attacks were difficult to hit, and they did not use any skills for the time being. Hanyu was about to leave the range of the Jieshing formation when 3 ice cones shot from the air, targeting the front of Hanyu. If Hanyu was to be stopped from leaving the Jieshing formation and continuing to move forward, he would definitely be attacked and slowed down by the ice cones. The molten rock lizard sprinted from Hanyu's side, ran to the front, and took 3 ice cones. The damage was not high, but this attack had an armor-breaking effect. If the rock armor on the molten rock lizard fell off layer by layer, one attack directly put the rock armor into cooling. Hanyu quickly caught up with the molten rock lizard and quickly escaped from the control range before the discipline array could really take effect. In front of Hanyu, a wall of fire appeared out of thin air and fell towards him. It was the fiery flame of the highest level pyroblast which... Are you targeting me? Do you really think I'm a fragile summoner around you? All the attacks were directed at Hanyu, but Hanyu was not so panicked. On the right, 3 summoned plague rats were running towards Hanyu. The siege began, and all the targets were Hanyu at the beginning. These witches seemed to know that if they killed Hanyu, the summoner, the battle would be over. Hanyu had just walked out of the range of the discipline array, so he could only try to move to the right and stay away from the attack range of the plague rats. But he still didn't have time to avoid the fiery flame in front of him. The wall of fire fell, and Hanyu and the molten rock lizard were covered by the fiery flame. The blazing flames ignited on Hanyu's body, and the durability of his equipment decreased rapidly, but it only burned for a moment, and the external flames gradually extinguished. Instead, a magma-like liquid flowed out of Hanyu's body. Talent sharing molten lizard through the image, it can be seen that Hanyu's face is covered by a thick black rock mask. On this mask, the molten flames flowed irregularly, and even Hanyu's exposed eyes turned into a deep red like the molten flames. Chapter 94. Hanyu felt extremely hot. Except for the visible face, his whole body was covered by the rock armor and flame armor of the molten rock lizard. It blocked most of the damage from the raging prairie fire, and the molten rock lizard's natural fire resistance bonus made him basically ignore the damage from the raging prairie fire. Hanyu didn't rush out, but took out his staff. The ice rained from the ice which had stopped, but the deceleration effect would not disappear until 30 seconds later. Summon Totem. The totem appeared in the middle of the battlefield, and then added the ice flower effect to Ellie. At this time, the fast-running plague rats also arrived outside the raging prairie fire, but did not come in to attack. The raging prairie fire did not distinguish between friend and foe. If the plague rats came in, they might suffer more damage than Hanyu. You actually knew not to come in, you still have some brains. Hanyu still wanted the raging prairie fire to help him output. But the fact that the plague rats didn't come in didn't mean Hanyu wouldn't attack. The flame-tailed demon fox at the back released its sparks, setting 3 plague rats on fire. The plague rats of Hanyu, who couldn't attack, made a squeaking sound and didn't attack the flame-tailed demon fox. Even though they were burned and ran around, they were still waiting for Hanyu to go out outside the blazing prairie. Since the plague rats didn't come in, Hanyu was not in a hurry to go out. He was waiting for the pyroblast witch to fall down, then ran around the platform quickly and placed a seed under the pillar of the pyroblast witch. The fast-growing vine branches were raised high, waiting for the pyroblast witch to come down and tie her up tightly. Ellie shot another arrow. She had already shot 4 arrows on Hu Yun's back, and the iron chain was only a hair away from breaking. An arrow hit accurately, and the shaking iron chain broke instantly. The pyro witch was about to cast a fireball spell, but was interrupted by the fall. Here it comes! Hanyu saw the pyro witch fall, and followed the molten rock lizard to rush towards the steel pillar. When the pyro witch came down, he would have to bear the attack of his entire team. However, just after leaving the range of the blazing prairie, the curse was added to Hanyu, with a vulnerable effect. The plague rat, which was originally running outside the range of the blazing prairie, increased its speed and damage, and ran towards Hanyu quickly. But the molten rock lizard had already rushed towards the pyro witch, so Hanyu simply stopped and waited for the plague rat to catch up with him. Underground fire. Hanyu stood in place, and the underground fire formed under his feet, and 3 plague rat came to him, and their fangs began to bite Hanyu frantically. But even the strengthened plague rat, after all, was only a creature summoned by a level 18 summoner, and it could not break Hanyu's rock armor defense for a while. The lava rock lizard can fight with more than a dozen zombies. I'm afraid these witches can't think of what harm these 3 plague rats can do to him. He is different from ordinary summoners. Instead, Hanyu grabbed 2 plague rats in each hand. The captured plague rats bit Hanyu's wrists frantically. Hanyu's skin could be seen through the rock armor. Maybe 2 more bites would add negative effects to Hanyu. But at this time, the ground fire had erupted. The other plague rat that was biting Hanyu felt the danger, and was about to escape, but was caught by Hanyu again. Looking at Hanyu again, there was still a plague rat in his mouth. Forgot to take out the dagger. Hanyu was annoyed. Every time he shared these beasts, his mind was a little unclear. He habitually imitated the attack method of the lava rock lizard, and went straight to the mouth. The underground fire erupted, enveloping Hanyu and the 3 plague rats. The 3 plague rats temporarily gave up the attack, screamed, and their bodies were burned. It's not over yet. Hanyu threw away the plague rat in his right hand, and the plague rat that had not yet reacted to escape was stepped on by a foot, and Hanyu took out the eagle kiss. The second round of underground fire erupted, almost doubling the damage, causing the plague rat, which had no fur to protect, to burst its flesh and blood. The eagle kiss in Hanyu's right hand pierced the plague rat in his other hand. Just as he was about to get rid of the plague rat in his mouth, an arrow flew over. Hanyu had not reacted yet, and he only felt his mouth loosen. The plague rat was shot from Hanyu's mouth and nailed to the ground. It twitched twice and died. Hanyu looked at Aili with cold sweat all over his body. You really don't take your master's life as your life. Aili looked at Hanyu looking at her and nodded slightly, probably saying that this is what I should do. Then, Ellie swung her long hair, pulled off a strand of hair, took a rosary from her wrist, and wrapped it around the bow and arrow. The longbow was pulled to the full moon, and an arrow was shot into the sky, nailing the top of the steel column where the flame explosion which was hanging. Ellie's body disappeared and appeared on the top of the steel column. The steel column was 4 or 5 meters above the ground, with a diameter of only a few dozen centimeters, just enough for one person to stand. Ellie stood on it very calmly, drew the bow and shot an arrow, preparing for the next attack. As expected of the elves, it's a waste of talent not to perform acrobatics. After sighing at Ellie's balance, Hanyu also dealt with the 2 plague rats in his hand that had been burned by the star fire, and the full damage of the earth fire, leaving only dead blood. But the rock armor on Hanyu's body was also cracked by the earth fire, and completely shattered. After all, she had endured the blazing fire, and was bathed by the ground fire while in a vulnerable state. It was not easy for her to hold on until now. The pyro which broke free from her shackles, and gained enhancement. Bath of fire. The pyro which was ignited with endless flames, and any creature close to her would be burned, and the pyro which's fire resistance was increased from 50% to 70%. Fireball. After the enhancement, the pyro witch's fireball was changed to 3 bursts, and the damage was still stacked passively. Hanyu received a prompt from the game just after he dealt with the plague rats. Hanyu looked at the pyro witch who had landed on the ground. She was on fire. The dream vine tried to trap her, but it was shrinking in a short time. Enemies with fire were the most troublesome for the dream vine, and this witch didn't even have flesh and blood, so the dream vine couldn't even replenish itself. Master, the dream vine won't last for a few seconds. Then said while controlling the vine. Although this vine can withstand the physical attack of level 22, it cannot withstand the fire attack of level 20. Can a mage like her hold on for a few seconds? Hanyu was not worried. A mage falling down was just a piece of meat to Hanyu. Since Hanyu said so, then controlled the dream vine to wrap around the flames, and the lava lizard also came to the side of the witch. The flame explosion which continued to raise her hand, preparing to release the fireball that had just been interrupted. However, it was 1 shot before, and after landing, the fireball became 3 shots in a row. Chapter 95. Even though she was surrounded, her target was still Hanyu. Fireball enhancement. 3 basketball-sized fireballs flew out of the pyro witch's hand, and flew towards Hanyu. Although the flight speed was not fast, the fireball was controlled by the user. With Hanyu's current state of being decelerated and reduced in agility, it was impossible for him to dodge it directly by moving. He simply rushed towards the fireballs, and 3 fireballs hit him. Without the rock armor, Hanyu really felt the flames with his body this time. After the intense burning, Hanyu's blood volume dropped by a full third. This damage was superimposed, plus 3 bursts, double the damage of the pyro witch. But that was all. Hanyu took out a bottle of red potion and drank it. His blood volume began to slowly climb. He continued to hold the eagle kiss, and moved towards the pyro witch. The pyro witch was temporarily trapped by the vines, and her calf was still bitten tightly by the lava rock lizard. Even if the vines were burned, she still couldn't get out easily. But after releasing the fireball, the pyro witch looked at the summoner, who was not affected by her attack, and she could even see an expression of incomprehension on her dry face. She looked at Hanyu running towards her with a dagger. She knew that if she continued here, she would only wait for death. After several unsuccessful attempts to break free, the pyro witch suddenly let out a piercing scream, and the flames on her body surged, and the vines that had already been burned dry by the flames broke instantly. At the same time, she exerted force on her calf, and the calf that was bitten by the lava rock lizard was also torn off by herself. Anyway, it was just a mummy, and the body was not important. After breaking free, the pyro witch turned around and ran, and actually wanted to leave the platform. I'm not running, and you still want to run. Hanyu was stunned. This witch is too sinister. If she runs out of the attack range, how can he complete the task? But the lava lizard used the taunt skill when she broke free. The pyro witch, who had just turned around, had just jumped up on one foot when she was pulled back and attacked the lava lizard with a spirit bullet. The lava lizard completely ignored the attack and bit it again. Weakness discovery. No one noticed the falcon flying in the sky, but it still added a weakness discovery to the pyro witch in time. Ellie was waiting for this moment. She pulled the bow and charged, and the 5 consecutive shots were shot at the right time, accurately hitting the weakness of the pyro witch's head. Weakness discovery, critical hit stacking, and long-range damage were all triggered in these 5 consecutive shots. The pyro witch was already very fragile, and after a set of damage, she only had less than 1/5 of her health left. Just as they were about to harvest, the ice witch attacked again, and 3 ice cones were shot out again, but this time the target was not Hanyu, but Ellie, who was shooting arrows with a bow, and these 3 attacks were aimed at Ellie's waist. There was no way to avoid it except jumping down. Sneak attack. Hanyu originally thought that he was more effective than taunting, but he didn't expect the ice witch to suddenly change her target and attack Ellie, who was standing on the top of the steel column. The small position on the steel column did not give Ellie any room to dodge, which was to rescue the flame explosion witch. Falcon, save people. Hanyu hurriedly drove the falcon to fly towards Ellie, ready to catch Ellie, who was about to be shot down. The damage of the ice cone was not high, but it would add a slowing and freezing effect. If Ellie was hit, she might fall from a height of 5 meters before she could react. The falcon couldn't carry Hanyu, but it was no problem to land safely with Ellie's petite body. Ellie also noticed the ice cone flying towards her, pulled the bow and shot another arrow, and her body fell backwards. Wait! Hanyu didn't expect Ellie to fall down directly to avoid the upcoming attack. At this time, the falcon had just started to dive, and hadn't arrived yet. The ice cone flew over Ellie, but Ellie, who was leaning back, also fell from the narrow steel column, just when she was about to fall. The sound of the chain colliding sounded, and Ellie's falling figure was instantly pulled. I don't know when, Ellie had already wrapped the chain that originally hung the pyro witch around her feet. Ellie's body was hanging upside down on the steel column, shaking constantly while pulling the bow again, kicking the other foot on the steel column, and her body bounced up with the force, and fell to the top of the steel column again. The whole process was extremely smooth, as if Ellie was just blocking a swing on the steel column. The bow that had been fully drawn fired again, 1 shot, 2 shots. The bitten pyro witch had no means of counterattack and died. Above Ellie's head, the falcon that was swooping down quickly saw that Ellie was fine, and awkwardly slowed down its speed, and continued to fly in the air, as if nothing had happened. Even Hanyu didn't expect Ellie to have this trick. He was worried for nothing. She was indeed an elf who grew up in the forest. She was skilled and bold. The best level pyro which had been dealt with, and the next step would be much easier. Hanyu set his sights on the ice witch. This witch had been attacking all the time, right? Ellie naturally understood what Hanyu meant, and changed her target to the chain of the ice witch. Thin and Finghua had already prepared. The fire witch's attributes restrained them too much, and they didn't exert much strength just now. Thin was about to release the seeds, but was stopped by Hanyu. No need for vines, just let Finghua do it. An 18th level witch has no resistance, so she is just waiting to die. Thin, who wanted to show off, could only put down his hoe in disappointment. And Hanyu was already in place, waiting at the pillar below the frozen witch. Ellie shot 5 arrows in succession, and the chain broke. The skills entered the window period, and the frozen witch, who could only release the spirit bomb, fell helplessly. The ground fire below and Hanyu's dagger were already ready. The frozen witch broke free from the shackles and gained enhancement. Ice Cone. Ice Cone was enhanced from 3 bursts to 9 bursts, and the attack was accompanied by the ice effect, slowing down, fragile, and armor-breaking effects. Strengthen again, but unfortunately you will not let her use skills again. Before the ice witch landed, Hanyu directly released a taunt, forcing her to only release the spirit bomb. And the earth fire was already brewing. The moment the witch landed, the earth fire gushed out, and the 2 stages of damage were fully absorbed. With the burning of the sparks, this ice witch was given a fire-roasting meal. The ice witch has no fire resistance. After a set of skills, only 1/3 of her health is left. Ellie's long-range attack is continuously fired at the same time. The ice witch just woke up from the taunt state, and was about to raise her hand to release the enhanced ice cone, but her health was already at the bottom. Hanyu held the eagle kiss in his hand, and the dagger slashed across, cutting off the head of the ice witch. Hanyu killed the witch fiercely. This 18-level monster was even more troublesome than the flame explosion witch. After the 2 witches with the strongest attacks were dealt with, Hanyu was no longer in a hurry. Chapter 96. There was only one summoner and spell witch left in the field, and even the strengthened plague rats could be easily dealt with by the siege of several people. And the spell witch, without the control and output of the ice explosion, was even less threatening to Hanyu and his men. Stop for a while, let Fenghua's skills recover. Hanyu waved his hand to call for a stop. Facing such a fragile monster, Fenghua's high burst damage is still more useful than Fin's vines. It is better to wait for Fenghua's skills, and let the witch come down to kill it instantly. And he just ate another starfire. Although there is a fire resistance bonus, he still needs to recover his blood volume. 3 minutes later, Hanyu and the molten rock lizard's rock armor formed again, and Fenghua's skills were all ready. And in these 3 minutes, except for the spell witch's vulnerability, and 2 bites from the 3 plague rats summoned by the elements, the few people did not receive any effective attacks. Start. Feeling that it was almost time, Hanyu ordered again. Ellie had been standing on the top of the steel column, and had recovered some strength during the time. She stood up again and shot 5 arrows. The sorcerer fell down, and was torn to pieces by the people guarding below. The process was repeated again. The last elemental witch, summoning, also landed, and was surrounded by several people. There was no chance of escape. Only then did Hanyu notice that when this 18-level summoning witch landed, her eyes, which had been burned by fire, actually regained some color. She looked like an ordinary witch, but she seemed to have a little wisdom. Damn it! You all deserve to die. The summoning witch stared at Hanyu and said in a voice as rough as sandpaper. You're about to die for the second time, and you're still cursing me? Hanyu didn't expect that the first sentence the elemental witch said before she regained consciousness was to curse him, so he personally cut off the head of the summoning witch before she said the second sentence. It's solved, only the last level is left. Hanyu looked around. Behind the high platform where they stood, there stood a luxurious palace. Normally, they would need to enter the palace to kill enemies on the next level. But Hanyu looked around several times, and didn't find the door to the next level. Are there any more monsters? Hanyu looked around, and didn't see any other living creatures on this level. While he was wondering, Hanyu received another game prompt. The hidden task of this level is completed. Remove, negative effect. Agility reduced by 20%. The final boss of the cursed city is about to appear. Please be prepared. Right here. The second sentence of the game prompt surprised Hanyu. The boss level is also here? There is no time to rest. But Hanyu was secretly glad that because of the output of maple fire, Finn only used 1 vine seed, and the cooldown has been turned over. The skills of other summons also cooled down quickly. Only the rock armor of the molten lizard is temporarily broken, and the taunt skill is not ready. He also shares the molten lizard's talent, and can last for 2 minutes. Although there is some consumption, the team is in good condition now. It is estimated that it will be easy to beat a level 20 boss. While calculating in his mind, above Hanyu's head, for steel pillars emit golden light from the top, and quickly cross and merge in the middle. Ellie, who was standing on top of one of the steel pillars, had come down early, when the battle just ended, and was about to go to the next level. For beams of light met in the middle of the platform, then entangled together, and a sphere composed of golden light appeared in the air. As the golden light gathered, the sphere became larger and larger, until it stopped absorbing the golden light when its diameter was half a meter. After the sphere stabilized, a strong male voice came from inside. Wait for judgment. Sinner, I will let you feel the real pain. The voice was intimidating and arrogant, and just the voice made Hanyu feel that this monster was not simple. As the voice was issued, the golden light on the surface of the sphere gradually dissipated, revealing the full view of the middle of the golden light. The first thing that caught my eye was a huge meatball, on which there were facial features similar to those of humans. What is this? Why is it so ugly? Originally, Hanyu heard the voice, which really had a bit of a boss meaning. But the golden light dissipated, and there was only a huge meatball in the shape of a human head, but it was still wrapped in a faint golden light. Moreover, the face looked like it had been bitten by a rat, with pits all over it, the typical type that would make the director run away if sent to a plastic surgery hospital. Blood would occasionally flow out from those pits, but before it fell, it would be sucked back by a big mouth under the head. The only monster feature was that this head had more than one face. On the side, Hanyu also saw another face, with a broadsword in its mouth, which was shining with purple light, and was obviously not an ordinary weapon. When in doubt, identify first, and the information panel of this monster appeared in front of Hanyu. Inquisitor, Boss LV20. Skills. Judgment, judge the sinners in front of you. After a successful judgment, you will get powerful feedback. Enchantment Light Attack. After the broadsword is enchanted with the light attack state, the attack range reaches 3 meters. Swing the broadsword to cut off all the heretics in front of you. Enchantment Purification. After the broadsword is enchanted with the purification state, the attack is accompanied by light flames, and the wounds caused cannot be healed until the blood is burned dry or the enchanter dies. Outside the field, Joan Rose saw Han Yu easily deal with 4 witches with a smile on her face. Han Yu's cleaning process seemed to be easier than she thought. Sure enough, even if they are standing in the middle of the platform, these 4 witches are no threat to Han Yu. When seeing Han Yu looking for the door to the next level, those who suspected that Han Yu should not go to the platform also fell silent and began to praise Han Yu's strength. The cooperation is so good. Only a summoner's team can reach this level. Joan Rose saw the meatball appearing above the platform, and the smile on her face became even stronger. After solving the witch, Han Yu may bring us a small surprise next. What surprise? Johnny asked curiously. I'm not sure. The boss has come out. You can see for yourself. At this moment, Han Yu has made defensive moves in the copy, waiting for the first attack of the head in the air. But the monster did not rush to attack. The face holding the broadsword kept twisting, swinging the broadsword around. And the face facing Han Yu spoke. The world is sad, but you are killing innocent people. You are guilty, and should be punished. The head floating in the air looked at Han Yu with a sharp eye, and made a seemingly fair judgment on Han Yu. Is this the judgment? Han Yu identified the skills of this heretic inquisitor. He could understand the other 2 enchantment skills, but he didn't know what the judgment meant. What does it mean to judge a guilty person and get a powerful feedback after a successful trial? Can you become stronger by accusing others of a few crimes? Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Chapter 97. As the judge finished speaking, a golden light flew out of his mouth and flew towards Han Yu. The golden light was not fast, and Han Yu tried to dodge it, but the golden light was a forced pursuit, and no matter how Han Yu dodged, the golden light would always catch up. No heretic can escape the judgment. The heads floating in the air looked at Han Yu's panic and dodged, and 4 faces showed a sneer at the same time. It seemed that the golden light did not cause any harm, so Han Yu simply stopped to see what the golden light of the judgment did. When Han Yu stopped, the golden light entered Han Yu's body and flew out again after a while. Han Yu did not feel any change, not even a warm current. If he could not see the golden light, Han Yu would not even know that something had touched him. Heretic, let me taste your sins. The eyes of the heretic judge were full of greed, and he suddenly sucked the flying golden light into his body. The 4-faced inquisitor frowned as the golden light was absorbed into his body. He looked under his head and found it was still empty. According to common sense, after absorbing the first judgment fruit, he could grow a quarter of his body. Why is there no reaction at all? At this time, the inquisitor and Han Yu had the same idea. Han Yu thought that this judgment had some powerful power. Why didn't he react at all after taking a hard blow? Han Yu watched the expression on the ugly face of the inquisitor change again and again, and the face that looked scary became even more hideous. Han Yu couldn't bear it anymore. Ali, try to shoot him with an arrow. Yes. The position of the heretic inquisitor now is exactly where the light of the 4 steel pillars intersects. A 4-sided head, wrapped in golden light, floats in the air. Ali shot an arrow, but just when it touched the thin layer of golden light on the surface of the head, the arrow instantly turned into a layer of flying ash, and the golden light just shook slightly, without any sign of breaking. Can't attack? What is this, a birth protection mechanism? Han Yu looked at Ali's arrow, and saw that it didn't splash at all, and gave up the hope of continuing to try. I wanted to take advantage of the villain's talk and attack directly. But I didn't expect that the villain would not let me attack before he finished talking. Although there is no way to attack, the golden light is gradually weakening as time goes by, but it is impossible to wait for it to dissipate naturally without 10 minutes. Of course, Han Yu can't wait that long. Every time the heretic inquisitor uses judgment, the golden light will weaken by 1 layer. Just wait until he finishes using judgment. Impossible. The inquisitor lowered his head, looking at his empty lower body, muttering softly, as if he couldn't believe that his judgment had no effect. Hey! Brother, hurry up and finish the plot. I have to kill me before I can finish the level. Han Yu looked at the inquisitor above, and was completely helpless. This is the freshman competition. Where is the time to be dazed for you? Can't you just finish the plot for me? At this time, Shong Ro looked at the inquisitor in the field and couldn't believe it, and said with a smile, It's just as I thought. The judgment of this inquisitor is useless. What do you mean? Why does the final boss only have 1 head? Someone asked immediately. Joan Rose seemed to be a little proud of her guess, and continued to explain. The most terrifying thing about this boss's judgment skill is that it can add the player's attributes reduced by debuffs to itself, but the player's debuff status will not disappear and grow a part of its own body. It is originally a level 20 monster, plus 20% of all the player's attributes, and it is also a magic swordsman profession. With the increase and decrease of one, a sword strike, normal players can't stand it, and can only dodge and grind blood. Wait for an opportunity to kill. But Hanyu, he has completed the hidden tasks of 4 copies, and the negative effects on his body have been cleared. How can this so-called heretic inquisitor have any attributes to absorb? But I really didn't expect that in this case. He didn't even have a body. Really, Hanyu really gave me a big surprise. If this is the case, the next land reclamation must adjust the team configuration, even if it can't complete all the tasks on the 4th floor like Hanyu. As long as the heretic inquisitor has one less hand, the efficiency of land reclamation can still be improved. It seems that Hanyu is the first in a stable position. The fastest of the other students has just entered the 4th floor. Zhang Yi glanced at the other small screens. There were more than a dozen teams that had just opened the door to the 4th floor. Qi Ming and Jiang Ziki had just started fighting on the 4th floor. Qi Ming stood in a corner of the city, away from the attack range of the other 2 witches, and used his long sword to do 2 things at the same time. At the same time, he fought with the Pyro Witch and the Elemental Witch summoning. Doing 2 things at the same time, this control is really amazing. Xiao Huaqing sighed again. As for Jiang Ziki, since it was the normal mode, there were only 2 Elemental Witches on the round platform, so it was much easier to deal with him. Well, with this speed, and his boss is weaker than other copies, it would be strange if Hanyu didn't come first. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, a teacher immediately responded. The current situation is that Hanyu is ahead of almost all other students in the content of the copy, which is a unique progress. And others may not know that they are trying their best to fight for only the 2nd place. If Qi Ming knew that he was doomed to lose, I wonder if he would fight as hard as he does now. In Hanyu's copy, after waiting for a few seconds, the heretic inquisitor finally turned his head again. Impossible. You sinner? The heretic inquisitor looked at Hanyu with an expression of choosing someone to devour. The heretic inquisitor's head turned, revealing a face on the side, and at the same time changed his broadsword to bite a mouth. Heretic! War is rampant, and you don't help people in danger, you should be punished. He said another sentence, and a golden light flew by. After passing through Hanyu's body, nothing happened. The inquisitor looked at his mutilated body with a hideous face, turned his head again, and another face appeared. There are zombies everywhere, and you let them harm you. You should be punished. Another golden light flew out, but there was still no reaction. The inquisitor was still just ahead, except for a golden light flying around, there was no change at all. And Hanyu was ready to go. When the inquisitor spoke again and again, Hanyu could feel that the golden light wrapped around his head was getting thinner and thinner. If he said another word, this good head would fall from the sky. But at this time, the inquisitor stopped. He also knew that he had not received any bonuses, and even his body was incomplete. He could not fight at all. If he fell, he would die. That? You are not guilty. I misjudged you. How about just let it go? The inquisitor, who had a ferocious expression just now, suddenly admitted his weakness. Hanyu almost lost his grip on the dagger in his hand. I am a judge. Naturally, I cannot judge innocent people. You are not guilty. Please leave. Hanyu has brushed so many dungeons, but this is the first time he has encountered a boss who has given up. Hurry up and say something. I am still waiting to pass the level. Hanyu looked at this boss, who was hesitating and didn't know what to say. You have a health bar on your head, and it is still red. Then follow the plot. Why are you still giving up? And this is the first time to brush the dungeon. The return scroll cannot be used. If you don't kill him, you can't get out. There is no way to let it go. Unexpectedly, the inquisitor saw that Hanyu had no intention of quitting, looked up at the sky, and started to move directly. He looked like he was just staying in the sky, and you couldn't hit me. Hanyu never thought that the first time he got stuck was because of such a ridiculous reason. There was actually such a monster. Hanyu was really surprised. If it was an ordinary copy, Hanyu could afford to wait for more than 10 minutes, and the big head of the broken golden light would naturally come down. But this is the freshman competition, the copy is racing, and if he drags it out for 10 minutes, I don't know how many people will catch up. What's going on? Why is this inquisitor not moving? Zhang Yi watched Hanyu get stuck in the copy, and Hanyu was talking loudly below. Zhong Ro also frowned. She had never encountered such a situation before. Could it be that the judge was scared because he could not absorb the energy? Shonro guessed. Indeed, the judge has no body and no attribute blessing. Going down is a dead end. And under the protection of the golden light, the player cannot cause any damage to the monster inside. If the judge does not consume the golden light, then he can only drag it until the duration is gone. But a level 20 boss should not have such an idea. Unless this copy is a real copy, the monster's IQ is higher than that of ordinary copies. It can't be so unlucky that the freshman competition encounters such a monster that can't be beaten. Zhang Yi still has some understanding of real copies and virtual copies. After the game invasion, countless copies appeared all over the world. The lower the level of the copy, the larger the base number, and the fewer the number of real copies. Most of the homogenized virtual copies are copied from real copies. At high levels, many unique copies are all real copies, and the IQ of the creatures in them is even the same as that of humans. The monsters in the real copy have higher intelligence, but when the real copy is completely destroyed, it will not be refreshed, and the corresponding virtual copy will disappear permanently after the last batch of players finish the battle. This is also a way to permanently eliminate monsters, and prevent them from refreshing after the game is invaded. The so-called complete destruction, depending on the copy, the destruction method is also different, and Shanghai has not been able to summarize any usable rules so far. In other words, now that the monsters in the copy are stable, Shanghai can no longer pursue permanent destruction. The number of players is increasing, and controllable copies have become a resource. Now in the copy, Han Yu was trying to persuade the judge floating in the air with emotion, reason, and was furious. But the judge just looked up at the sky, not moved at all. Han Yu took a deep breath. I can't use the return scroll in this copy, and I can't quit unless you die. What do you want me to do? Then let me live a few more minutes. I want to see the city again. The fierce judge just now suddenly became compassionate. You will be refreshed after you die. The sooner you die, the sooner you will be reincarnated. Han Yu couldn't figure out why this monster could start thinking about life. The resurrected me is not the real me, the dead me is the real me. Life is not the body, but the soul. Do you understand? You don't understand? The four faces floating in the air turned to talk to Han Yu, and separated two faces to look up at the sky and look at the city. If it weren't for the golden light, Han Yu would have beaten him to death. Now he also shared the talent of the molten lizard and had a bad temper. Han Yu looked at the time of his talent sharing molten lizard, and there was only more than a minute left. It was necessary to make the best use of it. When the rock armor was reformed, Han Yu had controlled not to cover his face, and pretended to be an ordinary summoner. After calming down, Han Yu tried to make his tone calm and said, "One-on-one, how about one-on-one? You know me, I am a summoner, I don't need to summon creatures to fight you one-on-one, how about it?" The heretic inquisitor, who had just looked indifferent, suddenly became energetic and looked at Han Yu excitedly. "You remove the golden light. I won't need to summon creatures, we fight one-on-one, who will live and who will die depends on our own strength." "I don't believe it." The heretic inquisitor, who was originally interested, looked at the row of aggressive summons behind Han Yu. "As soon as I remove the golden light, your summons will come and beat me up." Han Yu took out his staff, raised his hand to remove the summons, and all the summons disappeared on the spot. This time, knowing the mistake but still making the mistake, refusing the trial, you should be punished. The heretic inquisitor saw Han Yu's summons disappear, his face condensed, and he read out the final judgment words at a very fast speed. The golden light on his body disappeared, and at the same time, he began to swing the broadsword in his mouth. Enchantment light attack. Enchantment purification. When there was golden light on his body, Han Yu could not attack him, but he could not attack Han Yu either. So when he saw Han Yu really lifted the summon, he immediately gave up the golden light, enchanted, and prepared to attack. He didn't believe that Han Yu would not summon again, and he wanted to kill the summoner with a sword before Han Yu's summoned creature came out of the summoning array, and then he would still be the final winner. The heretic inquisitor couldn't figure out what the summoner was thinking, wanting to fight a monster of the magic swordsman profession without summoning a creature. But Han Yu was also prepared for it. As soon as the inquisitor opened his mouth, he restarted the summoning array, and the summoned creature was about to be summoned again. But before that, the heretic inquisitor bit the 3-meter-long light attack broadsword and slashed at Han Yu diagonally. The summoning array was formed. Han Yu changed his scepter to a dagger, and rushed towards the landing point of the big head facing the sword light. "You don't think that with your body as a summoned creature, you can withstand my sword?" The heretic inquisitor seemed to have regained the pride of the inquisitor. He sneered at Han Yu's rushing towards him. Han Yu's expression remained unchanged as he continued to charge forward. The sword light swept in front of Hanyu in a cone shape, and there was no way to avoid it, but he was not prepared to dodge it. What's the harm in taking this sword? The 3-meter-long sword light attacked Hanyu, and a bloody wound appeared on Hanyu's stomach. Blood gushed out, and there was a constant burning sensation on the wound. As the blood dripped, there were also broken pieces of rock armor all over the ground. Chapter 98. Hanyu seemed to feel no pain. After being slightly repelled by the sword light, he continued to rush towards the big head of the Inquisitor. Not dead or disabled. The Inquisitor was really stunned. His full-strength sword didn't even damage a summoner. He shouldn't be so bad without a tribute blessing. Then take my sword again. The Inquisitor landed and waved the broadsword with his mouth, ready to cut again. But Hanyu, how could he give him a chance? Hanyu, who had just approached quickly, punched one of the faces. The broadsword, which was originally controlled by teeth, left his mouth in an instant. You're going to give up, right? Hanyu kicked the Inquisitor on the head. How could he meet such a weird boss? The kick made the Inquisitor's head roll on the ground, but it rekindled hope for the desperate Inquisitor. This kick was in the direction of the broadsword. Just as he was about to bite and continue to attack, Hanyu taunted him, and the Inquisitor's big head rolled back. Talking about philosophy, right? Hanyu punched him again. Looking at the city scenery, right? Another punch. Beat him to death. In the summoning array, Hanyu's summons also came out and started to beat him up. You? The Inquisitor just said a word, and his mouth was smashed to the ground. No. Oh. Another punch. The Inquisitor could only change his mouth to continue. No. Martial ethics. I don't talk about martial ethics. If I weren't thick-skinned, I would have been attacked by you long ago. Hanyu became more and more angry as he thought about it, and he wanted to punch him twice more. Over there, the fastest among the summoned creatures was the lava lizard. It was the first time it discovered that its master's temper was so similar to its own. Hanyu was silent, and looked at the lava lizard in his fist. No wonder he was so angry, and was affected by the lava lizard's personality, but it was really satisfying to beat him. But this was a clearance boss, and the clearance time could only be stopped after killing him. Hanyu was too lazy to get angry. The heretic judge without a body had no way to resist, and was killed by several people. The copy was over. Hanyu roughly calculated the time, about 25 minutes, within his own standard, but he didn't know how the others performed. This copy was indeed a good choice. Even if Hanyu encountered a lot of trouble, he should be able to see the strengths and weaknesses of each student's strength. It's over. Hanyu's clearance time is about 23 minutes, and the others will need at least 5 minutes to resolve the battle. Zhong Rose said as she watched the final boss, the heretic judge, die. Qi Ming and another copy had just finished dealing with the pyro witch and the summoning witch, and had taken a bottle of blue medicine, preparing for the second wave of battle. Hanyu was waiting for the game to end, and when he was about to exit the copy, a game prompt rang in his ears. Curse City. Found a hidden copy. The cause of the curse. Do you want to enter? There is still a hidden copy? I originally thought that the hidden plot of the cause of the curse was just to help me get rid of the negative effects, but I didn't expect there was a hidden copy. No wonder I felt that this plot had no ending. Hanyu did not hesitate, and directly chose to agree. Just after he confirmed it, the sound of the stone slab breaking came from under his feet. Hanyu hurriedly retreated. The platform he was on began to break into pieces, until a sinkhole opened up that led directly to the ground. Is this the entrance to the hidden dungeon? Hanyu looked at the ground at the edge of the pit, and a foul smell came. It was obviously the same smell as the zombies on the 3rd floor. When he just entered here, Hanyu thought that the 4th floor was separated from the previous dungeon. There were no zombies, and there were only 3 or 2 plague rats summoned by the witch. Unexpectedly, they were all hidden underground. After confirming that there was no terrain to kill him below, Hanyu jumped down from the sinkhole with his summons. What a hidden dungeon! Zhong Rou looked at Hanyu in the field. Instead of exiting the dungeon, a big pit appeared on the platform. You're lucky. You can even encounter hidden dungeons, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Hidden dungeons generally give you the best quality rewards in a dungeon. The probability is much higher than the normal dungeon delivery rate. As for the freshman competition, it was over when Hanyu killed the judge, and the time for entering the hidden dungeon would not be counted. Hanyu jumped into the cenote with his summoned creature. As soon as he landed, he felt something sticky on his feet. There was a shallow layer of green juice on the ground. Looking around, this should be the intersection of the city's sewers. But now the sewers are blocked by dense corpses. And Hanyu was at the crossroads of this sewer. Next to him were 4 sewer pipes leading to various parts of the city, enough for 2 people to pass. Hidden copy mission. Find the source of the plague and kill it. Mission reward. You will definitely get the weapon of the source of the plague. This is for me to choose a path? Han Yu was about to approach the 4 sewer entrances to check. Just after taking 2 steps, Han Yu suddenly felt something grabbing his ankle. Looking down, a corpse stretched out its hand and grabbed him tightly. LV-15 zombie Han, you didn't need to do anything. AI Lee shot it to death with an arrow. So many corpses, won't they all become zombies? Han Yu glanced at the sewer, which was basically covered with corpses, and Han Yu could hardly find a place to step. There were at least 40 or 50 corpses lying in such a small space. Regardless of these, Han Yu approached a sewer entrance, which had nothing special except that it had a word sadness written on it. Sadness? Is it corresponding to the first level copy? While Han Yu was thinking, a roar came from behind him again. LV-16 zombie 2 zombies stood up on the ground with swollen bellies, ready to attack them. As soon as the 2 zombies stood up, they were easily solved by AI Lee and Hu Yun. However, after the 2 zombies died, 4 more zombies stood up, and their level also became level 17. Don't attack yet. Han Yu hurriedly reminded them. At this time, Ellie also found something wrong. The longbow was only set up, but not shot. Master, what's going on? Every time you die, the level increases and the number doubles. What kind of difficulty setting is this? Han Yu looked at the zombies on the ground. If they died a few more times, Han Yu and his team would have to face a group of zombies. Where would they find the source of the plague? But even if Han Yu and his team gave up the attack, the zombies would not give up. They bent their bodies and rushed towards Han Yu. Vine. Chapter 99. Then's vines landed and immediately entangled 4 zombies. They restricted their movements, and they could not die, but could not attack either. The zombies entangled by the vines bit frantically, but their level 18 damage could not cause any effective damage to Finn's vines. Just when Han Yu was relieved, the zombies stopped moving. The body began to expand rapidly, and 5 seconds later, 2 zombies exploded in the vines, and dirty blood splashed. After they died, 8 level 18 zombies crawled on the ground and stood up. They will explode. Han Yu did not expect these zombies to be so disgusting that they would explode when they were controlled. Don't control them, try to avoid their attacks. Finn, suck all the flesh and blood of the zombies on the ground. Since the corpse is the source, suck the corpse dry, but I don't know if the zombies will become mummies after absorbing the flesh and blood. Han Yu has no other choice, and must find the correct path as soon as possible. Sadness, suffering, sorrow, and pain. There is no difference between the 4 sewer entrances except for the words on them. Han Yu checked the 4 sewer entrances, and found no clues except for the 4 words. But it also confirmed Han Yu's previous guess that this only corresponds to the 4 layers of the dungeon that Han Yu passed before, and the clues are below. Let's find the source of the plague. Where should the source of the plague appear in that dungeon first? Han Yu's mind was working rapidly, recalling his experience of clearing the dungeon. At the same time, he lowered his body to avoid the attack of a zombie. The first layer, if it is the source of the plague, it should be the first layer. When he entered the first level dungeon, no zombies had appeared yet. It was only because a woman ate plague rats as food that the plague was triggered. If we look at it according to the law of plague epidemics, it makes sense. Because of the city's sanitation problems, the disease spread and eventually evolved into a serious plague. After that, several dungeons were the follow-up of this plague. The plague doctor failed to save people, the plague turned the infected into zombies, the zombies were rampant, the city judge could not solve the plague, and the witch was sent to the stake as a scapegoat. All of this makes sense, and it just happens to form a complete plot. But isn't this a bit too simple? Han Yu stopped his steps towards the entrance of the word sadness. Although this dungeon is not a puzzle, the source of the plague is in the first level dungeon, which still makes Han Yu feel that this is too simple. Looking back, the zombies covered with zombies are chasing the summons. When they can't dodge, AI Lee and Hu Yun have been forced to fight back. The attacks of these zombies spread diseases and negative states. The fragile flame-tailed fox and Ellie may face the siege of zombies. When this group of zombies falls, the zombies of level 19 will stand up. The number will double. There is no place to hide in this narrow sewer. Han Yu can only think as quickly as possible. Where is the source of the plague? Plague rats, possession, zombies. Han Yu thought of what he saw on the first floor, women and children. Each of them was pale and thin, but there was no sign of illness. It's just that the body is too weak. Looking at the corpses on the ground, everyone has more or less black spots on the body. This is what it looks like to be infected with the plague. Those women are just hungry, not infected. Instead, they are directly parasitized by the plague rats that have completely become the source of the plague. The first floor is not the source. Hanyu recalled the first floor, which should be the weakest copy. There were no zombies, only women and children parasitized by the plague rats, and after being rescued by him, there were no black spots on their bodies. While Hanyu was thinking, a zombie had already fallen, and 2 level 19 zombies stood up instead. As the number of monsters increased, Hanyu had only one chance to choose. If he chose the wrong path, he would be blocked in the sewer by these zombies. Which floor? Which floor? While Hanyu was thinking, the teachers watching the game outside the field also saw Hanyu's dilemma, more and more monsters, and 4 roads with no clues at all. Now, even the principal Chuzhou looked at Zhong-Ro. Zhong-Ro could only shake her head. There is no data record of the hidden copy of this copy, but I guess that the 4 channels represent 4 copies. He has to choose which copy of the cursed city is the cause of the cursed city. The source of the curse? Isn't this a plague? The source is rats. Yes, but we have to find out which layer is the beginning of this plague. The first layer, where everything starts. A teacher said. Zhong-Ro shook her head. She had analyzed it herself. Every layer is possible, but they all have their own doubts. She could only watch Hanyu's clearance video on the screen. Many details are still quite different from Hanyu's personal experience, and now she can't analyze the correct result with a high probability. That's the second floor. The plague doctor found the source of the plague and started treatment. A plague doctor with full equipment and a soldier infected. The plague doctor may have only found the patient, and didn't know that even the soldiers were controlled by the plague rats. Zhong-Ro continued to shake her head. That's the third floor. The first infected people are all in the City of Wounds. The location where the first infected people are is indeed likely to be the source of the plague. It's very likely, but the doubt is that the whole city has become zombies, which means that the plague has been going on for a while. It looks like the curse is in the late stage, not the origin. It can't be the 4th floor, right? There are only a few plague rats summoned by the elements, and even the zombies and the plague rats are not seen. Zhong-Ro didn't say anything. She felt that the most likely ones were the 3rd and 4th floors. As for why the 4th floor is the most likely, it's just because there are no doubts. The other floors are all possible, but there are also doubtful points. But no matter how much they analyze, Hanyu is the one who makes the final choice. Hanyu, who had gone through his memories again in his mind, stood at the entrance of the sewer with the word injury written on it. Behind him, there were already 4 level 19 zombies and 6 level 18 zombies who were constantly trying to attack, and it was becoming increasingly difficult for AI Li and the others to dodge. Follow me. Hanyu gritted his teeth and made his own decision. He stepped into the pipe, and the summoned creature quickly blocked the zombies in front of him and followed. Several people quickly adjusted their positions in the sewer, and the lava rock lizard fell to the back to block the zombies' pursuit. Huyun walked in front, temporarily acting as a meat shield, and Hanyu, AI Li, and Fenghua were protected in the middle. The falcon landed on Huyun's back. After entering the sewer entrance, it couldn't even open its wings. The zombies kept chasing behind, and Hanyu and his companions moved forward quickly in the pipe. After running for nearly 100 meters, they finally saw an exit. There seemed to be another large pipe intersection in front of them, but it seemed that there was only one entrance here. Hanyu rushed forward quickly, but before he got there, his heart sank. There were only corpses everywhere at this empty pipe intersection, and there were many traces of plague rats gnawing on them. Did you find the wrong one? Hanyu looked ahead. According to the game's prompts, the so-called source of plague should be a monster, and the reward for the hidden task is the weapon in the hands of the source of plague. Behind them, roaring sounds kept coming, and the zombies kept trying to attack the lava rock lizards. Fortunately, the pipe was narrow and could not be besieged, and the lava rock lizards could still withstand it. But the problem now is how to exit the pipeline and choose again. Hanyu frowned. He didn't expect to guess wrong at the beginning. If he forced his way out, these zombies would double again. But at this moment, a sharp voice, regardless of gender, came from the front. You will all die here. Hanyu looked up instantly, but saw nothing. Huyun roared and ran forward. The instinct of the beast made Huyun feel something, but he still couldn't find the target. Then, an arrow appeared out of thin air from the front and shot at Huyun's body. The creature that just spoke finally revealed its figure. A rat nearly 1.6 meters tall, standing like a human, shot an arrow at Huyun quickly. The arrow clearly hit Huyun, but Hanyu, who was standing behind, felt a pain in his body. He was also hurt. Additional status, Poisoned X1. Continuous blood loss. After the number of layers is stacked to 6, it will cause explosive damage. Spread out. Hanyu left and led everyone out of the pipeline and stood apart. Penetrating attacks are indeed rare, but as long as they spread out, the impact can be minimized. The damage is not low. When they ran out of the pipeline, the source of plague had already fired 6 attacks. Although the target was Hu Yun, Hanyu in the back was also hurt by the penetrating attack, and even the poison exploded, and his blood volume instantly dropped by 1/6. Ailey and Fenghua were similar. Now Hanyu didn't use talent sharing, and he was really a fragile summoner. But what can we do? An archer plague rat? 1. Hanyu used the identification technique to check the information of this big rat, LV23 plague source. The level is very high, but Hanyu is not too worried. Even if the archer is well equipped, it can still be solved by the assassin. It was not until the zombies around him stood up one by one that Hanyu really realized the seriousness of the problem. Hanyu then discovered that the arrows shot by the plague source not only penetrated Hu Yun and attacked them, but also attacked the zombies behind them. Several level 18 zombies with low health were killed by the plague source, causing more zombies to crawl up from the ground. Damn, so sinister. The plague source must be solved quickly. If this continues, the nearly 50 zombies here will stand up and join the battle. However, as long as it is not a mutant, it should not exceed the limit of level 20 of the copy. Hu Yun soul-sucking. Fin vines. The source of the plague shot 2 arrows again, and a large ball of venom was ejected from its mouth. It spit towards the dispersed formation of Hanyu and others. The infected people instantly had 3 layers of venom marks behind them. Then the body began to fade, and it seemed that it would be invisible again soon. Roar! Hu Yun's soul-sucking skill was released, and the zombies that were moving stagnated and stayed in place. At the same time, Hanyu once again shared the talent of Shadow Blade's Mantis, and jumped deep, jumping towards the location of the source of the plague. However, the source of the plague, which was affected by Hu Yun's soul-sucking, was not interrupted from stealth, and disappeared in front of Hanyu. Hanyu held the dagger in his hand, and slashed in front of him, but missed. Ellie's arrow also landed in the open space, indicating that the source of the plague seemed to have escaped the control of the mind after being invisible, and had left the original place. Then, absorb flesh and blood, and accelerate the spread. Then release 2 seeds, and threw them in the middle of the corpses on the ground. The snake-like dream vines grew rapidly under the nourishment of flesh and blood. The fine tentacles pierced the skin of the corpses, extracted flesh and blood, and continuously nourished themselves, expanding the control range of the vines, hoping to find the source of the plague. At the same time, spores, like dandelion seeds, flew out from Finn's hoe and scattered into the air. Those zombies that do not need to breathe will not be affected, but once the source of the plague is inhaled, it will be slowed down and affected by the subsequent explosion damage. Everyone was on guard. Hanyu temporarily put away the dagger, released the flame totem and ice flower effects, paused, and released the level 15 professional skill of summoning. Frenzy! After using it, all summons enter the frenzy state, and all summons gain a buff effect, all attributes +6, attack speed, +50%, critical hit rate, +50%. But the defense attribute will also be reduced, which means that in the next minute, they can only attack and cannot defend. But the invisibility of the plague source seems to have no cooldown, and it will not be interrupted even if attacked. He must kill the plague source at once when it appears next time. Let go and attack, these zombies will get up sooner or later. Hanyu ordered, and Hanyu also killed a zombie and refreshed his Shadow Leap skill. After using Frenzy, Hanyu felt that his attributes were also greatly improved. It seems that talent sharing will also be affected by the Frenzy skill, and there is no negative effect. Talent sharing is covered according to the highest attribute, and will not be affected by the reduced attributes of the summons. This surprised Hanyu a little. This skill has both advantages and disadvantages. From this point of view, Frenzy is a magical skill for him. Relying on the Shadow Blade Mantis's natural hunting talent, he hoped to search for the source of the plague in the air, but unfortunately the source of the plague's invisibility seemed to have eliminated even the traces. 10 seconds passed, and the source of the plague still did not appear, and the zombies had already surrounded him. If it weren't for the entry pipe, which had been blocked by the zombies, Hanyu even suspected that this thing had slipped away. Chapter 100. How sinister, Hanyu muttered in his heart. This is clearly to let the zombies consume his combat power first, or let himself die in the hands of the zombies. Even if he knew the plan, Hanyu couldn't find the source of the plague, and he still had no way to deal with him. Only when the source of the plague's invisibility time is over, with the flesh and blood of these corpses, the dream vines will soon cover the entire space, and then even if the source of the plague is invisible, it will not be able to escape. There are more than 20 zombies that have risen, and the highest level is 20. In the narrow space, they can't avoid them, so the summons can only start to attack. At this time, the familiar sound of drawing the bow sounded again, and Hanyu felt a stinging pain on his body. His blood volume dropped rapidly, and there was another layer of venom mark on his body. But Hanyu used Shadow Leap as soon as the bow sounded, but the source of the plague only shot 2 arrows this time and started to hide again. Scatter! After determining the approximate range of the source of the plague, Ellie raised her hand and used a scattering skill. A vague figure appeared at the place where the source of the plague just disappeared, but it was only for a moment. This invisibility would not be interrupted even if attacked. It would only appear if he took the initiative to attack. But how could Hanyu give him another chance to escape? At the moment the source of the plague appeared, all the vines had gathered here. The vines of desire and dream, like poisonous snakes, twisted their bodies and began to surround the source of the plague. Earth Fire. Maple Fire's attack was formed in the encirclement of the vines, and it would erupt in the next second. Under the blessing of the violent attribute, if this Earth Fire was hit, the source of the plague would be skinned if it didn't die. The lava lizard also rushed into the encirclement to avoid the splashing range of the Earth Fire, and directly released the taunt skill. His taunt is a ranged skill. As long as the source of plague is within the range, it will be affected and forced to attack actively. On the other side is the Earth Fire. In this narrow encirclement, the source of plague has no way to avoid it. Sure enough, after the lava lizard skill was released, the source of plague that Hanyu had been waiting for a long time finally sacrificed himself. Affected by the taunt, it attacked the lava lizard and was forced to show up. It seems that it was just about to avoid the eruption of the Earth Fire, but it didn't expect that there was still a taunt waiting. Hanyu has landed, holding the eagle kiss in his hand, but Ellie's reaction is faster than him, and the string of arrows has already flown out. Puff. Ellie, whose attributes have been strengthened again, shot a big hole in the head of the source of plague with a string of arrows. Hanyu held the dagger in reverse, and while the source of plague has not escaped the taunt, a stream of light swept behind it. Eagle kiss backstab, critical damage increased, the dagger swung from the back of the plague source, under the blessing of violent, directly harvested the life of this level 23 monster. In less than 3 seconds of being taunted, the plague source had not yet woken up from the controlled state, and only a small piece of flesh and blood remained on the huge rat head, and it died directly. There was no way. If he woke up and became invisible again, it would be even more difficult to find him. After discovering the trace of the plague source, Hanyu released all his summoning skills just to kill him on the spot. But the crisis was not over yet. Now most of the zombies have awakened. Excluding those that were cleared, there are still more than 30, which is not inferior to the number of the 3rd level copy, and even higher in level. Hanyu wanted to clear these zombies while the frenzy lasted, but Hanyu looked back and saw that as the source of the plague died, these zombies fell one by one. What is this? Without an answer, Hanyu received a game prompt. Hidden plot. The cause of the curse mission has been completed. The source of the plague has been cleared, and this copy will disappear forever after the end. Hanyu's ears rang with a game prompt. This source of the plague is the key to permanently destroying the cursed city. The copy is being settled. Cursed City Copy Rating, SSS, Double Experience, Nightmare Level Clearance, Double Experience. Curse Cause Copy Rating, SSS, Double Experience, Nightmare Level Clearance, Double Experience. Complete Global Achievement. The first global destruction of the copy of the Cursed City, and obtain the special achievement title, Pioneer, Level 20. Pioneer, after wearing it, you will get special effects, automatic defense. When attacked, you will get 2,000 shields lasting, and get 50% damage reduction within 3 seconds after the shield is activated. Pioneer title? Hanyu didn't expect that this was the first time in the world to destroy the Cursed City, and he also got a global title. Pioneer can also be ranked in the T1 level among the numerous titles. It is known as the Assassin's Nemesis. After wearing it, creatures of the same level cannot kill the wearer instantly. And the number is rare. It is difficult to destroy the copy, not to mention the first time in the world to destroy it. After Hanyu got this title, no one can get the Pioneer title in the Cursed City series of copies. The same copy will only produce one Pioneer title, which further increases the rarity of Pioneers. When Hanyu achieved his achievement, all players received a notice. Congratulations to player, Ruoxue, completed the achievement, the world's first destruction of the copy Cursed City, and obtained the title, Pioneer, LV20. Ruoxue? It's Yushin. What did Yushin do again? After receiving this notice, the player group was instantly ignited. It's not that no one had won the Pioneer title before, but the ID of the person who won the title was very unfamiliar. After all, the copies that just appeared were all controlled by the official, and most ordinary players had no chance to contact them. But Ruoxue, after a summer live broadcast, most people knew that this was Han Yu's ID. Today is the freshman competition of Nanming University. What a pity, why can't the whole process be broadcast live? We can only watch the video after it ends. I wonder what great things Han Yu has done again. Pioneer, that is the title that is said to be one of the strongest in the same level. It is worthy of being the God of Feathers. I am so jealous. When can I see the clearance video? I can't wait. I want to see how the God of Feathers directly destroyed a dungeon in the freshman competition. It is the first time in the world. According to the past practice, it will take at least 2 days. I wonder if there will be any changes this year. When everyone was curious about how Han Yu got the title, a figure walked out of the dungeon exit in the square where freshmen gathered at Nanming University. It was Qi Ming, who was also covered with wounds and looked exhausted. But the first thing he did when he came out was not to sit down and rest, but to look around the square. The place reserved for freshmen in the square was empty, which meant that he was the first to leave the dungeon. First. I am first. Qi Ming's excitement was indescribable. The difficulty of this dungeon was much higher than the previous freshman competition. Chapter 101. In the final boss level, he used the 15th level swordsman skill, Combat Intuition, which improved his agility and strength, and greatly increased his critical hit rate and critical hit damage. He had to bear 4 negative buffs and fight to death the Heretic Inquisitor, so that he could pass the level so quickly. Qi Ming was excited, but suddenly felt a little strange. Why was the square so quiet? There was no cheering or applause. Qi Ming looked up, but no one paid attention to him. Even if they looked at him, they just glanced at him and looked up at the screen above. Qi Ming, who was surprised, also looked up. In the middle of the picture was Han Yu, standing next to a giant rat more than 1 meter long surrounded by zombies. It seemed that the dungeon was being settled, and then a golden title appeared on his head. The golden font read, Pioneer. Hidden Dungeon. Pioneer? Qi Ming felt bitter. The huge plague rat was a dungeon boss he had never seen before. It could only be a hidden dungeon. When he just cleared the level, Han Yu was almost done with the hidden dungeon. The gap between the two was not 1 or 2 minutes, but a whole level of dungeon. At this time, Qi Ming, who had just come out of the dungeon, also received an announcement. Congratulations to the player, Ruoxue, completing the achievement, the world's first dungeon destruction of the Cursed City, and obtaining the title, Pioneer, LV20. All the excitement just now turned into bitterness. Qi Ming felt that he had underestimated Han Yu's strength in the past few days. He had used almost all his tricks in the dungeon to get such a result, but he was still far from Han Yu. At this time, someone finally came down from the side and patted Qi Ming on the shoulder. Student Qi Ming, don't be discouraged, go to the side and take a rest. Yeah. Qi Ming nodded. The person who came was a teacher from the Academic Affairs office. Seeing Qi Ming's depressed look, he continued, you don't actually need to compete with Han Yu. He has been classified as a level 20 player by the principal. The actual combat arrangements after the competition are probably all level 20 dungeons. The words were originally meant to comfort Qi Ming, but they made Qi Ming feel even more uncomfortable. This shows that although the two are at the same level, in terms of combat power, Han Yu is no longer a player of the same level as him. But Qi Ming still said, I know, but I will still try to catch up with him. Next time, I will definitely be qualified to compete with Han Yu. Yeah. The teacher from the Academic Affairs office smiled, thinking that his comfort had worked. Then you have a good rest here, Han Yu, and the others will be out soon. Next to it, the school prepared special seats for freshmen and provided recovery medicine. Han Yu wore the title he had just won in the dungeon. The golden title shone, and then quickly hid. This title is much more useful than the Doombreaker obtained in the Goblin Dungeon. The Doombreaker's effect of increasing toughness is also quite good. But as a summoner, Han Yu rarely gets controlled, so the efficiency of use is not high. The Pioneer now is a life-saving artifact, and it is the title that every back row profession dreams of. After wearing the title, 2 cards appeared in front of Han Yu, 1 silver and 1 black. Han Yu turned over the black card, which was the harvest of the cause of the hidden dungeon curse. Poison Hunter, main weapon, bow. Quality, heritage purple. Physical attack power, 223 to 253. Strength +2. Agility +1. Trait 1, Deadly Toxin. Each arrow shot by the Poison Hunter longbow will be accompanied by deadly toxins. causing continuous damage to the enemy, and causing explosive damage to the enemy when the poison mark reaches the 6th level. Trait 2. Penetrating Shot. Active after using Penetrating Shot, the attack fired by the Poison Hunter longbow can penetrate the first enemy and cause 80% penetration damage to the creature behind it. The penetration damage can be critical, with attack special effects, effect duration, 10 seconds, cooldown, 2 minutes. Trait 3. Stealth Shot. After the user leaves stealth and becomes invisible, the first 3 attacks will have a 150% damage bonus. Wearing requirements. Agility greater than 20. Hanyu held a Poison Hunter longbow in his hand, and a cold breath that penetrated deep into the bone marrow came from the bow. This was the weapon in the hands of the source of plague. Hanyu couldn't be more satisfied. The most satisfying thing was that the longbow did not require high attributes, only 20 points of agility was required. Hanyu was now using the longbow that Ellie eliminated. Hanyu could also use longbows with higher energy requirements, but he could only use them in the state of talent sharing. After several talent sharings, Hanyu felt that it would not be long before he could reach the level of an entry-level archer without talent sharing. Of course, he had to choose a weapon that could be used all the time. Moreover, this Poison Hunter was a heritage purple outfit, which could be continuously strengthened and enchanted, just right for the archer form's main weapon. It was just that the third trait was difficult to trigger. Hanyu wanted to trigger the hidden shooting, so he could only use the stealth skill of the Shadow Blade Mantis. But overall, Hanyu was still very satisfied and turned over another card. A small book and a necklace pattern appeared in the card. There is also a skill book. Unfortunately, looking at the dagger pattern on this skill book, it was an assassin skill book. Poison quenching and learning required 30 points of agility and 15 points of strength. Hanyu could not learn it, so he could only put it on the trading market after finishing it. And a purple jewelry necklace, in addition to the normal attribute bonus, it also increased 30 poison resistance, which is a good choice when encountering special copies. After collecting all the spoils, Hanyu's body was shining with golden light. The experience gained from Nightmare difficulty, and the large amount of experience bonus from destroying the dungeon, allowed Hanyu to directly reach level 16. Hanyu chose to exit the dungeon, and appeared at the dungeon exit. There were 3 people sitting in the seats next to the freshman square, Chi Ming, and a boy who Hanyu was somewhat familiar with. It was estimated that he and Chi Ming came to the door together on the first day of school. But the third person was Jiang Ziki. She was a solo player in the ordinary dungeon, but she came out so quickly. Seeing Hanyu looking over, Jiang Ziki showed a bright smile. When Hanyu came out, the whole audience burst into warm applause and cheers. Most of the audience today were faculty members of the school, and their levels were much higher than these freshmen, but the level difference did not affect their admiration for Hanyu's performance in the dungeon. At this time, like Chi Ming just now, an academic affairs staff came over to invite Hanyu to rest nearby. Student Hanyu, you can sit here and rest for a while. If you don't want to continue watching and feel that you have rested enough, you could also arrange it yourself. Chapter 102. Okay. Hanyu nodded. Don't you want to know which place you are in the clearing? The academic affairs officer asked Hanyu after seeing his calm expression. Ah, isn't it the first place? Hanyu's expression of surprise was even more than when he came out of the dungeon. Yes, of course. The academic affairs officer didn't expect Hanyu to react like this. I thought you would misunderstand. Oh, I still have some confidence. Then he sat down next to Jiang Ziki. What? How do you feel about solo play? Hanyu asked Jiang Ziki. Oh, it's simple. I will definitely let you see my true strength when I have time. The solo play in the freshman competition really made her confident. What do you mean by having time? After the freshman competition, I will team up to play the dungeon and take a good look at your strength. Maybe not. You are the feather god now. Jiang Ziki stretched out her hand to smooth out Hanyu's clothes that were wrinkled because of the battle. The principal said that you will directly play level 20 dungeons in the future. Your teammates may have to start at level 20 in the future. Ah? Hanyu really didn't expect the school to make such a decision. But for Hanyu now, level 20 dungeons are indeed more suitable for him. But don't worry, with my late-stage talent, it won't take long for me to catch up with you. Jiang Ziki clenched his fists, and was very confident in himself. And me! Hanyu, wait for me. Chi Ming, who was sitting next to him, also said, wait, I will definitely be qualified to fight you again. It was he who told Jiang Ziki that Hanyu might directly play level 20 dungeons in the future. And me, my name is Mo Yin, remember my name, next time I will bury all your summoned beasts with endless rock and soil. Another boy sitting next to Chi Ming also spoke up, Judging by his clothes, he should be a magic professional player. Why wait until next time? Isn't there a competition tomorrow? Why don't you go together? When will the next time be? Before he traveled through time, his friend said that he would treat him to a meal next time, but he didn't get to eat until he came to this world. After hearing Han Yu's words, the two who were full of fighting spirit just now fell silent. After waiting for a while, Qiming said, "Forget it, I still need to practice for a while." Mo Yin also said, "Me too. I knew it would be a lie next time." Jiang Ziki chuckled, "That's right, you are so fierce, I guess no one will dare to challenge you in the competition tomorrow. It would be great if it was true, it would save me a lot of trouble." Han Yu was really not interested in the promotion competition, and he didn't get any attribute points, but for the credits, he still had to participate. In the following time, freshmen came out of the dungeon one by one, and everyone looked similar, exhausted, but relieved. The first thing every student who just came out did was to look up and see how many people were sitting in the rest seats, and estimate their ranking in their hearts. Some were excited and couldn't hide their excitement, while others were annoyed and complained that they didn't perform well in the dungeon. After all the freshmen came out, Chuzhua spoke again, representing that this freshman competition was officially over, and the specific ranking would be announced before tomorrow's competition, and he told the students to rest well, because there would be competition tomorrow. When the competition is officially over tomorrow, the freshmen of this year will be officially completed. When Han Yu and Jiang Ziki were about to leave, Zhong Ro walked up to Han Yu. "Han Yu, do you have time? I am Zhong Ro, the Dean of the College of Arts. Do you have time to chat?" Of course. Han Yu didn't expect to come to him so early. According to his own expectations, he would at least wait until the competition is over tomorrow before talking to him. "Then I go back first," Jiang Ziki said, and said goodbye to Han Yu. "Han Yu, come this way." Han Yu followed Zhong Ro to the podium. There were only the deans of each college, and the principal Chuzhua, who had just finished his speech. Zhong Ro spoke first. "It's like this, Han Yu, we are going to take your video to participate in the National Organizing Committee's ranking evaluation. What do you think?" "Of course you can." Han Yu knew the national ranking. If Han Yu hadn't just reached the 15th level, he would have applied for it before he had time. On the national rankings, the top 500 people in each level will receive rewards from the National Organizing Committee, and Han Yu will naturally not refuse. Chuzhua continued, "We plan to let you start preparing for the level 20 dungeon after the freshman competition. What do you think, Han Yu? Do you feel pressured?" Han Yu shook his head. "Thank you, Principal. I also think that the level 20 dungeon is the most suitable for me, and it is just right for me to upgrade quickly." He had learned the news from Jiang Ziki, and was not too surprised. "Well, perform well, and the school will give you the greatest resource support." Chuzhua was very satisfied with Han Yu's performance. Facing a dungeon higher than his level, Han Yu did not even hesitate. If it were someone else, Chuzhua would think this was arrogance, but now, Chuzhua only thought that this was Han Yu's confidence in his own strength. "Dean Zhong, ask your own questions." Zhong Ro spoke again. "Student Han Yu, since you cleared the dungeon, I want to ask, why are you sure that the 4th dungeon is the source of the plague?" Han Yu recalled for a while before speaking. "Because the summoning which seems to be different from other monsters." When choosing the path, Han Yu's analysis was actually similar to Zhong Ro's, and in the end, they could not decide which layer was the real source of the plague. "I can only keep recalling the clues I ignored until I remember what the summoning witch said to Han Yu before she died. The other 3 witches died directly, and only she cursed Han Yu before she died. Before the witch died, she seemed to have regained some consciousness and said, 'You will all die.' So I guess the plot of this cursed city may not be a plague from the outside to the inside, but a curse from the inside to the outside. The witch was sent to the stake as a heretic. Before the witch died, she used all her vitality to summon the source of the plague and gradually infected the entire city. I think this is more reasonable, otherwise this copy should be called the Plague City instead of the Cursed City." Zhong Ro nodded. "There is some truth. Most people probably start thinking from the first level. In fact, I am not very sure. I just took a risk and tried it by chance." Han Yu was really unsure before entering the pipeline. He just felt that if it was the first level, the plot was too simple, and it was somewhat inconsistent with the name of the copy. "Well, thank you for the answer." After hearing Han Yu's words, all the deans showed a look of discovery. Han Yu's reasoning is not 100% certain, but being able to determine the option with the highest probability is also a kind of ability. Chapter 103. After the competition is over tomorrow, I will discuss the details of the past with you. Zhong Ro continued, "We haven't triggered the hidden plot before. Of course, there will be extra credits. You are tired today, go back and have a good rest first. There is another competition tomorrow. I guess no one will be willing to challenge Hanyu tomorrow. After all, most people are self-aware and don't want to go on stage and get beaten. Zhang Yi said with a smile. Hanyu's performance today really exceeded most people's expectations. In just one summer vacation, Hanyu's strength has improved a lot compared to the college entrance examination. Hanyu noticed Zhang Yi when he came over. He thought he was just an ordinary pickup teacher, but he didn't expect him to be a dean-level figure. How could it be? Just now, 2 students wanted to challenge me. Hanyu scratched his head, expressing a little annoyance. By the way, Dean Zhong, I want to buy a piece of equipment, but I haven't found a suitable one in the school store. I wonder if there are other equipment for sale in the school warehouse. Hanyu has always wanted to buy a piece of equipment, but he hasn't found a suitable one in the trading market or the school. As for the equipment issue, let's go find Dean Zhong. Zhong Ro looked at Zhang Yi. This is the dean of the miscellaneous courtyard, Zhang Yi. The power of our school's equipment is in his hands. If he doesn't know, the school will probably be gone. Zhang Yi laughed. No need to introduce. I have known Han for a long time. I wonder what kind of equipment Hanyu wants. Hanyu and Zhang Yi did know each other for a long time, but it was not until today that they found out that Zhang Yi was actually the dean of the miscellaneous courtyard. I want to buy a piece of equipment that can disguise myself. Hanyu talked about his requirements. Disguise means not covering the face. Other attributes are not important. I can use it. When disguising, Hanyu cannot always use talent sharing to increase attribute values. The attribute requirements must be consistent with his original 4-dimensional attributes. Zhang Yi thought, there are many functions for hiding the face, but disguising. This function is too rare. It has almost no effect in the dungeon, and there are few dungeons that can produce it. Hearing Hanyu's request, Zhong Ro and Chuzhuo looked at each other. Ordinary people don't need a mask for disguise. If an assassin needs a prop to hide his face, it's normal, but disguising always makes people think of something bad. The several deans present had doubts in their hearts, but no one said it out. If Hanyu really wanted to do something bad, he wouldn't say it here. Since it's not a bad thing, there's no need to ask more. This is a privilege given to top students. 2 days later, I help you find such equipment. Zhang Yi thought for a while and said, but I have a request. Change to an enchanter in the second job. If you have time, ask me to teach you some basic knowledge about enchantment as a reward for this equipment. Before Hanyu could speak, Zhong Ro laughed out loud. Dean Zhang, you don't have any equipment, so you are ready to do it yourself. Zhang Yi was straightforward and nodded directly. Although the request is a bit biased, it can still be realized by combining illusion array and mimicry, but it will take some time. Zhang Yi thought about it, and found that there was indeed no such equipment in the warehouse, but it was not too difficult to make it. Hanyu took the initiative to make a request, so Zhang Yi naturally couldn't let it go, and also reminded him of his exchange conditions. Thank you, Dean Zhang. Hanyu didn't know what this meant. It seemed that his request was indeed too extreme. Zhang Yi was going to make such equipment himself. This was really tailor-made. Hanyu actually just changed his hairstyle when he went to see the new bishop before. It was too rough. It would be better to have equipment that could change his face. It's just a small toy. It just so happens that the students under my command have been slacking off recently. Let them practice well. At this time, Chiu Huaqin, who was sitting next to Zhang Yi, poked his head out. Student Hanyu, do you need any top-quality daggers? As long as you choose to join the War College, I will get you any top-quality equipment you want. Well, if there is a suitable one, I can buy it with credits. Hanyu still planned to join the Elemental College. After all, Su Lan's notebook was still there. Don't think about it, old Chiu. Don't worry, Hanyu, I will prepare a suitable top-grade equipment for you after the freshman competition is over. Although it can't reach the level of pink equipment, it must be a heritage purple equipment. Chiu Huaqin was rejected by Hanyu calmly, but he was not depressed. Instead, he thought about what else could impress Hanyu. It's impossible to get things like artifacts. Ordinary purple equipment is not difficult to obtain with Hanyu's current strength. The key is that the higher the level of equipment, the higher the attribute requirements. Even if it is given to Hanyu, he can't equip it. After thinking for a while, Chiu Huaqin continued, Student Hanyu, I see that your fighting skills are very extreme and gorgeous. But how to say it, the foundation is still not solid enough. Extreme means danger. After all, your body is too fragile. Close combat still requires some combat skills. I think it is necessary for you to come to the War Academy to learn some basic fighting. Chiu Huaqin thought for a long time, but still couldn't think of any way to impress Hanyu, so he used fright. Unexpectedly, after saying this, Han Yu really showed an expression of interest. What Chiu Huaqing said actually made sense. Han Yu didn't think there was anything wrong with his fighting skills before. After all, from the perspective of a summoner, basic positioning training is enough. However, after sharing the talent of Shadow Blade Mantis, he looked back at his previous fighting skills and basically relied on subconscious reactions, doing whatever came to him. Although he had some feelings about his fighting skills after sharing the talent with Shadow Blade Mantis, he still needed continuous professional training to transform this vague feeling into strength. Chiu Huaqing looked at Han Yu's thoughtful expression and immediately continued, "After all, Han Yu, you are not an ordinary summoner. After using the summoning skills, you often need to fight by yourself. Talent sharing is of course useful, but there is also a skill cooldown. As for the magic profession, in fact, the Elemental Academy does not have a summoning instructor, and the same is true for joining the War Academy." Chiu Huaqing. Zhu Sun, who originally didn't care, finally couldn't help seeing Han Yu's expression of interest. "Do you think there is no one in our Elemental Academy? What's there to argue about?" Chu Shui, who had been silent all the time, said, "Isn't it enough to register in both academies? You will still be a student of South China University when you go out in the future. As for the course arrangements of each academy, it is not forced. Take the useful ones, and don't take the useless ones. Han Yu chooses it by himself. Your next dungeon training will start at level 20. You don't need to learn a lot of basic knowledge. Learn in battle. Han Yu, what do you think?" Chu Shui said, looking at Han Yu. Chapter 104. Of course, thank you, President. In this matter, Chu Shui was thinking about himself as much as possible, and Han Yu couldn't help but appreciate it. Principal, there is also the miscellaneous college. Zhang Yi said. He didn't care whether he was listed or not, but if he was listed, he could legitimately call Han Yu to come to class in the future. Let Han Yu make his own decision. Han Yu nodded immediately. Zhang Yi had always been willing to provide Han Yu with all kinds of help, so Han Yu naturally agreed. But I have never heard of a student who can be listed in 3 colleges. Principal, what about the literary college? Zhong Rou saw that things were moving in a good direction and decided to increase the participation of the literary college. President Zhong, you need to know Han Yu's data. Just go over and call him. Oh, Zhong Rou was politely rejected and didn't react. Anyway, she just asked casually. As for Zhu Sun and Chiu Huaqing, although they were a little dissatisfied, they still agreed. After all, Han Yu had planned to join the Elemental Academy, and now Chiu Huaqing felt that he had made a profit. Zhu Sun was also afraid that Han Yu would be persuaded and go to the War Academy. Take this. Chu Shui waved his hand and threw out a small transparent sign. A small thing made in the courtyard. If you encounter danger, just crush it, and we will determine your location. I heard that the new bishop has tried to attack you. Be careful when you go out. Thank you, Principal. Han Yu took the token, which was cold to the touch. There seemed to be some kind of liquid inside, and a green word "Nen" floated in it. Okay, go back and rest first, and prepare for tomorrow's competition. Han Yu left the podium, and the first day of the freshman competition came to an end. There were some minor setbacks, but the result was no different from what Han Yu expected. The only problem was that the time to meet the new bishop had to be postponed. Han Yu planned to wait until his disguise equipment arrived before going out. After all, this was the capital of Naming Province. It was estimated that the organization that the new bishop could stay here must not be a grassroots team like Haicheng. If he was recognized as soon as he entered, it would be difficult to operate. Han Yu returned to his dormitory and told Wang Hongbo that he would postpone his visit for 2 days. Since he talked to Wang Hongbo last time, in Wang Hongbo's eyes, Wei Diao was already a member of the new bishop. So he just complained a few words, saying that fortunately he had not made any arrangements yet, otherwise the superiors would be angry. Han Yu apologized repeatedly, saying that he really had urgent matters and could not get away. Wang Hongbo just told Han Yu to cherish the opportunity and stop talking. After that, Han Yu began to check his gains in the dungeon attribute points today. He exited the dungeon without ending the summoning, and the system prompted that he had time to check now. This summoning has ended, and the total attribute points gained are 15 plus 5, a total of 20 attribute points. 20 attribute points. Plus a piece of high-quality mutation crystal 20 points, a total of 40 points. Unfortunately, I have to hand in a piece of ordinary crystal, so the gains are 30 points. For the time being, I can only use 20 points. Han Yu wanted to add all the 20 attribute points to Ai Li and raise a big daddy. Unfortunately, the summoned creature is too powerful, and it will be more difficult for him to summon it. At that time, He can only summon one summoned creature. The battle lineup is too flawed, so it is better to distribute it more evenly. Han Yu finally understood that this so-called system was not prepared for him at all, and the summoned creatures were its own children. After the host changes to the summoner profession for the second time, the system will unlock the feedback function. Perhaps it heard Han Yu's complaints, and the system, which had been silent except for settlement, actually spoke. Feedback function? Finally, there is a function to strengthen the host? Han Yu was excited. Although he didn't know what this feedback function was, since it spoke at this time, it must be a response to Han Yu's complaints. Han Yu wanted to ask, but the system had fallen silent again. This is to make me change to a summoner no matter what. Han Yu complained in his heart. From the beginning, this system can only be used with summoned creatures, and the subsequent functions can only be unlocked by constantly cultivating summoned creatures. However, knowing that there are new functions to be unlocked later, Han Yu felt more confident and began to allocate the attribute points obtained today. The tankiness of the molten lizard is sufficient for the time being, and the attribute points can be left unadded. Hu Yun is now mainly a mount, with a 20% speed bonus, and the attributes are also sufficient. As for Finn, the vines are very strong, but the toughness is enough for now. The spores are average, and they need to be alive to be used. If they are zombies, they are basically useless. I won't increase them for now. Han Yu is still ready to increase the output. Han Yu summoned Ellie, Shadow Blade Mantis, and Flame-Tailed Demon Fox in the room. Master, fight for you. His hunt. The other summons came out and greeted in a friendly voice, but Shadow Blade Mantis came out and started looking for prey. After a little comfort, Han Yu began to allocate attribute points. Ellie is still the main output, stable, single burst. Strength +6, agility +2. The range damage of the Flame-Tailed Fox is also very high, but it is a delayed damage. The key is that it conflicts with Finn's vines, and can only be used with the Lava Lizard, which is quite limited. Energy +5. The Shadow Blade Mantis can now be said to be Han Yu's strongest trump card. Once it appears, it will be harvested. Strength +5, agility +2. It's a pity that the Shadow Blade Mantis is not in human form, and can't use ordinary equipment, otherwise Han Yu would have to equip it with a top-quality dagger. However, looking at its golden mantis blade forelimbs, it should be no worse than any top-quality dagger. After adding the attributes, Ellie looked more excited than ever before. Thank you, Master. I seem to have grown a little taller. Ah? Han Yu looked up and down. Could this 300-year-old elf still grow taller? It seems that there is no change at all. The flame-tailed fox's tail swung faster, perhaps because the tail was itchy again. It was estimated that the next time it was strengthened, it might grow a tail. Thank you, Master. Even the Shadow Blade Mantis rubbed its forelimbs to show its affection for Han Yu. For the Shadow Blade Mantis, the pursuit of power was barely as attractive as hunting. As the attribute points were added, the Shadow Blade Mantis was covered with a layer of golden dots. Maybe the second awakening of the talent would bring substantial changes. After the addition, Han Yu told them that there might be a battle tomorrow, so they should be prepared. The Shadow Blade Mantis let out an excited roar, and then Han Yu told them that it could not play. Before Han Yu could react, the floor was scratched with a big hole by the Shadow Blade Mantis. Swallow, eat, endless hunger. Tomorrow, I dare not let the Shadow Blade Mantis play. If it goes up and cuts off the heads of the classmates, I will not be able to explain even if I am the first. Chapter 105. With the addition of attribute points, Shadow Blade Mantis can also communicate with Han Yu in a simple way. Unfortunately, his mind is full of hunting and eating, and there is nothing to communicate. When he first came to school, Han Yu thought that this mantis had developed this character because he lived in a miserable world without food and water, so he specially prepared food for him. When Han Yu took out the precious steak from the refrigerator to feed him, he said, "Hee, only the weakest will eat carrion." When Han Yu brought live rabbits and pheasants, he said again, "Hee, I only hunt valuable prey." From then on, Han Yu never cared about this arrogant mantis again, and let him starve to death. For hours after returning to the dormitory, Han Yu received an email from the school, which was a video of all the students' battles, and a tentative ranking. Han Yu's part was edited, and the scenes of him jumping continuously in front of the zombies were all cut out. The school is thoughtful. After watching, Han Yu took a rough look at the battle videos of the top 10 people, who might be his opponents tomorrow. Although Han Yu was absolutely confident, he could save a lot of trouble by understanding his opponents first. After watching, Han Yu had a good night's rest. The next day, he opened the door of his dormitory and looked at the empty door. When he walked down the mountain, there was no one waiting for him. This clean feeling is really good. Hanyu was in a good mood. It would be great if no one challenged him today. When he arrived at the square, Hanyu was almost the last one to come. Not everyone will have a turn in this competition. Yesterday afternoon, all the battle videos were released and sent to each student's email address along with the tentative rankings. Students who are dissatisfied with their rankings can choose the person they want to challenge. The challenged person cannot refuse except in special circumstances. Hanyu naturally did not choose a challenger, but he did not know whether anyone wanted to challenge him. Hanyu walked up to the teacher in charge and said hello. Hanyu, there are very few people who choose to challenge you. The teacher in charge smiled too brightly when he saw Hanyu coming over. Few, but there are still some. Hanyu muttered in his heart. Only one team wants to challenge you, and we are ranked first. Oh, it's a team challenging you alone, Hanyu. You don't have any objection, do you? The teacher in charge said to Hanyu, as if he suddenly remembered it, but the smile on his face never stopped, and it was obvious that he had been preparing to give Hanyu a surprise. Generally, competitions are one-on-one or team-on-team. Since they are dissatisfied with the ranking, they naturally want to fight fairly. That's good. I just don't like it. Hanyu nodded. If he had to come one by one, he would be exhausted. That's good. I knew Hanyu wouldn't refuse. The teacher in charge smiled happily. Hanyu walked away with doubts. He always felt that the teacher had dug a hole for him. Walked to Jiangziki. Are you ready? Does anyone want to challenge you? Yes. Jiangziki nodded. Many people are very dissatisfied with my ranking. As for me, there are also people who want to challenge, but I team up with others. Come on. Hanyu encouraged Jiangziki. Don't worry, I will definitely do my best. You too? I forget it. I'm afraid that if I hit them too hard, it will be bad if they get hurt too much. Just be arrogant. Okay, I go prepare for the battle. Jiangziki left. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm not in a hurry for the first battle yet. Hanyu felt strange watching Jiangziki leave. It wasn't until the supporting teacher stood on the competition stage and began to read the battle list of both sides that Hanyu reacted. The first game of the competition, Summoner Hanyu vs Swordsman Qi Ming, Elemental Mage Mo Yin, Clergyman Jiangziki, Shield Warrior Ao Rong, Clergyman Yu Qing. Hanyu was stunned when he heard the name. No wonder Jiangziki was so mysterious and actually went to challenge him. 1v5. The students in the audience didn't expect that the first game would be so exciting. The first thing they watched yesterday was Hanyu's battle video. After watching it, they gave up the idea of challenging Hanyu. Many people even felt that they would never be able to surpass Hanyu in their lifetime. Even the top 10 students were convinced, but they still felt uncomfortable without fighting with Hanyu. So Qi Ming contacted several top 10 students and prepared to form a team to challenge. They hit it off immediately, and even the teacher opened the back door and directly agreed to Qi Ming's unprecedented request. The lineup for challenging Hanyu today was also selected by Qi Ming one by one. Only the top 10 were eligible to join the team, and finally these 5 people were selected. Can one fight 5 in the competition? There has never been such a rule before. It must be allowed by the school, otherwise he can't go to the arena, but I don't think it will affect the ranking of the competition. Maybe these people want to beat Hanyu. Beat Yushin? I think Yushin wants to beat these 5 people. But Jiangziki is also on the opposite side. I wonder if Yushin will be gentle with women. The person who spoke made a tut-tut sound, as if he was going to watch a good show. It shouldn't be. These 5 are all in the top 10, and the 5-man team can't beat Hanyu alone? Not necessarily. I always feel that Yushin didn't show his full strength yesterday, and didn't you notice that there are traces of editing in many places in Yushin's clearance video? It's hard to say who will win. Then don't blame me for being heavy-handed. Hanyu put away his previous relaxed state. He had an impression of these 5 people. All of them are students, who are tentatively in the top 10 of this freshman competition. To face all 5 of them at the same time, even Hanyu has to be cautious. If he is not careful, he will be chased and beaten by this team with a full range of professions. Both players come on stage. The host teacher read again, and Hanyu walked onto the stage. On the other side, Jiangziki and the other 4 walked onto the stage one by one. Seeing Hanyu looking at him, Jiangziki blinked and mouthed, "Use all your strength. Don't worry, none of your teammates will be able to stand up." Hanyu clenched his fist. Next, a random battle scene. The host spoke, and a projection screen appeared in front of everyone. Various scene images appeared on it, and after a moment, it was locked on a clearing in the forest. This battle scene is dense forest. The battle range is locked within 500 meters in the dense forest. If the health of all members of any side is less than 30%, it will be considered a loss. If the winner has not been decided in an hour, the team in better condition will win. Finally, this competition is just a competition, and it will not affect the results of the freshman competition. Chapter 106. The battle begins. 2 light gates appeared in the middle of the arena, and after entering, the arena was a specially prepared competition scene. Hanyu has stepped in, and the people on the opposite side also went in one by one. In 10 seconds, the battle will begin. Please be ready for battle. After entering, Hanyu found himself in an open space, and behind him was a dense forest. But he was covered with a layer of light shield, which temporarily restricted his movements and could not release skills. The same was true for the 5 people on the opposite side. Everyone was covered by the shield. Principal? This seems a bit unreasonable. 1 against 5. There has never been such a record before. Zhang Yi looked at the duel scene off the field and said with 2 dark circles under his eyes. He didn't want to watch this competition. Zhao Yuan has always been less concerned about the competition than other courtyards. Zhang Yi was quite concerned about Han Yu's performance, but there was no suspense about his first place, and he was busy making a mask for Han Yu. He heard that Han Yu was going to fight 1 against 5, so he came to watch the excitement. I think it's quite reasonable. Han Yu is very strong, but young people should not be too arrogant. They still need to kill their spirit. The principal smiled and looked forward to the next battle. It's really certain who will win or lose. I don't think Han Yu feels nervous at all, except that he was a little surprised to see Jiang Ziki on the opposite side. Xiao Huaqing is very confident in Han Yu. But this map is quite favorable to Han Yu. In the dense forest dungeon, except for the open space in the middle, there are trees behind him. Han Yu's archers can give full play to their abilities. Well, if he fights guerrilla warfare in the dense forest, Han Yu has a small chance of winning, and Han Yu can use summons to save his own state. After an hour, he will probably win for sure. Zhong Ro chuckled and said, "You underestimate the top 10 of our school. They are not the same level of dungeon monsters." Jiang Ziki's talent marks are superimposed. If it really drags on until the end, she can reduce Han Yu's health to 30% with a lock. Mo Yan's moving mountains and escaping the earth can avoid vines and quickly determine Han Yu's position. Qi Ming's superb sword control ability does not require getting too close to penetrate Han Yu's signature vine attack. As for the shield warrior Ao Rong, he is the strongest shield of this year's freshman. Even Ai Li's attack is unlikely to break through his defense. Since the tentative results of the freshman competition came out yesterday, Zhong Ro has counted the data of the top 50 students, and the top 10 are the focus of attention. If it drags on, Han Yu will be eaten up little by little in all the battle space, and will inevitably be defeated under the siege of 5 people in the end, so Han Yu can only have a chance to win by fighting quickly. But in the 5-man team opposite Han Yu, there is the strongest sword and shield of Nanjing University this year, and Jiang Ziki with super control. Everyone is the strongest in each profession, and Han Yu is afraid that he also needs to be careful. On the battlefield, the light film on the 6 people has disappeared, and the battle has officially begun. The 5 opponents did not give Han Yu any time to react. As soon as the light film was lifted, Qi Ming started running quickly, holding a long sword and rushing towards Han Yu. Weapon enhancement, healing, cleaning. Jiang Ziki quickly released 3 low-level skills, adding multiple layers of marks to himself. Another priest, Yu Qing, quickly released his own enhancement skills to Qi Ming. Mo Yan began to chant quickly, preparing his first skill, Blazing Prairie Fire. At the beginning of the battle, all 5 of them chose to go all out, trying not to give Han Yu a chance to prepare. Because he couldn't bring his summons directly into the dungeon, Han Yu's attack was inherently slower than theirs. But Han Yu's summoning array had already been formed, and all summons except the Shadow Blade Mantis came out of it. The Flame Totem was placed in the field to provide bonuses to each summon. Before the summons could come out, Han Yu used the talent sharing fin again. 3 Desire Dream Vine seeds, and 10 spores were thrown forward. In front of Han Yu, the Desire Dream Vine began to grow rapidly, in order to prevent the opponent's shield warrior from directly starting the charge skill to get close. But Ao Rong didn't seem to plan to charge, but blocked a door-sized shield in front of him. Solid wall. A white light was emitted from Ao Rong's shield, and the range continued to expand, forming a 3 meter by 2 meter light curtain, isolating all damage in front. Neither the seeds nor the spores could enter the enemy's camp, and could only fall outside Ao Rong's strong wall, and then begin to grow. This made Finn, who had just come out, completely helpless. Although his vines were strong, the seeds could not break the shield. "Give the seeds to Falcon, and let him take it over," Han Yu said. Since he was blocked from the front, he would give him an airdrop. Okay. Then stuffed the seeds into Falcon's mouth, thought for a while, and then stuck his 10 spores on Falcon's wings. What does it mean that Falcon doesn't need to care? Hanyu can control the others. The priest is on the opposite side. Ellie, who had just come out, was just about to fight, but saw the familiar Jiang Ziki on the opposite side. Simulate the battle, don't kill it. Yeah. Ellie, who understood, didn't even need the shadow beads, and quickly retreated, looking for a big tree in the dense forest that was suitable as an attack point. Flames are raging. Mo Yin released his skill, which is the basic skill of the elemental mage. A wall of fire formed and fell towards Hanyu. Discipline Array. Jiang Ziki, who had superimposed 3 layers of strengthening marks, released a discipline array at Hanyu's feet. The range was nearly 3 meters, and the deceleration and damage were enhanced by the superimposed marks. The little girl is quite ruthless. Hanyu originally wanted to run out of the attack range of the raging flames, but Jiang Ziki's discipline array, after the deceleration effect and superimposed marks, made Hanyu feel like he was stuck in a quagmire. Talent sharing Shadow Blade Mantis. Falling Feather Boots skill speed. The high agility of the Shadow Blade Mantis plus the speeding skill allowed Hanyu to offset the deceleration effect of the discipline array and evade the range of the raging flames. The Molten Rock Lizard rushed forward to face the raging flames, and his target was Qi Ming, who was rushing towards this side. After taunting him, Hanyu and Ai Li worked together and only needed a few seconds to reduce his health to below 30% and drive him out of the game. Chapter 107. But just as the Molten Rock Lizard was about to approach Qi Ming, and was about to use the taunt skill, Mo Yin, who was standing at the back, waved his staff, Rock Spike. The soil under Qi Ming's feet turned over, and a soil pillar grew rapidly from the ground, dragging Qi Ming's body up rapidly. This was the plan that the 5 opponents had already made. Hanyu's vines were too strong, and even a 22nd level mutant could not destroy it. If any of them were entangled, they would be controlled until the end of the battle. Whether it was the strong wall of Ao Rong, the shield warrior, or the rock spike, they were all to prevent Hanyu from relying on the vines to solve the battle. The rock spike had grown to 3 meters high in an instant. Qi Ming stabilized his body on it, and directly activated the 15th level professional skill, Combat Talent. The long sword in his hand flew out. Control Sword 3. Control Sword 5. Qi Ming, who used the Combat Talent, controlled 8 flying swords at the same time, and his face couldn't help twitching. Even if he used the skills, it was still to his limit. 3 small swords flew towards Hanyu, and the other 5 small swords surrounded Qi Ming. Ai Li's output was very terrifying, and he had to protect himself while outputting. It's my turn to output now. Hanyu released the Ice Flower effect, and he took out the dagger again and rushed out to meet the small swords. Shadow Leap. Hanyu brushed past the 3 small swords flying towards him, and Qi Ming's face turned red. The 3 small swords turned in the air and chased Hanyu again. Controlling 8 long swords at the same time consumed too much of Qi Ming's energy, and the long swords could no longer turn flexibly in the air. But Ai Li's continuous arrows had already shot over, and it was 5 consecutive arrows. The arrow shot at Qi Ming, and a small sword collided with the arrow, making a sharp buzzing sound. The small sword and the arrow fell at the same time after the collision, and Qi Ming's face flushed. So strong! Is there still hidden strength in the dungeon? Qi Ming didn't expect that he could pass the zombies in the dungeon with 3 long swords. But in front of Hanyu, 1 sword could only block 1 attack. The sound of ding 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 sounded, and 5 arrows were shot out in a row, and the 5 long swords protecting Qi Ming were all shot down. Even the last arrow, while knocking down the long sword on Qi Ming's body, also shot at Qi Ming. So strong. Qi Ming's heart was left with only sighs. After watching Hanyu's clearance video yesterday, he still had a glimmer of luck in his heart. Maybe Hanyu just cracked the hidden plot right away, so he could pass the level so easily. Or the gap between him and him is not as big as it seems. But now, he has almost used all his means, but he can still only block 1 skill of Hanyu's summon. Qi Ming's face showed a fierce look. The small sword for protection fell. He simply gave up defense completely. No matter what, he had to wear down Hanyu's blood first. Qi Ming focused on controlling the 3 attacking long swords and chased Hanyu to shoot. At this time, Hanyu had already used the Shadow Leap skill and landed behind Qi Ming. The next attack after Ellie's string of beats had arrived, a long shot, the ice effect, and the superimposed critical effect was triggered. Hanyu backstab was launched. Weak point attack, the heart, triggered the vulnerable effect of the ice. Even though the priest Yuqing's treatment was released at the right time, before the light of the healing spell fell, Qi Ming had already had a light shield on his body. This means that when Han Yu and Ai Li arrived at the same time, Qi Ming's health had dropped below 30%, indicating that he had entered a protected state and lost his fighting qualifications. But Qi Ming's long sword still attacked Han Yu, and the Pioneer title effect was triggered. Shield plus damage reduction. 3 small swords barely broke Han Yu's shield. Qi Ming saw that his last attack still only broke Han Yu's shield, and he was even more frustrated. Han Yu's attack was too fast, and he could only counterattack this time, but it still didn't work. Qi Ming was attacked by Yen too, and killed instantly in almost an instant. The process was so fast that the 4 people behind him, except Yu Qing, who had cast a healing spell, had not yet cast the next skill. But their troubles were also not small. Mo Yen had noticed the falcon hovering overhead, and vine seeds and spores fell from its mouth and body. Here comes Han Yu's second wave of vine seeds. Mo Yen reminded, but he didn't mean to dodge at all. Instead, he controlled the rock protrusion where Qi Ming had just stood. The 3-meter-long rock protrusion twisted in the air, and the dirt fell off, leaving only hard rocks. It eventually turned into a black stone ball, which quickly smashed towards Han Yu, who had jumped off the rock protrusion. It's a pity that Shadow Leap can't be refreshed. After killing Qi Ming instantly, Shadow Leap did not refresh, and Han Yu could only dodge Mo Yan's stone ball attack with his galloping speed. Rock formation. Han Yu had just dodged the attack of the stone ball, and tiny spikes grew on the ground under his feet. As Han Yu ran, they began to explode rapidly. The rock formation continued to spread and quickly formed around Han Yu, but Hu Yun had already arrived. He resisted the damage of the rock formation and came to Han Yu's side. Han Yu jumped and sat on Hu Yun, and together with the molten rock lizard, he quickly ran towards the 5 opponents. Above Mo Yen, vine seeds were falling, but the few people had no intention of dispersing. Jiang Ziki tore off a page from the spell book in his hand, spell by Yi. The page dissipated into fragments around Jiang Ziki and turned into mist. By Yi magic circle, when casting, it will deflect all attacks within the range, remove the negative status of friendly creatures within the range, and provide healing effects. The main function is to block and remove negative status, but if Jiang Ziki stacks enough layers of marks, the blood recovery effect is still considerable. All the seeds and spores that were about to fall were deflected, and none of them fell to the ground. I knew you learned by Yi. Han Yu saw that they ignored Finn's seeds, and knew that the other party had a backhand. But the release of Bai Yi also made Han Yu feel a lot more at ease. Because of Jiang Ziki, he has also recently looked at the skills of the spellcaster. Bai Yi's blocking attack plus the control removal effect made Han Yu's previous attacks have been restrained. Rock Spike. Mo Yen released Rock Spike again. This time the Rock Spike was all around Han Yu, just to restrict Han Yu's movement. Give me some control, I do a big one. The summoning star formed in Mo Yan's hand. Locking God. Jiang Ziki tore off another page after releasing Bai Yi, and the locking god flew towards Han Yu and the summoned creature under his feet. But Han Yu and Hu Yun and Han Yu were close enough. Hu Yun, capture the god. When Jiang Ziki's locking god control arrived, Hu Yun's capture of the god was released at the same time, and Mo Yan's attack that had just been charged was also interrupted. Han Yu was also affected by the locking god, and felt a blank in his mind, but the opponent was also unable to attack, and the control was offset. But the flame-tailed demon fox, who had been waiting for the control, was not affected by the capture of the god, and she released the earth fire and star fire at the same time, targeting the opponent's last output Mo Yen. Mo Yen woke up from the control state, but saw through the mist that Han Yu on the opposite side had taken out a longbow. What does he want to do? This was Mo Yan's first thought. Although Ao Rong was also affected just now, the strong wall was not cancelled. Chapter 108. How did the arrows get in? Mo Yen had just woken up from his trance. He felt his feet vibrating as he regained consciousness. The underground fire erupted, setting Mo Yen on fire, and his health dropped sharply. I forgot that the mage hadn't moved. The flame-tailed fox had been at the back, without any attacking moves, making people subconsciously forget that Han Yu had such a summon. But the sudden eruption of underground fire directly burned off 1/3 of Mo Yan's health, and according to his understanding, this skill has 2 stages, and the second stage of the eruption has higher damage. Mo Yen didn't care about his demeanor, and rolled over to quickly escape the attack range of the underground fire. Yu Qing's healing technique was quickly added to Mo Yen, raising Mo Yan's health. Let's end it. Han Yu was on Hu Yun's back, holding a longbow, and releasing a violent skill. The penetrating shot directly attacked Ao Rong, who was standing in the front, and shot arrows one after another, but unfortunately they were all blocked by the strong wall. Han Yu, my wall can be repaired continuously. Your level of attack cannot break my defense. Aorong saw Han Yu's attacks hit the wall again, and all the arrows were blocked by the wall. No damage was caused to himself, and he couldn't help but feel proud. Although his combat power was not as good as Han Yu couldn't break his defense either. Really? Han Yu had a mysterious smile on his face. Then, there were exclamations from behind Aorong. What's going on? Aorong, your shield is leaking. Ah? Aorong was stunned. His wall was blocking well in front of him. How could it leak? Looking back, the teammates behind him were covered with a layer of green juice. As Han Yu kept pulling the bow, their blood volume was constantly decreasing. This damage? Aorong was stunned for a full second. He couldn't understand why Han Yu's attack could penetrate the wall, and the damage was so high. In fact, even Han Yu didn't expect that penetrating shooting could cause such high damage. The only explanation is that penetrating attack is only a physical attack, and its venom damage will also be affected by the user's energy. What is this? Physical and magic double damage. There is no detailed damage description on the poison hunting longbow, but the opponent's constantly decreasing health confirms Han Yu's guess. In front of Han Yu's longbow, all defenses are temporarily ineffective. Now Han Yu completely regards Aorong as a fixed turret, but Aorong has no way to put down the wall. The opponent has a stronger archer than Han Yu, Ellie, waiting, and Aorong even has to keep changing directions to block Ellie's attack. If Ellie's point shooting is not blocked by the wall, they still can't hold on for long, and Han Yu is just in front of Aorong, but just outside his attack range. Aorong feels aggrieved, but there is no way. At the back, Yuqing was hit by several penetrating arrows without any defense. Her health was rapidly decreasing, and she had just used her healing skills. Now she could only dodge in a hurry. Continuous arrows. Han Yu was on his back, moving left and right in front of Aorong. Penetrating arrows could only penetrate according to the trajectory of the arrows. His primary target was Yuqing at the back. 5 continuous arrows poured out, attacking Aorong, but the target was Yuqing. Even though Yuqing kept dodging, she was still hit by 3 penetrating arrows. As her health decreased, the venom mark reached the 6th level. The venom at the wound continued to explode, and the damage exploded instantly. While dodging the attack, Jiang Ziki cast a healing spell on Yuqing to help her raise her health. But after the mark erupted, Yuqing's health still dropped below half. Yuqing gritted her teeth. She was standing at the back, but she was always attacked. We are all priests. Why are you only shooting at me? Yuqing was so angry that her face turned red, but Han Yu's attack came again. Encourage. Yuqing released the priest's level 15 professional skill, and all the attributes of friendly creatures within 5 meters around her were +2, and she gained acceleration, healing, and damage reduction effects. With the speed increased, Yuqing quickly dodged Han Yu's attack, and the improvement of her physique also temporarily helped her increase some health. But the sudden increase in speed made her misjudge her dodging action, and she flashed out of the range of Aorong's strong wall. Han Yu smiled, and all his attacks were aimed at the left half of Yuqing's body, just to force her to dodge to the right, and now the goal has finally been achieved. Yuqing, who had just dodged Han Yu's attack, breathed a sigh of relief. Han Yu's target finally became Mo Yin, but her high energy made her alert. When she looked up, she saw 5 arrows flying towards her. It was a series of arrows from Aili. Yuqing, who had just stabilized her body, had no room to operate. Arrows shot at her chest one by one. When the 4th arrow was shot, a transparent light shield appeared on her body, and she lost her fighting qualification. Cunning villain. Yuqing's eyes turned red. She realized that Han Yu had been calculating her from the beginning. But she had left the battle and finally didn't have to suffer anymore. It's not over yet. Mo Yin had been constantly moving and dodging attacks, and was almost not attacked. He thought it was because of his good positioning. When he saw Yuqing being killed directly, he realized that the opponent's goal was not to lower the bloodline at all, but to kill directly. No more waiting, Aorong charge. Han Yu shot at Aorong for 7 or 8 seconds. Aorong, who had been frustrated for a whole round, immediately put down his stronghold when he heard that he could finally charge. Shake the mountain. Aorong's shield fell to the ground, and a silver light shone from it. Encourage. Jiang Ziki used the encourage skill again, and the attributes of the 3 people increased. Escape from the earth. Mo Yin disappeared on the spot. Han Yu, who had been concentrating on attacking, had no way to avoid Aorong's charge at such a close distance. Of course, he didn't actually want to hide. Seeing that the other party was finally willing to come out of the turtle shell, Han Yu was a little excited. Talent sharing Molten Rock Lizard. Han Yu's body was covered with a layer of rock armor, and molten flames flowed on it. Just after using the talent sharing, Han Yu was lifted up by the charging Ao Rong and flew into the air with him. At the same time, Mo Yin, who had disappeared underground, also appeared beside Han Yu. He was covered with a thick layer of stone armor and looked nearly 2 meters tall, holding a huge hammer in his hand. After completing the charge, Ao Rong immediately turned back. Han Yu was now in the air and had no way to make any counterattacks. As long as they could reduce Han Yu's health to 30%, they would win. He clenched the spear in his hand, turned back and stabbed the falling body with a spear, and sent Han Yu flying again. Chapter 109. But after a closer look, Han Yu's HP was higher than his own, who mainly increased his physical fitness. His 2 attacks did not even break the rock armor on Han Yu's body. Talent sharing again, this is cheating. Ao Rong wailed, feeling that he could not suppress Han Yu's HP by himself, so he could only attack with Mo Yin. But after Ao Rong fired 2 shots, he still did not see Mo Yin's attack fall. Looking back, Mo Yin, who had turned into a stone giant, was tightly entangled by a molten rock lizard. The stone giant's calf was tightly bitten by the molten rock lizard. The heavy hammer in Mo Yan's hand smashed the molten rock lizard, and the rock armor fell off, but the molten rock lizard had no intention of loosening. Weapon strengthening, abstinence. Jiang Ziki in the back released 2 skills again, releasing them at Han Yu's feet. Under the superposition of multiple marks, Han Yu's speed became slow again, but he was still unhurried, and did not even intend to fight back. At this time, Han Yu, the molten lizard, had not used his taunting skill. Han Yu even had the invincible skill of the falling feather suit to save his life, so he didn't have to worry about Ao Rong lowering his health to 30%. He was waiting now, waiting for the flame-tailed fox's skill to cool down. While Han Yu was being attacked, Ellie could finally output as much as she could, and with the help of the falcon's weakness discovery, she shot arrows at Mo Yin. The rock armor covering his body kept falling off, and it seemed that he was about to collapse. It's okay. Han Yu felt that the flame-tailed fox's skill was ready, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, he used the taunting skill directly. The molten lizard that had been entangled with Mo Yin also ran towards Han Yu, using taunts at the same time. Mo Yin and Ao Rong were both affected by the taunts, and were pulled closer to Han Yu. The underground fire had already begun to brew, and 1 second later, the flame and underground fire erupted. A pillar of fire enveloped all 3 people, and the scorching flames burned Ao Rong's steel armor red, and Mo Yin's rock armor fell off layer by layer. Han Yu and the molten rock lizard were similar. Even though they both had high fire resistance, the rock armor on their bodies still fell off. After adding points to the flame-tailed demon fox yesterday, the damage of the underground fire increased again. The second wave of higher damage came, and Mo Yan's health was instantly reduced to less than 60% without the protection of the rock armor. Ao Rong was a shield warrior after all. Even if the underground fire damage was full, his health was still 80%, but Adley was still attacking non-stop, and Mo Yan's health dropped rapidly. But Ao Rong put away his spear. I clicked it. This guy still has invincibility, but it's useless. Without the protection of the rock armor, Mo Yin was just an ordinary elemental mage, and he couldn't withstand a few attacks from Adley. And Han Yu had just broken the armor. How could he fight? Click, click, I give up. Mo Yin also gave up. Han Yu had the talent to share this bug skill, which had no blind spots. Your talent is too abnormal. Mo Yin knew that Han Yu still had the falling feather rain blade, but they wanted to try to see if Han Yu could be killed instantly without being able to use the skill. But Han Yu's summons were not vegetarians, and after sharing the talent of the molten rock lizard, their health was higher than Ao Rong's. What kind of fight was this? Both of them gave up, and Jiang Ziki also put away the spell book. Give up. All 3 of them gave up, which meant that the unprecedented 1v5 competition in Nanjing University was over. In fact, you are still very strong. Han Yu looked at the 3 people with frustrated faces, and felt that his performance might have been a bit too much. But unfortunately you met me. The few people who just thought they had been recognized by Han, you were almost angry when they heard the last sentence. Yes, yes, it's a pity that I met you. Ao Rong was completely convinced now. He thought his defense was invincible. Even Han Yu couldn't destroy his strong wall, but Han Yu didn't need to break the strong wall at all. He beat all his teammates to residual blood through his defense. Boss, can you take me to the dungeon? Ao Rong, who had just looked frustrated, suddenly changed his face to a smile. I think you are the strongest attacking player. If we combine, we will be invincible. It is the long-cherished wish of every shield warrior to have such a strong teammate, and Hanyu doesn't need special protection. Even Ao Rong can let go and fight. It depends on how the school arranges. Hanyu doesn't mind teaming up with Ao Rong, but Chujwa said yesterday that he wants to upgrade himself and try to brush the dungeon of level 20 in the future. My strong wall can also stop level 20 monsters. I also did it alone yesterday. Wait, I also want to apply to do a level 20 dungeon. Among the 5 people on the opposite side today, except Yuqing, all of them have done a level 20 dungeon alone. Facing a simple level 20 dungeon, there is really no pressure. If Hanyu is included, the normal difficulty will not make any difference to them. The battle is over, exiting the dungeon. At this time, a mechanical voice sounded. Several people were about to be teleported out of the dungeon. It's over. It's over. The students outside the field saw that the battle ended so quickly, and their jaws were still hanging. From the beginning of the battle, Hanyu was suppressed, to the 2 people being killed in seconds, and the 3 people surrendering, it took less than 10 minutes in total. Most people thought that Hanyu would have to avoid the 5 people and fight in a roundabout way, but Hanyu just went forward and cooperated seamlessly with the summons. Once the 5 people on the opposite side showed their heads, they would be killed in seconds. Before Hanyu's summons came out, Qi Ming and his 5 people didn't even cause any real trouble to Hanyu. Even if they were finally picked up and flew into the air by Ao Rong's charge, it was to let several people get out of Ao Rong's stronghold and end the battle faster. Since the battle rhythm returned to Hanyu's side, Qi Ming's team had almost no chance to fight back and could only choose to admit defeat. This is Yushin's strength. And I feel that he is stronger than yesterday. Yesterday's Ellie didn't have such high damage, and that longbow can actually penetrate the defense of the wall directly. How can he become stronger in one day? I think Hanyu didn't use his full strength yesterday. That longbow is also very strong. It is the weapon that every archer dreams of. It seems to be the weapon of the hidden dungeon boss Plague Source, and Hanyu actually got it. Who said that summoners are the weakest? This person is a legion. I wonder if it's too late for me to change my job and summon now. TSK, don't think about it. You don't have the talent of Yushin. Changing your job and summoning can only summon a group of useless babies. It's not certain who will protect whom at that time. When you change your job for the second time, you can use special scrolls to change your job again, but you can't relearn your professional skills. If it weren't for the difficulty of control, few people would choose to change their jobs again. In addition, the second job also has attribute requirements. If the attributes are not met, you can't choose a new job even if you use scrolls. Zhongrou watched Hanyu and Qi Ming exit the dungeon and breathed a sigh of relief. Her breathing rhythm had been off since Hanyu's continuous attacks. We have to reevaluate the data when we get back. Chapter 110. Yesterday, she had just built a combat data model for Hanyu based on his combat record. Unexpectedly, Hanyu's strength had become so much stronger after just one day. Principal, I don't think we need to worry about what kind of teammates to assign to him. Hanyu is not in any danger in the level 20 dungeon. Zhongrou's tablet was playing Hanyu's combat record. She didn't believe that Hanyu had hidden so much strength yesterday. But Hanyu had become stronger after yesterday's dungeon battle. Yes, Hanyu had become so much stronger in just one day. This was not difficult to guess. She retrieved all of Hanyu's live broadcasts during the summer vacation. It took Hanyu nearly 30 minutes to clear the first nightmare difficulty dungeon. And every time a dungeon was cleared, Hanyu's summons would become stronger. By the 10th live broadcast, Hanyu's clearance time was 11 minutes. This speed of improvement could no longer be explained by 1 or 2 levels. This seemed to be the real reason why Hanyu became stronger. After each battle, Hanyu's summons would continue to grow and become stronger. In the hands of other summoners, summons are just summons, which are gone after being used once. In Hanyu's hands, they are exclusive pets that can be continuously cultivated, and their growth rate is faster than that of players. Chuzhua listened to Zhongrou's words and nodded. After making the decision to let Hanyu challenge the level 20 dungeon yesterday, Chuzhua was thinking about what kind of teammates to equip Hanyu with. Give Hanyu experience, but don't let the team fall into danger, and also consider the team matching. Now the frontline battlefield is tense, and there are not many people left in the school. For a while, Chuzhua didn't have a suitable candidate. But today, Hanyu has reached the passing line for solo level 20 dungeons, so teammates are no longer important. Is it too dangerous to let Hanyu solo? Chuzhua has high expectations for Hanyu now, so he is naturally reluctant to let Hanyu take risks. Why not take Hanyu as the core, and select a few people from the top 10 to build a new team? Originally, there will be team competitions in the national competition a year later, and they can also run in during normal battles. Jong-ro once again put forward her opinion. I'm just afraid they may not be willing. Chujwa thought about it, and felt that what Jong-ro said was feasible, but people like Chi Ming, even if they lost, might not be willing to fight under Han Yu's aura. Jiang Ziki and Ao Rong are actually enough. Jiang Ziki has basic priest skills, and can provide treatment, support, and group control of spells for Han Yu. The target is only Han Yu and Ao Rong, so the support pressure is not great. Ao Rong can provide protection and increase the safety factor. Both of them saw Ao Rong's attitude towards Han Yu in the dungeon, and he should be willing to team up with Han Yu. And a priest and a shield warrior just fit Han Yu's current summon lineup perfectly, and there is even a bit of duplication. Okay, talk to the three of them after the end. Chujwa nodded. A three-person team with Han Yu as the core, Han Yu can play multiple roles, which should be enough to wreak havoc in the ordinary dungeon of level 20. Off the court, the host was reading the results of the first competition. In the first competition of the freshman competition, Summoner Han Yu fought against Swordsman Chi Ming, Elemental Mage Mo Yin, Priest Jiang Ziki, Shield Warrior Ao Rong, and Priest Yu Qing. Han Yu won. Han Yu is tentatively ranked first in the freshman competition. Others can continue to apply for challenges. As the results were officially announced, the audience applauded and cheered, but no one wanted to challenge Han Yu again. Han Yu easily won against the top 10 freshmen alone. Who is qualified to challenge now? On the contrary, many people wanted to challenge Chi Ming and his 5 people. It seems that the top 10 are not that strong. Maybe they can beat them. Seeing that no one stood up to question why the summoner can get the first place, Han Yu felt much more at ease. In the face of absolute strength, all doubts about the profession will disappear. Student Han Yu, no one is challenging you for the time being. You can go down and rest for a while. As Han Yu walked off the stage, the competition continued. It took about a whole morning for the competition to end. Han Yu watched several battles of Jiang Ziki from the stage. Jiang Ziki's talents are indeed very strong. After using small skills to trigger the mark many times, the soft control skills of the sorcerer almost become force control in Jiang Ziki's hands. Her opponents are always miserable. When facing Jiang Ziki, their strength has not been fully exerted, and their health lines are inadvertently suppressed to below 30%. In the afternoon, the official ranking of the freshman competition has been released. Han Yu checked the email sent by the school in the dormitory. Han Yu is undoubtedly ranked first, Chi Ming is second, and Jiang Ziki is 2 places lower than the original tentative ranking, and is ranked 9th. This is a comprehensive score given by combining the 2-day competition. If there is any objection, you can still apply for a copy race or a competitive competition 1 month later. To Han Yu's surprise, Ao Rong actually got the 5th place. It seems that when fighting with him, many methods were abandoned before they could be used. After all, Ao Rong had not even used the 15th level professional skills, and he held the shield throughout the whole process. In the end, he felt that there was no hope of victory, so he just put down his gun and ended it. Along with the ranking email, there was also a reward of 1,500 freshman competition credits, which was enough for Han Yu to strengthen his equipment several times. After another day of rest, the school officially started. Classes began, and the students each chose their own colleges and tutors. Most of them chose according to their own career direction, without too much entanglement, except for Han Yu, whose name can be seen on the list of 3 colleges. On the morning of the 3rd day, Jong-ro called Han Yu to his office, and when Han Yu went there, he found that Jiang Ziki and Ao Rong were already sitting in the office. Student Han Yu, please sit down. Jong-ro sat at the desk, and put a folder in front of him into the safe beside him. This time, I want to discuss with you about teaming up in the future. Han Yu looked at Jiang Ziki and Ao Rong opposite him. Ao Rong winked at him, and looked very proud. He had already contacted the school yesterday, wanting to team up with Han Yu to explore the level 20 dungeon. He had prepared a lot of arguments, but he didn't expect the school to agree directly. He only replied that as long as Han Yu agreed, it would be fine, and then there was today's meeting. We plan to let you explore the level 20 dungeon directly in the future, and equip you with teammates of the same level. But after combining the strength assessment, Ao Rong and Jiang Ziki may be more suitable for you to team up. They also have this intention. What do you think, Han Yu? Chapter 111. Han Yu saw Jiang Ziki and Ao Rong were also in the office, so he guessed something, but he didn't expect the school to actually agree. Of course. Han Yu agreed immediately. He and Jiang Ziki had already been used to cooperating, and Ao Rong's defense also allowed him to have no worries in the dungeon, while he could take care of both physical and magical output. Too many high-level teammates would reduce Han Yu's dungeon contribution and dilute his experience points. Now this combination is just what Han Yu wants. Since you agree, you can arrange the rest yourself. Zhong took out a document with the school seal. This is the consent letter. With this, you can enter the high-level dungeon directly without a guarantee. I have applied for a credit reduction for you. Each level 20 dungeon consumes 150 credits. You can see how to get credits in the freshman handbook. Even if the school is willing to provide Han Yu with various conveniences, it still did not cancel the credit limit for entering the dungeon. This is one of the important rules for the operation of the school. Of course, after the dungeon is finished, credits will be returned according to the clearance score. SSS level scores will return 30%, 50%, and 80% of the credits consumed respectively. If Han Yu's team can get SSS level evaluation every time, they can still pass the dungeon with very low credit consumption. Han Yu took the file, and there was another list below it. This is the class schedule of the 4 colleges, so you don't have to look for it one by one. You can choose what class to take. Oh, although you are not enrolled in the College of Arts, you are welcome to audit the class. Zhong showed a bright smile. As long as Han Yu audits the class at the College of Arts, he can still say that he has studied at the College of Arts in the future. Anyway, the work that is announced to the public has always been done by the School of Literature. If Han Yu really becomes a talent one day, Zhong can even put the name of the School of Literature ahead of other colleges. Han Yu put away the 2 documents. Thank you, Dean Zhong. Well, there should be an introductory class in the morning. You should go back and prepare for class first. Zhong glanced at the time and asked them to leave. As soon as the 3 of them walked out of the gate, Rong came over. God, you. I said that my appeal was effective. The school also believes that I have the ability to pass the level 20 dungeon. Well, it is true. Han Yu nodded. Your super defense can't even hit the level 20 monster. It's just that the attack range is a little short, so it's easy to be used as a target. Han Yu took the course schedule. He was quite curious about how Nanjing University teaches, and wondered where to go for the first class. Rong, who wanted to show off, thought back to the time when Han Yu teased him. Except you, no one can use me as a target. Han Yu's penetrating shooting really broke Rong's defense. He thought his defense was indestructible, but it was penetrated by Han Yu's arrows again, and none of his teammates were saved. Well, don't worry, this kind of penetrating attack is rare, and it's just a skill, which can only last for 10 seconds. If you didn't stand together, I wouldn't be able to cause such considerable damage. Considerable? That's simply terrifying damage. Rong was still a little scared when he thought about the damage of Han Yu's penetrating shooting. It was obviously a physical damage from a bow and arrow, but it came with a high amount of venom continuous damage. The venom mark reached the 6th level, and it was still exploding again. But the poison hunting longbow can only play this role in Han Yu's hands. After sharing Ellie's talent, Han Yu also has a high energy bonus. After the physical and magical double damage is superimposed, the venom that was originally just a bonus has become as much damage as the original arrow attack. Moreover, the Plague Source longbow seems to be the first time it appears in a dungeon. It can only be produced in the Cursed City. The one in Han Yu's hand should be the first poison hunting longbow in the entire game, with a maximum rarity. Then Yushin, which academy are you going to go to for the first class? Rong asked Han Yu when he saw him looking at the course schedule in his hand. War College, Combat Basics. After Han Yu glanced at the course schedule, he decided to go to the Combat Basics class first. It is relatively safe for Han Yu to use a bow and arrow for long-range output. The most likely danger is the close combat with a dagger. Xiao Huaqing's previous words really touched his heart. Shadow Blade Mantis's fighting style is too radical. Relying on the natural hunter instinct and reaction speed, it is very likely that the enemy will study your combat habits thoroughly. If you encounter someone who wants to attack you and can guess your next intention, you are very likely to fall into a passive position in the battle. Okay, I also want to go to class. Let's go together. Rong was immediately excited when he heard that Han Yu was going to the War Academy to take the basic combat course. Han Yu can't use talent sharing during class, and I heard that there is still a sparring session in the basic combat course. Rong now just wants to compete with Han Yu in combat skills. He can't beat him in normal combat, but he can't lose to a summoner in terms of combat skills. After leaving the liberal arts building, the 3 of them separated. Jiang Ziki went to the Elemental Academy, while Han Yu and Rong went to the War Academy together. After finding the classroom, Han Yu and Rong pushed open the door of the classroom and saw an open space covered with frosted tiles. On both sides of the open space, students were already sitting. Because the two had been delayed in the Liberal Arts Academy for a while, although the class had not officially started, the students and teachers were basically all there. A middle-aged man with a cold face sat at the top, his eyes closed, and there was a bulging scar on his face. It was unknown what monster had scratched it, and even the player's physique could not restore the original appearance of his face. But this scar also added a bit of evil spirit to the man sitting at the top, making the excited freshman dare not say a word and sit obediently below. But as Han Yu and Ao Rong walked in, all eyes looked over, temporarily breaking the quiet atmosphere. Why is Han Yu here? Isn't he a summoner? You don't know this? Han Yu is enrolled in 3 colleges. He can freely choose courses from the 3 colleges, and he is not an auditor. He can get credits for completing the courses. But he is a summoner after all. It's enough to share talents. As for fighting skills, forget it. Everyone has seen Han Yu's style in the freshman competition, and knows Han Yu's strength. They admit that Han Yu is very strong, and talent skills are part of strength. They will not look down on Han Yu because of this. But this is the basic fighting course of the War College. Han Yu can't use talent sharing during class. There are combat training in the fighting class. Chapter 112. By then, Han Yu will be just an ordinary summoner, and he will probably only get beaten. Thinking of this, the students who were a little surprised became excited again. If they can defeat Han Yu, even if Han Yu is in a restricted state, it will be enough for them to brag about for a year. The middle-aged man on the stage looked up at the two of them, and then quickly closed his eyes, without a change in his expression. On the contrary, Ao Rong, who had casually opened the door of the classroom, immediately raised his head and straightened his waist when he saw the man sitting above him, and his whole body tensed up. He pulled Han Yu to find 2 empty seats and sat down, not daring to say a word, waiting for the class to start. Until the bell rang in the classroom, the man sitting above opened his eyes and stood up. His eyes swept across everyone, and those who were still discussing Han Yu fell silent instantly. My name is Ao Gang, your basic fighting teacher. In the future, arrive at the classroom 10 minutes before class. Those who are late will practice extra. While speaking, Ao Gang's eyes swept over Ao Rong, making Ao Rong, who had relaxed a little, straighten up again. No whispering during the waiting time before class. Violations will lead to extra practice. 3 students with the worst performance in each class will have extra practice. Hearing Ao Gang's self-introduction, Han Yu looked back at Ao Rong. Is this Ao Gang somehow related to Ao Rong? It seems that Ao Rong is quite frightened. The class will start now. Ao Gang briefly stated 3 rules, and the class officially began. There is a small box next to your seats. Take out the bracelet inside and put it on, then enter your student number. Han Yu picked up the box next to him and opened it. A gray iron bracelet was lying inside. He opened the bracelet and buckled it on his wrist. Apart from the cold touch of steel, there was no other special feeling. At this time, Ao Gang on the stage pressed a remote control in his hand, and the bracelet began to glow and flash. Han Yu felt his body tremble. Checking his status panel, he found that all skills were unavailable, and the attribute values also became the initial panel at level 10. This is... Han Yu had never heard of this thing before. This should be a simplified version of the prison handcuffs. Ao Rong said softly, but it restricts all the abilities of the player. I guess you have to wear this thing in the future of fighting class. Others reacted similarly to Han Yu. It was probably the first time they had come into contact with this kind of control bracelet. Han Yu tried it, and the talent sharing seemed to be available, and it was not restricted. After everyone put on the bracelet and temporarily adapted to the restriction of their attributes. Ao Gang glanced at the whole audience, and the students who were originally talking about wearing the control bracelet suddenly quieted down. Even if he just stood there, Ao Gang could give people an invisible sense of suppression. It was enough to shock this group of freshmen who had just enrolled. You are assigned to this class, so you should all be students with good fighting skills. First, let's look at your basics. Then, team up with the people around you, 2 by 2, and practice in front of me. Ao Gang said, and looked at Han Yu and Ao Rong again. Everyone stood up, but many of them looked at Han Yu, looking like they wanted to get started but were a little hesitant. You all want to fight me. Han Yu touched the control bracelet on his hand. He had balanced 4-dimensional attributes in high school and had taken several fighting classes. But I was thinking about changing my job to an elemental mage, but I ended up changing my job to a summoner. The focus of my study was still on courses like fast casting. I really didn't pay much attention to the basics of fighting. Here, Han Yu was really a soft persimmon. As soon as he stood up, Han Yu was pulled by Ao Rong. Come on, let's practice. Okay. Han Yu looked at Ao Rong and couldn't suppress his thoughts. But since he wanted to practice fighting, how could he not get beaten? Be gentle, I'm a summoner. Don't worry, I be gentle, hee. Ao Rong seemed to have come out of the state of surprise when he suddenly saw Ao Gang. Just as he stood up, Ao Gang above him spoke again. Han Yu, Ao Rong, Qi Ming, and Mo Kailiang, the four of you come to the front. Ao Rong was stunned, and immediately returned to his proper appearance, and walked to the front of the open space in the classroom with Han Yu. You four are the top students in the class this time. Show us your fighting skills. Qi Ming is here too. Han Yu arrived late. When he heard Ao Gang calling his name, he realized that Qi Ming was also in the classroom. The four of them came to the front of the classroom, and everyone stopped what they were doing. Mo Kailiang was also one of the top 20 students in the freshman competition, but this year Han Yu, Qi Ming and others performed too well, and were not very noticeable. But the other three were enough to attract everyone's attention. They were all top 10 students in the freshman competition. Among them, Han Yu was a magician, and came to take the fighting skills class. Although Han Yu ranked first in the freshman competition, he should be the weakest among the four in terms of fighting. Not only did they think so, Han Yu himself also thought so, but since he had been pointed out, he could only bite the bullet. Han Yu, Ao Rong, you go first. Yes, teacher. Ao Rong bowed, and Han Yu bowed as well. Master Yu, don't worry, I will be careful when I hit you. Ao Rong smiled, and there were not many opportunities to beat Han Yu. The two stood opposite each other, wearing thin training clothes, and the soles of their feet were special frosted tiles, without even a mat. If an ordinary person fell, it would probably hurt for a long time, but Ao Gang seemed to want his students to fight in this unprotected state. Let's start. Ao Gang spoke, and the battle between the shield and the summon officially began. Han Yu recalled the battle process of using talent sharing in the copy, took a step forward, and pressed forward to Ao Rong. The fighting style of the Shadow Blade Mantis is to attack, and attack continuously. There is no passive defense. Han Yu naturally learned the fighting style of the Shadow Blade Mantis. Seeing Han Yu approaching, Ao Rong was a little surprised. He didn't expect Han Yu to choose to take the initiative to attack. Ordinary novices don't have this confidence. Here it comes! Ao Rong entered the fighting state, and his body suddenly exerted force, making a slight cracking sound from the joints. His hair stood up, his eyes were extremely sharp, and his momentum changed, like a jungle cheetah ready to go. Han Yu, who was close to Ao Rong, felt a dangerous breath coming from Ao Rong's body. His step forward was actually more of a test, trying to find an opportunity to attack. Ao Rong faced Han Yu's direction and also stepped forward, his body bumped sideways, like a train rushing towards him. The speed was so fast and fierce that the ground was shaken by his foot. Chapter 113. Good boy, this is how to hold back, right? Han Yu thought Ao Rong's move was a bit like the Iron Mountain leaning move of Bajiquan in his previous life. Using elbows to fight the enemy, it was fierce and violent. On Ao Rong's exposed arm, muscles bounced up one by one, like the roots of an old tree, wrapping the attacking arm. When this attack came, Han Yu had no intention of resisting it. Han Yu had already prepared to dodge, and stepped sideways to grab Ao Rong's left side. When Ao Rong was about to start, Han Yu had already passed by and dodged the attack lightly. If Ao Rong's attack was like a bull shaking a mountain, Han Yu's light flash was like a dragonfly skimming the water, passing by in a flash. Ao Gang exclaimed in his heart, and he still had some basics. Before class, he had naturally read Han Yu's information, and he admired Han Yu's performance in battle. But Han Yu did not use the fighting skills when sharing talents, and relied entirely on attribute suppression, which was somewhat despised. I didn't expect that he would give me a little surprise now. This is a typical talented player. Did I fail to notice it before? Ao Gang muttered in his heart. Han Yu rushed to the left side of Ao Rong, clenched his fist with one hand, and stabbed at his lower ribs without any delay. When he dodged, his goal was here. After a successful attack, Han Yu felt that he hit a drum, and his fist was almost bounced away. Before he started to really exert force, Ao Rong's elbow turned into a spear, and his arm swept over before his body. This one-handed sweep had a very large range, and Han Yu had no room to dodge. He quickly retracted his fist into a palm, and collided with Ao Rong's iron elbow. Han Yu's body was shaken, and he took 2 steps back, his palms aching slightly. At this time, Ao Rong also turned his whole body around, approached, and prepared to continue chasing. But Han Yu also retreated by attacking, and had more space to dodge, but he still fell into a passive position after fighting with Ao Rong. What he was thinking about now was how to dodge the attack and attack the vitals at the same time. He was still a little unaccustomed to fighting with fists, and the damage caused was not enough to kill the opponent. This is the fighting method of Shadow Blade Mantis. All attacks are to kill the opponent, and there are no extra movements. Okay, stop. When the two were preparing for the next round of battle, AO Gang called for a stop. Ah? Gang? Teacher, I just got into the state. A shield battle, and was hit by the summoner as soon as you came up. With this, you still protect your teammates? Practice one-handed defense for half an hour after class. Yes. Hearing AO Gang's words, AO Rong instantly withered and stepped aside. He wanted to have a good fight with Hanyu, but he was stopped before he even started. However, Hanyu's reaction speed was beyond his expectation. He had underestimated Hanyu's fighting skills before, so he was hit for nothing. Is it over? The people watching the fight were also a little surprised. They thought there would be a good show, but it was over after just one move. From what you said just now, do you think Hanyu won? No, AO Rong has just found the rhythm of attack. As long as he keeps attacking Hanyu, he will definitely not be able to stop him. The teacher is warning AO Rong. The other students were naturally not stupid, and they guessed that AO Rong and AO Gang should have some relationship. But Hanyu's reaction is really fast. With such a fierce attack, he still wants to attack. It doesn't look like he has no fighting foundation. Outsiders watch the excitement, insiders see the doorway. Others watch the two people collide, and AO Gang had already seen Hanyu's strengths and weaknesses. Good at attacking, the dodging attack is indeed beautiful, but the head-on collision with AO Rong seems a bit flustered. As for AO Rong, he already knows enough, so there is no need to see more. Hanyu, you really haven't practiced fighting specifically? AO Rong asked Hanyu a little unbelievingly. Of course I have practiced. Didn't I have fighting classes in high school? That doesn't count. The fighting class in high school can only be the basics of the basics, which is the level of ordinary people fighting. Then there is nothing. Hanyu did train in the training room in the dormitory after using the talent of Shadow Blade Mantis, but he did not receive systematic training. Alas, maybe this is talent. AO Rong, who was fighting with Hanyu, only then experienced how fast Hanyu's reaction was just now. He had been training and fighting at home since he was a child, so he naturally knew where the flaws of his move were. The left lower rib was indeed one of them, but AO Rong had already prepared for it when he attacked. But he was still a step slower. Hanyu found the flaw when AO Rong attacked, and then attacked at the fastest speed. Hanyu did not win by agility, but by extremely fast reaction. Every move from the beginning of the flash was an effective move. If he took one more step or thought for a moment, AO Rong's sweep might have hit Hanyu first. These skills were not intentional by Hanyu, but came from the vague feeling left after sharing the Shadow Blade Mantis talent. It can be said that Hanyu still relied on instinct to fight. If I had continued to fight, I would have been knocked to the ground by you. Hanyu was not complacent. When he was swept by AO Rong's spear-like arm, Hanyu had already fallen into a passive position. If he was forced to defend later, he would not be able to withstand a few moves. Moreover, AO Rong's initial attributes should be physical fitness and strength, so it would take some effort for his attack to be effective. While the two were talking in a low voice, Qi Ming and Imo Kaiyang also fought together. Qi Ming's attack method was similar to Hanyu's. He relied on his agile body and continuous attacks to force his opponent to reveal flaws. His two hands could always attack Imo Kaiyang at an almost impossible angle. At the beginning, Imo Kaiyang could still fight back, but after 3 moves, he could only passively defend. Stop, who's the next team? A team of 20 people was divided into 10 teams of 2 people, and practiced one by one in front of AO Gang. After half an hour, the practice ended. AO Gang took out a stack of pamphlets from the podium on his body. AO Rong, pass these out. AO Rong immediately stepped forward to take them, and distributed them to everyone. Hanyu took the book, and the white cover had big words written on it. Friend of Fighting Talents, Player Edition. There was also a signature below the cover. Nanjing University Press. Hanyu looked at the title of the book, and always felt like a miscellaneous book bought from a street stall, but AO Gang handed it down solemnly, and it was published by Nanjing University, so it must have its unique features. Hanyu opened the book, and the book was mainly divided into unarmed combat and weapons. After a rough look, it explained various fighting skills and enemy moves. Many of the chapters can see the shadow of Hanyu's fighting skills from various countries in his previous life. It should be that after the game Invasion, the strengths of various schools and the skills to face monsters were combined to create such a book. Chapter 114. After the booklet was distributed, AO Rong returned to his seat and Ao Gang began to formally teach. This book is the basic content of the fighting class. With your understanding, you should be able to understand it. But monsters are not humans. In addition to humanoids, there are all kinds of strange creatures. Don't just learn them blindly, but use fighting skills flexibly in every battle. So the main content of this class is target practice, actual combat, and actual combat against monsters. The school will find monsters to help you practice, but during this process, you must always wear the control bracelet. All exercises are based on actual combat as the standard, whether it is barehanded or armed. Don't worry, you can't kill the opponent with the control bracelet, just let go and fight. I won't go into too much detail about the basic issues. Next, I will explain the key points of the barehanded fighting chapter of this booklet, and then start the first target practice. After that, Ao Gang began to explain the key points of fighting skills recorded in the booklet Friends of Fighting Talents. Ao Rong was drowsy listening to this. He had learned this so many times before, but Han Yu was listening attentively, and he lowered his head to take notes from time to time. In the 6th section, Han Yu also saw the move that Ao Rong had just used. The name was Taishanko, which was based on the ancient martial arts Bajiquan. The unique way of exerting force combined with the player's physique can almost exert the power that is not inferior to low-level skills in the dungeon. This is equivalent to understanding skills. Han Yu didn't expect that the book named Waste Material in his hand really had something. An hour later, Ao Gang finished explaining all the key points of the empty-handed chapter. Closing the book. The lecture ends here. After a 10-minute break, practice against the target. As he was speaking, a piece of chalk flew out of his hand and hit Ao Rong next to Han Yu. Ao Rong, who was almost drooling, suddenly opened his eyes and caught the chalk with one hand. Teacher. Before he finished speaking, another piece of chalk hit Ao Rong's forehead, and the chalk instantly shattered into dust, leaving a red dot on Ao Rong's forehead. His Ao Rong took a breath of cold air. It looked like it should be painful. You can't even take this attack. Practice one-handed defense for another half an hour. Ao Gang's cold voice sounded, and Ao Rong could only let out a wail. Han Yu, if you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Ignoring Ao Rong's reaction, Ao Gang said to Han Yu. Okay, teacher. Han Yu stood up directly with the book. His foundation was not as good as others, and there were indeed some things he didn't understand. 10 minutes later, a robot figure rose in the middle of the classroom, just standing in front of everyone. Ao Gang stood in front of Han Yu and set the mode for the standing target, and the target began to move quickly within a 1-meter range in front of him. Hit the vital points 100 times, and the body cannot be hit more than 100 times. This must be completed within 1 hour. After saying this, Ao Gang walked to Ao Rong. His humanoid target was set to attack mode, and it kept punching forward. No retreat, hit the vital points 50 times, and the body cannot be hit more than 50 times. The time limit is 1 hour. After that, Ao Gang selected the training mode for each student based on the previous battle. This target seemed to have no intelligence. Perhaps because of this, its movement and attack were completely irregular, but Han Yu still found a flaw. The close-range defense of this machine seemed not to be tight. Han Yu approached with a low-profile version of Tai's Han, and continuously attacked the chest with the force of an inch punch, barely reaching the 4 standard of hitting the vital points. Then, he quickly retreated and looked for the next attack opportunity. After just a few times, the target dodged Han Yu's Iron Mountain and attacked Han Yu's left lower rib. Isn't this my move? Han Yu was shocked. This robot was actually quite intelligent. It found its flaws after a few times. Han Yu, who was unable to dodge, was determined to be hit in the vitals. If you encounter an opponent who is faster than you, you can try to use your super strong reaction to find the weakness of the opponent's attack. Ao Gang walked to Han Yu and reminded him in time. Yeah. Han Yu nodded, not blindly fighting fast, but carefully observing the flaws of this robot-shaped attack. Ao Gang walked around the classroom and reminded him from time to time. 51 minutes later, Han Yu was hit 72 times and hit the dummy's vitals 107 times, barely passing, but the whole set of clothes was soaked with sweat. On the other side, Ao Rong looked weaker than himself, panting, and ended the battle 1 minute earlier than Han Yu. Although his requirements were lower than Han Yu's, the attack speed of the dummy was not at the same level as his own, and Ao Gang also set him not to retreat. Most of the time, Ao Rong could only passively defend, or block the attack with one hand and attack when there was an opening. Han Yu glanced at the classroom. Only 6 or 7 people had completed the requirements. Perhaps because Han Yu's requirements were simpler, he completed them at a fast speed. Among those who had completed the task was Chi Ming. He seemed to have finished for a while, and there were still sweat stains on his face, but he had returned to normal. "Hanyu, you have a good talent. I hope I can fight with you later." Hanyu nodded. "It won't take long." Hanyu felt that he had found a feeling, how to turn Shadow Blade Mantis's talent into his own strength. Go back and prepare to use talent sharing a few more times to experience Shadow Blade Mantis's attack method. An hour later, all students had completed their tasks. That's it for today. Aorong, the bottom 3, will stay for extra training, and the others can leave. A class lasted nearly 2.5 hours and officially ended. Aorong was indignant. He was obviously one of the top few who completed the requirements, but he was still treated as a poor student and stayed for extra training. Hanyu patted him on the shoulder and walked out of the classroom with a smile. He was satisfied that he didn't get beaten today. The morning class was over, and Hanyu went to the Elemental Academy in the afternoon. Originally, he thought that these basic courses could be taken or not, but after a morning of classes, he felt that he still gained a lot. But the afternoon class was a detailed course for the second-level career, and there was no summoner course. Hanyu could only turn around and go to Ingyuju's office. He had already applied through Ingyuju to view Su Lan's notes, and the result was probably out now. When choosing the college, Hanyu chose Ingyuju as his mentor as agreed. The mentor of the miscellaneous college is directly in charge of the Dean Zhang-yi. The war college has not yet been selected, but Hanyu now thinks Ao Gang is quite suitable for him. What he needs is fighting skills, and high-level subdivided professional courses are not so important to him. Knocking on the office door, Ingyuju's voice came from inside. "Come in." Hanyu pushed the door open and went in. "Teacher, I want to ask if the application for viewing the notes has been approved?" "Student Hanyu, sit down first." Ingyuju gestured for Hanyu to sit down first. "It has been approved, but before that, I will give you what I promised." Ingyuju took out a small sandalwood box from the drawer. Chapter 115. This is a jewelry for you, and it can be regarded as a gift for our teacher-student relationship. Ingyuju was a little surprised that Hanyu chose her as his mentor. If he wanted, he could choose the dean as his mentor. After all, the agreement with Hanyu was just her own words. Hanyu actually thought about it, but thinking about how busy the Dean Jusun was, he probably didn't have much time to take care of his own affairs. After being listed, he might just throw himself under the name of another mentor. And Hanyu learned from Zhang-yi that Ingyuju's talent was indeed as strong as she said. She returned to her teacher at such a young age, because of some personal reasons. When Zhang-yi was asked about the reason, he just shook his head, and said that Hanyu's choice of her as a mentor was also a good choice. Hanyu was not polite, and took the box. There was only an ink-colored ring in it when he opened it. Hanyu took it in his hand to check the properties. Inheritance, Ancient Elf Ring. Accessory, Ring. Quality, Inheritance Purple. Magic Defense, 121 to 151. Strength +1. Stamina +1. Agility +1. Trait 1, Elf Forest. Active, you will gain continuous healing effect, gaining 1% life recovery effect per second, which lasts for 10 seconds. If you are in the woods, with more than 10 trees within 100 meters, the healing effect will be increased 5-fold, and the equipment attribute bonus will be increased to 2 times. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Trait 2, Shooting Mastery. Attack damage from longbows as the main weapon will be increased by 10%. Trait 3, Elf Friend. Elf creatures will have a good impression of you and will not actively attack you. Effective for dark elves. Wearing requirements. Vitality greater than 20. Agility greater than 20. Originally, Ingyuju told Hanyu that he could choose any accessories, but Hanyu grew so fast that Ingyuju felt that his equipment was a bit out of place. This was also specially purchased for Hanyu. The restrictions were not high, and the characteristics were okay. "Thank you, mentor." Hanyu smiled and accepted the ring. It can be seen that this was the equipment Ingyuju specially chose, which matched Hanyu's skills. "If you think it's suitable, then come with me to see Mr. Su Lan's notes." Ingyuju stood up and took Hanyu out of the office, and went to the door of the archive room on the top floor of the Element Academy. Ingyuju walked to the front and knocked on the door. "Uncle Su?" After a while, the door was opened. An old man opened the door. His hair and beard were all white. He was slightly hunched, but his figure was still upright. He wore a pair of black-framed thick glasses on his nose. "Xiaozhu, what's the matter?" "Uncle Su, this is the classmate Hanyu I mentioned. He wants to see Mr. Su Lan's handwritten notes. Here is the application form. Please take a look." "Hanyu?" The old man looked at him with some surprise, but he only took a glance. "Well, come in." Now, except for the people in the compound, few people will come to see my father's handwritten notes. Father? Han Yu looked at the old man in front of him. Su Lan has always been the image of a young man in Han Yu's mind. I didn't expect that the child is so old. Thank you, Uncle Su. I am also a summoner, and want to see Mr. Su Lan's handwritten notes. Sit here, I get it for you. Old Su took Han Yu and Ing Yushu to a table at the back of the archive room. Although Old Su said that few people came here, all the places were cleaned up spotlessly. Old Su turned and left. In less than half a minute, he brought 2 bound notebooks. The black one is about the records of summoners, which may be helpful to you. The blue one is about my father's research on formations. People in the compound often come to take a look. Han Yu found the 2 books. The one about formation research was obviously much thicker. Su Lan also waited until his level stagnated before he resumed his work as a researcher. After finding the files, Old Su turned and left, sat down at the door, put on his glasses, and continued to look at the information on the table. The old man is Su Feng, Su Lan's eldest son, and he also changed his job to summoner. But his main job is not combat, but researcher. If you don't understand the information, you can ask him. Uncle Su was also one of the participants in perfecting the formation left by Mr. Su Lan. Now that he is old, he has returned to Nanzhong to retire. Okay. After hearing Su Lan's introduction, Han Yu paid more attention to Su Feng sitting at the door. He might know some news that was not recorded in the information. Then I go back first. Come back if you need anything. Seeing that Han Yu had already opened the information, Ing Yushu said no more. Well, thank you, Mentor. Han Yu first opened a black-covered book, which was about Su Lan's research records on the summoner profession. Why? Why? This doesn't conform to the rules. Han Yu saw this sentence when he opened the first page. Su Lan, who had always been wise in Han Yu's mind, seemed a little excited. I can't level up. Is it a bug? August 16, 2041. Today I cleared the Mermaid Kingdom alone, but my experience didn't increase at all. I'm not qualified to fight XXXX unless I'm level 60. The last 4 words were blocked by ink. Han Yu picked up the notebook and put it through the light. He didn't see any trace of handwriting. It was just a photocopy, and Han Yu couldn't guess more information. August 21, 2041. I once again cleared the Mermaid Kingdom. When the copy was settled, I felt the energy entering my body, very weak. Is this the embodiment of experience points? But my experience bar didn't grow at all. When I left, I felt the energy escape from my body, and I still didn't get any experience points. August 30, 2041. I found a rare experience potion. Ineffective. Challenge the Goddess Temple, ineffective. After that, Su Lan tried all kinds of ways, and tried everything he could think of, but still couldn't get a little experience point growth. February 18, 2042. I started to study my own problems. The summoning array seems to have some problems. I heard that an Ice Emperor proposed the theory of fast casting, so the summoning profession should also be able to do it. Seeing this, Han Yu became excited. Fast casting is a necessary skill for clearing high-level dungeons, but summoners don't have similar skills. I have studied it. Fast casting of the summoning array. Before level 20, remove the pronunciation of Li when reciting the spell, and the casting speed of the summoning spell can be increased by 1/3. Useless. The probability of the creature summoned by fast casting being lower than the summoner's level is greatly increased. Lack of proficiency will also lead to summoning failure. Try to call the name. After fast casting, the summoned creature remains unchanged, and the probability of the level being lower than the summoner is still increased, which is invalid. The method is, remove the recitation of the spell. And at the same time, the scepter action is omitted. Available from level 20 to level 40. Han Yu was excited when he saw it. This is an unexpected gain. Chapter 116. Other professions have fast casting, so summoners should have it too, and Su Lan had already researched the method 70 or 80 years ago. Unfortunately, the disadvantages are too great, and it has not been promoted until today, so not many people know about it, and it has even been forgotten, and no one has mentioned it to Han Yu. But this disadvantage does not exist for Han Yu. His summons are all fixed, and the attributes can be added by himself. Good stuff. Han Yu went to Su Feng's desk to get paper and pen, and wrote down all the methods for fast casting. This requires constant practice to succeed. When using skills, players will instinctively recite spells and cast spells. To use fast casting, players need to overcome the instinctive impulse from skills, and early casting failures are inevitable. Now the fast casting of ordinary mages is mainly divided into continuous reading, omission, adding words, and then combining corresponding actions. Unfortunately, Su Lan gave up after studying some of them, because the disadvantages are too great. Even he himself felt that there was no need to study. After hundreds of years of development, other magic professions have been able to speed up the casting of some low-level spells by 80%, almost instantaneous. Master, why don't you do more research? Han Yu flipped through these pages. Su Lan helped experiment with most of the summoning skills in the Research Institute, but the records became more and more vague as time went on. For example, in the complex name-calling array at the back, Su Lan explained that some syllables should be omitted and then combined with actions, but the three-part spell has multiple repeated syllables, and Su Lan did not explain which ones to omit. It seems that Su Lan was disappointed in the later stage of the research. He felt that reducing the casting time and lowering the quality of the summoned creatures would not be of any use in the dungeon. Han Yu copied all the records about fast casting and continued to turn to the back. After turning half of the book, Han Yu saw Su Lan's detailed research on various professions. The main direction was still based on the summoning array, analyzing the rules of the game, and what humans could do with these rules. Unfortunately, the more he read, the more confused Han Yu became. He couldn't understand many professional terms. Until the last part of the book, Han Yu saw an article with neat handwriting. Summoner Shackles. The possibility of reconstructing the summoning array. After analyzing the summoning array, I found that it doesn't need to be so complicated to run the array. I tried to rebuild the summoning array with the energy stone obtained from the dungeon. Failed. After removing the parts that I think are redundant, the summoning cannot be completed, but it seems that the array still has some teleportation functions, or we can try other directions. Han Yu saw this, and probably knew that this was the origin of the artificial teleportation array. Han Yu skipped the interrupted professional explanation and jumped directly to the last page of the book. Giving players power and so many locks, not just summoning, I found locks in all the profession's abilities, but summoning is undoubtedly the most affected. If the shackles are removed, summoning should be far more powerful than it is now. Then, there was a long paragraph of black ink, and all the words in the middle were hidden until the last sentence at the end. I seem to have found a huge puzzle, but unfortunately, I have no direction for the answer. Han Yu turned the page again, but it was already the last page. Lock? Han Yu did not feel any restriction when using skills normally, and was even more confused about the lock that Su Lan mentioned. Han Yu looked up and saw that the sun had already set outside the window. He had been in this archive room for an entire afternoon. Just as he was about to open the next book, Su Feng's voice came from behind. Have you found something useful? Han Yu turned around and didn't know when Su Feng had stood behind him. Mr. Su, I found something useful for me. Mr. Su Lan is really talented. Yeah, that's right. The fast casting he studied should be very useful to you. This method has been forgotten for too long, and I guess no one has mentioned it to you. Mr. Su, I want to ask, many of these notes are blocked by ink. Is it a secret? Those blocked words had no effect on Han Yu now. He was just a little curious. No. Su Feng also frowned. Since he disappeared, these ink balls have been there. The people in Shanghai have tried to analyze it, but they can't figure out what it was supposed to be. They can only guess through the context. This is what Su Lan left before he left? Han Yu was even more confused. It's not that Shanghai didn't make it public, but that this information was hidden. Shanghai didn't figure it out, and Han Yu didn't think about it anymore, and prepared to read the next notebook. The other one is all about formation research. I guess you can't understand it now. Han Yu, who was about to open the book, was stunned for a moment. The first book was an essay, and Han Yu was confused about some parts. If it was a professional study, he would probably not understand it even more. At this time, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Mr. Su. Open the door. See what good things I brought you. Yes. Su Feng replied with full energy. Xiao Zhang brought me something. You can read it if you want. Then he turned and left. Han Yu thought about it, and opened the book. He took a look at the various formation diagrams and term explanations. They were all words, but Han Yu couldn't understand them when they were combined. Han Yu felt his head swollen after reading 2 pages. Is anyone there? The voice came from the door again. Han Yu, come and take a look at your father's handwritten notes. It's been this afternoon. I told him that he couldn't understand the rest, but he didn't listen. Han Yu also heard that it was Zhang Yi at the door, who said he couldn't understand it. I taught him. Didn't he understand it? He is now a student of our compound. Han Yu, come out quickly. Read it later. Zhang Yi shouted inside. Han Yu turned 2 pages, but he couldn't understand it very well. He got up and walked out with 2 handwritten notes. Dean, Mr. Su, I read it later. I really don't understand it. Han Yu rubbed his temples. He was a little tired after reading for an afternoon. He handed the book to Su Feng. Don't worry, you will understand it after you finish studying in the miscellaneous courtyard. Sit for a while. I brought good things here today. Zhang Yi took out a white jade bottle from his arms. A famous wine from 100 years ago. It took a lot of effort to collect it. You may have a chance to taste it if you are lucky today. I also brought some snacks. You have been reading for an afternoon. Let's eat something quickly. Forget it, I don't drink much. Han Yu was not interested in wine. He was going to go back to experiment with fast casting. Why are you in a hurry? Your equipment is almost ready. I will take you to get it after eating. He pressed Han Yu in front of the table. Chapter 117. So fast? It's been less than 3 days. Han Yu remembered that it took a week to customize leather armor for Hu Yun last time, and there were special requirements this time. Han kid, you stay. There are not many people in this archive room except Xiao Zhang. Have a drink with me. Su Feng looked up and down with a bottle of wine, obviously very satisfied with the wine Zhang Yi brought. Okay, then I have a meal. Both of them spoke, and Han Yu had no reason to refuse. That's right, you go out and wait for me first, I pack up and go out. Then he turned around and returned a note that Han Yu had just read to its original place. Han Yu and Zhang Yi waited at the door together. Zhang Yi, holding a bottle of wine and snacks in his hand, asked, How is it, did you gain anything? Han Yu nodded. Of course, Mr. Su Lan is indeed a genius. He actually researched the secret of the summoner's fast casting 80 years ago. Hearing Han Yu's words, Zhang Yi seemed to suddenly remember. Yes. I forgot to tell you that this method may be useful to you too. Well, it is indeed very useful to me, but I still need to go back and experiment to see if it is practical. What do you think of the concept of lock? Zhang Yi looked at Han Yu and continued to ask. Lock? Han Yu thought about it. No feeling, I didn't feel any restrictions. If there are any, they are the restrictions of the summoning profession, and my talent has broken some of these restrictions. Well, indeed. Zhang Yi nodded. But the stronger the talent, the more you can feel the existence of the lock in the later stage. If there is that day, maybe you will take the same path as Mr. Su Lan. The stronger the talent, the more you can feel the existence of the lock? Han Yu recalled this sentence. Mr. Su Lan believes that the reason why he can't continue to upgrade is because the lock has taken effect on him. In the later stage of his research, the purpose of all research is to break the existence of the lock. But until he disappeared, he couldn't find the real reason. Han Yu fell into thinking again. Zhang Yi meant that his talent was not even inferior to Su Lan, and it was very likely that he would go the same way as Su Lan. Is this why Zhang Yi has always paid special attention to him? At this time, Su Feng walked out of the archives room. Let's go, let's have a drink. He locked the door of the archives room and opened the door of the next room. Is this where Mr. Su lives? Han Yu originally thought he was going to go somewhere, but he didn't expect it to be next door. Mr. Su was interested in archives, so he just lived next door. Zhang Yi and Han Yu followed Su Lan into the room. This should have been a classroom, but now it has been converted into a living room. There is enough space, both the bedroom and the living room. Sit down, sit down. I'm just an old man, so I don't care. Hurry up and give me the wine. Then he placed 3 small wine glasses in front of the 2 people. Good boy, this is really good wine from 100 years ago. Where did you get it? Su Feng held the bottle and was reluctant to put it down. Then he gently opened the bottle cap, and the room was immediately filled with the aroma of wine. Good stuff, good stuff. Su Feng poured a glass in front of each person, 3 glasses per person, and I will leave the rest for you to taste slowly. The wine from 100 years ago was poured out like amber, crystal clear. It must have a special preservation method to keep the wine in this state, otherwise it would have been left with an empty bottle. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Su Feng said after taking a sip. It's just some small problems with the engraving array. Zhang Yi was not embarrassed and directly stated his purpose. I knew you were such a kid, otherwise you wouldn't have brought such good wine to me. Let's talk about that after we finish drinking. Let's drink. Han Yu toasted Su Feng and said, Mr. Su, can you tell me about Mr. Su Lan's youth? Although he didn't know Su Feng's exact age, when Su Lan was still alive, Su Feng had already remembered things, or knew some unknown things in the diary. Knowing the concept of locks, Han Yu became more and more interested in Su Lan's research. Since he found out that he couldn't upgrade, he has been busy thinking of ways every day, and he doesn't have much time to take care of us. Han Yu felt that there might be some estrangement between Su Feng and Su Lan, But Su Feng still chose to summon, and chose to continue his research along his father's path. What he said most at that time was, "Impossible, impossible, how could this happen?" But I still remember one sentence he said. Su Feng paused while holding the cup. He said that summoning is the profession that is closest to the answer. Although I don't know what it means. And it doesn't make any sense, I have never forgotten it. Before that, he was sometimes ecstatic because of his research and discovery of something. But after saying this, he never frowned again. Even when he discovered the teleportation array and the pet scroll. Until the last day, he took me and my brother to the amusement park that was rebuilt at that time, accompanied us for a day, and disappeared that night. That amusement park seems to still be there now, but I have never been there again. As he said that, he drank the wine in his hand. Just after he finished drinking, he showed a look of pain on his face. "You kid. I didn't taste it properly again." "Haha, then I won't drink this, just change it to ordinary wine for me." Hanyu smiled awkwardly. Anyway, he couldn't tell any difference except that it smelled good. "Forget it, let's talk while eating. It's not easy to have a summoner with good talent. Since you are interested, I will talk to you." The three of them drank 3 cups of appetizers brought by Zhang Yi and changed to other wines. In the beginning, Su Feng was still talking to Han Yu about Su Lan. Later, Su Feng and Zhang Yi discussed professional issues. Han Yu couldn't get a word in, so he just listened quietly. After an hour, it was time to end, and Zhang Yi took Han Yu away. "Let's go, I take you to see the mask you want. You've exhausted my students." After Zhang Yi had an idea, he handed over the specific operations to his students. "Thank you, Dean." Han Yu scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Forging a mask that has never existed before is naturally very time-consuming, but Zhang Yi did not ask him to pay, just let him register in the miscellaneous courtyard, which is almost no loss to him, and even beneficial. "What, Dean? Call me teacher, you are also my student." Zhang Yi was slightly drunk, but he was entangled in Han Yu's address. "Okay, thank you, teacher." Han Yu and Zhang Yi left the Element Academy building. The cold wind blew, and the drunkenness dissipated. The two walked to the miscellaneous courtyard. Chapter 118. Following Zhang Yi to the enchantment room in the compound, before entering, there was an excited shout from inside. "Finally done. The effect is perfect, and in line with expectations. I've wanted to make such equipment for a long time, but I'm afraid the teacher won't let me. Or our junior brother has an idea. You want to peek? If the teacher finds out, I beat you to death." A female voice with a threatening tone said. "How can I have the courage of my junior brother?" He said it in front of the principal. "Do you think he really doesn't use it to enter the women's bathhouse?" "Haha, my junior brother is known as the Feather God. If he enters the women's bathhouse, he will probably be eaten alive. Do you think everyone is the same as you?" Zhang Yi coughed lightly, and then pushed open the door. 3 people in the enchantment room were looking around a mask. "Teacher." The 3 of them raised their heads at the same time, and greeted hurriedly. After a pause, the boy holding the mask finally reacted and came up. "Teacher, it's finally done, it should be considered to meet the requirements." Zhang Yi took it and handed it directly to Han Yu. "Take a look, is it suitable?" Han Yu took it, and checked the properties first. Shapeshift mask. Armor, mask. Quality, purple. Magic defense, 99 to 109. Energy +1. Trait 1. Shapeshift. After wearing it, you can use one of the 3 faces stored in the mask to change the original face, and continue to consume energy. Trait 2. Ordinary person. After wearing the mask, the user's presence is reduced. If the user's energy is more than 5 points higher than the surrounding creatures, they will be subconsciously ignored. Wearing requirements. Energy greater than 20. Unfortunately, we can only meet the requirements through shape-shifting. There are only 3 faces engraved in it, and we can't choose freely. See if it fits? It fits, very fit. 3 faces are enough, and I don't do this kind of thing often. A short boy jumped out from behind the person who was speaking. "Junior brother, in order to make you imitate more like, we also added a voice change function to it, to ensure that you will not be discovered even if you enter the women's bathhouse. Oh yes, there is also a female face." "So powerful?" Han Yu looked at the equipment introduction just now, and there is no such function. Hee, this is the perfect combination of technology and equipment. We just added a miniature voice changer to the mouth. But remember to replenish the battery in time. "Thank you everyone, I will treat all the brothers and sisters to dinner." Han Yu accepted the mask with satisfaction. Since they all called him junior brother, they were naturally his brothers and sisters. What a pity! Just finished eating. In the enchantment room, There were already a pile of lunch boxes on the ground. It seemed that the three had been here for 2 or 3 days. I want to go back and have a nap now, so I won't chat with you anymore. Me too, I'm so tired. Another boy yawned, wishing he could go back and have a good nap. Okay, you guys should go back and have a rest. Johnny wanted to introduce a few people to Hanyu, but seeing that they were all so tired, he didn't say much. Thank you, teacher. Then, little brother, we leave first. The three of them left, and Hanyu and Zhang didn't stay any longer. When they left, Zhang said, after you reach level 20, remember to change your secondary profession to an enchanter. When I have time, I teach you some basic things, and you'll be able to understand most of Mr. Su Lan's notes. Thank you, teacher. Hanyu nodded. He was very interested in Su Lan now. The secondary occupation would naturally be to become an enchanter. Well, let's go back. I guess you are tired today. Hanyu, who returned to the dormitory, was indeed a little tired, but he couldn't suppress his excitement. First, he tried the anthropomorphic mask. After putting it on, his face changed rapidly, and he became a stranger he had never seen before. Square face, thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking regular but without any characteristics. After turning on the voice changer, Hanyu's voice also became rougher. Although it still had a little immaturity, it was very consistent with his current age. Not bad, not bad. Hanyu was more satisfied after confirming the function. Try it again. Sure enough, there was a girl, and a girl's face to match it. The sweet and cute appearance plus the soft voice made Hanyu, who was speaking, feel a little hair standing on end. You don't really think I want to take this thing to the women's bathhouse, do you? Hurriedly putting away the mask, Hanyu began to try to use the fast casting recorded in the book. Take out the eye scepter, Hanyu slowly recites the spell and fails. Even though Hanyu has slowed down his speech speed, even if he succeeds, it probably won't increase the casting speed, but he still fails. And it also consumes energy. Hanyu can only try again and fails again. After 3 consecutive failures, Hanyu took out his records and carefully read every sentence left by Su Lan. Speak faster, and don't pause before and after the omitted words, otherwise the failure may increase. Hanyu felt that his problem was that he was too cautious, so he tried again. Once, twice. The summoning array in front of him finally appeared, and the last stroke was made. Ellie Finn and Huyun walked out of it. It takes about 3 seconds, saving more than 1 second. Hanyu roughly calculated it, and this was when he was not very skilled. It is estimated that if he continues to practice, he can improve the summoning time to less than 2 seconds. Moreover, the current communication between different worlds still takes the longest time. If only a single summon is summoned, it is estimated that it can be faster. Su Lan, the eternal god. Hanyu shouted this sentence from his heart. Ellie and others who walked out of the summoning array looked around, and did not find any enemies. They looked at Hanyu in confusion. I will send you back now. I am experimenting with something. Hanyu cancelled the summoning. It is a bit troublesome to summon an intelligent creature. Every time it is summoned, it has to be explained. After sending Ellie and others back, Hanyu used the falcon summoning to experiment again this time. After reciting the spell again and again, Hanyu was finally able to stably control the time for the falcon summoning to appear within 1 second. Not bad, this effect seems to be stronger than the record. He remembered that Su Lan's record was to increase the casting speed by 1/3. But now, he has only practiced for less than an hour, and he has reached the average speed in the record. Is this because I am extremely talented? Or, the lock is loose? Hanyu thought of the locks mentioned frequently in the notes, for no reason. If these syllables that can be deleted are locks, then casting quickly will remove the locks. Now there is too little information, and it is useless to rely on yourself. Hanyu tried other skills again. Shadow Blade Mantis Summoning, Molten Rock Lizard Summoning. Each time from the formation of the magic circle to the appearance of the summoned creature, it takes only about 1 second. However, the success rate is still only 70%, and more practice is needed. Chapter 119. Feeling that his energy was almost exhausted, Hanyu took out his mobile phone. The mask was already in hand, and it was time to contact Wang Hongbo. After a conversation, it was finally time to talk about the address. Wang Hongbo, tell me your location, I will arrange a branch closest to you. Wait yo, just tell me the location, I will drive there, I am in the suburbs. Don't worry, there are many branches in Zisong City. This is not a small city like Haicheng. Just tell me your address. There are more than 1 or 2 branches in Zisong City. Hanyu felt that he had underestimated the strength of the new bishop in Zisong City before. The control of mountains and seas in such a big city should not be weak, and the new bishop is actually quite strong. Somewhat surprised, Hanyu continued to reply with an address, which was a public dungeon entrance near the school. You really ran quite far. Wang Hongba sent an address, not in the suburbs, but close to the city. Wei Yao. Okay, brother Wang, I will arrive at 7 p.m. tomorrow. I'm afraid there will be some trouble during the day. Well, be careful and don't show your true colors. Recently Zizong City has been checking very strictly. If they are not really short of people, they probably won't be willing to accept you. Okay, brother Wang, I will arrive on time tomorrow. After cutting off contact with Wang Hongba, Hanyu decided to strengthen the poison hunting longbow in his hand tomorrow. This is his strongest offensive weapon now. The double bonus of energy and strength can greatly improve Hanyu's output. The evaluation of the new bishop's strength has been improved again. Hanyu thinks it is better to make more preparations. The next morning, Hanyu went to the Elemental Academy to attend a class on advanced magic principle analysis. He didn't gain much, but he learned a lot more about elemental mages. Then he received 3 enhancement materials, and spent 100 credits to buy 2 enhancement resources. Enhance the Poison Hunter by +5. The previous few levels of enhancement only temporarily increased the basic damage, and the damage of each attack increased from 223 to 253 to 353 to 393. Later, there was a risk of enhancement failure. After the enhancement of +10, if the enhancement failed, even the weapon would explode. From 6 to 7 o'clock, it was the time when the school teleportation array was opened. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Hanyu returned to the basement of his dormitory, drove the ordinary black car, and teleported directly to the school gate through the dormitory's teleportation array. Hanyu did not get off the car. He came to the outside of the school through the teleportation array. Looking back, Nanjing University seemed like an independent city isolated from Zizong City. If we count according to the number of central rings in Zizong City, Nanjing University should be outside the 8th ring of Zizong City, belonging to the suburbs of the suburbs. That's why Hanyu set off an hour earlier. Just a few minutes after he left the campus, the priest of the new bishop in the Lijiang River section of Lingue City received the news that Hanyu had left school. Finally out, the priest of the new bishop actually stayed by the Lijiang River for more than a month. Pulling up the last net of the day, the fisherman picked up one of the palm-sized blue fish. Out of the water, the blue fish was still full of energy, constantly opening its mouth to reveal a rare mouthful of sharp teeth, but it was caught in the hands of the fisherman, and the attack had no effect at all. The priest instead handed over his finger, and the sharp teeth of the fish's mouth bit his finger, oozing a drop of blood, which dripped and flowed into the mouth of the blue-spotted fish. The caught blue-spotted fish struggled more fiercely, and was thrown back into the river by the fisherman. It scurried around under the water of the Li River with red eyes, more excited than before being caught. Then he opened his game interface, and found the contact from the friend interface. I will train you to be the strongest puppet before the sacrifice day. The fisherman left the fishing boat, and walked towards his thatched hut. Behind him, Ertzi, who was carrying sundries, followed closely. Ertzi, you will have new friends to accompany you soon. Ertzi did not speak, but just laughed twice. But don't worry, I won't abandon you. The address Wang Hongba gave this time was not far from the city. Hanyu drove for 20 minutes, and just arrived at the outskirts of Zizong City. The road was lined with green trees left by urban construction. Except for the occasional dim street lights, there were only a few returning birds calling. Until a woman with disheveled clothes appeared under a street light. With the help of the dim street light, Hanyu looked at the woman with tears on her face, and waved to Hanyu who was driving by, as if asking for help. Hanyu looked sideways, stepped on the accelerator, and sped past. Ripped the clothes, but not the private parts. You're still setting up a trap, not professional at all. The waiting woman was stunned for a moment as she watched the car leave quickly. Yi Wu, your appeal seems to be almost zero. After Hanyu's car left, a thin man walked out of the shadow behind the street light, and said, as he looked at Hanyu's car that was leaving quickly. How could a hot-blooded student not stop the car, when he saw a pitiful woman under the dim street light? The woman looked at the direction the car left with a cold look. Unless he didn't look back at all. The windows of the car prepared by the school for Hanyu were all covered with black anti-peep film, and they did not see Hanyu's movements in the car. I don't believe you chased me. The woman pulled up her clothes, and a dagger flew out of her sleeves and nailed it to a tree in front of her. She disappeared instantly. Hanyu drove the car and passed a street light again, and saw another woman standing next to the street light. She was disheveled, and I don't know who had roughly torn her skirt into pieces, exposing her fair skin. She waved at Han Yu, still saying something, and it seemed like she was asking for help from her lip shape. "It's not over yet," Han Yu muttered. This time he was really much more professional. But this speed was obviously not that of an ordinary person. As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, the car rushed forward. There was something else to do today, so he didn't have time to waste with these people. Tick. The phone beeped, and Han Yu took it out. It was a message from Wang Hongbo. "Brother Wei, the situation has changed." "Change the address." "Wei Yao, Brother Wang, with our relationship, are you still doing this? Last time, at least I changed the address after I arrived. This time, I haven't arrived yet, and I changed the address." "Wang Hongbo, I really didn't mean it, brother. The original branch had an emergency action today. I just found out about it, so I came to notify you." "Wei Yao, okay, then I'll be there later. Brother Wang, don't lie to me again." "Wang Hongbo, don't worry, it's definitely the real address. In my heart, you are one of my own, just one ceremony away." Han Yu put down his phone, turned the car head, and changed direction at the intersection. "Let's go straight ahead." He seems to have discovered something. The thin man saw Han Yu suddenly turn the car around. A huge sword appeared in his right hand, and his right arm also expanded rapidly. Chapter 120. Damn it, I must taste what his body tastes like today. Hee, dream on. His body was specifically requested by the priest in the south, but I will accept his ghost. The two men rushed out from under the street light at the same time, and two black shadows flew towards Han Yu's vehicle. Han Yu suddenly felt a sense of alarm in his heart, and braked suddenly, and a huge arm smashed the front of the car. The front of the car was almost smashed through, and smoke rose. At the same time, a dagger flew in from the cracked car window, only to take Han Yu's throat. "New bishop? I don't go to you, but you come to me." Talent-sharing Shadow Blade Mantis. Han Yu held the dagger in front, quickly stabbed the car window, and jumped out of the car. First get out of the siege range. Fighting with two people in the car is obviously not rational. After stabilizing his body a little, Han Yu saw clearly what attacked him. On the roof, a woman holding a dagger looked at Han Yu coldly. She was the woman who had been waiting at Han Yu under the streetlight just now, but now her face was covered with a layer of black blood, and there was a faint mist on her body. The arm that hit the front of the car just now belonged to a skinny man, but his right arm was swollen to half a foot thick, and the exposed flesh and blood kept flowing from the arm, forming a wailing human face from time to time. In contrast to the weird arm, the man's thin body looked extremely abrupt, and the nearly half-foot-wide giant sword in his hand was not so prominent. Ghost Swordsman Shadow Thorn? Han Yu looked at the two people on the roof and quickly recognized their professions. Behind Han Yu, a group of blood bats flew towards Han Yu quickly. "And there is a blood mage. You really think highly of me." All of them are second-level fallen professions. Maybe because of the failure of the last hunt, the new bishop has invested a lot this time. Han Yu replaced the dagger in his hand with a scepter and quickly used the summoning array. "Hurry up and solve it. This place is not far from the city." His summons are a bit troublesome. The hoarse voice of the ghost swordsman sounded. "Don't worry, when his life-saving skills are used up, it will be his death." The woman hooked her lips, and the four daggers in her hands cut through the air and flew towards Han Yu at the same time, with black mist rising from her body. The ghost swordsman jumped off the car, and his swollen and twisted right arm was rolling with blood and chi, and the giant sword in his hand was also wrapped in blood and chi, making a whimpering sound. Facing the upcoming attack, Han Yu did not move at all, but quickly used the summoning array. If it was before, Han Yu would have to dodge before summoning, but after casting quickly, he was sure to complete the summoning array before the attack came, and wait for the summoned creature to come out before dodging, provided that success was guaranteed. For daggers flew at a very fast speed, but they were dodged one by Han Yu's super high agility, and the daggers fell in 4 directions around Han Yu. "I shouldn't have set a flag." Han Yu cursed in his heart. Summoning the Shadow Blade Mantis failed. After the communication with the other world was successful, he relaxed a little, and failed once. The archer with shared talent? That way you will only die faster. A cold female voice came from behind Han Yu. The woman who was on the roof just now followed the dagger to the back of Han Yu. Han Yu, who had just completed several summoning arrays, rushed forward suddenly. He had already prepared for the other party to appear behind him at any time. After all, he was facing a fallen assassin. There was no attack at the place where the sound was made. Yu's body suddenly appeared in front of Han Yu, and there was also a dagger stuck here. Han Yu rushed forward and collided with Ying Xi's. A dagger with a cold light emerged from Ying Xi's hand, and pierced Han Yu's chest. Unable to dodge, Han Yu was attacked for the first time, triggering Han Yu's Pioneer title, Shield Generation, and Damage Reduction effect. But even with the Pioneer Shield and Damage Reduction, Han Yu still lost hundreds of blood points. This is the damage after being close to the assassin, elusive, and killed with one blow. The injured Han Yu showed a panic on his face, as if he couldn't understand why the assassin appeared in front of him. After a successful attack, Ing Ci just laughed. And your immune skill, quickly release it, maybe you can hold on for a while. Really? Han Yu smiled with a smile on his face, and his panic expression disappeared. He didn't even mean to use the South China University of Technology's rescue token. Looking up, the ghost swordsman had already reached Han Yu when he attacked with the shadow stab, and the arm corroded by the ghost raised the giant sword to slash at Han Yu. The sound of the bloodbats vibrating their wings behind him was getting closer and closer, and the bloody smell had begun to spread. As long as he stayed here, he would face the continuous attacks of the three people. But at this moment, Han Yu, who was kneeling on one knee, disappeared from the spot, and his body completely disappeared. Shadow Blade Mantis missed Shadow Leap. The ghost swordsman slashed the ground with a sword, stirring up dust all over the sky. The blood bats still rushed forward, hit the ghost swordsman's arm, and were swallowed by the rolling flesh and blood. Cross slash. The ghost swordsman released another range attack skill, but there was no feedback. Where is he? Yi Wu and ghost swordsman were both stunned. When they saw Han Yu disappear, the first thing they thought of was the stealth skill. They didn't have any intention of stopping their attacks. Even if they used stealth, they were temporarily within their attack range. But in the instant Han Yu disappeared, all the attacks failed, which meant that Han Yu had left here. It is recorded that he has no stealth skill at all, and he ran away. Ghost swordsman raised his giant sword, very angry. Isn't this a skill of your assassins? Why can a summoner use it? Chase! Stealth won't last long, he can't run far. Shadowthorn also had a look of resentment on his face. How many skills does this Han Yu have? He is obviously not even level 20, but he has a variety of skills. Easily escaped from the hands of the two. But before he finished speaking, a shrill cry came from the woods. The returning birds were flying in the woods, and it was obvious that a fight had taken place inside, and it seemed that one side was injured. A strong bloody aura rose from the green forest, and the two people's eyes lit up. Xueqi, this kid didn't run away. Still thinking about counterattack. Should I say he is confident or arrogant? Shadow Assassin waved his hand, and all the daggers returned to his body, and he and the ghost swordsman quickly rushed towards the dense forest. But just after stepping into the woods, Ellie, who was standing on the tree, scattered and released, forcing the two to retreat. Han Yu summoned creature, I thought his summoning was unsuccessful. The ghost swordsman took a scatter, and it seemed that he was not affected, but just took a step back. When Han Yu used the summoning array, the target was the forest behind him, and the target he wanted to solve first was the blood mage hiding in the forest. It was really disgusting for a mage to cast skills in the back during the battle. Chapter 121. The two people who were busy attacking even thought that Han Yu's summoning array was interrupted by the attack, but they didn't expect that he had already appeared in the woods. Don't worry about the summons, just go over. Han Yu had already appeared more than 10 meters in front of him. In front of him was a pool of blood that was constantly flowing, and it was quickly moving towards the back. It was the blood pool of the blood mage's life-saving skill. I said there was no need to bring a mage over. It's only been a few seconds, and you've used a life-saving skill, the ghost swordsman said impatiently. The fire element is extremely restraining to the ghost swordsman, so he naturally doesn't like mages. Shadowthorn didn't speak, the dagger in his hand flew out, and his body leaned forward, ready to attack again. But Huyan rushed out from the shadows, and rushed towards them quickly. He opened his mouth, roared and vibrated his eardrums, and used soul stealing. When they saw Huyan rushing out, the two had already prepared for it. The flesh and blood on the ghost swordsman spread, wrapped his whole body, and his right arm became a little thinner. His body was temporarily stagnant due to the influence of soul stealing. But after only a second, the ghost swordsman resumed his action, holding the giant sword and continuing to rush forward. Then I go first. The shadow thorn beside him also turned into a ball of black mist before being controlled. Although it was not immune to control, it was immune to the next damage. At the same time, the molten rock lizard rushed over from another direction, and the ghost swordsman dodged sideways. The molten rock lizard didn't even look at him, and rushed directly towards Yi Wu. This was Han Yu's order, they just needed to stop the assassin. Ghost 3 quickly rushed towards Han Yu, and the blood mage finally left the blood pool state and regained his human form. The weakness was discovered, and the dagger was stabbed out. A blood hole appeared on the throat of the blood mage, who had just stood up. Blood splattered, but was absorbed by the blood mage. The injured blood mage still used the skill, Hell Blood Fang. Blood gathered under Han Yu's feet, and a bloody mouth from the ground bit Han Yu, not to cause damage, but just to keep Han Yu away from himself. He really didn't feel safe when such a player got close to him. Han Yu put away the dagger, replaced it with a staff, and quickly retreated. Ice Flower. Flame Totem. Only now did Han Yu have time to release auxiliary skills. Han Yu's 2 skills released made the blood mage feel relieved. He was originally an extremely cautious person. Even if his 2 teammates thought it was a sure win, he still didn't show up. But he didn't expect that just after releasing a bloodbat, Han Yu would quietly touch him. He was attacked by Han Yu twice, and was frightened by Han Yu's damage, and used the blood pool directly. They had all read Han Yu's information roughly before coming. Shueqi knew that he was about to be controlled, and he might be killed instantly by the damage of Han Yu's summons. Now that Han Yu was finally forced away, he waved his staff, Blood. But before he could finish his words, he felt a chill on his neck, and a gust of wind appeared behind him. His precious blood seemed to be draining away quickly. Shueqi instinctively sucked the blood back, but then he felt dizzy, and saw a headless body on the ground frantically catching blood. Ah! The head on the ground let out a shrill cry, and the body gradually twisted and fell, blood bursting all over the ground, and the blood mage died on the spot. It is said that the blood mage has a strong vitality. He can still shout out even with only one head left. Han Yu turned around and looked at the ghost swordsman, with a smile on his face. His front was blocked by rapidly growing vines, which were tying him up. In the forest, Han Yu summoned the Shadow Blade Mantis again, and made all the battle preparations, waiting for this team to enter. With just a stealth, Han Yu quickly took the initiative of the battle into his own hands. What? The sudden death of the blood mage made the ghost warrior stunned for a moment. Why is the damage of a flashing shadow so high? With Han Yu's damage, the blood mage was directly harvested. Although the blood mage was fragile, he didn't die so quickly. But before they entered the green forest, the blood mage had already suffered a wave of attacks from Han Yu and Ellie, and even the ignition of the flame-tailed demon fox. Otherwise, he would not have used the blood pool. So he was harvested by Han Yu and the Shadow Blade Mantis just after he stood up. I say, you underestimated me. Han Yu looked at the stunned ghost warrior with a contemptuous tone. Oh, you don't think this thing can trap me, do you? The ghost swordsman reacted quickly, and the tumors that were originally all over his body gathered on his right arm again. He slashed the ground with a giant sword in his hand, and the vines that had gathered were instantly cut off. But the vines that were cut only lost some branches. Then had planted 3 seeds here, and the remaining vines continued to entangle the ghost swordsman. Rage, slash wildly. The giant sword that had just landed was instantly raised. The seemingly heavy giant sword seemed to have no weight in the hands of the alienated ghost swordsman. 7 sword lights were slashed in the air, and all the vines close to him were chopped into pieces. The ghost swordsman did not stop the giant sword in his hand, and chopped towards Han Yu with unparalleled offensive. He is really something. Han Yu really did not expect that this second-level ghost swordsman could actually chop all the vines with one blow. These vines made the 23rd level mutants in the dungeon helpless. But what Han Yu wanted was the ghost swordsman to rush towards him. When the attack was about to come, Han Yu hit his figure again, and used the gallop skill at the same time. Although the blood mage's head was taken by the Shadow Blade Mantis just now, and the Shadow Leap did not refresh, his Mist Shadow can be used again within 10 seconds. With the speed bonus provided by the Mist Shadow and the gallop, Han Yu quickly ran towards the outside of the green forest in stealth mode. The ghost swordsman, who was originally aggressive, saw Han Yu fall into stealth again and instantly lost his target. Stealth is still possible. The ghost swordsman did not expect that Han Yu could use stealth again in such a short time, so he could only attack randomly around. At this time, Han Yu had already touched the side of Shadow Assassin Yi Wu. She had just left the Black Fog state, and was taunted again. At the same time, the Flame-Tail Fox's Earth Fire erupted at the same time. In the taunting state, the tree's Ailey's continuous attack also shot at the same time, and the Flame-Tail Fox's second round of Earth Fire eruption also arrived. In the short few seconds when Yi Wu was controlled, all the damage of Han Yu's summons poured into her, and the cooperation did not stop at all. An assassin's body is fragile, and all the skills hit her, and her health quickly dropped to less than half. But Han Yu had already touched not far away, and at the same time, Shadow Blade Mantis also landed behind her with a shadow jump, ready to launch an attack. In the next second, she would be harvested by Hanyu and Shadow Blade Mantis like the Blood Mage. Earlier than expected, it seems that because of the toughness bonus, when Shadow Blade Mantis used Shadow Leap and was about to launch an attack, Yiwu was out of control. Chapter 122. The assassin's dangerous instinct made Yiwu, who had just escaped from control, stand on end. Although she didn't know where the next attack would be, she knew that she might die in the next second. Without time to think, Yiwu knelt on one knee, and black mist filled her body. Assassination field. The Shadow Blade Mantis was about to launch an attack, and 8 daggers flew out of Yiwu's body. With Yiwu as the center, a layer of black mist rose. The Shadow Blade Mantis lost its target. In an instant, the black mist dissipated, the rock armor on the molten rock lizard was broken, and its thick leather armor was also pierced, and blood like magma flowed out. And Yiwu, who was originally in the center, turned into 8, and a black human figure appeared at the position of the 8 daggers. Where is my shadow clone? Hanyu finally knew why this assassin suddenly appeared in front of him before. However, the damage of this assassination field is indeed very high. Even if the attack is to the molten rock lizard, it still breaks up all its defenses, and also knocks off 1/3 of its blood. If the attack was really on Hanyu would be killed instantly. Unfortunately, Hanyu still had several life-saving methods that were useless. The stealth time was almost up, and Hanyu no longer hid. Attacking in stealth mode could also trigger the special effect of hunting poison. Unfortunately, what was shared now was the talent of Shadow Blade Mantis. Although the attributes were not much different, there was no shooting talent at all. Hanyu could only draw the bow and shoot arrows based on his memory. Fortunately, the 8 standing black shadows did not move. An arrow flew out and hit a black shadow in the assassination area. The penetration effect attacked another black shadow. At the same time as Hanyu launched the attack, Shadow Blade Mantis also chose an attack target. The other summoned creatures also attacked the clones. Each clone screamed in different degrees, but none of them moved. The blood bars of the attacked black shadows appeared almost at the same time. They were exactly the same. They did not dissipate directly after being attacked as Hanyu imagined. There is something. He did not expect that the 7 clones except for the main body were all entities in some sense. Is each one of them the real body? This made Hanyu confused, or the real body can be freely transferred in the clones. Hanyu simply stopped struggling to find out which one was the real body, and started to output with all his strength, just killing them all. Hanyu and Shadow Blade Mantis attacked a black shadow at the same time. The black shadow's blood bar dropped rapidly. When there was only 1/3 left, it dissipated on the spot, and turned into a ball of black mist. The clone has a limit to its endurance, and its defense is obviously not as good as the real one, so it cannot move freely. Hanyu saw a clone dissipate, and she had a clue in her heart. If she really summoned 8 clones with the same HP and could attack freely, she could use the human wave tactic. Yiwu, who was attacked by the Shadow Blade Mantis, looked behind him in horror. The huge insect with dangerous light flashing on its forelimbs was a summoned creature of Hanyu that she had never seen before. But the damage was higher than any summoned creature in Hanyu's data. Goes 3. Let's go, this is a pervert. The data is seriously wrong. He has become stronger again. 7 clones spoke at the same time, shouting to the ghost swordsman behind. Under the high-level attacks of Hanyu and the summoned creatures, her clones could not hold on for long. Moreover, the limitations of this clone are too great. Although she can move in the clone, she can only move in these 8 positions. Once the movements are inconsistent, and she is discovered by Hanyu, she will be attacked by all the summons. So now she doesn't even dare to run away directly and expose her true body. They can't say that they don't take this hunt against Hanyu lightly. 3 second-level degenerate professionals, and Ghost Swordsman goes 3, who ranks high among the members of Song City. But Hanyu has a summon that is not in the record, and a high damage that exceeds the data. Instantly turned herself from prey to hunter, and now she, a second-level Shadow Thorn, has become a prey that may be killed at any time. When Hanyu appeared, the Ghost Swordsman rushed towards him, but when he was running, he found that he had an extra deceleration effect on his body. And it was a full 10 layers of deceleration. Then 10 spores all drilled into his respiratory tract when he was crazy. So that after Hanyu had solved a Yiwu clone, he couldn't get here. And he couldn't even find the annoying skeleton next to Hanyu. At this time, Finn had planted himself in the soil, still muttering, "Good nutrients, good nutrients." The blood of the Ghost Swordsman is much richer than that of ordinary monsters, but unfortunately the vines can't withstand his attacks. Now they can only grow on the ground, secretly absorbing the blood left by the Blood Mage to repair the wounds that have just been cut off. The vines were crushed, which made Finn feel painful, but now the spores have found such a good breeding ground, and Finn couldn't help getting excited. The ghost swordsman rushed towards Hanyu with difficult steps, and after 2 steps, he slowed down even more. The spores are growing rapidly in his body. Hanyu, you deserve to die. The ghost swordsman roared. His right arm swelled and twisted, blood and flesh kept rolling, and then he bit it. He tore off a large piece of dirty blood and broken flesh and spat it on the ground. 2 more bites in a row. As the blood and flesh of the ghost swordsman fell off, he also completely got rid of the influence of deceleration. He dragged the giant sword towards Hanyu quickly. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Hanyu shot 2 arrows himself. Without the talent of Ellie as a foundation, the speed of attacking with a bow and arrow was too slow. Seeing that the assassin wanted to escape, he put away the longbow and shared Finn's talent. The seeds were thrown at the shadow thorn, and 10 spores were thrown again at the ghost swordsman, who was rushing towards him. Seeing the seeds fall, Yiwu knew that she couldn't wait any longer. She didn't have the ability of the ghost swordsman to break through the vines instantly. If she was entangled by the dream vines, she would probably be killed. Shadow attack. The remaining clones on the ground suddenly jumped into the air at the same time, but their target was no longer Hanyu, but outside the green forest. Yiwu was already scared, and she no longer had the courage to continue to assassinate Hanyu. After all, Hanyu's life-saving skill, the falling feather rain blade, had not been used until now, and he had not even shared the talent of the molten rock lizard, so she had no chance to kill him at all. 7 black shadows jumped into the air and quickly combined together, and at the same time, 8 daggers returned to Yiwu's hands from the ground. The daggers only stayed on Yiwu's body for a moment, and then flew out in a fan shape, quickly cutting off the slender vines that had just grown. And Yiwu's body turned into a mist-shaped spear, flying out of the encirclement of the vines. Landed at the edge of the green forest. Goes 3, I'm going to retreat first. This guy can't be killed at all, and the intelligence is seriously wrong. Chapter 123. Goes 3 didn't reply, but swung out across Slash, shaking off all the spores flying towards him. He was not as flexible as Shadow Thorn, and even if he wanted to evacuate, he needed to put some pressure on Hanyu to retreat calmly, otherwise he might be focused on by Hanyu's summons when he escaped. Do you think you can leave so easily? Hanyu watched Shadow Thorn escape from the encirclement of the vines, and thought he was safe when his body landed on the ground. Mantis, Ellie, go after him. Ellie, who originally wanted to turn around and attack the ghost swordsman with Hanyu, turned her bow and arrow and aimed at Yiwu. Yiwu had been attacked by Ellie before, and he had already had a psychological fear of this elf archer with an absurdly high single-target burst. He raised his hand and threw a dagger, trying to escape again. But the dagger was shot down by a bow and arrow as soon as it flew out. So accurate. This is an archer who is less than level 20? Yiwu didn't expect that Hanyu, a level 16 summoned archer, could have such accuracy. He could only give up his skills and run towards the outside of the green forest. But if it only relies on agility, even a second-level assassin may not be able to match the Shadow Blade Mantis, not to mention that the Shadow Blade Mantis has a pair of Elytra to help. The cooperation between Ellie and the Shadow Blade Mantis has almost left Yiwu with nowhere to go. Hanyu took out the longbow again, raised his hand, and sat on Hu Yun's back. Talent-sharing elf archer. It's time for him to taste the power of hunting poison. He thought he could shoot without Ellie's talent, and his archery should be considered improved. But after sharing Ellie's talent again, Hanyu felt the importance of talent sharing. Hanyu now draws the bow almost entirely by feeling, and the arrow can find the target he wants to attack. Continuous. Hanyu shot out 5 consecutive arrows, and the ghost swordsman raised his arm, wielding the giant sword, blocking Hanyu's attacks one by one. The giant sword blocked Hanyu's continuous attack, but his forward steps were also pushed back a few steps, and the lava rock lizard was already in front of him. It's getting stronger again. How long has it been since we got the video? Or did this kid not use his full strength before? Ghost 3 was a little doubtful whether the video he got was true. They obviously underestimated Hanyu's strength. Ghost 3 looked at the lava rock lizard blocking him, knowing that he had no chance to kill Hanyu again, and now it was a question whether he could leave alive. Looking back, the vines that he had just cut off grew again, and even spread towards this side, with the nourishment of the blood mage's sticky flesh and blood. Ghost 3 showed a fierce look on his face. Hanyu, you really deserve to die. It's a pity that you just can't kill me. Hanyu looked at him like this, and he might use his ultimate move in the next second. He signaled Hu Yun to step back a little, but he continued to draw the bow and shoot arrows. Ghost 3's health was constantly depleted. Even if the continuous bead was blocked, Han Yu's ordinary attack plus the damage of venom was still not low. Ghost 3 took out 2 mutant crystals from his backpack, which made Han Yu's eyes light up. But the next second, Ghost 3 stuffed the 2 mutant crystals into his mouth, and the chewing sound came out. The mutant crystals were actually bitten directly by Ghost 3. Hey, damn. Why did you eat my crystals? The 2 crystals were swallowed by Ghost 3, which made Han Yu feel painful. If you want to fight, just fight, you can't waste things. As the 2 mutant crystals were swallowed, blood flowed from the corners of Gue-san's mouth, and his mouth was cut into pieces by the crystals, but black lines appeared on Gue-san's skin at the place where the blood flowed. Recast the new master of all things in this world. The god of space who controls creation and destruction. Gue-san kept mumbling, and the following words became increasingly difficult to hear. Blood and flesh fury. The strange spell he chanted finally ended. With the help of the power of the mutant crystals, Gue-san used a skill that exceeded the current limit of his body. Gue-san, whose blood volume had been consumed by Han Yu by 20%, instantly recovered. The swollen flesh and blood that originally existed only in the right arm quickly spread to the body, and Gue-san's entire body was covered with rolling red flesh and blood. The originally thin figure was wrapped in flesh and blood, and suddenly became nearly 3 meters tall. The hilt of the giant sword was also wrapped in flesh and blood. In the hands of Gue-san now, it was like a toy. Ghost 3, covered in flesh and blood, let out a strange cry, raised his giant sword, and slashed at the lava lizard in front of him. The lava lizard, which was nearly 2 meters long, lay on the ground like a large bug. Ghost 3 dropped the giant sword in his hand and stabbed it upward. He directly stabbed the lava lizard that was biting Ghost 3 and flew it away with one sword, and then received 2 more swords in the air. The lava lizard, whose rock armor had just been broken by Yi Wu, was really hit by these 3 slashes. The thick skin was cut open, the flesh and blood rolled, and the bones could almost be seen. It fell to the ground, and blood kept spitting out of its mouth. This move seriously injured Han Yu's most solid meat shield. Han Yu, who had been prepared for a long time, was shocked by the sudden burst of damage and drove Hu Yun to continue retreating. So fierce. Han Yu looked at the giant Ghost 3. He did not attack, but Ghost 3's HP that had just been restored was reduced by about 5%. Attack will consume HP. Han Yu quickly retreated and shot an arrow, hitting the forehead of the flesh and blood giant. The damage was only half of the previous attack, and as a small piece of flesh and blood fell off Ghost 3's body, even the poison mark of the poison hunter disappeared. Ghost 3, who had attacked once, was panting. Han Yu was shocked by his damage, but Ghost 3 was very disappointed. If he could kill the molten rock lizard in one move, he could still try to kill Han Yu, but there was no rock armor to protect him. Moreover, the molten rock lizard that had been injured could not be killed, and Han Yu still had a life-saving skill, which was useless with talent sharing. His chance of killing Han Yu within the duration of the skill was very small. Ignoring the molten rock lizard that fell to the ground and vomited blood, Ghost 3 dragged his long sword on the ground and ran quickly towards the outside of the green forest. His current body is not strong enough to use this ability. If he uses the flesh and blood rage by force, with the help of the mutation crystal, his body will be completely dried up after a long time. Want to run? Han Yu originally wanted to avoid his attack temporarily, but he didn't expect that Gue-san would only think about running away after using his ultimate move. The longbow at his hand scattered and released, but Gue-san just paused for a moment, and didn't even see the repulsion effect. With his body covered with flesh and blood, he is now extremely resilient. Gue-san dragged the giant sword on the ground and ran out of the green forest without any hindrance. Han Yu gritted his teeth, put away the longbow, and took out the dagger again. He jumped up from Hu Yun's back and pounced on Gue-san. Talent-sharing lava lizard. Chapter 124. Han Yu in the air grew black scales, covering his entire body, and magma flowed in the gaps between the scales. Since he knew he couldn't hold on for long, Han Yu would never let him leave easily. Even Gue-san didn't expect that Han Yu would use his body to block him. When he wanted to dodge sideways, Han Yu had already arrived in front of him. The eagle kiss in his hand stabbed out, but it only sank into the flesh. The dagger is still too short. Han Yu complained in his heart. Only the dagger as a melee weapon is still too limited. Are you looking for death? Gue-san's giant sword rose. Earth fire. Han Yu gave an order to the flame-tailed demon fox. Now that his talent shared the molten rock lizard, he could only rely on the flame-tailed demon fox for output. Splitting waves slash. Gue-san dragged the giant sword on the ground and raised it again, picking up Han Yu, who had just landed into the air. A halo composed of sword light wrapped around Han Yu in the air, frantically cutting the rock armor on Han Yu's body. The black scales fell off, and Ghost 3, who was hurt by the flame armor, began to ignite a weak flame. Ghost 3 exuded the stench of burning fat. At the same time, the ground fire on his feet began to grow. Ghost 3 could only dodge sideways, trying to take the opportunity to escape and give up attacking Han Yu. Han Yu's flame armor's counterattack had already made him uncomfortable enough. If he was hit by another ground fire, he might really be completely burned dry. But when retreating, Han Yu controlled the timing and released a taunt. Ghost 3, who was about to turn around and escape, was pulled back by the taunt and raised his giant sword to slash at Han Yu. Even though Han Yu's rock armor was almost shattered, his blood volume was still thick enough to withstand Ghost 3's attack this time. At the same time, the underground fire erupted, and Han Yu and Gue-san were all enveloped in it, and the molten flames wrapped around the two. The rock armor on Han Yu's body completely disappeared, and the flesh and blood on Gue-san's body began to fall off. But there was a second wave of underground fire, and Gue-san knew it, and continued to run out of the attack range, but how could Han Yu let him leave easily? He gave up the attack directly, hugged one of Gue-san's thick legs, and stabbed his right hand holding the dagger directly into the flesh and blood. His hand was sticky and full of disgusting blood stains, but it also successfully slowed down Gue-san's speed. A second later, Gue-san, who had no energy to care about Han Yu, still did not run out of the attack range of the underground fire after the flame-tailed demon fox strengthened. The flames erupted again, with higher damage. Gue-san's body was already burning with blazing flames, and the whole person was more than 10 centimeters shorter, and he kept making shrill cries. He turned around, and was about to give Han Yu a sword. Han Yu also took 2 rounds of underground fire. Even with the fire resistance, his condition was not too good. If he is hit by Ghost 3 again, he might really lose his ability to fight. When the attack is about to fall, he uses the Falling Feathers Rain Blade, and the whole person is in a state of being unable to choose. Ghost 3's angry attack can only miss, and Ghost 3's health at this time is less than 60%. He almost needs to bear 150% fire damage, and the continuous loss of flesh and blood has affected his attack and defense attributes. At this time, an arrow shot from behind Han Yu, and Ailey and Shadow Blade Mantis, who were chasing Yi Wu, had returned. And Han Yu broke away from the state of Falling Feathers Rain Blade, Hu Yun quickly rushed over, and took Han Yu away from Ghost 3's pursuit range. Ghost 3 was completely surrounded by all of Han Yu's summons. Han Yu sat on Hu Yun's back and looked back. Ailey had returned to the tree again, but there was still blood on her neck. It seemed that she was also injured during the pursuit. Shadow Blade Mantis jumped up from the edge of the green forest, opened its elytra, and slashed at the flesh and blood giant that Ghost 3 had transformed into. Be careful, his damage is very high. Han Yu ordered Shadow Blade Mantis in his heart. But Shadow Blade Mantis seemed to be oblivious. The Mantis knife slashed at Ghost 3's neck. When the giant sword attacked, Shadow Blade Mantis swung its elytra and lightly dodged the attack. Continued to attack, and the dream vines on the ground also spread to Ghost 3's feet and began to try to entangle him. Ailey kept pulling the bow in her hand, and the injury on her neck did not affect her output at all. Under the siege of all summons, Ghost 3 could only roar helplessly and was constantly kite, but was completely unable to attack anyone. Seeing that he was no longer needed, Han Yu drank a bottle of blood medicine, took out his mobile phone from his backpack, and called Yingyu. "Teacher Ing, I've encountered some trouble here." "What's wrong?" Yingyu asked, and then said, "You were attacked? Why are there sounds of fighting?" "Yes, the new bishop's people, but I have almost dealt with them. I just want to ask if we should stay at the scene. They are probably all new bishops hiding in Zitsong City. Since these people are hiding in the urban area of Zitsong City, they probably have an open identity. If they are handed over to Shanghai, they should be able to find a lot of clues. There is no need to destroy the body of Han Yu, so he called Yingyu first, but he didn't want to show up himself." Hearing that he had been solved by Han Yu, Yingyu breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, wait for me here, I come to find you." "I have something else to do. I send you the address, teacher." Han Yu was still in a hurry to keep an appointment, and there was no time to delay here. Yingyu was silent for a while, and replied okay. On the other side, Gue-san was already at the end of his strength. Even with the damage reduction, the side effects of the mutation crystal, and the forced use of blood and flesh rage were almost making him unable to stand. Although he was less than 4 or 5 meters away from the edge of the green forest, this was a distance that he could hardly cross in his life. When he put down the phone, Gue-san could no longer hold on, and his body fell down with a bang. The little flesh and blood that was already left also fell off completely. He turned into a thin man again, and his body was covered with cracks like porcelain. Hanyu did not rush to harvest the spoils, but helped the lava rock lizard lying on the ground up, and gave him a bottle of red medicine. After failing to use the potion on Huyan last time, Hanyu hadn't used the potion on the summoned creatures. After taking the potion, the health of the lava lizard began to recover slowly. Unfortunately, for its health, the non-percentage health recovery was not very effective in a short period of time. He gave it another bottle of red potion. Take a good rest. Hanyu did not end the summoning, but let the lava lizard recover on the spot. At this time, Ellie and other summoned creatures also came to Hanyu. Did the assassin run away? Hanyu asked. Death, devour. Without waiting for Ellie to answer, Shadow Blade Mantis said in a low voice that he was not familiar with. Dead? Hanyu looked at the wound on Ellie's neck and thought that she had run away. He handed Ellie a bottle of potion. Thank you, Captain. Ellie drank the red potion, and the wound began to recover slowly. Huh? Ellie tilted her head and looked at Hanyu. Captain, why do you feel handsome? Then she couldn't help but look at him twice more. Ah? Really? Hanyu touched his face. He was not wearing a mask. And the faces in the mask were not as handsome as his own. No way, why do I feel that the master has become ugly as an elf? Finn, who had just emerged from the soil, had a look of disgust on his face, and on the other hand, he controlled the vines to continuously absorb the blood and flesh dropped by the blood mage and goes 3. Chapter 125. Since the dream vine can produce seeds, even after the battle, he will absorb all the flesh and blood and bring back the extra seeds to continue research. There is no expression on Finn's skull. If it weren't for his disgusted tone, he would have thought he was praising himself. It can only be said that the undead and their aesthetics have been distorted after so many years of death. However, Finn's words reminded Hanyu, maybe it's because of this ring. Hanyu stretched out his right hand, and he had already put on the ring that Yuju gave him. What is this? Elf ring? Ellie looked at it carefully for a while, and then exclaimed, Master, how do you have an elf ring? It's an elf ring, but it's just a purple outfit. Hanyu was stunned for a moment. A purple ring, and the attributes are not too exaggerated. Is it necessary for Ellie to be so surprised? It's just an ordinary equipment. If you like it, I can give it to you. Hanyu said, and took the equipment down. No, no, no. Ellie retreated again and again. I can't take it. This ring has a special meaning to the elves. It is said to be one of the tokens left by the 12 ancient elves. Yes, it is indeed called the Ring of Ancient Elf. Hanyu nodded, and it can also gain the favor of the elves. Even if the elves have split, the person who owns this ring will still be treated with courtesy by all elves. If an elf gets the 12 tokens, he will be considered the chosen one who can lead the entire elf race. If I take it back, I might get into unnecessary trouble. Although Ellie looked familiar, she didn't dare to accept Hanyu's kindness. Then forget it. Hanyu put on the ring again. It was just a token. This is like a dragon-slaying sword. Click and you get it. It should unify the elves, but it might still be a problem for Ellie. However, one of the characteristics of the ring is indeed to gain the favor of the elves. Even if the ring is not exposed, it has such an aura, so Ellie will discover Hanyu's changes. Then you take a break first. I collect the spoils. Hanyu did not rush to end the summoning, but began to collect. Hanyu began to loot the spoils left by the 3 players. The giant sword in Gue-san's hand is a heritage purple outfit, and there are 3 other purple equipment. Unfortunately, there is only 1 absorbed mutation crystal left on his body, and the other 2 crystals were swallowed by him, only some residue in his mouth. Eat my crystal. You deserve to die so miserably. Hanyu looked at Gue-san lying down, and had the urge to stab him again. Fighting is fighting, why waste it so much? Shadow Thorn and Blood Mage both had 2 intact mutation crystals, which was a good harvest. There were 8 purple equipment in total, but none that caught Hanyu's eye. Instead, Shadow Thorn dropped a bunch of blue-quality daggers. All of them ended up on the exchange, but it also made Hanyu's increasingly shriveled wallet swell again. This time, he would probably make more than 8 million from the sale. Otherwise, I would say that the new bishop is a blessing for me. Hanyu put everything away and began to absorb the crystals. With extra crystals in his hand, he could safely absorb the high-quality mutation crystals from last time. For low-grade mutation crystals and 1 high-quality crystal, a total of 60 attribute points made Hanyu suddenly rich. However, he still owed Shanhai a point, which he had to hand over. After thinking about it, Han Yu left another point to prevent similar things from happening again in the future. He was afraid to absorb the higher quality crystals. The distribution of 40 attribute points can slightly strengthen Finn and the Molten Lizard. But before that, Han Yu gave Ellie 13 points of strength and 10 points of agility at one time, a total of 23 points. With the 7 points added last time, Ellie's attributes increased by 30 points. Ellie, who was standing next to him, felt a strong force drilling into her body. Ellie's body trembled and made an ambiguous sound. This time Han Yu saw it. After adding points, Ellie seemed to have really grown 1 centimeter taller. Thank you, Master. So much power. This time the power poured into her body like a source, almost making her unable to bear it. Han Yu's reaction was similar. The summoned creature suddenly became powerful, making him dizzy. As a summoner, the connection between the summoned creature and this world depends on his energy. If the summoned creature is powerful to his limit, he may face the failure of the summoning. What he needs most now is to reach level 20 and trigger the feedback function of the system. Otherwise, the 2 free attribute points gained for each level up cannot keep up with the speed of strengthening the summoned creatures. However, he did not deliberately stack energy on his current equipment, so there is still room for improvement. Now the summoning has not failed, but it is estimated that the duration of the summoning will be directly reduced from 40 minutes to 25 minutes. However, Han Yu had planned to continue to strengthen Ellie. As the most stable output in the team, coupled with the high damage of the string, single-point instant kill is extremely important whether it is brushing the dungeon or fighting the enemy. The Poison Hunter in Han Yu's hand is also his common weapon after being strengthened. Strengthening Ailey also greatly improves himself. And Han Yu finally waited for the prompt he wanted. Ailey gets a second chance to strengthen. Please choose to strengthen this skill. Scattering strengthening. The number of arrows becomes 12, the range is increased, the damage is increased to 120% of the attack power. In addition to the repulse, the arrow has a quarter of the probability of causing a force knockdown effect for 1 second. Chain strengthening. The number of chain arrows remains unchanged. Each arrow increases the damage by 40% compared to the previous one, and the last arrow will cause a crippling effect on the enemy. Cripple. Movement speed is reduced by 50%, and the charge skill cannot be used within 2 seconds, only in the physical state. After a little thought, Han Yu chose to continue to strengthen the chain, increase the damage, and add stable control. Strengthen single-point instant kill, and prevent charge. This time Ailey was injured, which shows that no matter how good the archer's attributes are, they are still very afraid of the raid profession. After the strengthening is completed, Han Yu continues to distribute the remaining 17 attribute values. Shadow Blade Mantis Strength plus 5, enhance the harvesting ability. Finn, Energy plus 5, strengthen the deceleration effect of vines and spores. Molten Lizard, Constitution plus 5. With the attribute points added to the Molten Lizard, its injury recovery speed has also increased a lot, and it can already stand up on its own. The output of the Flame-tailed Demon Fox is not stable enough now, but if it cooperates with control and hits 2 full damages, the output is still not bad, so I won't add points for the time being. After the 40 attribute points were distributed, Han Yu felt more pressure. It is estimated that the duration of the summoned creature can only be 20 minutes now. Then I will send you back. There may be another battle next. Have a good rest after returning. Han Yu rubbed his head and said, Fight! Hunt! Shadow Blade Mantis said again fiercely, and then looked at Han Yu expectantly. He already knew that Han Yu didn't like to let him fight. Obviously, he was the best hunter, but today's prey made him feel very satisfied. Chapter 126. Don't worry, I will definitely call you out, Han Yu said, and Shadow Blade Mantis was relieved. Then turned around quickly. Master, wait for me to collect the seeds. 3 second-level degenerate professionals, and 2 of them majored in flesh and blood, finally made one of the 3 dream vines produce a seed. Then picked up a seed, which was wrapped with faint blood. When Finn picked up the seed, Han Yu suddenly received a prompt. Your summon Finn has obtained a mutant seed, which has a special effect, Nutrient Burst. Nutrient Burst. Dream vines can gather all nutrients and burst within 5 seconds, increasing toughness by 50% and damage by 50%. After 5 seconds, dream vines will completely wither. After using Nutrient Burst, vines cannot produce seeds. Mutated seeds can reproduce, and offspring will also obtain the mutation effect. Mutation effect? Han Yu was stunned for a moment. There is an unexpected gain. Han Yu looked at the blood on the ground. All the blood and flesh had been absorbed by the dream vine. Finn was carefully collecting the mutant seeds. Han Yu patted his shoulder. Finn, this seed has mutated. Don't use it casually. Use it as the mother of all seeds in the future. Although the vines cannot produce seeds after the nutrient burst, they may have miraculous effects in battle. Hanyu explained to him what special effects the seed has. Fin's hand holding the seed trembled slightly. My seed has finally evolved again. Well, not bad. Remember to cultivate the seeds well. But, Fin scratched his head, I don't have money to buy flesh and blood. To cultivate the seeds of the dream vine again, a lot of flesh and blood is naturally needed. Although Fin was a wealthy mage in his lifetime, he has been dead for so many years, and has been studying his strange works for many years, and his wealth is almost gone. In addition, the undead have signed a peace agreement with humans, and they cannot kill intelligent creatures at will, otherwise they will face the encirclement and suppression of the church. Hanyu directly took out a few purple clothes for Fin and asked him to wear them, and take them back to his world. This should be considered gold equipment in your world, just take it back and sell it. Thank you, master. Fin felt heavy on his body, and became excited again. Hanyu had wanted to try to do some business with the other world through summons, but the summons could only bring one set of equipment, and the two worlds had become extremely similar with the invasion of the game, and there was not enough interest to attract Hanyu. After the summoning ended, Hanyu crushed the absorbed mutation crystals, and sprinkled the fragments in the mouths of the three corpses. Even if the people of Shanghai find out, they will only think that the mutation crystals were absorbed by these degenerate professionals. After quickly dealing with everything, Hanyu ended the summons, and walked out of the green forest. These three degenerate professionals made Hanyu's judgment on the strength of the new bishop branch improve again. If it was before, Hanyu might have given up this action. But now, with 40 more attribute points, Hanyu felt that he could still fight. At least if he couldn't beat them, he could still run away. On the side of the road, the car he drove was completely scrap metal, and looking around, it didn't look like there were any taxes. Hanyu didn't forget that there was another one, talent-sharing Huyun, and ran towards the city on his legs. At the same time, he sent a message to Wang Hongbao, saying that the car broke down and might arrive later. Maybe because of the sudden change of address just now, Wang Hongbao was a little embarrassed, and told Hanyu that it was okay, and it was still early. When the talent-sharing time was about to end, Hanyu finally saw a taxi. Put on the anthropomorphic mask on his face changed to a square-faced boy, quickly calmed his breath, and knocked on the taxi driver's window. Master, are you leaving? The soft and sticky girl came out of Hanyu's mouth. The taxi driver looked at Hanyu in disbelief. You, a boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, how can your voice be so sweet and lovely? As soon as the words came out, Hanyu was stunned. He forgot to adjust the voice back last time. This voice changer is not part of the anthropomorphic mask, and needs to be adjusted separately. Touching his chin awkwardly to adjust the voice changer, Hanyu coughed softly. Master, my voice is a little hoarse. The taxi driver stared at Hanyu's face. Where are you going? Hanyu got into the taxi under the driver's strange eyes, and rushed to the address given by Wang Hongbao. When Hanyu got in the car, Yingyu also rushed to the scene of Hanyu's battle. Looking at the messy green forest due to the fight, and the black car parked on the side of the road with smoke coming out of the engine. It seems that the battle is not as easy as Hanyu said. Yingyu walked into the woods, and the three corpses were neatly placed, but they were all sucked dry by Fin's vines. 3 second-level degenerate professionals? Yingyu was surprised. 3 second-level degenerate professionals besieged Hanyu, but were directly killed by Hanyu. Moreover, Hanyu called her as if nothing had happened before the battle was over. How much strength did you show in the freshman competition? Yingyu couldn't help thinking this way. While she was exclaiming, the sound of a car came and stopped outside the green forest. A team of fully armed Shanghai members ran in and began to clean up the scene quickly. The leading man came over and stood in front of Yingyu. Hello, is this Teacher Ying? Yingyu nodded, a little dazed. She was still thinking about how Hanyu got rid of these 3 degenerate professionals. Hello, I am Lu Mingyang from the Shanghai branch of Zisong City. Seeing Yingyu looking at the 3 corpses on the ground, Lu Mingyang also looked over. The 3 corpses looked a little scary. The blood mage was directly beheaded, and the shadow thorn was bitten beyond recognition. Only the ghost swordsman was better, but the flesh and blood of his body was almost sucked dry. 3 fallen professionals? Lu Mingyang was a little surprised. The new bishop had been hiding very deeply, so how could he suddenly attack? And Yingyu said on the phone that his students were attacked, but the enemy had been dealt with, and asked Shanghai if he needed to investigate the scene. At this time, the team members on the other side also shouted, Captain, it is confirmed that it is the new bishop. There is a black line mark on the wrist, and there are fragments of mutated crystals in the mouth. Before death, he should have used the special skills of the new bishop. Chapter 127. Did your students solve all these? Lu Mingyang found it hard to believe. According to what Ing Yuzhu said on the phone, 3 new bishops, the fallen professionals, suddenly attacked their students and only contacted Shanghai after they were killed. They did not need support, but there might be clues left at the scene. At this time, the sophomores of Nanjing University should not be stationed in the school, so they can only be freshmen this year. It was enough for Lu Mingyang to be surprised that a student who had just entered the university was chased and killed by 3 fallen professionals. Lu Mingyang felt a little incredible that they all killed him. Oh no! Ing Yuzhu said. I rushed to help. Maybe I was a little anxious on the phone and didn't speak clearly. Is that so? Lu Mingyang looked at Ing Yuzhu's expression. He was obviously surprised by the 3 corpses just now, and now he said that he had arrived a long time ago. But the other party was a tutor at Nanjing University. If it was not easy to say, he would not ask the truth. And he also felt that this was reasonable in his heart. Can I ask the name of that student? He is a gifted man who can survive the attacks of 3 fallen professionals. Han Yu, a freshman this year. Ing Yuzhu did not hide the name. If Shanghai really wanted to check, he could quickly find it through the traces of the battle. Lu Mingyang sounded familiar, but he could not remember where he had heard it. Captain, the identities have been confirmed. These people belong to a player team called Zhanqi in the city. The records show that there are 6 people in the organization. They have only entered the dungeon twice in the past month and live in the Jinxiu Villa district. Battle flag? Immediately notify the people in the city to arrest all the people related to this team. Just keep them alive to seduce the soul. Lu Mingyang immediately ordered when he found the clue. Recently, the headquarters required to search for the new bishop members with all their strength, but they have not found anything for a long time. This is an unexpected surprise. Finally, he glanced at the ground. All the spoils had been stripped clean, and even the mutation crystals were swallowed by these degenerate professionals, leaving only blood on the ground. Leave 2 people to continue searching the scene to see if there are other clues, and the others will follow me. Then he turned around and said, Teacher Ing, we will leave first. Thank you and your students today. No, this is what we should do, it's nothing. By the way, why didn't I see your student? Before leaving, Lu Mingyang couldn't help asking. He was injured and has returned to school to heal his injuries. I will leave when you leave. Okay, then we will leave first. Lu Mingyang led the team away, leaving only 2 people to clean up the messy scene. You don't need me at all. You called me here just to help you cover up your lie, right? Ing Yuzhu looked at the blood stains all over the ground, felt a little headache, and turned to leave. Han Yu probably didn't want to expose his strength, so he called Ing Yuzhu first. When Ing Yuzhu saw the battle scene, he said that it was done by a level 16 player, which was somewhat shocking, so he helped him cover it up. Shanghai left, and Ing Yuzhu also left the green forest. Although it was a waste of time, she also had a clearer understanding of Han Yu's strength in her heart. The beheaded blood mage, and the shadow thorn whose brain was eaten were obviously not what Han Yu's current summons could do. At this time, Han Yu lowered his head in the taxi until the driver reminded him, Beautiful. Handsome guy, we're here. Han Yu's face darkened, and he got off the car after paying the fare and entered the villa area specified by Wang Hongbo. This area is not too far from the city, and the surrounding landscape is also very beautiful. Many villas have been built. There is a public dungeon entrance 3 kilometers away from here. Gradually, it has gradually become a gathering place for players. Although players spend a lot of money to buy equipment, it is still no problem for a slightly better team to live in a villa. After all, a purple outfit with average attributes can be sold for 1 or 2 million. Han Yu found the address Wang Hongbo said in the middle of the villa area and knocked on the door. Just wait a little, the door opened and only one person can pass through. You are? The girl who came out to open the door was wearing a long skirt. She wore a white jewelry bracelet on her wrist when she opened the door. It seemed that her profession should be a derivative profession of the priest. I want to join your team. Han Yu said according to the words Wang Hongbo had agreed with him. What profession? Summoner. Summoner? The woman showed a slightly disappointed expression on her face. We don't need summons here, you can go. She was about to close the door. Seeing that the woman was really going to close the door, Han Yu hurriedly opened it with his hands. I will change my profession again after the second transfer, and I can change any profession you need at that time. Use the transfer scroll? No, I have another way. The woman looked Han Yu up and down. Okay, come in. Han Yu was relieved when he saw the door open. This woman's acting skills are really good. He almost thought that he was tricked by Wang Hongbo again, and found the wrong address. After entering the gate, the decoration inside the villa was nothing special, even a little too ordinary. The woman walked in front and asked, "Name?" "Wei Diao." "Well, what is your current level?" "Level 16. Han Yu told his level truthfully. The woman looked back at Han Yu. "The level is okay, not far from the second level." "Well, that's why I'm in a hurry to become stronger. I don't want to be ridiculed for the sewer profession anymore." Hee hee. The woman chuckled twice. "Don't worry, in our place, summoning is the most respected profession." Then she took Han Yu into a bedroom, which was filled with a strong perfume, the same as the woman's. Han Yu, who had sharp five senses, felt a little pungent, wrinkled his nose and held his breath. The woman walked to the bed in the bedroom, pressed her hand on the wall, and a wisp of black silk thread floated out from the bracelet. The wall that was originally tightly closed cracked, and a stone door appeared. "Come down." There was a downward staircase under the stone door, and Han Yu followed it down. Before going down, Han Yu smelled a bloody smell. Although it was not strong, it was very prominent in the perception of energy players. No wonder this woman sprayed so much perfume in her room. "Captain, people are coming." Han Yu was looking at the basement. Although it was a basement, the decoration was much more luxurious than the villa above. There was a long square table in the center of the basement. Above the square table, the crystal chandelier emitted a cold light. Sitting at the head of the long table was a young man, with a delicate face, and wearing a black robe. He gently shook the wine glass in his hand, and the scarlet wine in it gradually stained the entire cup. Chapter 128. Newcomers are here. Come and sit down. The man turned his head to look at Han Yu. Han Yu sat down at the long table. The man first placed a wine glass in front of Han Yu. The wine was poured in, and a strong smell of blood came to his nose. In addition to the wine, there was also a lot of blood mixed in it, which made Han Yu frown slightly. "Captain, I don't drink." Han Yu gently pushed the wine glass away and looked at the entire basement. "It looks like there are only 3 of them here. Is this team so small? Don't get me wrong, this is brewed with the blood of high-level monsters, nourishing yin and kidney. You really need to replenish your complexion." Han Yu agreed in his heart, but still didn't want to drink blood wine. "Take it." Han Yu refused to drink, and the man didn't say anything more, and took out a piece of mutation crystal. "Try to absorb it." Han Yu took the mutation crystal stone, which was a crystal stone that had never been used, but Han Yu tasted it lightly, and only absorbed 1 point of attribute. "Last time, I absorbed too much and was called a genius. This time, I have to be more polite and not be too eager." Han Yu absorbed the mutated crystal, and the 2 of them let go of their last guard. "Your talent is not bad. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Xue Shan, and the one next to me is Qi Jiu. Of course, these are all names within the organization. In the church, most people use the first character of their profession as their surname, and you can just come up with your own name. It's convenient for communication, and it also prevents other team members from having your real name in their soul fragments. Are there only 3 people in our team now?" Han Yu has looked around the basement for a week, and still hasn't found anyone else. "Of course not, the other 2 are out now, so this ceremony can be held by the 2 of us for you." "There is still a ceremony?" Han Yu complained in his heart. Last time, it seemed that he had not reached this step before he started. "Then I wonder what level you are now, Captain?" Han Yu asked again. "Let's skip the ceremony. It feels like we can start now." "Why, are you afraid that our team is not safe enough?" Qi Jiu chuckled. "No, I'm afraid it will be troublesome to kill." Han Yu replied silently. Qi Jiu helped Xue Shan answer directly. The captain is now level 32, ranking 3rd among the blood mages in Zitsong City. "Don't worry, kid, our team's strength is also top-notch in Zitsong City. When he reaches level 40, the captain will most likely be promoted to a priest, who may be a big man that you can never reach in your lifetime." "Qi Jiu, don't talk nonsense about priests." Xue Shan blamed him, but his expression was very useful. 32? This surprised Han Yu a little. The captain of a team is over level 30. The new bishop team in Zitsong City is indeed much stronger. It is not so easy to level up in the later stage. Han Yu now needs to constantly play nightmare difficulty dungeons to keep up with the level, and the degenerate profession is much stronger than ordinary players of the same level. Later, dungeons above level 40 are strategic resources, and it is more difficult to upgrade. It seems that it is a bit hasty to rashly decide to come here to grab crystals. If it weren't for the dozens of attribute points given by the 3 kind people, Han Yu could only find a chance to slip away. But now, Han Yu probably still has the strength to fight, And now there are only 2 people on the other side, which is a good opportunity. Han Yu was ready to take action, but Shueshan suddenly stood up, walked to the wall opposite the long table, and slowly put down a scroll. The picture looks like a landscape painting in ink, with only black and white on top. But everything in the painting is reversed, the mountains and rivers are upside down, and at the highest peak in the middle, a black line stretches out, extending from top to bottom. At the bottom, the black line finally has color, divided into 2 lines, one yellow and one blue, intertwined at the bottom of the scroll. It looks ordinary, but Han Yu is attracted by the black line that keeps extending, and his eyes can't be moved away, falling into a short state of absent-mindedness. It doesn't need any guidance to be affected. I said this newcomer has good talent, Shueshan said softly, as if he was afraid of disturbing Han Yu. Chijiao nodded slightly to agree. 5 seconds later, Han Yu broke free from the influence of the scroll. His mind was blank now, and he didn't remember what he had just seen. Only sweat kept running down his face, and there was still fear of the unknown in his heart. What is this? Han Yu asked in horror. There is something wrong with this painting, a big problem. You have been affected by the power, and have converted it into 10 attribute points. Over the past 7 days, you have gained more than 70 attribute points by absorbing the mutant energy. 1 attribute point has been stored and is temporarily unavailable. Han Yu was terrified, and the system, which had not spoken until the critical moment, suddenly issued a prompt. Power influence? What just affected you was the energy of the mutant crystal. And it exceeded the limit? The system originally said a complete sentence, but a few words in the middle were hidden. At least it is the same power as the mutant crystal. But this painting can also get attribute points, which is faster than robbing. 5 seconds. Chijiao reported the number when Han Yu woke up. Don't be afraid. Shueshan patted Han Yu's shoulder gently. He was very satisfied with Han Yu's talent now. This is the scroll of the new master, and it is also the source of our power. Huh? Could it be that this so-called new bishop can really gain power through this new master? It seems that you didn't believe in the new master before? Shueshan looked at the scroll hanging on the wall. This is the real source of power for my new bishop. It is not difficult to switch to a degenerate profession. There have been many similar organizations, but most of them have been cleared by Shanghai. Only the new bishop has always existed and even continued to grow stronger. No! I believe it. Shueshan wanted to continue talking about the history of the new bishop, but Han Yu interrupted him directly. I may not believe it before, but now I am extremely pious. Facing the scroll, he put his hands together and bowed deeply. Then he looked at the black line on it with his eyes full of emotion, and then there was no reaction. Shueshan, who had been calm all the time, did not expect Han Yu to be so pious all of a sudden. Generally, people who have just been influenced are more afraid of the new master than respect, so he said so much. The new master is not worshipped like this. Seeing Han Yu looking at the scroll with pious eyes, Shueshan reminded awkwardly. How do you worship then? Han Yu turned around and asked. No need to worship, just recite the name of our Lord. But before that, you need to complete the ceremony, then you will be a believer of the new master and will be blessed by our Lord. Then let's start now. If it was before looking at the scroll, Han Yu might still worry about what was special about this ceremony, but now, the influence of the new master on himself seems to be similar to the mutation crystal. All will be converted into attribute points by the system. From this point of view, it is a business that can make money without loss. Let's start now. Chapter 129. After more than 10 minutes, Han Yu was about to complete the tedious ceremony under Shueshan's step-by-step guidance. Shueshan handed over a dagger. Pierce your wrist. Han Yu took it and gently cut the skin on his wrist, and blood flowed out. Shueshan began to chant softly. Recast the new master of all things in this world. The god of space who controls creation and destruction. The great master who walks in the cracks of the world. I have brought you new believers. Han Yu saw that the static black line in front of him seemed to shake, and a gaze looked at him, and Han Yu forgot everything around him, and his body and soul went to a strange world. The wound just now began to tingle, and a golden line appeared from the bleeding place, growing continuously until it was about 3 inches long. The golden line stopped growing, and the feeling of being watched finally disappeared. When he came to his senses, the ceremony was over. Shueshan was drinking blood wine in front of the table. It seemed that the ceremony just now consumed a lot of him. You are affected by the power of the mouth, and have been converted into 20 points of attributes. Over the past 7 days, more than 70 attribute points have been obtained by absorbing abnormal energy. 20 attribute points have been stored and are temporarily unavailable. Finally, Han Yu waited for the prompt he wanted, but unfortunately, he still couldn't use it. But even if he could use it now, continuing to strengthen the summoned creatures would make his summoning more difficult, but he could use it in the future. And this time it was still 20 points. It's too easy to get the wool of this new master, but the prompts are not over yet. You have obtained a Kuka mark. Do you want to convert it into 20 attribute points? And? Han Yu didn't expect that this was not over yet. Just as he was about to reply, Shueshan, who had recovered, said, "Show me your wrist." Han Yu pulled open his sleeves, and a golden line appeared at his wrist, which was slowly dissipating. Gold. Shueshan, who had been calm, could not hide his surprise in his eyes, and looked at Chijiao. He held Han Yu's wrist and examined it carefully, and even wanted to reach out and touch the golden line. Han Yu hurriedly took his hand back. It looked normal just now, but why did the atmosphere suddenly become anxious? God's chosen. Shueshan, who was interrupted, was not angry at all, but looked at Han Yu with surprise. God's chosen? I didn't expect that there would be a God's chosen in our team. What is God's chosen? Han Yu was a little confused by Shueshan's reaction. Can I exchange attribute points? Only those who are extremely talented and chosen by our Lord will have their marks turn golden. As he spoke, Shueshan pulled up the sleeves of his robe, clenched his fist with one hand, and a black line emerged. Most believers have black marks, and only those chosen by God will have golden marks. And the source of our new bishop's more powerful power is this mark. When you fight, chant the name of our Lord and pray for strength. You can gain various attribute increases in a short period of time. And the golden mark means that you can receive more power from the Lord, and you will not collapse easily. You may even have the opportunity to communicate with the new Lord. Once you receive the teachings of the Lord, you will be the Son of God. So as long as you reach level 40, you will definitely become a priest. No, or you don't even need to be level 40. At this point, Chijiao and Shueshan couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. They had just said that it was an existence that he could not reach. Now it seems that people don't need to be level 40 to become priests. Han Yu recalled the battle with Gue-san. At the end, Gue-san seemed to have used this ability, but he also used the mutation crystal. Can it be used as long as you recite the honorific name? Han Yu asked. He didn't really need this ability. He just wanted to know more about the new bishop's fighting style. And if he really communicated, maybe the new bishop would scold him for not fleecing enough. Yes, but even if you are the chosen one, you are not at a high level now, so it's best not to use it forcefully. If it is a matter of life and death, you can swallow the mutation crystal to enhance your body's tolerance. But if the battle lasts too long, your body is still at risk of collapse. Han Yu nodded to show his understanding. No wonder Gue-san only wanted to escape after using the blood and flesh rage. His body couldn't withstand that level of God's descent. Now that we have finished talking, is it time to start? Sit down first. When the priest comes, he will teach you personally. Shueshan poured another glass of red wine. He originally just wanted to accept a cannon fodder, but he didn't expect that a chosen one would come. This was also a surprise for him. If Wei Yidiu really enters the Grand Master Church, he will remember him as a guide, so he is willing to tell Han Yu so much. There are no priests in Zitsong City? Han Yu asked in confusion. It stands to reason that the new bishop is so powerful in Zitsong City that there should be priests. Priests rarely stay in the city, especially in a rear city like Zitsong. But the day of sacrifice is not far away. At that time, there will be priests, even priests at the level of priests. Now the new bishops of the entire Zitsong City are preparing for this. Sacrifice day? What is that? Han Yu heard this term for the first time. He would not sacrifice himself, would he? He was not one of those fanatics. Shueshan paused for a moment, then slowly said, I can't tell you for the time being. But on that day, when the sacrifice is completed, the supreme authority of the new master will appear again, and Zitsong City will be destroyed and reborn. Shueshan took a sip of wine, full of expectation. At that time, this city will belong to our new bishop, and we will no longer have to hide like mice. Destruction and rebirth? I thought these lunatics were going to sacrifice themselves for their faith, but I didn't expect that they were going to sacrifice Zitsong City. Han Yu's heart was full of huge waves. The new bishop was going to do something big in Zitsong City. Don't be afraid. Shueshan saw Han Yu's expression suddenly change, and said, We are the ones who are reborn, and the ones who are destroyed are the blind people who refuse to accept the new master. Why is it Zitsong City? Han Yu couldn't open his mouth. He just went out to rob. How could he encounter such a thing? Who said there is only Zitsong City? There is also. Shueshan was about to continue, but was interrupted by Chijiao's cough. Xueshan seemed to realize that he had said too much, and quickly changed his words. Don't worry, after the day of sacrifice, the new bishop will usher in real glory. The master of this city will become us, or in other words, you who have the identity of God's chosen. This world should have been controlled by more powerful fallen professionals, not those ordinary players. You join at this time, and you have such talent, the future must be smooth. When is the day of sacrifice? Han Yu suppressed the shock in his heart, and tried to make himself look forward to it. Not far away, but the specific time is only known to priests and above. What you need now is to upgrade and change your job as soon as possible. Looking at Xueshan's evasive look, Han Yu couldn't ask for more information, but the 3 words not far away made Han Yu more anxious. Chapter 130. What he is thinking about now is whether Shanhai knows the day of sacrifice, and whether he has started the corresponding preparations. By the way, do you need us to arrange teammates for you to brush the dungeon? It should be difficult for summoners to form a team in the early stage. Xueshan began to care about Han Yulai. They usually don't care about the upgrade of newcomers. After all, they may become cannon fodder one day. Oh no, I have a fixed teammate now. We are a good match. If I leave suddenly, I am afraid they will be suspicious. Han Yu replied quickly. Okay, then confirm your name in the organization. I will report your information. This name will be your code name in the church in the future. Zhao Yi. His Weidio is already a vest, and now it is a vest on a vest. Okay, from today on, you are a preparatory member of the new bishop. When you reach level 20, I will arrange your job transfer ceremony. Take this first, and come to me if you don't have enough. Xueshan handed over the mutation crystal on the table. Han Yu had just received the mutation crystal when the door of the basement suddenly opened and 2 men walked in. Before anyone came over, the man in front spoke. Captain, when we came back, we saw that the members of the Battle Flag Squad were captured by Shanhai. I guess they were exposed. Huh? What happened? Xueshan asked. I don't know. We just took a look when we passed by and left quickly. Then we won't be discovered. Han Yu's performance perfectly matched his current identity as a rookie. Don't worry. Xueshan didn't ask about the specific situation, but comforted Han Yu first. We only have normal interactions with the Battle Flag Squad. There is a mark, and they won't give out our specific information. But you may still be questioned. The basement will be sealed for the time being. You leave first. Xueshan said calmly, but he was still anxious to let Han Yu leave. If Shanhai really came to question him, it would be difficult to explain the sudden appearance of another person. It was even more suspicious to recruit a summoner who was less than level 20 into the team. Han Yu nodded, got up and walked away. He couldn't do anything today. The matter of the day of sacrifice was too serious, and Han Yu was already a little afraid of the consequences. But Han Yu was actually a little bit unbelievable in his heart. Nanjing University was right next to him, plus the strength of the local Shanhai. The new bishop wanted to organize a day of sacrifice. Were they thinking too simply? And it was several cities together. Did the new bishop really have the strength to confront Shanhai head-on? Han Yu was full of doubts, and left the villa. When he left, Xueshan and others were eager to discuss something. It seems that Shanhai's deterrence still exists, and they are not as calm as they say. Han Yu got in a taxi, still wearing the anthropomorphic mask, and took out his black phone that he hadn't used for a long time. First, he sent a message to the Shanhai branch in Haicheng. Do you know the day of sacrifice? The reason why he sent it to the Haicheng branch was that this matter was a bit too shocking. The 2 parties had communicated, and the other party might be more likely to believe Han Yu's news. Just after putting down the phone, 3 messages came in a row. Mr. Ripper, do you know the news about the day of sacrifice? Please be sure to tell us. Shanhai is willing to pay enough. Mr. Ripper, are you okay? Are you still there? Han Yu rubbed his temple. It seems that the matter is true, and Shanhai also knows some news. But at this time, Han Yu received another system prompt. You have been affected by Cuckoo and have gained 10 points of free attributes, which have been temporarily reserved. At the same time, Han Yu felt the mark on his wrist heat up, and then quickly faded. Again? Why does this new master keep giving him the wool? But now it is not a matter of a few attributes, it is related to the safety of several big cities. Han Yu picked up the phone and replied, You Shanhai don't have an insider in the new bishop? This matter is not confidential anymore. Shanhai's reaction made Han Yu a little strange. He had just left school, and was sniped by the new bishop's people. Obviously, they knew his whereabouts. Don't Shanhai have an insider in the new bishop? This intelligence ability is too bad. Unexpectedly, Shanhai replied directly, almost none. Those who join the new bishop must go through the initiation ceremony. After the ceremony, a mark will appear on the member's hand. Once they do something that violates the doctrine, they will be cursed and die suddenly. When the new bishop was first established, a large number of insiders set by organizations in various countries only knew the method of changing their professions. Even so, many insiders suffered great pain as soon as they opened their mouths after returning. Later, they couldn't even speak. Once they had an idea and started to implement it, they would die suddenly. So all countries have given up on infiltrating the new bishop, and the main means are to eliminate it by force. That's why you asked me if something happened? Hanyu touched his wrist. The heat just now should be the mark activated. It's a pity that all of them were converted into attribute points by himself. Thinking of this, Hanyu was also a little scared. If he could not resist the curse of the mark, he would be dead now. He has been dancing on the edge of a knife all this time. No wonder the new bishop let down his guard after completing the ceremony, and Xueshan also told him about the day of sacrifice. Then how did you know about the news of the day of sacrifice? Hanyu sent a message again, and typed these 4 words again. Judging from the reaction just now, the day of sacrifice should be one of the keywords. He was affected just by sending a message. But this time, he did not receive a prompt from the system. Cool down? You new master are not good. Hanyu muttered in his heart. He had only fleeced a few times, and it was gone. Through the soul-binding master's soul binding, we can temporarily obtain the soul memory fragments of the captured new bishop members, but even the soul will still be affected by the mark, and only a trace can be seen. The soul-binding master is the fallen job transfer of the priest. The member of Shanghai on the opposite side also explained it specially. Even the soul-binding masters can't extract the memory. No wonder Shanghai has so little information about the new bishop. Hanyu was not surprised that there were soul-binding masters in Shanghai. Although this profession was a little cruel, it was extremely useful as an interrogator. Hanyu didn't reply. Shanghai continued to send messages. When we used soul-binding on the new bishop members, who were recently arrested, we found multiple memories about the day of sacrifice, but the specific description was completely invisible. But the new bishop members in many regions have this memory fragment, which is enough for us to pay attention to. So Mr. Ripper, please tell us if you have any news. Hanyu considered the words. He didn't know much. The day of sacrifice will break out in many cities. The new master will show his authority, bring destruction and rebirth. The blind people who don't believe in the new master will be destroyed, and the devout believers of the new master will be reborn. Chapter 131. I don't know the exact time, but recently, there will be new bishops, priests, and even pastors entering the city to assist in the operation. Hanyu said his message, and the other party was rarely so anxious, and no message came for a full minute. The phone screen lit up again, and the number of the message was changed, but the first 3 digits were still the official number of Shanghai. Hello, Mr. Ripper, I am the person in charge of the intelligence black ice of Shanghai headquarters, Qin Qinghe. Is the news you just said reliable? A captain of the new bishop team told me. I don't know the specific information. Just now, Haicheng Shanghai has sent the message directly to the headquarters. Even they didn't expect that the Ripper, who only appeared once, and was almost blacklisted by them, would suddenly bring such important information. Are you also a member of the new bishop? Are there no mark restrictions? Yes, I just learned about the restrictions of the mark, but I am not affected by it for the time being, and the reason is unknown. The other party was silent again. This is the first time he has found someone who is not affected by the new bishop's mark. Then do you know which cities will be affected on the so-called day of sacrifice? Zisong City is one of them. I don't know about the others. The person who sent the message to Han Yu was a middle-aged man, frowning at his desk. Zisong City is one of the 10 largest cities in the rear. What kind of action did the new bishop take to destroy a city? If 1 or 2 cities of this level were destroyed, the battle against the monsters on the front line would definitely be affected, and it is very likely to turn into a disaster that spreads half of Han. The time is unknown, and the only confirmed location is Zisong City. What exactly is the day of sacrifice? Qin Qinghe had no idea about the day of sacrifice, and intelligence work on the new bishop has always been his biggest headache. When he first learned about the 4 words day of sacrifice, Qin Qinghe, like Han Yu, thought that the new bishop was going to sacrifice his own members. Qin Qinghe only listed the intelligence level as B level, and he was too happy to be happy that the scum of the new bishop died. But the day of sacrifice appeared continuously in the interrogation records, forcing Qin Qinghe to pay attention. Now the only person who can get intelligence about the new bishop is the man nicknamed Ripper opposite. Mr. Ripper, this incident is serious. I hope you can give us some help. Qin Qinghe put his attitude very low, This is their only clue. I know this is very dangerous, but it concerns the safety of the entire Han dynasty. If we are not careful, it will evolve into a new round of Demon Tide, which will be another disaster. We are willing to provide all the help and sufficient rewards. Han Yu had already guessed what the other party was going to say, and was not surprised. But with his current level, he entered the new bishop as an undercover, and if he encountered an ordinary team, he would still have a chance to escape. If the priest or even the pastor really came, he would probably die without knowing how he died. And the so-called Wei Yidio was just a character he made up. If the new bishop really used intelligence to investigate, he would probably find out soon. And his reputation was too great. The new bishop was afraid that he knew him very well, and he would be discovered if he showed any flaws. Okay. Han Yu considered all the disadvantages and dangers, and then sent out 2 words. Han Yu never thought that he was a very righteous person, but the responsibility has fallen on him. If he escapes, he may not be at peace for the rest of his life. Moreover, the original owner of this body was killed by the Demon Tide. The obsession hidden in Han Yu's heart made him unwilling to see the Demon Tide raging again. Thank you for your dedication to the Han. We will do our best to protect your safety. Qin Qinghe on the opposite side wanted to talk about his conditions, but he didn't expect Han Yu to agree directly. Let me talk about my conditions first. Create a fake identity for me. Name, Wei Yidio, born in Haicheng, professional summoner, current level is level 16, frustrated after failing the college entrance examination. This is a photo. Han Yu said, and sent his current square face appearance. Okay, I will send someone to create a file immediately, and there will be no loopholes. He picked up the phone at hand. Black Ice manages the intelligence files of players across the country, and it is not difficult to create a person from the records. Then here are the things I need: 20 mutation crystals, another set of inheritance purple quality suits, requiring life-saving skills, and 3 summoning skill books. My profession is a summoner, and the attribute requirements are lower than. All things are not traded through the game, and are sent to this address. Han Yu lowered his energy attribute a little, and slightly modified other attributes before informing Qin Qinghe. These are the rewards Han Yu wants, or the price of Han Yu's hidden identity. In front of this kind of thing, Han Yu did not ask for too much, but the value of these things is still more than 40 million. He wanted to enter the new bishop as Wei Yidio to get information, so he naturally needed to hide all obvious features. The effect of the falling feather rain blade suit can still be used for the time being, but it is still not as good as the inherited equipment, and it is not worth strengthening. However, the life-saving skills are indeed very important, and Han Yu has not found a suitable substitute for the time being. Only when he found Han Yu himself did he understand how precious life-saving equipment is in this game where you can't be resurrected, and most of the life-saving equipment is disposable, which does not meet Han Yu's requirements. He may have seriously underestimated the value of the falling feather suit before. Okay. Tomorrow morning, I will prepare everything and send it to the address you said. Qin Qinghe on the opposite side replied immediately. Even if Han Yu wanted a magic weapon, he had to contact him overnight to see if he could allocate one for Han Yu. As for physical delivery, Qin Qinghe can completely trade with the Black Ice members in Zisong City through the game, and then put it at the nearest point to Han Yu's designated location. The inherited suit is not difficult to find, but the suit with built-in life-saving skills is a little difficult. What made Qin Qinghe wonder was why Han Yu wanted 20 mutant crystals. They guessed that Han Yu might have already absorbed the mutant crystals, but the Ripper on the other side was only level 16. Why did he need so many crystals? If he absorbed the mutant energy at this speed, he would probably die on the spot. Although it was a bit strange, Qin Qinghe still agreed to all of them. I hope there will be good news. Thank you again, Mr. Wei. Qin Qinghe put down his phone. At this time, the 3 subordinates he notified were already waiting in the office. But they didn't interrupt Qin Qinghe's communication. Seeing Qin Qinghe put down his phone, everyone looked at Qin Qinghe. Chapter 132. Ji Lin, create a file, Wei Yidio, occupation. All from birth to school admission require detailed records, notify the Haicheng Black Ice members, and provide proof of Wei Yidio's existence. Contact a summoner in Haicheng, Sherdong, and let him know that Wei Yidio is a real person. This file creation record is S-level confidential. You and I need to be present to view it, or you need SS-level authority to view it. The file name is Wu Wei. Yes. Ji Men confirmed the news about Wei Yidio, and turned to leave. Since the file was created, Wei Yidio is a real person. Even if you go to Haicheng to investigate Wei Yidio's address, there will be 1 or 2 neighbors around to tell you that the child didn't like to go out since he was a child, had poor talent, and changed his job to a summoner. As for his appearance, He is the square-faced boy that Han Yu just sent. Zhao Feibai, prepare a set of heritage purple equipment with life-saving skills, suitable for summoners, and the four-dimensional attributes must not exceed. After preparation, send it to the Ziyun dungeon gathering area 8 kilometers away from Zisong City with 20 mutation crystals before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yes. Zhao Feibai also received the order to prepare, and the two quickly left the office. Yu Bo, communicate with the front line, bring back 7 teams of 100 people, and strictly defend Zisong City, Lindue City, Jiangling City, 5 cities, and explain to them that the situation is very serious and people must be transferred back. In addition, notify them that the primary goal of all members in the near future is to search for new bishop members, and all living people must be soul-searched. Although they still don't know what happened, who this Weidyo is, and that a forged file can reach S-level confidentiality, the 3 of them can see that the situation is urgent, and everyone speeds up when leaving the office to quickly complete the tasks assigned to them. Meanwhile, beside the Li River, the fisherman who used to be calm and composed sat at the table with dull eyes and his face twitching. Dead? Dead again. Trash, 3 fallen ones. Killed a kid who hadn't changed his job and got killed. He obviously left school alone. The fisherman's fury also affected the blue fish kept in the house. They jumped out of the water with red eyes, biting the air with their sharp teeth. Huh? The fisherman breathed a sigh of relief. I really want to go to Zisong City to see who this Han Yu is. Unfortunately, the day of sacrifice is more important. This hunting failed again, which made the fisherman very angry. He was completely disappointed with the people below, and could only give up hunting temporarily. At this time, Han Yu also took a taxi to the dungeon entrance designated for Qingqinghe. This place is between the city and the school. Because of the existence of the dungeon entrance, it also derived a large gathering area for players. Han Yu stayed in a residential area for a while, and when he came out, he had changed back to his original appearance and walked on the street again. The new bishop should not be able to monitor him all the time, but it would be bad if he was seen by someone with ulterior motives. Han Yu, Wei Diao Jiao Yi? Who would have thought that I would suddenly become an undercover agent when I drove out to rob? Life circumstances are really hard to predict. Han Yu did not plan to go back to school tonight. Now was not the time to open the teleportation array. He had to find the person in charge to open the teleportation array when he entered the school. Moreover, Qin Heping said that the things would come in the morning, so he just had to wait here overnight. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening, and this gathering area was prosperous. Most players finished a day's work and began to really enjoy life, but now, there were several 2-person teams standing on the roadside, pulling passers-by to talk about something from time to time. Han Yu was walking on the street when a boy suddenly came up to him. He looked about the same age as Han Yu and said, "Brother, are you a player?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "A new face? Are you in a group? Do you want to come to our group? We have a lot of rewards and benefits. We recruit players of all levels. We also have beautiful teammates." I'm a summoner. The people gathered here are mostly free players, but they will form teams for the sake of playing the game. The small ones are fixed teams of 4 or 5 people, and the big ones are teams of dozens or hundreds of people. The man glanced at Han Yu and said, "Summoner. Summoner is also okay. Do you want to try it? There are not many such opportunities." His tone was a little cold, but he did not leave immediately. Summoner is such a weak profession? Han Yu did not expect that this man did not turn around and leave after hearing that he was a summoner, and continue to let him try. It seems that he is indeed short of people. What's wrong with summoners? Look at Han Yu, the god of feathers. He's already on the official rankings set by the organizing committee, and now he ranks first. Summoners also have a bright future. You can try to cooperate with him. Forget it, I don't plan to form a team for the time being. Han Yu could only refuse directly. Could it be that because of him, summoning is no longer so disliked? Recently, Zisong Mountain is going to release a batch of new dungeons. You can gain more by following the group. If you can get a new piece of equipment, it will be enough to be free for a long time. Don't you really want to consider it? At this point, Han Yu knew why the other party was so eager to recruit people. New dungeons mean new equipment output. If you can get equipment that is not available on the market, you may make a lot of money. No, bye. Han Yu, who knew the reason, didn't want to say more. Seeing that Han Yu really had no intention, the man gave up completely and turned around and shouted, "Zhang Lin, why are you lazy again? Why do you always let me recruit people alone? The new dungeon will be released tomorrow. If we don't recruit enough people, we won't be able to have soup." "Zhang Lin? This name sounded familiar to Hanyu. He turned his head subconsciously, and saw a boy on the street who also turned his head. Hanyu's high school classmate, John Lin, was originally high-spirited and changed his job to an elemental mage in the college entrance examination. As a result, his skills were always wrong, which caused a lot of trouble for their team. After the college entrance examination, Hanyu didn't pay attention to John Lin's news. He just heard that his score was not high, and he didn't know which school he entered. He didn't expect to meet him here. "Hi, classmate John Lin." Seeing John Lin, Hanyu could only smile awkwardly. He already regretted turning his head. Seeing John Lin here, Hanyu didn't feel refreshed at all, but more embarrassed. Although his words during the college entrance examination were sarcastic, Hanyu didn't take it to heart. After all, most people's first impression of Summons was like that, and Hanyu didn't have much hostility towards him. "Student Hanyu, I'm doing a part-time job here." John Lin was originally on the side of the road looking for new members, who had not joined the group. He saw that Hanyu had already hidden himself, but he didn't expect that he would be called out by his companions. Chapter 133. "Oh, I have something else to do, so I leave first. Goodbye." Hanyu couldn't think of anything to say, so he just said goodbye. "Yeah, goodbye." After saying hello awkwardly, Hanyu turned and left, and John Lin also gave an awkward smile in return. He wasn't actually a part-time worker. After the college entrance examination, he could only enter a low-ranking player school, so he just came out to be a free player and improve his practical experience. The first stop for a free player was naturally Zitsong City, the capital of Naming Province. He never thought that he would meet Hanyu here. This place is not far from Zitsong University. Even if Hanyu was free and came out to stroll around, he would not usually come here. But the result was that they met. "Do you know each other? What did you call him just now?" Seeing Hanyu walk away, the boy just asked John Lin. "Yeah, Hanyu, we are high school classmates." "Is the Hanyu you are talking about the same Hanyu I was thinking of?" the man asked in disbelief. "Yes, it's him, Hanyu, the most talented summoner in the past 80 years. John Lin explained to his companion with an impatient look. He really didn't want to mention his experience as a classmate with Hanyu. Now he was the one who was in a bad state. The person he had ridiculed had become the God of Feathers. "Fuck. Why didn't you say it earlier, Hanyu, the God of Feathers?" Turning around again, Hanyu had disappeared on the street, and no one knew which store he had entered. "What's the use of a God of Feathers? Do you expect him to join our team? Recruit people well. It's okay to ask for an autograph, maybe you can sell it for a good price." It is said that the God of Feathers already has a fan club. John Lin was too lazy to pay attention to him, and looked at the direction where Hanyu left. "The God of Feathers? One day, I will step on your head." The inexplicable resentment in his heart made John Lin clench his fists, and a faint black line appeared on his wrist. Hanyu just turned around, and quickly turned into a hotel, and stayed there directly. The next morning, Hanyu came to a forging shop near the entrance of Ziyun Dungeon. This was the specific location Qin Cheng had told him. Hanyu put on the anthropomorphic mask, and walked into the shop. He was thinking about whether to say a secret code, but he didn't expect the owner to greet Hanyu directly. "Mr. Wei, you are here. It's been a long time since I last saw you." Hanyu was stunned by this greeting. He had never been to this shop before, and almost no outsiders knew about Wei Yiu's vest. But he thought about it and figured it out. This is a secret sentry under the Black Ice Gate. The owner should have seen his photo, and looked like he had seen him before. "Your stuff is ready. Please follow me to the back." "Okay." Hanyu followed him to the back of the store. The owner handed over a package. When he lifted it, he heard the sound of crystals colliding inside. "Come, Mr. Wei, check it out." Hanyu opened the package, and a set of equipment was neatly stacked inside. "There is another box, which is the material you want." The owner took out another box from the back of the package, and opened it to find a box of mutant crystals. The owner couldn't help but look at Hanyu a few more times. The fallen professionals in Black Ice are also rare, but not rare. They also have a demand for mutant crystals, but I haven't heard of anyone asking for dozens of them at a time. It's troublesome to carry too much of this thing, and it has a special attraction to the fallen. Hanyu put all of them into his backpack. The upper limit of the single-cell storage of similar items in the backpack is 99, which doesn't take up too much space. "Thank you very much, bye." "Hello." The shopkeeper escorted Hanyu out of the shop, and began to receive other players without asking any questions. Hanyu found a secret corner, restored his original appearance, and took a taxi back to school. As soon as he arrived at the dormitory, Han Yu took out his equipment to see what kind of suit Black Ice prepared for him in just one night. Resurgence Cloth Armor. Armor, Cloth Armor. Quality, Heritage Purple. Physical Defense, 187 to 207. Magic Defense, 201 to 221. Energy +2. Trait 1, Ice and Dark Magic Damage Resistance increased by 10%. Trait 2, Wind of Resurgence. When HP is below 50%, Wind of Resurgence is triggered after being hit, restoring 1% HP per second for 3 seconds. Resurgence Cloak, Armor, Cloak. Quality, Heritage Purple. Magic Defense, 175 to 185. Energy +1. Agility +1. Trait 1, Good Learner, Skill Memory Slot +1. Trait 2, Wind of Resurgence. Resurgence Belt. Armor, Belt. Quality, Heritage Purple. HP +700. Physique +2. Trait 1, Physical Conversion, Strength Attribute gains 10% enhancement of physique. Trait 2, Wind of Resurgence. Resurgence Boots. Quality, Heritage Purple. Armor, Shoes. Physical Defense, 99 to 109. Magical Defense, 110 to 130. Movement Speed +20%. Agility +2. Trait 1, Where to gain skills. Rush. After use, rush a short distance towards the target location, affected by the energy attribute. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Trait 2, Wind of Resurgence. Set trait. Wearing 2 pieces of the Resurgence set triggers the set effect. Wind of Resurgence recovery effect is doubled. Single piece recovery effect can be stacked and share the cooldown time. Wearing 4 pieces of Resurgence equipment triggers the set effect. Gain passive skill, Death. Death. Before receiving fatal damage, an invincible shield will appear on the wearer, lasting for 2 seconds and clearing all negative states. After the shield ends, the wearer's health is instantly restored by 30%. Looking at each piece of equipment, the attributes are much better than the Luoling suit, and the life-saving skill Han He wants is not inferior to the Luoling Feather Blade at all, and its advantage is that it is passively triggered. Even in the controlled state, the effect can be triggered. Han Yu, wearing the resuscitation suit, with the title of Pioneer, can still fight even if he is approached by an assassin in the future. Not bad. After that, Han Yu learned 3 skill books set by Black Ice, 1 for Crow's Storm, 1 for summoning Ironback Bear, and 1 for summoning Strengthening. The summoned creatures within the skill range cause damage, defense is increased by 10%, and a healing effect lasting 10 seconds is obtained, and blood volume is restored by 2% per second. The skills have been learned, but Han Yu cannot use them at the same time. He now has 6 memory slots, and can only remember 6 skills at most at the same time. To use these skills, he needs to temporarily forget 2 of the existing professional skills. Moreover, the skill slot cannot be changed during the battle, and the skills can only be adjusted before entering the combat state. But these are just skills to confuse the new bishop. Han Yu will not use them often, and it is highly likely that he will not invest attribute points in the summoned creatures. Anyway, ordinary summoners have to perform a little weaker. Under all the equipment, there is also a pile of information. The first page is a photo of Wei Yidio's square face, followed by detailed information. He Bing filled in all the details that Han Yu did not mention. It was even recorded that Wei Yidio had a neighbor who often saw him swearing and smashing things in the room. The child did not like to go out, so it was believed that the child had some personality problems. Chapter 134. Looking at the information, even Han Yu felt that Wei Yidio was a real person. Afterwards, Han Yu used a name change card to change his ID. The ID of Ruoxue was too conspicuous, and it was notified to the whole server. If the new bishop asked about his ID later, he might be exposed instantly. It only takes 1 name change card to change the ID, but the price is 1 million, and it can only be changed once within half a year. It's just that few people use it. In this game close to reality, the ID is rarely used. Not many people will pay attention to the ID. After all, it's just a game name, and it can be changed. After thinking about it, Han Yu changed his ID to Wei Yixiao, which happened to correspond to Wei Yidiao. He could choose to hide his ID in battle, but Han Yu hadn't considered that he would be an undercover agent one day. Even the ID of the live broadcast account was Ruoxue. After everything was handled, Han Yu finally felt that he had barely reached the passing line of undercover, but these were just backup preparations, just in case. Han Yu was also prepared to fight with the new bishop's men until the moment was right. He was not a professional undercover agent, so it was very likely that his flaws would be discovered. It was best to show up less. Fortunately, he would not be needed to be undercover for long. Since Shueshan said that the day of sacrifice would not be too far away, it was estimated that the new bishop would make some moves soon, and the priest should meet him. He could also know the time when the priest would enter Zisong City in advance, and then tell Shanhai, and leave the rest to them. After everything was ready, Han Yu was about to pack up and leave the dormitory when he heard the doorbell, and saw Jiang Ziki and Ao Rong standing at the door through the surveillance. After a simple packing, Han Yu walked out of the gate of the small villa. What's wrong? You called me to go to class? What class? Today is a refresh day. Most of the dungeons have been refreshed. Why don't you go and refresh the dungeons? You are too proud, Yushin. I am ready to surpass you. Ao Rong watched Han Yu slowly walk out of the room. Even if it was a class, he was late now. Ah, so then hurry up. As he said, he walked towards the back mountain. They did not need to go to the public dungeon entrance, but directly entered the dungeon through the crack behind Zisong Mountain. No need for a teleportation array. If the first refresh is released, if you are confident in your own strength, you can pay a little more credits and choose the first refresh dungeon. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ziki did not move, but asked casually, Han Yu, were you not in the dormitory yesterday? No, how did you know? Han Yu went out directly from the teleportation array yesterday. Jiang Ziki should not know. We came to discuss the dungeon with you. Our dormitory is a little lower than yours, so we just came here. But after ringing the doorbell for a few minutes, you were not there. You said where you went yesterday, and didn't even take me with you. Ah, why did you send me a message directly? I had a little thing to deal with yesterday. Here, Ao Rong pursed his lips, and pointed at Jiang Ziki. Jiang Ziki said not to disturb you, so we left. You? Han Yu thought that he had always fought alone. Seeing Jiang Ziki looking at him with a slightly disappointed look, he felt that the understanding of these two people might be different from his own. Ao Rong took a step back, and took out a bag of melon seeds from his backpack, watching the show without any disguise. Han Yu clapped his hands. Hey! I didn't plan to go out. Guess what happened? What happened? Hurry up and add more. Ao Rong immediately joined in, with a professional temperament. Han Yu kicked Ao Rong in the waist with a smile on his face. Zhang Lin sent me a message. You remember Zhang Lin, the one who mocked me during the college entrance examination? He insisted on apologizing to me, and said he would treat me to a meal. I said I didn't want to go, but he insisted that I go. He said that if I didn't accept his apology, he was afraid that I would still hate him, and couldn't sleep every day. For his sake, I had to go out. As a result, when I came back, the teleportation array was closed, so I had to stay outside. Ao Rong, do you believe it? Jiang Ziki looked at Ao Rong, who was holding his waist with doubts in his eyes. Ha ha ha, how is it possible? I don't believe it. I believed Han Yu at that time. Now he is practicing fighting and studying notes. If it weren't for that Zhang, he would never leave the school. Really, Zhang Lin really came to Zisong City, and is still working part-time. When we met yesterday, he complained to me that part-time work was very tiring. Of course I believe it. I just asked casually. Jiang Ziki smiled brightly and breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go to the dungeon. Seeing that Jiang Ziki believed it, Han Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't say that he went out to rob yesterday because he was bored. Anyway, Zhang Lin did work part-time in Zisong City, and the two did meet. What Han Yu didn't know was that after the dungeon was over today, Jiang Ziki sent a message to Zhang Lin, asking him if he was working part-time in Zisong City, and whether he had met Han Yu. After getting a positive answer, he was really relieved, and then he told Zhang Lin that Han Yu never held grudges, and they were still classmates, so he didn't have to worry. Zhang Lin was confused by these words, but he subconsciously clenched his fists. Does it mean that I am the petty one? One day, I will step on Han Yu. After absorbing the mutation crystal, his personality became darker, and he always had dangerous thoughts from time to time. But now Zhang Lin naturally knew that he couldn't afford to offend the two of them, so he only replied with a and stopped replying to the message, so Jiang Ziki couldn't chat anymore. Han Yu and Jiang Ziki walked to the back of Zisong City together, and stood at the entrance of the rift. There is also a dungeon population hall built between the rifts, which can check whether the dungeon is refreshed and whether there are people. Next to the hall are several huge rifts, which seem to almost hollow out the mountain, but the real mountain does not seem to be affected. The three chose the dungeon with a high level 20 experience output, the Troll Tribe. Standing at the dungeon entrance, Han Yu began to choose the dungeon difficulty, then continue with the nightmare difficulty? Before making the choice, Hanyu consulted the two people's opinions. Both of them were stunned. They didn't expect Hanyu to be so radical. There are 3 of them now. Hanyu is level 16, and the 2 of them are level 15. It is already difficult to brush the ordinary level 20 dungeon. Hanyu wanted to choose the nightmare difficulty right away. Isn't this a bit too arrogant? That? God you, why don't we play it safe? Seeing that Hanyu was eager to try, Ao Gang was a little scared. What he said about being able to block the attack of a level 20 monster was the ordinary level. He really didn't know the nightmare difficulty. Chapter 135. It shouldn't be a problem. Hanyu was very confident. He had added 40 points of attributes yesterday, and he was now full of confidence. It's not that we don't believe you. Jiang Ziki nodded. When this was said, Ao Rong was stunned again. Could it be that he, a shield warrior, was the most cowardly in the team? But this is the first time to brush the level 20 dungeon. The nightmare difficulty cannot use the return scroll. It is better to be safer with the adventure difficulty. Okay. Hanyu quickly chose the adventure difficulty. This is the first time to brush the level 20 dungeon. Hanyu also thinks that the adventure difficulty can be a safe hand. But if I say to challenge the adventure difficulty directly, Ao Rong may say that the normal difficulty is safer. People always like to compromise. The dungeon opened, and the 3 disappeared at the entrance. But today is the refresh day of most dungeons. Students coming and going saw Hanyu, and the other 2 entering this level 20 troll tribe. Some students even followed Hanyu here on purpose, wanting to see if Hanyu would choose to open the dungeon so that they could watch the excitement. They all knew that this 3-person freshman team, with Hanyu, the champion of this year's freshman competition, as the core, was qualified to challenge the level 20 dungeon, but they didn't expect that these 3 people would choose the adventure level for the first time. Don't they try the simple difficulty first? Take the risk right away? What simple difficulty? I just heard Hanyu say that he wanted to choose the nightmare difficulty directly, but was stopped by Ao Rong. Fortunately, he didn't choose the nightmare difficulty. Hanyu was a little too confident. A few people looked at the dungeon entrance and waited for a minute or 2. No battle image appeared in the sky. It seems that Hanyu did not choose to make this battle public, and the few people who wanted to watch the excitement could only disperse and look for their own copies. Troll Tribe. LV20 to LV25. Difficulty, Adventure. Dungeon mission activated. Speed clearance. Clear the adventure difficulty dungeon within 25 minutes to get a 50% experience bonus. Hanyu and the other 2 landed on the soft ground, and a faint stench entered their noses. In front of them, it looked like an open space that had been trampled constantly, but there was no decent building, and it didn't look like a tribe at all. In front of them, more than a dozen tall trolls were strolling around carrying huge bone clubs or stone shields, and they didn't even notice the 3 people who suddenly appeared outside the tribe. Behind the walking trolls, there were dark pits. The level 20 dungeon seemed to have a much larger range than the lower level dungeons. That's it? I thought the adventure difficulty could be so difficult. Ao Rong looked at the trolls in the tribe, and his heart was finally no longer uneasy. Before he came in, he took a quick look at the introduction of this dungeon, but he only looked at the normal difficulty. Now it seems that there is not much difference between the 2. So few monsters? It shouldn't be. Hanyu muttered in his heart. According to the information he read, the monsters of the Troll Tribe dungeon with adventure difficulty should be between 30 and 50. But looking around the whole place, he did not see any other monsters. By the way, my lava lizard is temporarily unavailable. You can take it alone. Hanyu was about to summon it when he remembered that the lava lizard was too seriously injured yesterday, and it is estimated that it has not recovered yet. He can go up, but for monsters of this level, it is okay to let him take a break. Don't worry, these monsters can't rush over no matter what. Charge with me. Ao Rong held up his shield and dragged his spear on the ground, rushing to the front. Hanyu waved his scepter, and used summons while running. He didn't use the Molten Lizard and Falcon summons to reduce some energy consumption, but let the summons last until the end of the dungeon, and the completion of the race mission was guaranteed. Jiang Ziki followed closely behind, lighting, cleaning, weapon strengthening, healing aura, and quickly stacking marks. All her equipment gave priority to increasing memory slots, or had built-in skills, which could quickly stack marks and make talents work quickly. When Ao Rong rushed to the trolls more than 10 meters away, this group of slow-reacting trolls finally reacted, roared, and rushed over waving drumsticks. Come on! See if your big sticks can break my defense. Ao Rong charged quickly, and after entering the skill range, his spear hit the shield, and the sound of vibration came out. All the trolls were taunted, or there was no need to taunt at all. Trolls think humans are delicious food, delicious to eat raw, and sweet blood. All the trolls attacked Ao Rong, but were all blocked by Ao Rong's shield, and even one was picked up by the long bridge. Ao Rong was just feeling proud. Behind these trolls, in those ignored pits, trolls with taller bodies crawled out, shaking their heads, looking a little sleepy, but seeing the humans in front of them, they couldn't help but drooling, and instantly became energetic. Ao Rong looked at the troll warriors pouring out of the ground, and was stunned for a moment. There were as many as 40 or 50 of them, and they looked taller than ordinary trolls. The ground around them was shaking when they ran, and all kinds of weapons in their hands were flying excitedly, and they rushed towards Ao Rong quickly. According to official records, the favorite food of trolls is human flesh. Almost no player who failed to challenge the trolls could leave a complete corpse. You are playing tricks on me, right? He had never heard that trolls have the habit of digging a pit and sleeping underground. Even Han Yu did not expect that those disappeared monsters would sleep in the pit? And the total number is obviously more than 50. All lying in the pit to sleep? Han Yu looked up at the sky. Now the sun was about to set in the dungeon, and the sunlight was dim, but it was not time for the trolls to rest. Ao Rong was originally ready to give up the complete defense. He could fight these trolls alone to ensure that Han Yu and Jiang Ziqi's output would not be affected. But he did not expect that there was a large army behind them, so Ao Rong could only retreat in a hurry. Retreat a little, there are too many monsters. Ao Rong shouted while retreating, fearing that Han Yu and Jiang Ziqi behind him would be injured because of his carelessness. But it seems that the two of them are much calmer than Ao Rong. Jiang Ziqi released the Jiashing, and placed a Jiashing formation with a range of nearly 2 meters in front of Ao Rong. The marks have not been superimposed too much, but the basic deceleration effect is enough to slow down the troll warrior's attack. Ao Rong was almost not attacked and successfully retreated. The shield fell to the ground, and a light shield extended from both sides of the shield, 2 meters high and nearly 3 meters wide, which can block all attacks from the front. As soon as the shield was set up, stone spears and stone hammers flew over, but they only made a dull echo when they hit the light shield, and Han Yu and others behind were not affected at all. The light shield has a very large defense range, and will not affect the output of teammates. All friendly attacks can pass through the light shield, which is extremely suitable for team combat. Chapter 136. With so many monsters, I don't think we can stop them for too long. Let's fight in a roundabout way. Ao Rong looked at the 2-meter-tall troll holding a giant stick in front of him, and felt a little scared. Although his light shield can continuously restore the shield value, it also has a limit. If these trolls attack at the same time, his shield will not be able to recover in time. Moreover, he used taunt right at the beginning, and now it has entered the cooldown. It is not certain that he can stop such a large number of troll warriors. It's okay, just stand still. Han Yu's tone was calm, and Ellie, who was standing behind, had raised her longbow. Scattering, 9 arrows flew out in parallel, and the charging troll was slightly repelled. It seemed that the control effect was average, but the blood bar was instantly reduced by 1/3. The sparks of the flametail fox spread among the monsters. After the earth fire was charged after 1 second, the fire column spewed out. There were too many monsters, and her skills did not need to be controlled and coordinated. After 2 rounds of earth fire attacks, the troll, who was attacked by both Ellie and Maple Fire, just waved his weapon to taste the human flesh he had finally seen, but before he could take a few steps, his blood volume was emptied, and he fell on the spot. Ao Rong, who was holding the shield, had a dull look in his eyes, and had not yet reacted. How could this troll fall down like this? Han Yu, this skill of yours doesn't seem to be used like this. He had seen Ellie use the scatter skill in the previous battle. This was obviously just a short-term control skill. The only function was to control the group for a short time, and the output was not high. How come it was less than a few days ago, and this scatter directly cleared nearly half of the blood of the monster in front of him? It's okay, a little lower than I thought. Han Yu nodded. This kind of troll has thick skin and flesh, and likes close combat very much. Its physical resistance is high, but the damage caused by the flame-tailed fox is high. You call this low damage? Then my shield battle is really not as good as a scrape. Ao Rong was a little speechless. The feather god was not called for nothing. Seeing his companions fall down directly, he also understood that the damage of this enemy was not as weak as their body size, and the greater threat came from behind the shield that he could not attack. All the trolls holding stone shields rushed to the front to defend against the arrow attack, and the other trolls followed closely, and rushed towards Han Yu and his companions. Their shields were made entirely of stone, and looked extremely rough, but the defensive power was still amazing, but they were too heavy. Even in the tribe, only the strongest troll warriors could use them normally. The defense formed by 10 troll warriors looked like a moving wall, which was difficult to penetrate by ordinary attacks. Spell Locking God. Jiang Ziki flipped the magic book in his hand quickly, and a page flew out, splitting into 4 spells in the air and falling on 4 shield-bearing warriors. The affected troll warriors were drowsy, and the stone shields they held high slowly dropped, revealing their heads behind the shields. As soon as the head of one of the trolls was exposed, 5 streams of light flew out from Ao Rong's side, 5 consecutive shots, headshots, and 2 more normal attacks before the shield was raised in time. Jiang Ziki's Locking God damage didn't even have time to explode, and the troll died directly. And Ellie continued to draw the bow as if nothing had happened, looking for the next target to attack. Ao Rong's jaw had not yet closed. Seeing that the troll that had just shown its head was killed in an instant, his mouth opened again subconsciously. This. Just now, it can be said that the troll was killed with the cooperation of other summons, but it was a real instant kill. His health bar was so long, and it just disappeared like that. Ao Rong was a little doubtful whether he came to a level 20 copy. A seed in Finn's hand just flew to the place where the troll fell, absorbed the blood and flesh of the fallen troll as nutrients for growth, and began to grow rapidly, constantly entwining other trolls, hungry for all nutrients. Huyun, take Ellie around to attack. Han Yu was as satisfied with the damage of Lianju as always. Seeing that the other trolls had recovered from the Lock God, a strengthened troll just walked out of the pit, but raised the shield again. These shields can block most of Ellie's attacks, so Han Yu simply let her leave the front protection range directly. There were no monsters like mages and assassins on this level that could threaten Ellie. With Hu Yun's high mobility, Ellie could pull infinitely. At this time, the troll warriors who had endured 2 rounds of attacks finally rushed to Ao Rong's light shield. After the trolls, who had just been affected by the godlock had several more blood holes on their bodies, they raised their stone shields again and rushed over. The tall troll raised his shield and rushed forward, carrying the might of the charge, and at the same time hit Ao Rong's light shield, putting all the strength of his body on Ao Rong alone. Ao Rong suddenly felt his blood surge up, and this was even though there was a discipline formation in front of him that reduced the power of the charge. Ao Rong had rarely encountered such a group charge before. With such a level of impact, ordinary players would have fled long ago. But after Ao Rong resisted the first wave of attacks, he thrust out his spear from the light shield, swept it across, and knocked down a troll who had just taken out a stone hammer and was about to attack. Fight and retreat. I can't hold out for long. As the subsequent trolls attacked together, Ao Rong felt the pressure doubled. Don't worry, they can't hold out for long. Han Yu released the flame totem and ice flower, and took out the poison hunting longbow. Talent sharing Ellie plus penetrating shot. The arrow flew past Ao Rong and directly penetrated a row of trolls, and at the same time, they were all marked with poison. After shooting 2 arrows, Han Yu felt that it was almost done, and adjusted the position to penetrate as many trolls as possible. 5 consecutive arrows. The longbow in his hand pulled quickly, and arrows flew out continuously. The troll's stone shield was raised high, but the penetrating shot still went through. A whole row of troll warriors, who were just furious and wanted to tear the humans in front of them to pieces. Just a few seconds after Han Yu took out the longbow, several more holes were shot through his body. Looking at the stone shield trolls standing in front of them, they didn't even know how they were attacked. But they didn't have much time to think. Under the 5 consecutive hits, the additional disability effect, these trolls knelt on one knee and could only stagger back, hoping to get protection from their teammates. But the poison mark had reached more than 6 layers, and the poison broke out instantly. The wounds infected by the poison exploded, and under the dual damage of magic and physical attacks, this whole row of trolls fell down quickly like leaks. Originally thought that the stone shield behind the teammates was the safest place, but they didn't expect that their blood volume was empty before the shield fell. A whole row of trolls fell, greatly reducing Ao Rong's defensive pressure. Chapter 137. Yushin Yo Ba. Ao Rong shouted directly. He was deeply impressed by Han Yu's skill in the last competition. The magic and physical dual damage, penetrating attack, and super high attribute value are definitely the nightmare of every shield holder. And Ai Li, who went around to the side, was still able to ensure that she hit the target every time under the protection of Hu Yun's high-speed maneuver, and quickly reduced the health of the trolls. The crossfire of the two, although only single damage, can eliminate a troll in a few attacks, and quickly weaken the combat power of the troll group. Seeing that the stone shield could no longer block the attack, it could not break through Ao Rong's defense for a while. The troll warrior simply gave up the shield and separated 10 of them to chase Ailey, at least to let her shoot fewer arrows. It was too painful to be shot by Hanyu, and Ailey one by one. The other trolls scattered, preparing to bypass Aorong and attack Hanyu and Jiangziki behind. But this is exactly what Hanyu wanted to see. His penetrating shot only lasted for 10 seconds, but he used it from the beginning to make the troll on the opposite side drop its shield. Otherwise, the big stone shield would still hinder the output. After all, there was only one Hu Yun. As for the dispersed attack, how could this group of trolls catch up with Hu Yun? If the two of them were so easily approached, Aorong, the shield warrior, could also automatically leave the team. Seeing the trolls begin to disperse, his single-sided shield was no longer effective. The light shield affected his mobility too much. Aorong directly cancelled the light shield and faced the troll warrior, who was rushing over. "Don't worry about the output. No monsters will get close," he said, holding the gun with one hand. The tip of the long spear was stained with a layer of red light, and a shot was stabbed into the troll rushing in the front. The tip of the spear entered the body, and green blood flowed out. With his arms exerting force and muscles bulging, the 2-meter-tall troll was directly lifted up and smashed onto his companions behind him, forcing the troll warriors, who were rushing up from behind, to retreat. Aorong took advantage of the momentum and rushed forward, getting close to the troll. The troll finally had a target to attack for the first time, and all the weapons in his hands were smashed towards Aorong. But before the attack fell, a layer of light shield rose above Aorong's body, blocking all attacks. In less than half a second, the light shield was shattered by the heavy attack of the troll. But in this half second, Aorong had completed the accumulation of power, and the spear and the shield in his other hand danced, and a gust of wind rolled up beside him. All the trolls around him were swept into the air by the spear, and were about to fall. Falling into the gust of wind swept up by the spear and shield again, the trolls were flying in the air for nearly 3 seconds, and could only be forced to endure damage again and again. Skill: Silver Dragon Dance. Roll up all enemies within the range and knock them into the air. Duration: immune to force control effects. When the troll finally fell, it wanted to attack Aorong again, but Aorong pointed his spear and released the well again. Pajunji Pierce. Putting the spear and shield in front of him, he quickly rushed towards the trolls, who wanted to attack Hanyu from the side. The troll warrior, who wanted to stop him, was knocked away again. And the troll, who wanted to attack secretly, was stopped again. For minutes later, Hanyu and Jiangziki were there wantonly, and only when the trolls were very close, they would retreat slightly. The next second, Aorong would sweep the approaching troll away. Of course, most of the trolls were killed directly before they could get close. At this time, the dungeon was full of troll corpses, and most of them had been absorbed by Finn's vines, leaving only bones and skin. They'd only placed one seed from beginning to end, but with the help of the troll corpses that kept falling, the entire battlefield was now covered. The last troll was entangled by vines, and Hanyu and Ailey fired arrows in their hands, hitting the troll's head with 2 attacks, and solved the last monster of this layer. On the opposite side of the battlefield, a silver light gate appeared, indicating that they had killed all the monsters and could go to the next layer. Yu Shin, you will be a god from now on. Aorong was panting, watching the last troll fall, and finally relaxed. It was only 4 minutes, and groups of monsters fell one by one like leaks. The trolls, who had extremely high physical resistance, could not withstand a few arrows under the attack of Hanyu and Ailey. The two attacked at the same time, almost bringing the single-target instant kill to the extreme. Although the battle was resolved quickly, Aorong was also very tired. There were too many monsters this time, and just holding up a shield was not very effective. But Aorong, who gave up the light shield, could still make his defense flawless, which made Hanyu feel that he had underestimated Aorong's strength before. It seems that in order to protect his teammates in the last competition, Aorong has not started to exert his full strength. Your defense is not bad, otherwise it would not have ended so quickly, Hanyu replied. Of course, otherwise how could I become the strongest shield in Nanjing University? Aorong boasted without hesitation. This time he came in to prove his strength in front of Hanyu, but he saw the speed at which Hanyu cleared the monsters. Aorong just wanted to say, the monster is actually next to me. This time, he really didn't want to compete with Hanyu at all. If Hanyu's defense was stronger than his one day, Aorong felt that he would not be too surprised. Let's go to the next level, Jiangziki said. There is also a speed racing task in this copy. Wait, I go see that pit. Hanyu didn't rush to enter the next level, but walked to the top of the pit, where the troll was lying just now. The appearance of these pits was too strange, which made Hanyu curious. Going closer to check, these pits were newly dug, but the inside had been pressed very flat by the heavy body of the troll. Have you heard that trolls like to sleep in pits? Hanyu asked. I have never heard of such a troll branch. Jiang Ziki replied. There are many troll branches, such as moss trolls, frost trolls, desert trolls, jungle trolls, etc. Although they are all trolls, they have many different habits due to different attributes. But none of the three have heard of any kind of troll who likes to sleep in a pit. Hanyu reached into the pit and touched the bottom of the pit. The inside was pressed very smooth by the trolls. There was a faint force pulling Hanyu. This feeling was very familiar, and Hanyu frowned slightly. Cat Demon Dungeon. Hanyu opened his eyes and said these words. What Cat Demon Dungeon? What does that low-level dungeon have to do with this? Ao Rong said in confusion. The feeling this pit gave me was like the first time I got the mutant crystal from the bloodthirsty cat demon. There was mutant energy escaping, wanting me to absorb it. Try to shoot this pit. Hanyu stood up and said to Ao Rong. Chapter 138. Ao Rong nodded, and the long spear stabbed into the ground, stirring it, and the rocks and soil flew up, making the depth of the earth pit deeper. Nothing appeared underground, but Hanyu reached out again to feel it, and the feeling of the mutant energy became more obvious. It is definitely mutant energy. This dungeon is going to mutate. Hanyu looked up at the dozens of holes in the dungeon. This is a batch of mutants. If all these dozens of trolls become mutants, the difficulty of this dungeon will be doubled instantly. Mutation is not this big. Jiang Ziki said. So many mutants suddenly appeared. If the player team was not prepared, I am afraid they would be wiped out. Not sure. Hanyu also shook his head. How could such a big change happen suddenly? Go to the next level to see if there are any other changes. This is the first dungeon Hanyu has played since entering Nanjing University. He didn't expect to encounter such a strange thing. In fact, dungeon mutation is not uncommon. When the dungeon mutation is completely completed, the recommended level will also change accordingly. But before the mutation is completely completed, the monsters will still receive various enhancements. If the players who enter the dungeon at this time are not very capable, they may never get out again. Just like the bloodthirsty cat demon that Hanyu met in the college entrance examination, the mutation may be completed at any time, so it is so thrilling to pass the level. But the scale of this mutation is much larger than the last time. If the mutation is completely completed, the troll tribe with a difficulty of level 20 dungeons may jump to level 30 dungeons. Now they can't find the reason, Hanyu and the other two can only continue to go down, push open the door of the second floor, and come to the next dungeon. As soon as they landed, it suddenly became dark in front of them. After a while of adapting, they could barely see each other. A strong stench came from the surroundings, and even Hanyu's perception, which he thought was sharp, became dull. The copy debuff effect came again. Hanyu released the falcon, and the eagle vision effect could greatly enhance Hanyu's vision. As soon as he used the eagle vision, Hanyu saw a group of trolls crawling out of the mud in front of him on the left, preparing to attack. Various projectiles flew towards the three people, and there were trolls chanting spells in their mouths. Left front. Hanyu hurriedly reminded, and various projectiles were already attacking the three people. Ao Rong instantly set up a shield, and all attacks were isolated from outside, hitting the shield with a dull sound. Lighting spell. Jiang Ziki also reacted, and a lighting spell was released in front of him, and the troll, who had just launched the attack, let out a strange cry. The trolls, who had long been accustomed to the dark environment here, were frightened by the sudden strong light, and closed their eyes tightly, fled in all directions, and temporarily gave up the attack. With the help of the lighting technique, Hanyu could really see the environment of this level of the dungeon. Behind them, a thick tree root blocked the retreat. The entire dungeon was full of tree roots, and the cave walls that could be barely seen were covered with green moss. This seemed to be the root hole of an ancient tree, which was used as a nest by these trolls. It was dark and damp, and next to the growing roots, there were rotten monster bones. As soon as the lighting technique was used, Ai Li and Hanyu immediately began to attack, and the vine seeds also found a place to take root. In this environment, the dream vine seemed to have found a home, growing very fast, and quickly wrapped around the running troll. You are affected by the cursed troll and suffer a debuff. Slow speed. Hanyu suddenly had an additional negative state, but this did not affect Hanyu's continuous bow shooting. He wanted to maximize the output within the remaining time of the talent sharing, and use the continuous speed plus penetrating shooting right away. 5 seconds later, the lighting effect disappeared, but fortunately this was originally the stacking mark skill chosen by Jiang Ziki, with low consumption and fast cooldown. When the lighting spell was used, several people quickly maximized the output. When the lighting spell ended, Hanyu reminded Ao Rong to block the skill through Eagle Vision. Jiang Ziqi's main role changed from a priest-sorcerer to an intermittent light bulb, and added a weapon enhancement to Hanyu. Fortunately, there were not many trolls on this floor, and because they had lived underground for a long time, their bodies were far inferior to normal troll warriors. Within 3 minutes, all monsters were solved. After solving all the monsters on this floor, Hanyu went to the location where the troll just appeared to check again. A large pit filled with mud, all the troll monsters just gathered around it. Hanyu tried to put his hand into it. The mud also emitted abnormal energy, and it was more obvious than the previous layer. Just as he was about to take his hand out, a black snake suddenly jumped out of the mud, instantly wrapped around Hanyu's wrist, and desperately dragged him into the mud. Hanyu was caught off guard, and his whole body was pulled down on the mud, and his body sank quickly. Hanyu! Jiang Ziqi shouted in shock. Although Hanyu was not hurt, he still cast a healing spell on him. No one expected that the door to the next layer had already appeared, and such a change would happen. The dream vines that had just stopped wriggling quickly wrapped around Hanyu's feet, and began to pull with the black snake that came out of the mud. Ao Rong thrust his spear into the mud, and with one thrust, he cut off the so-called black snake. Hanyu was then pulled out of the mud by the dream vine. Hanyu, who had eaten a mouthful of stinky mud, quickly spat it out. Only then did he look carefully, and wonder how there were still living monsters, when the portal had already appeared. However, the black snake that was cut off by Ao Rong was not a monster at all, but a vine of a tree root, which suddenly attacked because Hanyu approached. Now that it was cut off, it was still slightly wriggling. I think I know how those corpses died. These tree root attacks seemed to be judged by the game as dungeon terrain effects, and even if they were not cleared, they could enter the next level. Hanyu scanned the surrounding troll corpses again. Half of them were mutants, which obviously exceeded the number of mutants in ordinary dungeons. It would not be long before all the trolls here who could survive the tree root attacks would become mutants. Feeling that another tree root began to wriggle, the three of them did not stop and pushed open the door to the next level. As soon as his feet landed on the ground, two giant axes came with strong winds and slashed towards the few people. Ao Rong had no time to deploy his light shield. When he sensed the attack, he took a step forward, raised his shield high, and resisted the attack of the two giant axes. Ao Rong bent his calves to relieve the force, but still stepped on a big hole in the ground. Looking at the owner of the two giant axes, a 3-meter-tall troll plus was guarding in front of the door, and launched an attack the moment the three people appeared. Only 2 large mutants? Hanyu looked at the entire copy. There were corpses of various animals everywhere. There were indeed only these 2 monsters that could be seen. Chapter 139 Mutation Troll Guard, LV23. Skill, ? Remarks. The mutant trolls that have been mutated by the mutant energy have enhanced attack, defense, and body size, and their reaction speed has slightly decreased. Be careful when moving, otherwise you will be beaten into a pulp by it. Unfortunately, Hanyu's level is too low now, and even the identification skill can only see vague information. As the energy increases, the identification skill will automatically upgrade, or consume skill points to upgrade quickly. Unfortunately, before level 20, players can only get 1 skill point for each level up, and few people will use it to upgrade skills such as identification. But seeing the level is enough, a level 23 monster, even a mutant. Hanyu is also confident that he can cooperate with Ellie to kill it quickly. Eagle Kiss Reverse Grip, Talent Sharing Shadow Blade Mantis, use the skill. Shadow Leap, Hanyu's body floats up from the ground like a bird. Jiang Ziqi used Soul Lock, and the superposition of 2 copies made the Soul Lock control effect very good. Just as they were about to launch the second attack, the 2 trolls' eyes went dark, and the giant axes in their hands almost fell to the ground. The falcon flew in the air, and the weakness was refreshed at the throat of the troll. Hanyu landed on the head of the troll guard from the air, holding the nearly half-meter fangs of the large troll with one hand, using the troll's thick fangs as an anchor point, turning his body 180 degrees in the air, and riding on the troll's neck. He exerted force with his left hand to pull up the troll's head, and the eagle's kiss of his right hand circled and passed over the fragile throat. A green bloodline split open, and blood spurted out. Roar! The drowsy troll, under the influence of the locking god, was awakened by the severe pain. He didn't know when he was ridden on the head by a bug-like human. He raised his left hand, and was about to pull Hanyu off his head, pick it off, crush it, and swallow it. At the same time, a hard leather shell began to appear on his body, even covering his throat, and the blood spurting stopped temporarily. But at this time, Wu Ali's 5 consecutive arrows had arrived, accurately hitting the troll's heart, and the newly formed defensive shell was shattered. The last arrow almost penetrated the troll's body, and at the same time added a crippling effect. Under crippling, the troll guard staggered back, coughing up blood from his mouth, but still trying to kill Han Yu. With just one punch, he could smash the bug on his head to pieces. But when he raised his hand, the troll saw light in his eyes. The dim light reflected by the eagle's kiss continued to magnify in his eyes, until it occupied the entire eye socket. Before the troll guard could react, the eagle's kiss directly pierced its eyeball, and the slight sound like a broken light bulb was transmitted to the troll as a painful scream. But soon, he couldn't scream anymore. The eagle's kiss had already stabbed into his small brain, stirred it violently, and then pulled it out, which was covered with green and white things. The troll's blood was completely emptied, and his body fell down with a bang. Before he fell completely, Han Yu used the newly refreshed Shadow Leap skill again, and jumped onto another troll. While he was fighting, the firepower of others all hit the other troll guard. Ao Rong and Jiang Ziki were used to it. As long as Han Yu and Ai Li attacked a monster at the same time, it would not be able to resist for 5 seconds unless it was the ultimate boss, and their intervention was redundant. Simply concentrate all the firepower on the other monster. This troll with residual blood was quickly harvested again, although these two monsters were both level 23 mutants with enhanced body shape and strength. Unfortunately, there were only 2 of them, and they were not enough to be killed by Ai Li and Han Yu. Under the attack of Han Yu's team, they barely survived for 2 minutes, and the door to the next level appeared on the other side of the dungeon. According to this progress, it is not difficult to complete the speed racing task. After a short rest, they entered the next level dungeon. Troll Tribe. The 4th level, the ground seems to have finally dried up a little, and there is no overly strong stench. Careful perception shows that the mutant energy here is not as strong as the 2nd level. For some reason, more than a dozen old trolls ran out here. Even if they tried their best to attack Han Yu and his team, they were still solved by them in 2 minutes. This is too fast. Ao Rong couldn't help but sigh. I didn't feel so easy when I brushed the level 15 dungeon before. So I said that the nightmare difficulty is more valuable. Han Yu took over and replied to him. Then I didn't think you were so perverted. No, so amazing. Chatting, the few people pushed open the door to the 5th level dungeon. Entering the 5th level dungeon, Han Yu looked around and saw that they seemed to be back on the ground. In front of them was an abandoned human palace with tall green stone pillars. However, the roof had collapsed and turned into ruins on the ground. The complex floor, which was originally paved with marble, was also covered with dark green moss and tree roots that came out from the ground. It was no longer prosperous. The trolls stood up one by one, and half of them had undergone obvious changes, becoming larger in size, and with enhanced 4-dimensional attributes. Or they were more agile and energetic, and mutated into the rare evil trolls in the troll family. The tree roots in their hands acted as magic wands, and the magic energy was gathering. Han Yu looked around and saw more and more trolls standing up from all directions. There were more than 60 trolls, half of which were mutants. Ao Rong's face became grim now. If they attacked together, I estimate that I can only hold out for 2 minutes. Han Yu did not expect that there would be so many mutants here. His talent-sharing elf archer is still cooling down, but the attributes of Shadow Blade Mantis are also suitable for using bows and arrows, but the damage and attack efficiency are not as good as the current Ellie. It is estimated that it will not be as easy to solve as the previous few levels, but it is just a little more difficult. Han Yu did not think it was a big problem. Not too much, come a little bit at a time. Anyway, the previous few levels bought time, and it doesn't matter if it takes a little time here. At this time, in front, a troll guard was charging with more than 20 troll warriors, half of whom were mutants, with red skin and a layer of scales covering the whole body growing on their bodies. Behind these charging trolls, there is a troll chieftain who is as big as the troll guards. He holds a huge war hammer in one hand and roars. All trolls have obtained the battle formation and excitement effect, with an additional healing aura, strength enhancement, and speed enhancement. On the side, several evil trolls began to release skills. Demon blood boiling. Another aura fell on all the charging troll warriors. The trolls, who were originally occupied by the desire to kill, became more excited, and the speed of the charge increased again. Chapter 140. The charging troll warrior had completely given up defense, allowing Ellie's longbow to shoot at his body. Even though the scales blocked some of the damage, the health of the trolls hit by Ellie was still rapidly decreasing. But the damage made the trolls more excited. The lower the health, the stronger the effect of the boiling magic blood. They fought until they died. Han Yu also took out his longbow and fired through the body to lower the health of the charging trolls. However, the attributes of the Shadow Blade Mantis were still a little worse than Ellie, so it was impossible to achieve the grand occasion of cutting leaks. Jiang Ziqi's Jieshing formation was released. The speed of the charging troll team was instantly reduced by more than 50% after entering the Jieshing formation. Her mark has been superimposed 7 times. Then spores also flew out to meet the battle formation, and the troll warriors sucked in were slowed down again. The troll battle formation was only 100 meters away from the 3 people, but it was still difficult to move after being strengthened. Then tried to plant vines in front of the troll battle formation. He was not sure whether the growing dream vines could stop the battle formation composed of mutant trolls. The dream vines grew rapidly and began to wrap around the nearest troll warrior. It worked. After yesterday's strengthening, the vines' control power was indeed stronger. Even the troll warriors affected by encouragement and boiling magic blood still could not break free from the control of the vines by themselves. As the dream vines extracted flesh and blood, the troll's blood volume decreased. The trolls were strengthened by the boiling magic blood and became more terrifying, but the vines were also growing, and the control power was also getting stronger. Unfortunately, the troll guard saw the growing vines, swung the giant axe in his hand, and slashed directly at the controlled troll warrior. All the dream vines on his body were cut off. The freed troll warrior didn't care about the extra blood holes on his body at all, and continued to rush towards Han Yu and others. But on the other side, the second round of skills of the evil magic trolls were ready, and one debuff after another flew towards Han Yu and his group. Weakened strength, weakened energy, weakened constitution, weakened agility. Various debuffs were targeted at several people, and Han Yu's bow-drawing movement slowed down a lot. He was weakened by the added strength, and the blocking effect was obviously worse. Along with these negative states, there were also various projectiles, boulders, mud, and twisted tree roots, which wrapped around everyone as soon as they landed. The damage was not high, but the insult was extremely strong. Each mud ball would have a delay effect. Even if Aoron's light shield tilted upwards, it could not block all attacks. Han Yu and his group could only move from time to time when attacking. Then, you limit the group of evil magicians. Han Yu saw that the dream vines could not organize a charge, so he simply dealt with the mages behind first. At this time, the troll battle formation was only 30 meters away from the light shield. Anyway, Aoron said he could hold out for 2 minutes. Thinking of this, Han Yu patted Aoron on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. I will definitely get rid of all the sorcerers within 2 minutes." Aoron looked bitter. He said that holding out for 2 minutes was almost the limit. I'm afraid that after 2 minutes, he will basically become a useless person. But now the situation is like this. Under multiple buffs, this group of trolls is like taking drugs. They are getting more and more fierce. Now, Ailey and Fenghua don't even dare to attack casually, fearing that Aoron can't withstand the next charge. I deal with it from the front. Come to my side. Jiang Ziqi, who had been silent all the time, said softly, as if it was not difficult to deal with the troublesome troll battle formation in front of him. The magic book in his hand switched to a staff, and Aoron stepped back slightly holding a shield. Everyone stood with Jiang Ziqi as the center. As the projectiles in the air continued to fall, white mist gushed out of Jiang Ziqi's staff, enveloping all friendly creatures. Bai Magic Circle, when casting, deflects all attacks within the range, removes the negative status of friendly creatures within the range, and provides healing effects. A cover composed of mist was formed, and all attacks thrown from above were deflected. At the same time, the diffused mist was quickly absorbed by everyone, purifying plus healing, and all the negative effects that had just been added were cleared. The enhanced effect of purifying multiple layers of marks, the healing effect of continuous recovery, is almost the same as that of low-level healing spells, and the blood volume just consumed by the projectiles is quickly restored. In just a moment, everyone is returned to their best condition. Huyun, cooperate with me. Control the troll chieftain with your mind. It would be even better if we can control the guards together. Jiang Ziqi continued to speak, pinching a page of the magic book with 2 fingers, on which there were complex patterns of bright red. As Jiang Ziqi chanted the spell, the lines on the page lit up one by one. Ah! All the negative effects on Huyun were removed, making him feel relaxed. Even without Han Yu's order, Huyun obeyed the priest's order and rushed towards the troll battle formation with the healing effect. When he was about to collide head-on, he turned around at a very fast speed, dodged all attacks, and ran on the side of the battle formation. The giant hammer in the hand of the troll chieftain smashed towards Huyun, and an arc of light flew out and chopped at Huyun. Huyun dodged quickly, but the troll chieftain's attack speed was very fast, and still hit Huyun's back. With just one blow, the leather armor cracked and blood flowed out. But at this time, he was already within the range of Huyun's soul-stirring power. Huyun ignored the damage directly, and the healing effect on his body was still restoring his health. Huyun let out a soul-stirring roar, and a sharp hard resistance quickly spread out from it. The trolls who were originally sprinting quickly were forced to clear all their thoughts in their minds, and fell into a state of absent-mindedness. Even the troll chief was controlled and stopped attacking. Jiang Ziki finally finished reciting the complicated spell at this time. Spell Mars Chaos God. The complicated lines on the pages in his hand all lit up. Jiang Ziki exerted force with both hands, and the pages flew into the air. In the air, they turned into two fiery red starlights, one flying towards the troll chief, and the other falling on the head of the troll guard. The troll chief and troll guard, who were originally affected by the soul-stirring power, had extremely high resilience, and were about to wake up from the soul-stirring state. The troll chief opened his eyes, but found that he didn't know when, and there were short humans in front of him, like food to be slaughtered. The troll chieftain showed an ugly smile. With so many delicious foods, the tribesmen must be excited. But at this time, those humans suddenly started to run away. Die! The troll chieftain waved his giant hammer, and wind blades flew out continuously, slashing at the humans in front of him. The troll guards reacted in the same way, swinging their giant axes and smashing all the creatures around them. But there were no humans around them. The troll chieftain and the guards attacked the troll warriors, who followed them to charge. Chapter 141. The troll, who had just woken up from the psychic state, was about to continue sprinting towards the human in front of him, but he didn't expect the chieftain and the troll guard to suddenly start attacking. The giant axe kept slashing and killing the troll in front of him, and the flesh and blood flew. He was about to escape, but the troll chieftain's heavy hammer hit him from the other side, and several trolls were directly smashed into meat paste. Aoron looked at Jiang Ziki in shock. One skill directly made the boss on the opposite side start to slaughter his own brothers. This is also a monster. Even Han Yu didn't expect that Jiang Ziki's skill would have such an effect, but it did solve their headache. I can't do it anymore, take a break. After Jiang Ziki released the Mars Chaos Heart, his face turned pale, and his mana was almost exhausted. He took out a bottle of mana potion and drank it. She rarely used this skill, which consumed a lot of energy, and the effect was not very strong. The effect of the Chaos Heart could only be exerted when the enemy's mental defense was extremely poor, which was why Huyun's cooperation was needed. With the help of the Soul Captivating Technique, the effect of the Heart Captivating Technique was greatly enhanced. Jiang Ziki was a little surprised that the effect was so good now. A single Mercury God almost destroyed the entire troll battle formation. Even the troll chieftain had begun to release skills randomly, which would make it much easier for everyone to clean up the battlefield later. Watching the humans around him flee quickly, the troll chieftain raised a hurricane around him and rushed towards the troll group, engulfing all creatures. The trolls that could not escape were directly rolled into pieces of meat. The troll chieftain even grabbed a troll and ate its flesh and blood during the fight, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. While they were killing each other, Finn and Ellie's target became the evil magic troll hiding behind them. Han Yu simply ended the shared Shadow Blade Mantis talent and used Finn's talent instead. All the vine seeds flew towards the feet of the evil magic troll, and the spores flew into the trolls running around again, so that those trolls, who could have escaped the chief's attack, were hammered into meat paste again. On the other side, the evil magic troll was entangled by the dream vines, constantly extracting blood and flesh to turn into raw materials. Even those who fled in a hurry were quickly shot and cleaned up by Ellie. Even the enhanced mutant trolls could not withstand Ellie's attack several times, let alone this kind of magic mutant monster. After 6 seconds, the chaotic battlefield stopped temporarily, because the troll chief in the field stopped attacking. He held the giant hammer in his hand, and tried to remember what had just happened. He found a group of humans, killing and eating them wantonly, but why were they lying around his own people? In front of him, the troll guards had not yet woken up from their state of confusion, and were still swinging their giant axes to kill the remaining trolls. However, most of the attacks fell on the air, because under the attacks of the two strongest troll tribes, the troll battle formation that was just so aggressive was now only a few scattered. Most of them were also seriously injured, and could only lie on the ground to survive. When they saw the chief looking over, they subconsciously fled away. They still didn't know why the chief and the guard suddenly attacked them, and even ate the flesh and blood of their own kind. Roar! The troll chief had tears in his eyes, and roared to the sky. He finally remembered what happened. He killed his own people, under the influence of the humans in front of him. Over there, the troll guards were still attacking wantonly, even taking big strides to run towards the few remaining troll warriors, with flesh and blood of their own kind hanging on their fangs. The troll chieftain was furious, and the giant hammer in his hand fell again. Vines appeared from the handle of the hammer, flying wildly along with the attack of the troll chieftain. The angry hammer hit the top of the troll guard's head, and it also woke it up from the state of guarding the heart of the horoscope. Unfortunately, this blow also broke the skull of the troll guard. He slowly turned his head and looked at the troll chieftain who attacked him, but at this time, the blood flowing from his head blocked his eyes. The huge body of the troll guard slowly fell backwards, and he was also thinking about what happened just now. Why all his troll warriors were killed or injured, but the three humans behind the shield were not injured at all. But when the body was about to fall, the vines growing on the giant hammer wrapped around the head, wrapped it tightly, and began to extract the blood of the troll guards, gathering it on the giant hammer. The troll chief also took a step forward, stretched out his left hand, and pierced the chest of the guard with one palm. When he stretched it out again, he had a still beating heart in his hand. The troll chief looked at the still beating heart, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at the player team in front of him with resentment. He kept uttering the most vicious curses of the trolls. Then he raised his head to the sky, and swallowed the guard's heart in one gulp. And his body began to mutate again. Mutated again. Hanyu watched the chief swallow the heart, and his own heart began to pound. A dangerous breath came from the body of the troll chief. This is already a mutant, and it can mutate again. Aoron looked at the troll chief in front of him. This troll chief should have been a complete mutant, but now he has swallowed the heart of another troll and started to mutate again. Be careful, get rid of those sorcerers first, Hanyu said quickly. The remaining sorcerer trolls, following the actions of the troll chief, began to sacrifice themselves and pointed their staffs at the troll chief. As they cast spells, their bodies continued to shrink, while the troll chief's body was expanding rapidly. The body was covered with a layer of scales and fangs grew, but the head did not change at all. It was just the enlargement of the body. The back made the troll chief look like a hunchback monster. The ugly face, coupled with the uncoordinated body, looked even more terrifying. But this made the troll gain the power of enlargement, while the weak parts of the body were not magnified. Now if the attack weakness is refreshed at the throat, even if Hanyu jumps on it, it is estimated that it will be difficult to attack the weakness. It seems to have become much stronger. Aoron looked at the mutated troll chieftain in front of him. Even though his energy was not high, he could feel the horror of the monster in front of him. All the weaknesses were protected, the strength was strengthened, the defense was strengthened, and even the hammer had undergone unknown mutations after absorbing the blood of the troll guards. Hanyu used the identification technique to look over. LV-30 Furious Troll Chieftain Bentham Eugene. Attribute, ? Skill, ? Note, trolls have limited abilities. So I choose not to be a troll. Double mutant, stimulated by the heart of the same race full of mutant energy to mutate twice, all four-dimensional attributes are strengthened. Please do not approach this monster at will. If you are not careful, you will be smashed into a pulp. It will not be long before it explodes and dies. Chapter 142. Got a name? Previously, the identification technique only showed the 4 characters Troll Chieftain. Now, after the second mutation, the Troll Chieftain has reached the upper limit of the dungeon level. It has directly risen to level 30. As far as Hanyu knows, this is also the upper limit of the mutant level of the dungeon. No matter how much you mutate, you can't exceed the upper limit of the dungeon level by 5 levels. A level 30 monster. Aoron took a breath. I can only hold on for 1 minute. He never thought that a level 20 dungeon, although it was an adventure level, would have a level 30 boss. If he was alone, he would just wait to die. As the evil trolls fell one by one, the other monsters in the field were almost cleared, leaving only a troll chieftain in the middle of the battlefield. During the mutation of the troll chieftain, Ellie also tried to attack, but as it mutated, its health was constantly recovering, so she simply cleared all the other monsters before dealing with him. It's a level 30 boss. Now we have something to fight. Aoron looked at the monster that was close to 4 meters in size. If he rushed over now, he might just be doing a simple foot repair. Yushin, it's up to you. I can only fight with him for 1 minute at most. Aoron can only put his hope on Hanyu now. If he can't solve this monster, the 3 of them may really stay here forever. Aoron is quite confident that he can fight with a level 30 monster for 1 minute and still survive. Hanyu didn't feel nervous at all, but a little excited. As long as he didn't exceed the dungeon level limit, it would be fine. After all, he was planning to brush the nightmare level dungeon. The day before, he was still thinking about robbing a level 30 blood mage. Now, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with a level 30 monster. I have another summon, which is also my trump card. I hope you can keep it secret for me. Hanyu looked at Aorong and said. Jiang Ziki naturally didn't need to worry. Hanyu also believed in Aorong's character, and just reminded him. There are still summons? Aorong looked at the summons in the copy, each stronger than the other. Hanyu actually had a trump card, which meant that Hanyu had not shown his true strength since the freshman competition. Jiang Ziki could guess that Hanyu had been hiding his strength, but he didn't know that Hanyu had another summon. Don't worry, Godju. As long as you don't say it, I will never tell anyone about your other summon in my life. Aorong patted his chest and promised. While Hanyu was talking, Hanyu had already summoned. With the blessing of fast casting, in less than a second, the Shadow Blade Mantis fell from the summoning array in the air. After several enhancements, the size of the Shadow Blade Mantis is also close to 4 meters, but unlike the mutant troll in the field, it is huge, but gives people a light feeling. The Elytra waved, as if it could take off and fly away at any time. The 2 forelimbs were like sharp transparent blades, with golden stars on them, waiting to harvest the life of the prey at any time. When the Shadow Blade Mantis looked over with its compound eyes, Aorong subconsciously shrank his neck. This summoned creature was too evil. Don't be dissatisfied, this is the prey prepared for you. Hanyu felt that the Shadow Blade Mantis was a little dissatisfied, as if it was not summoned in the battle agreed yesterday. Seeing the troll chief in the field, the Shadow Blade Mantis was indeed excited. Valuable prey. The Elytra waved, unable to control the desire to hunt. The mutated troll chieftain also couldn't hold back his desire to kill. The giant hammer in his hand was like a child's toy, and wind blades flew out with the hammer's cloak dancing. Hitting the light shield, even with the shield's defense, Aorong still took 2 steps back, his hands numb. Seeing that the attack didn't work, the troll chieftain rushed over with the giant hammer. With his current physique, he was not afraid of anyone in close combat. Aorong simply put down the light shield. I can only hold on for 1 minute at most. If I use all my strength, I may be able to hold on for 2 minutes. After that, I must retreat. If you can't solve it within 2 minutes, you can fight in a roundabout way, don't worry about me. Although he was very confident in Hanyu, this monster was too much higher than their level. A level 30 monster? This is no longer a level up monster, this is doubled. But now, as the only shield warrior in the team, he must go up to ensure the output of his teammates, otherwise there is no hope of victory. Hanyu looked at Aorong with a tragic face, and his expression became serious even though he didn't feel anything at first. He patted Aorong on the shoulder. Brother, you will always live in our hearts. Aorong's eyes turned red and tears were about to fall. Yushin, you have to be more powerful. I haven't gotten married yet. I have to die on the front line. I can't die in the dungeon without knowing why. Go, I try my best. Hanyu said in a serious tone and nodded vigorously, looking even more tragic. Seeing that the cursed troll had already held the hammer in both hands and was about to rush over, Aorong said no more, lowered the shield, and held the spear in front. Shake the mountain. Wearing heavy armor, Aorong charged at the huge monster in front of him, like a derailed train, leaving a deep trench on the ground. But in front of the troll chieftain, Aorong seemed so small, which just fits the name of the skill. Aorong is now like a mountain shaker, who knows it is impossible to do it. Aorong rushed up, and Hanyu also started to move. Summoning professional skills rage, all summons are blessed by the rage effect, and their bodies are glowing with dangerous red light. The Shadow Blade Mantis can no longer bear the desire to attack, and uses Shadow Leap, rushing over with Aorong. Ali, find a high place and solve it as soon as possible. The rosary in Ali's hand flew out, and quickly moved to a ruined stone pillar, triggering the long-range attack effect. Then avoided the battlefield, and picked up the seeds of the dream vine that had just grown. Ice Flower. Flame Totem. Summon Enhancement. Hanyu used all his auxiliary skills, and took out the poison hunting longbow again. Talent sharing Elf Archer. At this time, Aorong and the troll chieftain finally met. The skill effect of shaking the mountain will knock down all creatures in front of it, but when it hit the troll chieftain, it only took 2 steps back and quickly stabilized its body. The backhand giant hammer smashed towards Aorong, and even though Aorong had raised his shield for defense, his calf was still smashed into the ground, and his health was instantly reduced by 30%. Aorong's muscles trembled, and a red light suddenly appeared, Undying Will. The 15th level professional skill of the Shield Warrior, Undying Will. For every 1% reduction in health, gain a 1% damage reduction effect, which lasts for 1 minute. After 1 minute, the user's defense attribute is reduced by 30%. When Aorong was about to fight to the death, all the attacks had arrived. The Poison Hunter and the Green Longbow were used at the same time, and 10 arrows with explosive damage were shot towards the heart of the troll, where the falcon refreshed its weakness. Shadow Blade Mantis was falling from the sky, and its target was still the head. Even though the weakness was hidden by the swollen muscles of the troll chieftain, it did not hinder its hunting at all. The Dream Vine was sprouting, and the flame and earth fire was waiting to erupt at the feet of the troll chieftain. The pages of the Locking God flew into the air, and the target had been determined. Chapter 143. All the attacks came as expected, the Godlock fell, and under the multi-layer mark enhancement, even with the enhanced toughness, the troll chieftain fell into a coma. 10 consecutive arrows pierced the air from 2 directions, and shot at the newly grown scales of the troll chieftain. The arrows collided with the black scales, sparks flashed, and the first arrow and the scales fell to the ground at the same time. But the remaining arrows continued to pierce the same position. All the consecutive arrows attacked in one position continuously. The violently enhanced consecutive arrows could not be blocked even by the troll chieftain's defense. The last of the 2 consecutive arrows penetrated the heart of the troll from the front and back, and even the tail of the arrow was completely immersed. Under the effect of disability, the troll chieftain knelt on one knee, barely supported the ground with a war hammer, and stood up again. Han Yu was not prepared to fight with this chieftain at all. With all the attacks pouring down, he had to strangle the 30th level troll chieftain, Eugene, within the duration of the violent attack. The Shadow Blade Mantis leaped into the air, and landed on the head of the troll chieftain when he knelt down. Its 2 forelimbs drew across and slashed across. It landed like a dragonfly touching the water, and the slash carried the force of thunder. Under the attack bonus attached to the Shadow Leap, the scales on the head of the troll chieftain fell off, and blood oozed out. The troll chieftain, who had just stood up, roared, and the wind blades on his body rolled up, temporarily isolating all attacks, but at this time, the Shadow Blade Mantis had disappeared from the spot, waiting for the next opportunity to attack. The warhammer in the troll's hand smashed forward, and cracks appeared on the ground and quickly spread forward. As the primary target, Aorong was knocked to the ground in an instant, but the final target of the cracks was Han Yu. He didn't have much time, so there was no need to entangle with the meat shield in front of him. But how could Han Yu not react to such a long-distance control? He started galloping, speeding up, and kept shooting with the longbow of hunting poison, aiming at the gap in the scales at the heart. The troll chief's eyes turned red, and he missed the first shot, and rushed towards Han Yu, but Aorong, who had just climbed up, coughed up blood and blocked the troll chief again. Protect yourself with a silver shield, taunt control. At the same time, the ground fire erupted under the feet of the troll chief, and a 2-meter-wide column of fire sprayed out, completely enveloping the huge troll chief. The troll chief wanted to leave the attack range of the ground fire, but was entangled by Aorong again. Han Yu, I can only hold on for another minute even if I try my best. Aorong took another blow from the troll chief. The damage of the troll chief was higher than he thought. With the damage reduction of the Immortal Will, he only had half of his blood left. Don't worry, it won't take that long. Han Yu kept shooting the hunting poison in his hand, and the toxicity broke out again and again. After the eruption of the underground fire, the hidden dream vines can finally grow freely, starting from the feet of the troll chieftain and spreading to his entire body. Nutrient explosion. Han Yu gave Finn an order. Ordinary vines could not trap the troll chieftain at all, but these were mutated seeds, so nutrient explosion might be worth a try. The skin of the newly grown dream vines was detached, revealing the squirming flesh inside. After the small tentacles drilled into the flesh of the troll chieftain through the gaps in the scales, they frantically extracted the flesh. All the absorbed nutrients were used to cause damage again, and even the troll chieftain did not feel it. He was almost out of blood before he had made a few attacks. His health bar of nearly 20,000 was almost gone in less than a minute. The troll chieftain tried to break free from the control of the vines, but suddenly felt weak and failed to break free. The Shadow Blade Mantis, who had been waiting for an opportunity beside the troll chieftain, jumped up again, and its sharp forelimbs pierced into the position where the troll chieftain's armor had just been broken, and the serrated mantis blade hooked out strips of flesh and blood. The troll chieftain was furious and attacked his heart. This insect that had just disappeared had actually been guarding him. He swung the giant hammer, and brought 5 wind blades to smash the Shadow Blade Mantis. But in the compound eyes of the Shadow Blade Mantis, The troll chieftain's attack speed was surprisingly slow, and even the wind blade could hardly attack it. The shadow blade mantis even continued to attack twice before jumping away. The attack failed again, and the troll chieftain could no longer hold his body. His body was covered by the ice flower effect, and his speed slowed down. Han Yu took a deep breath, pulled a poison hunting longbow to its full length, and fired another series of shots. In line with the movements of Ellie who crossed with him, another 10 streams of light passed by and penetrated into the body of the troll chief. Long shot, the ice effect was triggered, and the poison exploded. The troll chief wanted to tear off the dream vines with force, but these vines were not tough for it, but under the force, the body actually fell to the ground with a bang, facing up. After being accurately hit in the head by the shadow blade mantis again, the troll chief closed his eyes completely. And Han Yu's arms trembled slightly. He had released 2 5-shots in a minute, which was Han Yu's limit. Congratulations on clearing the Dungeon Troll Tribe Adventure difficulty. Settlement in progress. Complete the adventure task. Clear the Nightmare difficulty dungeon within 25 minutes. Get experience bonus, 50%. Rating, SSS, dungeon experience doubled, adventure difficulty dungeon, experience increased by 50%. Rewards have been issued. The 3 cards fell into the hands of 3 people. Ao Rong, who had just gotten up from the ground, was still a little bit unbelieving. The reward card had already come out, and it was over. Looking at the shadow blade mantis devouring the brain of the troll chieftain next to the troll, Ao Rong subconsciously took a step back. His current condition was not bad. At least he had more than 30% of his health before he had to use life-saving skills. On the other side, Han Yu opened the card and checked his gains. As the experience points arrived, white light rose from the 3 people at the same time. Han Yu upgraded to level 17, and Ao Rong and Jiang Ziki upgraded to level 16 with 1/3 more experience. You get a lot of experience by leveling up. This upgrade speed was more than twice as fast as his summer vacation, and the summer vacation was nightmare level. In addition to the experience he was most concerned about, Han Yu also had a dark green necklace in his hand. Heart of the Troll. Accessory, necklace. Quality, heritage purple. Energy, +2. Constitution, +2. Trait 1, hard skin. Physical defense increased by 10%. Trait 2, mutation enhancement. Active after using the skill, the 4-dimensional attributes are increased by 10%, and the toughness is increased by 10%. If the health value is less than 60%, the effect is doubled. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Wearing requirements. Physical fitness greater than 20 and equipment mainly for physical fitness players. The second trait is still good. The percentage increases the 4-dimensional attributes, and the effect can be doubled when the health value is low. It's a pity that Han Yu's physical fitness is not up to standard. I will give it to Ao Rong later. He should like it very much. Chapter 144. In addition, Han Yu has saved up 2 skill points, and the next professional skill can only be learned at level 20. In addition, the primary identification technique can be upgraded to the intermediate level by consuming 1 skill point, and can identify monsters that are 10 levels higher than the user. Han Yu still chose to give up upgrading the identification technique. Han Yu has a full understanding of his current strength. Monsters within level 10 do not need to be identified, just rush over. And the communication with other worlds can be upgraded to level 3 by consuming 2 skill points, and the 3 summons will receive a bonus of +2 for all 4-dimensional attributes. It can only be used for the 3 summons in the communication with other worlds. Han Yu thought about it, and spent a skill point to upgrade the flame totem to level 2. The summoned creatures within the range gain strength +2, constitution +2 attribute bonus, and the first 3 attacks have a flame burning effect. After all the processing, Han Yu ended the summoning and received a system prompt again. This summoning has been completed, and a total of attribute points, 20 points are obtained, which can be used freely. Finally, it is no longer a temporary storage, but Han Yu is not going to use it now. Instead, he is going to collect 30 points to continue awakening the skills of several summons that he is focused on cultivating. There is no other way. Now the master is too weak, and the summons cannot be upgraded. Ao Rong and Jiang Ziki have also collected the spoils. They are a little excited on their faces. It seems that they have gained a lot. Ao Rong is carrying a sledgehammer on his back, waving it around. It looks like the one used by the troll chief just now. Good equipment, good equipment. Ao Rong is obviously very satisfied. Han Yu, you are so powerful. A level 30 monster was killed in less than a minute. Yushin was right. What are you doing with a hammer? You use a gun, don't you? Who said that? I come from a martial arts family. I'm proficient in all kinds of weapons. Of course, I'm best at using guns. But this weapon seems to have been mutated, with a shock effect, and it has its own skill, Earth Crack, which knocks down all creatures in front of it. This kind of equipment with group control is not available on the market. And it's upgraded to the next level. The upgrade speed is too fast. Han Yu looked at Ao Rong's excitement. The biggest gain this time was Ao Rong, who was always beaten. He also prepared this necklace for him. Okay, let's go out. Han Yu looked at the clearance time. It took less than 18 minutes in total, which was quite fast. Finally, it's over. I'm going to go back and lie down for a day. Jiang Ziki couldn't help but stretch. In order to maintain the mark, she didn't stop using basic skills, and the consumption was not small. This dungeon was originally thought to be not difficult, but Han Yu was caught off guard by encountering so many mutants. He didn't know whether he was unlucky or lucky, as he could always encounter this kind of dungeon that was undergoing mutations. Fortunately, I didn't choose the nightmare difficulty dungeon. Ao Rong was also relieved. Just now, he really rushed forward with the determination to die. Of course, the nightmare difficulty should be able to pass smoothly with Yushin. Hee, Yushin will take me flying. Thinking of Han Yu's performance just now, Ao Rong immediately changed his words. It was really reassuring to have such a big daddy in the team. No, if there were so many mutants, I might not be able to withstand the nightmare difficulty. Han Yu hurriedly denied. Although he looked arrogant before entering the dungeon, he had actually done a careful analysis. It seemed risky, but it was actually very safe. He just didn't expect to encounter a large outbreak of mutants. Without saying anything more, Han Yu and the other two chose to exit the dungeon. He opened his eyes and appeared at the entrance. Then he heard a surprised voice. It's out! It's out! It seems nothing happened? Didn't you encounter anything? The students' voices kept coming to his ears, but Han Yu and the other two had no idea what happened. In front of everyone, Yingyu and Zhang Yi were also there. Seeing that no one was injured, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong, teacher? Han Yu looked at the nervous look of these people and couldn't understand it. Yingyu explained, most students have encountered mutants in the dungeon that are far beyond the strength of the original dungeon, and there are so many of them. More than a dozen people have been seriously injured. The newly refreshed dungeon seemed to have this change. All like this? Han Yu was stunned. Most of the dungeons have experienced large-scale mutations? Han Yu originally thought that he was just unlucky, but he didn't expect that the dungeons on the entire Zsong Mountain had changed. Fortunately, you chose the adventure-level dungeon, otherwise you wouldn't even be able to use the scroll. One of the onlookers was the student who saw Han Yu want to choose the nightmare difficulty. When they entered the third level of the dungeon, they found that there was something wrong with the monsters. After clearing the monsters in the first level of the dungeon, they decisively chose to quit, but two teammates were still injured. Now seeing that Han Yu and his team came out quickly, they naturally thought that they used the return scroll. Jiang Ziki smiled. We came out after clearing the level, and the nightmare difficulty may not be impossible to clear. The man's tone was obviously sour, and Jiang Ziki didn't mind replying to him. Yingyu looked at the appearance of several people. Except for Ao Rong, who looked listless, Han Yu and Jiang Ziki were in good condition. She also subconsciously thought that the three of them came back after using the return scroll. She couldn't believe what Jiang Ziki said. You cleared the level directly? It only took 18 minutes? Ao Rong nodded. Of course, with Yushin here, it's not surprising to clear the level. Tomorrow we will start to brush the nightmare difficulty dungeon. Our team will be led by Yushin. Clear all the dungeons on Zsong Mountain. Ao Rong, who was just listless, became excited when he heard Yingyu asking about the details. Killing a level 30 boss in 1 minute, who wouldn't be excited? Han Yu held Ao Rong's mouth tightly. If you keep yelling, we come next time you die. Since all dungeons are undergoing drastic mutations, there is no need for him to force a nightmare difficulty dungeon. Anyway, there is a lot of experience in the dungeon itself, so there is no need to take unnecessary risks. Woo-woo. Ao Rong's tone was unclear, and he didn't know what he was saying. Yingyu thought about the battle scene last night. With Han Yu here, it should not be difficult to pass the level 20 dungeon. So what did you encounter in the dungeon? Johnny asked. He came to take a look because he was worried about Han Yu. There are students injured every dungeon refresh day, but never on such a large scale. Half of the mutants, and the boss that can mutate twice. Han Yu thought for a while and said, the number of mutants in this dungeon is really too many, and it is estimated that the difficulty is about to increase. Second mutation? The students watching were all confused. Can mutants mutate a second time? It was the final boss. After devouring the heart of its own kind, it mutated again and reached the upper limit of the dungeon level 30. It did take us some effort. Chapter 145. Level 30 boss? If Ingyuju remembered correctly, the 3 members of Han Yu's team were all level 15 or 16. They were able to kill a level 30 boss and pass the level, and it only took a little more effort? Ao Ron was very dissatisfied. They just took a little more effort, but I almost lost my life. The other students were all stunned, wondering if what Han Yu said was true. A level 30 boss would appear in a level 20 to 25 dungeon? And it was solved. Ingyuju was silent for a while, and asked Zhang Yi, "Teacher Zhang, what do you think we should do?" "Let's stop the refresh day today." Zhang Yi said, "If you want to continue to refresh the dungeon, lower the recommended level, and don't cause unnecessary casualties." "Okay, I find someone to send a notice now." Ingyuju nodded. Today's incident happened too suddenly. The dungeons with an increase in the number of mutants are all newly refreshed monsters. The refresh time for level 15 to 25 dungeons is about 8 to 10 days. The last time there may have been a change, but it was not obvious and no one noticed it. It was only a week or two, and the dungeon has evolved into what it is now. "Han Yu, come with me. The others go back and rest first." Ingyuju called Han Yu before leaving. Walking on the road, Ingyuju said, "Did you go out for something yesterday?" "Yes." Han Yu nodded, but did not intend to continue. Ingyuju saw that Han Yu was not ready to say what he did, so he stopped asking. "Don't go out of school too often recently. Zifsong City is not peaceful recently." "What happened?" "The news from Shanghai is that the new bishop has made a big move recently, and asked our school to assist in defense. The sophomores have also returned from their training early. It is to deal with this incident, and a complete combat team will be transferred back from the front line." Returning to school early for the sophomores? The Player University is a 2-year system. The first year is in school, learning theoretical knowledge and clearing rift dungeons. In the second year, they will be taken out for training, all the way north or south, and they will be officially graduated after a year of training. Yes, then you, the number 1 in the school, may have some troubles. Troubles? What troubles? Han Yu has always been a person who does not offend me, and I will not offend others. He had no intersection with the sophomores before, let alone any hatred. They can't come to trouble him. Think about it, you live in a villa at school, eating food carefully prepared by the pharmacist, while they live outside in the open air. When they come back, they must give some advice to the juniors? Instructions? For example, beat me up in the arena? Don't worry, not everyone is qualified to beat you up. Ingyuju looked at Han Yu's surprised expression, and said with a smile, "Generally, the previous dormitory owner will challenge the freshmen of this year, and these seniors will prepare a gift for the juniors afterwards." "So, the first of the previous year will come back to challenge me?" Han Yu thought for a while and asked, "Then what gift should I prepare for the seniors?" Ingyuju looked confused. Didn't he make it clear? "It's not good to always let the seniors spend money. I have to prepare a gift for the seniors too." Han Yu did not hide the confidence on his face at all, and it was not certain who would beat whom at that time. "You are so arrogant. Do you really think there is no one left in Nanjing University?" Ingyuju finally understood what Han Yu meant. He was going to give the first place in the previous class a beating. The first place in the previous class is also a genius. I advise you to be careful. Okay, thank you for reminding me, teacher. Han Yu thought about it and agreed. Since he could live in dormitory number 1, he should prepare in advance, for example, reach level 20 before that. Okay, go back. Oh yes, I have applied for a new car for you. It is ready. Remember to go to the courtyard to pick it up. Okay, thank you, teacher. Han Yu turned around and left. Jiang Ziki was still waiting on the side. As for Ao Ron, he had already returned to the dormitory and lay down. Are you tired? Do you want to go to the courtyard with me? Let's go. It just so happens that I also want to strengthen my equipment. Jiang Ziki nodded quickly, although her equipment was not worth strengthening. She only had one piece of inherited equipment. Han Yu's heritage revival suit has not been put on yet. The school should have spies of the new bishop. It would be bad if they were discovered because of this little detail. This time, Han Yu went to the compound not to strengthen, but to forge a weapon. Weapons. You don't have enough weapons? Jiang Ziki was surprised after hearing Han Yu's idea. If the number of weapons used can be awarded a title, Han Yu must be a weapon master now. In a battle, the staff, scepter, dagger, and bow and arrow never stop switching. Although the use of equipment has attribute requirements, Han Yu's talent sharing perfectly solves this problem. At most, he cannot use other weapons at ordinary times. Moreover, Han Yu always chooses weapons with low attribute requirements, and it is best to use them normally. In fact, there are many players who switch weapons in battle, such as Jiang Ziki, who will also switch between the staff and the magic book, but it is only because of the special casting requirements of the sorcerer. Players even gave a name to switching weapons in battle, hat trick. Using the quickness of the backpack, you can quickly retract the weapon and take out another weapon to attack unexpectedly. Unfortunately, when facing opponents of the same level, this less than half a second may reverse the situation, not to mention the difference in feel brought by different weapons. Most people carry a few spare weapons to prevent the durability from running out and the damage from being reduced. What weapon are you missing? Jiang Ziki asked. A short knife. Han Yu thought about it and said his idea. Light, sharp and flexible enough. In fact, his idea is to create a mantis knife. After sharing the talent of Shadow Blade Mantis, he always feels a little different when using a dagger. Moreover, facing a larger monster, such as the Troll Chief after the second mutation, it is estimated that it is difficult to hit the vital point with only a dagger, so it is better to have a longer one. Okay. Jiang Ziki nodded, indicating that he understood but not completely. It is not easy to customize a weapon, and your requirements are probably not low. Don't worry, I am a student of the Miscellaneous Academy, and I have a 20% discount for everything. Han Yu finally remembered that he was still a student of the Miscellaneous Academy at this time. Han Yu looked for Zhang Yi on the mountain. Seeing that he was still busy dealing with the changes in the Z-Song mountain copy, Han Yu took Jiang Ziki down the mountain and went straight to the Miscellaneous Academy building. In addition to forging weapons, Han Yu also needs to equip all his equipment with a set of unpresentable substitutes. You can tell at a glance that it is the kind of downtrodden summoner. Chapter 146. The two walk to the front of the compound building together. The first floor hall is a special place for forging and strengthening enchantment. When they walked into the hall, probably because today was a refreshed day, there were only a few students in the hall, and it seemed unusually deserted. Han Yu walked to a counter responsible for forging. A student wearing thick-framed glasses was staring at a picture on a tablet with a frown on his face, and was constantly calculating something. Senior, I want to forge a piece of equipment, Han Yu asked. Unlike the Battle Academy and the Element Academy, students who hope to develop in the secondary profession will have their sophomore training on campus. Practice forging, enchanting and other secondary profession skills. So it was right for Han Yu to call him senior, but the boy sitting at the counter didn't even raise his head or stop his hands and said, "Fill out the form, write down the requirements, and expect to get it within a month." Does it take so long? Isn't it usually a week? Han Yu asked. He didn't need to wait in line for so long to contact people in the game. Alas. The boy raised his head at this point. It's because you freshmen are here, all of you have wild ideas, you just draw a blueprint and want new equipment. We have to make it after spending credits. I guess you also want a piece of equipment that can't be bought on the market, right? And it has to look very handsome. The kind that will make the schoolgirls scream in unison when you appear, right? The boy looked at Han Yu and didn't recognize him. There was nothing he could do. The Miscellaneous College was even less concerned about the freshman competition than the Liberal Arts College. After all, the Liberal Arts College still needed to collect data, while the Miscellaneous College only needed to take care of itself. If Zhang Yi hadn't heard that Han Yu was going to fight 5 people alone at the competition, he wouldn't have gone. Han Yu scratched his head. If it was directly copied according to the Mantis Blade, it would be really cool, but he didn't need the schoolgirl to scream or the monster to scream. I want a higher quality, so I may have to ask for something special. High quality, purple weapon, 7 million or 4 million plus 200 credits, guaranteed to have 2 characteristics. Inheritance purple, 8 million plus 400 credits, guaranteed to have 3 characteristics, no credits, no take. After the 2 quotes, Han Yu felt his heart bleeding. A weapon cost 7 or 8 million, and this was the price with credits added. The market price of a high-quality inheritance main weapon was close to 7 million. Han Yu had to pay more money to customize it. This was after paying a part of the credits, otherwise people would not be very willing to take it. After thinking about it, Han Yu gritted his teeth and agreed. Money, isn't it meant to be spent? If it doesn't work, go talk to the new bishop, Rob, or apply for some funds as the chosen one. I wonder if the captain will agree. Okay, I choose the Heritage Purple weapon, but I'm also from the Miscellaneous Academy. Can I get a 20% discount to speed up the forging speed? Are you also from the Miscellaneous Academy? The boy then began to look at Han Yu carefully, and then looked at Jiang Ziki beside him. Impossible. A miscellaneous academy boy can't want a weapon. If you want to make a heritage purple skateboard, I believe it. Han Yu covered his face. What the hell is a skateboard? Is there really someone who would spend a lot of money to forge such a thing? When he was about to take out one of his 3 student ID cards, a short boy came in from the door carrying a black leather box, and stepped on a 4-wheeled skateboard. As the skateboard moved automatically, purple light flashed from time to time. You're right, there really is one. Han Yu felt that the compound was a little different from the other 2 combat academies. But the person standing on the skateboard looked familiar to Han Yu. The man's eyes lit up when he saw Han Yu, and the skateboard accelerated suddenly and stopped beside Han Yu. Junior brother. Why are you here? If you have anything, just come to me. It was the shorter one who helped Han Yu create the anthropomorphic mask before. Senior brother? Han Yu took advantage of the situation and called him senior brother directly. I just want to forge equipment. I heard that students from the miscellaneous college can get a discount. I'm looking for a student ID. That's for sure. Don't worry. It's definitely the biggest discount. Xiaoqi, take a form and I help him fill it out. The person called Xiaoqi hurriedly handed over a form. Brother Mo, this is really a student from our miscellaneous college. How come I have never seen him before? He has never been here. You must have never seen him before. Moing Wang casually put the form into his pocket. Han Yu, the first in the freshman competition, my junior brother. Oh yes, my full name is Moing Kai. I didn't have time to introduce myself last time. After taking the form, Moing Kai turned to Han Yu again. Han Yu is also a student of Dean Zhang? Xiaoqi just heard clearly whether Moing Kai called him junior brother or junior brother. Now he realized that the other party was not only a student of the miscellaneous college, but also a disciple of Zhang Yi. He stood up quickly. I'm sorry, junior brother, I had a bad attitude just now, I was lazy. Han Yu quickly pushed him to sit down. No, senior, you have answered all the questions I asked. How can you have a bad attitude? You can do your work first. Don't worry, junior brother Han Yu is a good person. He won't bear grudges. Read your books quickly. You will still be the counter if you fail the assessment next month. Moing Kai could also guess what happened. As for service attitude, Zhao Yuan always follows the rules and provides whatever is requested. After all, most students in Zhao Yuan are not short of money. Only when someone comes with particularly rare materials can they be treated with courtesy by the whole Zhao Yuan. Okay, come with me. I deliver the materials first. Moing Kai took Han Yu away. Seeing Jiang Ziki also followed, he greeted, Is this my sister-in-law? Han Yu was about to speak. Jiang Ziki showed a bright smile. Hello, senior brother. Okay. Moing Kai nodded repeatedly, and then took out a bracelet from his pocket. It's our first meeting. Fortunately, I have prepared a little gift for you. This? Jiang Ziki didn't expect to receive a gift when he just said hello. And this bracelet is specially prepared for girls at first glance. It is covered with colorful gems, shining with various lights under the light, blinding the eyes. Don't worry, it's a blue quality accessory. The feature is to remove sweat and emit a continuous fragrance. I just made it recently. After hearing this, Jiang Ziki took the bracelet. She liked the feature very much, but the appearance looked too dazzling, and it was estimated that girls would dislike it at first sight. But Jiang Ziki still put on the bracelet politely, and took it off after leaving. She thought it was better to use perfume. Junior brother, why am I rejected again and again even though I prepared the gift so carefully? Do you have any experience to tell me? Seeing Jiang Ziki accept the bracelet, Moing Kai approached Han Yu with a sad face and said. Han Yu looked at the bracelet on Jiang Ziki's hand with at least 7 colors of gems, and he could guess the reason. Why don't you let Ziki tell you? What do girls like? Let's go and deliver the materials first. Yes, I will give my sister-in-law a necklace of the same style right away. Seeing that Jiang Ziki had put on the bracelet, Moing Kai was obviously very happy. But Jiang Ziki's smile was a little awkward. Chapter 147. After Moing Kai delivered the materials, Han Yu and Jiang Ziki followed Moing Kai to his studio. The room was filled with various arrayed drawings, low-level special cards, and mysterious symbols. However, Han Yu saw the marks that often appear in skills on several of the papers. Come on, junior brother, tell me what you want from a weapon. Moing Kai looked at the messy room, then at Jiang Ziki who came in, feeling a little embarrassed. But he still cleared a space for the two to sit down and have a good chat. Tell me what you want. Moing Kai took out a table and prepared to start recording. Brother, aren't you an enchanter? If he remembered correctly, the first step to customizing equipment is to find a forger. Same, if you have specific trait requirements in the end, we still need enchanters. And for the convenience of subsequent enchantment, there are also requirements for the material of the equipment. The forger will also discuss with us. It doesn't matter who you find. Okay. Since there is no problem, Hanyu expressed his thoughts, light, sharp, and easy to use. What are the trait requirements? It's best to have armor breaking, sharp, etc. Anyway, the main thing is to strengthen the attack. By the way, it would be better if it can be accompanied by skills. Hanyu thought about it, and added another one. There is no way. Although he can share the Shadow Blade Mantis with talent, it is a pity that there is no original attribute value support, and he can't learn melee skills. He can only improve his melee combat ability through fighting skills practice. He discovered yesterday that the forelimbs of the Shadow Blade Mantis originally have the armor-breaking characteristics. Although his strength is not as good as Ellie, he can break a large piece of the scales of the Troll Chieftain with one attack. While listening to Hanyu's request, Mo Inkai quickly drew on the drawing. Although Mo Inkai looked sloppy, his drawing skills were indeed first class. After a while, a detailed short knife drawing appeared on the drawing, and Hanyu's requirements were marked everywhere. It's not a strange weapon, it's similar to the commonly used Tang sword. Is your idea like this? Hanyu looked at the drawing handed over by Mo Inkai. The style was indeed like the Tang sword. The blade was less than 2 fingers wide, with a small arc, a very deep blood groove, and a hard and smooth blade. It stopped abruptly at the end and became a triangular blade tip. The main attack method is slashing and stabbing, strengthening close combat ability, with armor breaking, sharp, and the weapon is as light as possible, suitable for assassination, instant killing, and attacking at high speed. Hanyu nodded repeatedly. It was simple to talk to professionals. Mo Inkai's ideas were roughly similar to his own. He naturally couldn't completely replicate the forelimbs of the Shadow Blade Mantis, but he could still imitate some characteristics. Okay, let's do it according to this requirement. The quality is Heritage Purple, right? It's quite difficult, and the forging needs to be done by teacher Wu Qing. I give you a 40% discount on the cash price, for 0.8 million. But the credits are still 20% off. This is a hard rule. Mo Inkai was also very interested in the weapon that Hanyu imagined. It was still a little difficult for him to enchant the Heritage Purple weapon, and Zhang Yi would definitely be needed to enchant the advanced trait enchantment later. So credits are required to forge it. If it weren't for the school's regulations, it would take a lot of money to invite the top forgers and enchanters in the academy to forge a weapon. Okay, how long will it take? It's really easy to get things done with someone, and this saved a few million. Although he still felt a pain in his wallet, Hanyu also understood that this was a low price. After all, the material cost of Inheritance Purple is a huge expense, and enchantment requires a combination of various trait cards, although Hanyu only requires common weapon traits. But to match the inheritance materials, high-level trait cards are also required. Don't worry, at most a week, there will be few people who will come to customize inheritance equipment. It mainly depends on the teacher and Mr. Wu, and you need to wait for them to be free. You just go back and wait for news. Mo Inkai accepted the drawings and the required forms. Then he began to think about his lifelong event, and carefully asked Jiang Ziki what kind of gifts he should give to girls. First, delete all the guides on the internet, and then clear all the recommended gifts on the shopping platform. Delete all the gifts that make men silent and women cry. Mo Inkai looked entangled, but still did as Jiang Ziki asked, and then took out a small notebook and began to take notes, seriously. An hour later, Mo Inkai filled a page with writing on the front and back, and Hanyu and the others finally came out. Next, just wait for Mo Inkai's notification. He will contact the students in the miscellaneous courtyard to forge the mold first, and finally hand it over to the teacher to reforge and enchant. And Jiang Ziki went to a strengthening machine to strengthen his magic book. Will your book be torn up one day? Hanyu watched Jiang Ziki tear off more than a dozen pages every time he fought, and the book didn't become thinner. Don't worry, you can add it after the battle, but you need to carve a spell on the blank page in advance and activate it during the battle. As he said that, he put the magic book into the strengthening furnace, inserted his student card, and also chose to strengthen +5. After a short wait, the strengthening was completed, and the magic book with a black cover was taken out. There were more star-shaped marks on it, and it looked thicker than before. After the completion, Hanyu picked up his new car in the compound. It looked no different from the original one, and it was all black. After that, Hanyu randomly bought some ordinary equipment, all of which were cheap goods, so as not to encounter the situation of fighting with the new bishop members. However, Jiang Ziki looked at Hanyu's crazy shopping, and finally couldn't help but say, "If you don't have money to eat, remember to come to me." Ah? Hanyu was stunned. You ran out of money after customizing your weapons, so you're going to buy this kind of junk equipment? What are you thinking? I have some. I'm the best in the school, how can I be broke? Then what do you want these for? Decomposition? Synthesis? This secret can't be told even to the closest people. TSK, who wants to know? Jiang Ziki turned his head away, not wanting to pay attention to him, but he was laughing happily. After the purchase, the two returned to their dormitories. But before they separated, Hanyu agreed to continue the game tomorrow. Whether it was the increase in mutants or the actions of the new bishop, it meant that something big was going to happen next, and Hanyu had to be fully prepared. Hanyu planned to reach level 20 before the day of sacrifice, master the dragon summoning, and unlock the feedback mechanism. At that time, the stored attribute points would be useful. Hanyu still had 20 pieces of mutation crystals in his hand that he didn't use. Hanyu received a message from Wang Hongba just after returning to the dormitory. It was later than Hanyu expected, but it seemed that Xueshan had escaped Shanhai's interrogation and there was no problem. There was no way the new bishop could completely hide his professional information and usually did not use professional skills. If the high-level clearance video was not made public, Shanhai would find it difficult to get more clues. Wang Hongbo, Brother Wei. I knew you were not an ordinary person, but I didn't expect that you were the son of God. Hanyu curled his lips. The two of them were only online friends until now, and had never met. In order to keep it secret, Hanyu did not even send photos. I didn't expect it either. I haven't figured out what the God's Chosen is yet, but the captain said it seems to be very powerful. You don't need to understand. The God's Chosen is a genius, just Hanyu among ordinary players. Didn't you say before that you wanted to surpass Hanyu? Now the opportunity is here. As long as you succeed in the second transformation, it's only a matter of time before you surpass Hanyu. Then what is the role of this God's Chosen? Hanyu looked at his arm, and a golden line appeared on it. Apart from the handsome color and the possibility of communicating with the new master, it seems that there is no difference. Wang Hongba was silent for a while before replying, "Actually, I don't understand. Anyway, it's very powerful. It is said that the God's Chosen eventually became a big shot." Hanyu thought about it, and Wang Hongba, who was almost the most likely to be exposed as a contact person, should not know too much. But he still said one more thing. Then Brother Wang, do you know what the Day of Sacrifice is? Although Wang Hongba seems to be just a low-level person, if the Day of Sacrifice is a major operation involving the entire new bishop, he should have felt it. After waiting for a while, Wang Hongba sent a message. I don't know, but it looks very important. In the past 6 months, the entire organization has been busy with this matter. What falls on us is to do our best to attract new people. Half a year ago? Recruit new people? Hanyu carefully thought about the time point in Wang Hongba's words. Started half a year ago? That's actually quite a long time. Yes, I don't know when it will end. It's more comfortable to lurk. Now I have to recruit people every day, and there are targets. I'm worried about being exposed. It turns out that it's so difficult to be a villain. The other party withdrew a message. Serving the Lord, this is what we should do. I'm still a little conscious, and I know I'm a villain. Hanyu smiled in front of the phone, but he still interrupted Wang Hongbo's desire to complain in time. By the way, Brother Wang, is there anything else? Oh, I almost forgot. I need to register your game ID. The main communication of the organization will be conducted in the game. This can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. My ID is Wei Yixia. Hanyu sent his ID. Okay, I guess the regional priest and the captain of your team will contact you next. Brother Wei, don't forgive me when you become successful. Don't worry, no matter what, you are my brother Wang. A few minutes after finishing the communication with Wang Hongba, Hanyu received 2 in-game messages in the game. One ID was Si Yusheng, and the application information was written as priest. The other one is Xueshan, whose ID is Hongyi. After adding him, Si Yusheng did not make any movement, but Hongyi sent Hanyu a few messages. Let Hanyu gather in the city the day after tomorrow to participate in the first action. Hanyu did not expect that the new bishop would have a mission so soon, but according to Xueshan, there would be no danger. Just let him see the mission process. After the chat, Hanyu contacted Habing again and told him the ID of the priest and the time point half a year ago. Unfortunately, there was not much gain. Half a year ago was indeed the time when the new bishop became active again, but every once in a while, the new bishop would come out to show his presence. As for the game ID, it was obviously modified, and there was not much information to check. Then we can only wait until the day after tomorrow. Hanyu wants to see what the new bishop's mission in the city is, or get some information. The next day, Hanyu, Aorong, and Jiang Ziki entered the dungeon again and started to brush the dungeon. To be safe, we still chose the adventure difficulty. The number of mutants was much higher than before, but it was not as good as the troll tribe, not to mention the secondary mutant monsters. This made Hanyu, who had thought that everyone was the same, doubt again whether he was specially cared for by the god of destiny. After clearing 2 dungeons in one day, Aorong and Jiang Ziki were exhausted. In addition to skill consumption, continuous high-intensity combat will make people tired quickly, leading to more mistakes in combat. Hanyu, on the other hand, was too lazy to take action unless it was necessary. He sat on Hu Yun's back and commanded the summoned creatures to fight. After a battle, except for a slight dizziness due to too much energy consumption, he felt quite relaxed. After a day of dungeoning, Aorong dragged his heavy steps to the dormitory, looking at Hanyu, who was leisurely, gritting his teeth. Summoners are amazing. After returning to the dormitory, Hanyu practiced fast casting and fighting skills again. He was busy with dungeons these 2 days, and didn't go to class. He had to attend Ao Gang's class when he had time. After learning basic fighting skills, Hanyu can now use the attribute bonus of Ellie to fight monsters in close combat with daggers. The subsequent Tang Dao is also prepared for this. However, without the blessing of assassination talent, he still can't avoid mistakes. Once he makes a mistake, he can only rely on attribute suppression to kill. The next morning, Hanyu left school and drove his black car to the entrance of Ziyun Dungeon first. He parked the car in a public parking lot, then put on the anthropomorphic mask and went to the place designated by Shuishan. After the battle flag team was captured, they still lived here. In their opinion, it is better not to move around at this time. The apartment was decorated in the same simple style as last time, just like the residence of an ordinary player team. However, this time the meeting was either in the basement or in the living room of the villa. In addition to Shuishan and Chichio, who I met last time, there were 2 other people in the team. They were all sitting in the living room this time, and they seemed to be waiting for Hanyu. One of them was wearing heavy armor, and the other had a huge sword next to him. "Captain, Sister Chichio." Hanyu greeted Shuishan first when he entered the door. "Xiao Wei is here." Seeing Hanyu coming in, Shuishan's cold expression immediately became familiar. As Wang Hongba said, the god's choice is still very important. For example, it can change the leader's face. Let me introduce you to our other 2 team members. Gi and Erhua, their names in the organization. Both of them nodded at Hanyu, with smiles on their faces, looking extremely friendly. There was no contempt for summoners that ordinary players had for them. The profession should be the ghost swordsman, and the fallen ghost rider of the shield warrior. Chapter 148. Gi looked righteous, with fierce eyes, as if he would fight a monster to the death at any time, while Hua looked much more honest and greeted Hanyu. "Brother Wei, please take care of me in the future. I take you to play the dungeon today." Shuishan continued, "Of course, you just need to watch and share some experience. Isn't it an organization mission? Why did it become a dungeon again? Don't worry, our mission is to complete it in the dungeon." Shuishan sighed lightly. "The battle flag team is gone, and our mission is a little heavier, but it's just right to take you to upgrade. It is estimated that the day of sacrifice is not far away. You have to hurry up to the second transformation." "Is that so? Then shall we set off now?" Hanyu showed an expectant expression. A newcomer should be more excited when being taken to the dungeon. "Okay, let's go." Shuishan stood up and picked up the staff next to him. Except for Hanyu, several people have already prepared for the battle. Judging from their current appearance and equipment, they don't look like fallen professionals at all. The 5 of them quickly came to the nearby public dungeon entrance and chose a level 25 dungeon, like ordinary players. Yanlong Mountain Range. The staff only looked at Hanyu's name twice. "Wei Diao?" "Yes, is there any problem?" Hanyu nodded hurriedly. It couldn't be that Shanghai didn't enter the dungeon information for him. If it was exposed in an instant, he couldn't blame himself. "No, it's just that the level is too low. You chose a level 25 dungeon." The staff looked at the information bar in front of him. It was obviously blank just now. How come so much information suddenly appeared? The current network should not be stuck. "Oh!" At this time, Shuishan came forward. "This is my brother. Let's take him to level up." "Okay, you go in. Remember to protect your brother, he may be injured by the aftermath of the battlefield." The staff handed out the ID cards of the 5 people. "Okay, thank you for reminding me." With Shuishan, a level 30 player, they chose the adventure difficulty. After entering the dungeon, Han Yu clearly felt that the air around him became hotter. There were small hills everywhere around, and magma was sprayed from time to time. Finally, I can relax. Ki, who seemed to be full of righteousness, held a giant sword in his hand, and his leather armor was stretched out by his swollen arms. Black mist continued to come out of his body, and the flesh on his right arm was churning. The twisted hand grasped the giant sword and rushed towards a rock dragon lying on the ground to rest. This monster looked like an ancient dinosaur, covered with layers of rock armor, and there were 3 fiery red horns on its head. Seeing Gi rushing towards him, he lowered his head and rushed towards him. Erhua, who looked simple and honest, also had flames on his body and rushed towards the monster. He shouted, "Captain, leave it to us only, let's have some fun first." Han Yu used the identification technique to look over. LV25, Rock Bomb Dragon, Attribute, ? Skill, ? Note, with super strong physique and fire resistance, please do not fight him in close combat. Extremely dangerous. Got it, you guys be careful. Xueshan didn't change much, but put his hands away, watching the two fight, and occasionally dealing with other monsters that wanted to rush over. Chijio, who was standing behind Han Yu, was still a priest in white before entering the dungeon, and he also let himself go in the dungeon. Black hair fluttered, and ghosts were looming around her from time to time, making wailing sounds. Clergyman degenerates and changes job. Sole contract master Chijio. The staff in her hand pointed at Han Yu. Xiao Yi, just pay attention to avoid the attack. It doesn't matter if you can't avoid it, it will protect you. Han Yu felt a chill in his body, and there was a black shadow beside him, and a ghost was also around him. Then the staff pointed at Gi and Ahua in the battle. Soul Devourer. Her target was not the rock dragon, but her teammates in the battle. 2 black airs drilled in, and the 2 people's faces briefly showed a look of pain, but they became extremely excited in an instant, and the speed of attack became faster. It's great, come more, come more. Gi kept slashing, and blood and flesh splashed out from his swollen arms from time to time. Originally, the rock dragon with extremely strong physical resistance was introduced. Under the attack of the 2, his body was covered with wounds, and blood splattered on their faces. Behind the rock dragon, monsters kept attacking, but before they could get close, they were dealt with by Xueshan, leaving space for Gi and Erhua to vent. Come on, come on! Kill me! Erhua directly withstood the rock dragon's attack, completely gave up his identity as a shield warrior, and attacked blindly. On the 3 fire horns of the rock dragon, bright red magma was still sprayed from time to time. But when he was about to be attacked, Erhua let go of the shield, and let the magma directly attack his body. Anyway, he was also burning with the flames, so he didn't care about the damage. 2 perverts. Han Yu silently complained in his heart. How about it, the degenerate job transfer is very strong. Xueshan looked at Han Yu with a smile. The 2 of them, Gi is level 21, and Erhua is level 23. It means that he can fight monsters at a higher level, which is much stronger than ordinary professional players. How strong is this? It's strong even if he doesn't fight monsters twice as much? Han Yu complained in his heart. But he still said, it's too strong. He can fight monsters at a higher level. I can only play lower level dungeons. Well, this is normal. After all, ordinary summoners are weaker. The upgrade will be much slower. Hey, how come you were already level 17? Xueshan, who was originally proud, looked at Han Yu's player nameplate. The last time he saw him, he was still level 16. It's only been a few days. Oh, I've been playing dungeons since I went back. He only played 2 adventure level dungeons yesterday, otherwise Han, you would have been level 17 now. This, Xueshan thought, maybe Han Yu was not far from upgrading. And he was chosen by God. If he didn't have something special, could he be chosen by the new master? Okay. Let's finish it. It's time to work. Seeing that Han Yu had already upgraded, Xueshan felt that it was meaningless. Originally, his plan today was to help Han Yu reach level 17. It was estimated that Han Yu would leave the team when the priest came, so he could gain more favor now. If Han Yu had just leveled up, he would probably not have enough experience for this dungeon. Okay, Captain. Gi and Ahua on the battlefield exerted their strength at the same time, and the broadsword and giant sword chopped on the hard head of the rock dragon. A big dragon head was shattered into pieces. With Xueshan's move, the monsters in this dungeon were quickly cleared. After dealing with all the monsters, Xueshan took out 9 mutant crystals from his backpack. He handed one to Han Yu. Xiao Wei, Go over there and bury the crystal underground. Chapter 149. Why bury it? What a waste. Why not give it to me? The tone was relaxed, but Hanyu couldn't help being shocked. The new bishop's mission is to be completed in the dungeon. Does this mean that the new bishop can influence the inside of the dungeon? Hanyu didn't know whether Shenhai could influence the dungeon now, but the new bishop had obviously done it, and looking at Shueishan's skilled appearance, it was obviously not the first time he operated. Hurry up, this is our mission. Shueishan distributed 9 crystals to several people and designated the positions in turn. In his hand, there was an extra black sheepskin scroll. Hanyu could hardly see what was drawn on it. He could only see Shueishan walking step by step to determine the direction. Hanyu buried the crystals according to the position designated by Shueishan, and then remembered the position of each crystal in his mind. After walking around, Shueishan walked to Hanyu. Buried? Yes. Hanyu nodded. He didn't dare to secretly put the crystals into his backpack. It was his first time to participate, and Shueishan would definitely check it. Okay, get up. Shueishan asked everyone to step aside, and he held the staff in his hand. The blood left by the rock-blasting dragon that had just been killed continued to flow out of the corpse. Under Shueishan's control, the blood drew red lines on the open ground. Finally, they converged into the crystal positions that had just been buried in the soil, and the bloodstains mixed together to carve a formation. Until the blood of almost all monsters was drained and the formation was completed, Shueishan walked into the middle of the formation. He took out a small bottle in his hand. It also contained bright red liquid, and Shueishan raised his hand to pour 1/5 of it. Shueishan began to chant the spell softly, which sounded like it was related to the name of the new master. After the spell was finished, Hanyu saw the center surrounded by 9 crystals light up slightly, and then quickly extinguished. Then even the blood quickly disappeared on the ground, leaving only a faint red mark, and Shueishan also walked back. Okay, let's go to the next level. Shueishan finished the operation and put away the staff. Captain, what are you doing? After making sure that he remembered Shueishan's operation just now, Hanyu followed Shueishan's pace and asked. I don't know the specific use, anyway, our superiors arranged us to do this. He, a newcomer who just joined the organization, shouldn't ask so many questions, which can easily arouse suspicion. However, the mark is there, and Hanyu has another identity as a chosen one, so Shueishan didn't have any doubts and answered directly. Is the red bottle also blood? Hanyu asked again. However, Shueishan, who had been patiently answering just now, suddenly became serious. Don't ask too much, newcomers don't need to know so much. After Shueishan knew that Hanyu was the chosen one, he had been very patient. Until he heard this question, his face became much colder. Oh sorry, Captain, I shouldn't have asked too much. Hanyu lowered his head quickly, with an expression that he knew he was wrong and would never ask again. Chijio pulled Hanyu's clothes. Xiaowei, you can ask about the rest, but I can't tell you this now. When you reach a higher level in the future, you will naturally know. Hanyu nodded immediately. I'm sorry, Sister Chijio, I just don't understand anything I see, and I always can't help asking more. Don't worry, if you don't know anything in the future, just ask me, and I will tell you what I can say. After Chijio entered the dungeon, he looked much more fierce. There was a layer of light black lines above his eyes, but he still spoke softly to Hanyu, which made Hanyu sigh that the identity of God's chosen was really useful. Yeah. Hanyu nodded and followed Shueishan to the next level. The same pattern, killing monsters, then burying 9 mutant crystals, and finally pouring the liquid in the red bottle in the center of the formation. Do you come to every level? Hanyu watched Shueishan operate. If the dungeon would not be temporarily closed after the monsters were cleared, he would have wanted to come back and dig out all the crystals after the end. With Shueishan, the dungeon was cleared quickly, and most of the time was wasted on arranging the formation. 20 minutes later, the Thunder Dragon and Fire Dragon of the boss level were cleared. Shueishan began to arrange the formation again. However, this time there were 18 mutant crystals, and the formation arrangement was also the most cumbersome. It took more than 5 minutes for Shueishan to arrange everything. We have money. Hanyu sighed silently in his heart. Every time he robbed before, the new bishop members only had 1 or 2 crystals in their hands, but now a copy consumes dozens of them. However, it is estimated that Shueishan will only issue a batch of crystals after applying. Sister Chijio, what if there is no blood mage like the captain in the team? Hanyu watched Shueishan take out the red bottle again and pour out the last blood. He asked softly. If there is no one, use someone. The captain is also taking a shortcut, but it is indeed much more convenient. I know, This must be related to the day of sacrifice, right? Hanyu seemed to suddenly remember something and looked at Chichio with an inquiring look. We think so too, but the higher-ups just told us to do this. As for why we have to do this, we don't know. We ordinary members don't know too much. But you may climb up in the future. When you do, you can help us brothers and sisters. Yes, yes. Seeing the honest Erhua heard Chichio say this, he also agreed. Now he wants to leave a good impression in front of Hanyu. I don't know anything. Hanyu was really speechless. The new bishop really didn't say anything, and just let the people below do the work. Anyway, there are marks, plus the dual control of the mutant crystal. There is no need to worry about members' betrayal. Unable to get too much information, Hanyu could only observe and analyze it himself, but he had already memorized the placement of the crystal and the formation carved by the blood fur. After going out, sending it to Shanghai may have some other clues. The last formation ended, and the copy began to settle. Hanyu also got the card, but he hardly participated in the battle, and the experience he got was not much, and he still almost reached level 18. In addition to the experience, there were 2 blue equipment and an ordinary purple equipment, which were put into Hanyu's backpack. The key is that Hanyu didn't even summon the summoned creature this time, and it had no attributes at all. Okay, let's end it. Shueshan also put away his cards and exited the dungeon. Leaving the entrance hall, Hanyu thought he could leave, but was stopped by Shueshan. Don't leave in a hurry, there is another team member coming today, let's meet before leaving. Well, there are other members? Hanyu looked at the 4 people beside him. He remembered that when they first met, Shueshan was talking about 4 people, so there were no other members. Are there new members joining? Hanyu asked. It's a new member, but he joined before you. Shueshan thought for a while and said. Chapter 150. Originally, our team already had a new member, and you should join the battle flag team. But on the night you came, they suddenly had an urgent mission, so they asked you to come to our side to complete the ceremony first, and then transfer to our side. As a result, the battle flag team got into trouble, but it's a good thing. If you had joined a day earlier, you might have suffered. Speaking of the battle flag team being captured, Shueshan didn't feel too much regret, but was glad that Hanyu, the future priest, joined his team. Hanyu didn't have any fear at all, because the bonuses of the members of the battle flag team were transferred to his card through Ingyu. So there are 2 new members in our team, and it's a good opportunity for you to meet them today. Another new member? Why don't you let him come over to play the dungeon with you today? As soon as Hanyu finished speaking, Chichio laughed out loud. Do you think everyone has the same treatment as you? You are the chosen one, and he is just an ordinary new member. And his talent is average. But recently, we are really short of people, and we still need to help him level up when we have time. Shueshan interrupted Chichio. Let's not talk about this. Let's have a meal to welcome you too, and let us take a break. Chichio took Hanyu and walked back to their villa. We should have some spare energy, right? Didn't these people say that the sacrifice ceremony was urgent? Why did they only complete 1 dungeon a day? And from what they said, there were not tasks every day. There are not enough materials. We will come again when we have materials next time, and call you next time. Shueshan explained. Of course, if the next task is a level 30 dungeon, we will not have the spare energy to protect you, so we will not call you over again. Not enough materials? Hanyu recalled the operation process just now. With the size of the new bishop, even if the mutant crystals are used like this, it is difficult to have insufficient materials. If it really doesn't work, give less mutant crystals to the members. From his experience of robbery, the members of small places don't have any extra crystals in their hands, just waiting for monthly distribution. Then it can only be the liquid in the red bottle. Hanyu can smell a faint smell of blood from it, but it is obviously more viscous than blood, and the color is also darker. And when it is poured on the ground, there are slight boiling bubbles. I don't know what it is. They all said so. Hanyu couldn't refuse, and followed back to the villa. It's just right to meet 1 more new bishop member, and when I am exposed, I can also catch 1 more. It's a coincidence that this member is also from Haicheng like you. Chichio walked halfway, and said casually. What's so coincidental about this? Zitsong is the closest city to Haicheng. It's normal for frustrated players to go to Zitsong City. I thought so in my heart. Hanyu agreed. Really? Then we are from the same hometown, maybe we have a lot of common topics. Since yesterday, the number of members transferred to the dungeon entrances of Shanghai has increased significantly, and they all seem to have a murderous aura, so all free players who have just come out of the dungeon will try to stay away from them. Did he find something? Chichio has now returned to his usual appearance, wearing a white dress, and looks like a beautiful and clean cleric. It's probably because of the battle flag squad. I wonder if it's the same in other cities. Xueshan let a few people pass the 3 Shanghai members. One of them still turned his head and looked at Han Yu for a second time, then quickly moved his eyes away and continued to look at the street. When he returned to the villa, he pushed open the door and saw a boy sitting on the sofa. He sat up immediately when he saw someone coming in. Captain, Sister Chijiao, Brother Gui, Brother Air. You kid, I told you not to call me Brother Gui. Gui's face was stern, and he looked like he was about to get angry. Ah, sorry Brother Gui, I didn't remember. The boy bowed and apologized quickly. Gui, don't be too strict with newcomers. In the end, it was Xueshan who spoke up and asked everyone to sit down. When Han Yu saw the boy, he was so surprised. It was really a coincidence. He quietly retreated behind everyone. Wei Diao, come and sit down. Why did you run so far? The so-called new member that Xueshan was talking about was Zhang Lin, who he had just met in the Xian copy. He actually joined the new bishop. Okay, I sit down. Han Yu touched his chin. The anthropomorphic mask was still there. Zhang Lin should not recognize him. Although the mask will continue to consume Han Yu's energy, Han Yu can maintain it for a whole day without any problems. But having said that, after all, this is a high school classmate for the past 3 years. Han Yu is still a little worried, and chose a seat farthest from Zhang Lin. Come sit over here. Xueshan looked at Han Yu, not knowing why Han Yu suddenly shrank back. Okay. Let me introduce you. This is our new member Zhao Yi. Xueshan patted Han Yu's shoulder, and was very satisfied with his choice to be by his side. New member? Hearing this, Zhang Lin's eyes lit up. Finally there is a member with more qualifications than himself. I thought that according to the speed of recruiting new members by the new bishop, I would have to be a punching bag for a long time. I didn't expect that a new person would come so soon. My name is Yuan Lin. I will definitely. Zhang Lin was about to continue speaking, but he saw Xueshan patting Han Yu on the shoulder. This obviously favored him more than himself, and he was waiting here in the morning, and this Zhao Yi came in with the main force. Thinking of this, Zhao Lin's face was covered with cold sweat. You must take good care of me in the future. Looking at Xueshan's satisfied smile, Mon Lin knew that he was still the lowest status punching bag in the team. Okay, I hope Brother Yuan Lin will take good care of me in the future. Han Yu's strong voice came out, and Zhang Lin should not be able to recognize it at all after the voice had been modified. Well, let's start the lunch. Chijiao, go and ask someone to prepare it. An hour later, the team of 6 people entered the basement again, and the place for lunch was still chosen in the basement. It seems that only when they are underground can the team members relax. At the beginning of the lunch, Xueshan first welcomed the newcomers, and poured a glass of blood wine in front of Han Yu and Zhang Lin. The bright red liquid exuded a faint fishy and sour smell. 2 new members have joined our team. From now on, we are all a family. We will help each other, and welcome the arrival of the new world together. Raise your glass. Xueshan stood up and looked at everyone with a glass of wine. Others also stood up, but Han Yu did not serve the blood wine that Xueshan served him. Instead, he poured himself a glass of water and raised his glass with everyone. Xueshan just glanced at Han Yu and did not say anything else. When he sat down, Xueshan said, "What's wrong, Han Yu? Are you still not used to this wine?" "Well, I don't like the taste." Han Yu nodded. Anyway, he said that he didn't like this kind of blood wine for the first time. Xueshan picked up the wine glass in front of Han Yu and placed it in front of Zhang Lin. "Yuan Lin, you seem to like it very much, drink it." "Thank you, Captain, for the wine." Zhang Lin saw the blood wine brought to him, picked up the glass and drank it all. "Brother Zhao, this wine smells a little fishy at first, but it tastes very sweet. I can't forget it since I drank it from the captain last time." Zhang Lin has determined that this newcomer is much higher in status than himself, so he directly lowered himself by 1 generation and called him the same as other old members. "Well, as long as you like it, welcome you to today, drink more." Then he poured another glass in front of Zhang Lin. "Speaking of which, you two are still fellow villagers," Xueshan said after personally pouring wine for Zhang Lin. "Really? Brother Zhao is also from Haicheng." Zhang Lin's eyes lit up when he heard this. This newcomer named Zhao Yi was obviously a favorite of the captain. No, even the captain was polite to him, so he must be an extraordinary person. If he could build a good relationship with him, he would probably have a big leg to lean on in the future as the new bishop. "Well, not only that, you have the same goal." Xueshan smiled and took a sip of blood wine. "I heard from Lao Wang that your goal is also to surpass Han Yu, the top scholar from your Haicheng? Hanyu nodded. Yes, I just want to surpass Hanyu. Why can he do it but I can't? I want to become a summoner stronger than him. Well, you have such talent, it's only a matter of time to surpass Hanyu. Zhang Lin stood up when he heard this and raised his glass to Hanyu. Brother Zhao. My goal in joining the new bishop is to step on Hanyu. Just for this, I toast you a glass. Excited, as if seeing a confidant, he looked at Hanyu with burning eyes. Hanyu did not expect that Zhang Lin had such a big grudge against him, but he still raised his glass. After drinking the water in front of him, the two sat down, and Hanyu asked, I wonder if that Hanyu has any grudge against you? Zhang Lin thought for a while, and said with gritted teeth, he humiliated me. During the college entrance examination, he only achieved a little success, but he humiliated me in every way. A mere summoner, actually. Speaking of this, Zhang Lin suddenly realized that he had said the wrong thing. Sorry, Brother Zhao, I was talking about ordinary summoners. It's okay, I'm used to it. Hanyu smiled with relief, and didn't seem to care at all. But in his heart, he also recalled that except for the time before the college entrance examination when Zhang Lin came to trouble him, the two of them should not have had much interaction. Not to mention humiliation, Hanyu has never had the habit of causing trouble for others. He didn't know when Zhang Lin hated him so much. When the lunch was about to end, Xueshan wiped his mouth and spoke. Zhao Yi Yuan Lin. If you have any difficulties, tell me, the captain will try to help you solve them. Zhang Lin quickly said, No, I just want to upgrade as soon as possible, and then become a powerful player like you, the captain. Well, I really have to upgrade as soon as possible, that day is coming soon. How about this, I let Guiyi take you to brush a few dungeons when I have time. Xueshan nodded. It's better to change your job as soon as possible. Chapter 151. Guiyi looked impatient. Captain, I may not be able to protect him in the dungeon. Guiyi, the church is short of people now, you have to bear with it. Xueshan ignored Guiyi's protest, and turned to look at Hanyu. Zhao Yi, what about you? I will take you to level up as well? Guiyi raised his head at this time. Yes, there is no difference between taking one and taking two. How about Brother Zhao come with us? No, I have a group of fixed teammates, it's not good to leave suddenly. As soon as he said that, Guiyi shook his head disappointedly. It's better to upgrade now. Only after the second transformation can you really borrow the ability of the new master. Okay, I know, Brother Gui, I will work hard. Seeing that Guiyi did not respond to Hanyu's address, Zhang Lin silently stuffed a large mouthful of meat in his mouth. He thought he had met a confidant. It turned out that the person was Hanyu and the new bishop, and Zhang Lin felt annoyed again. But Captain, I do have a little trouble. Hanyu scratched his head, looking embarrassed to say it. With the thick eyebrows and big eyes shown by his anthropomorphic mask, Hanyu seemed to be in trouble, but he just couldn't say it. Oh, what's the matter? He just wanted to express his goodwill, but he didn't expect Hanyu to have a request. That's right, I'm short of money recently. Hanyu thought about his increasingly shriveled wallet because of making weapons, and thought he should stick to the previous way and find the new bishop to solve the problem when he encountered difficulties. It cost a lot of money to make weapons, so he had to find a place to make up for it. Haha, short of money, it's a small matter. Xueshan saw Hanyu looked embarrassed and thought it was a big deal. Tell me how much you need. We are not short of money. Of course, the more the better. Hanyu said with a shy smile. Hearing this, Zhang Lin, who was sitting there drinking, almost spit out a mouthful of money. How can you talk like this? Shouldn't you say that it doesn't take much? It needs 500,000. The captain took out 1 million, and Hanyu half-heartedly accepted it. Both parties were very satisfied, but who could have thought that Hanyu did not play by the rules at all? Xueshan was also stunned when he heard Hanyu's answer. The more the better? Does it mean that he should watch and give? Close your eyes and press 0 randomly. After thinking about it, Xueshan took out a completely black card and handed it to Hanyu. There are probably more than 6 million in it. It's an anonymous card on the black market. I send you the password. Is it enough? Thank you, Captain. Hanyu didn't expect Xueshan to give 6 million. It turns out that villains are rich. It's barely enough. I mainly want to change a set of inherited equipment. Well, I almost made up for it myself. No need, you still have so many brothers and sisters. Xueshan smiled and looked at Guiyi and the other two. The three people immediately understood what the captain meant. Each took out an anonymous card. Then let's have our meeting gift. It's just enough to get 10 million, which is enough for a set of equipment. When they took out the money, they were not dissatisfied, but looked at Xueshan with gratitude. This was the opportunity for the captain to show them. Han Yu didn't expect that he would get unexpected gains just by saying it casually, so he accepted all of them. Thank you very much. I will definitely find a way to repay all the brothers and sisters in the future. It's just a little money. What's the point of repaying or not repaying? Xueshan didn't care. He wanted to spend some money to get the kindness of a future priest. Except for Zhang Lin, who was stunned and opened and closed his mouth. He was also short of money. He was also working part-time as Ian. After thinking about it, he didn't say anything. He knew that his status was completely different from Han Yu, so he just ate meat silently. Han Yu's wallet was bulging again, and he had another bold idea in his mind. Shadow Blade Mantis has 2 sharp forelimbs, so why can't he make 2 of his Tang Dao, 2-handed weapons, enchanted with different characteristics? It would be much simpler. With money, it is easy to make people's minds float. Han Yu had a plan in his mind, and couldn't wait to go back to find Imoing Kai. After the lunch, Xueshan personally sent the 2 out. As soon as he went out, Zhang Lin approached Han Yu. Brother Zhao, you are from number 2 middle school. I used to go to number 1 middle school. I always thought you looked familiar. Have we met before? No. He left quickly. Zhang Lin's words made him panic. Although he wore a mask, his body shape did not change. Zhang Lin might see something. Watching Han Yu walking in front of him, Zhang Lin always felt that he looked familiar, but he had never seen Zhao Yi's face in his memory. Unable to remember, Zhang Lin approached again. Brother Zhao, where do you live now? Do you want to go back together? Forget it, I have something else to do. Han Yu looked like he was too lazy to pay attention to him, and walked out of the villa area quickly. Zhang Lin was left alone with a red face, feeling despised again. Just now when we were eating, we were chatting happily, but how come we went out? This Zhao Yi turned into this. He couldn't figure out the reason, and he had no way to deal with Zhang Lin, so he could only turn around and leave. After Han Yu quickly walked out of the villa area, he made sure that Zhang Lin didn't follow him, and took a taxi to the entrance of Xian Dungeon. He had to hurry before Zhang Lin went back. If he met him again, Zhang Lin might make random guesses. In the car, Han Yu sent all the array arrangements he saw in the dungeon today to Qin Shinhe. He had already silently calculated in his mind what the new bishop had arranged, but unfortunately he had not yet reached the 2nd level, and his knowledge of various arrays was limited to what he had seen in Su Lan's books. And the lines recorded in his mind did not even have any familiar symbols. From a distance, it was indeed an array. But if he really drew it, there was no symbol representing power. On the other side, Qin Shinhe received Han Yu's message and quickly found 3 scholars from the Grade Research Institute of Shanghai headquarters and began to study the pictures sent by Han Yu. Shanghai has also tried many things on the dungeon, hoping to change the refresh rules of the dungeon, but unfortunately there has been no major gain so far. But Han Yu's message shows that the new bishop has mastered the method to influence the dungeon. Qin Shinhe doesn't believe that the new bishop has a more complete organization than Shanhang. Could the new bishop really have the help of gods? Qin Shinhe had this thought for no reason. What about gods? If you dare to make trouble in my Han dynasty, I will kill you anyway. Qin Shinhe clenched his fist. He never believed in gods, or Shanghai never believed in them. Since the establishment of Shanghai, the attitude of studying and analyzing all the mysterious forces brought by the invasion of monsters is to use them after understanding them. At this time, several researchers next to them kept putting all the drawings together, and finally made new progress and exclaimed, Director Qin, I have an idea. One of the researchers shouted loudly, and Qin Shinhe rushed over immediately. What's wrong? Did you find anything? These lines look messy, but they just look like formations. If you look at them independently, you can't find any usable information at all. But, when we stack these papers? The researcher folded 5 pieces of paper, and looked at them against the light. What looked like some messy lines originally overlapped, and mysterious symbols appeared at the intersection of the lines. It's really a formation. Qin Shinhe showed joy on his face. As long as he analyzed the role of these formations, he would have a chance to know what the new bishop wanted to do. But we still don't know what the role of this formation is. The old researcher among the 3 shook his head, and told Qin Shinhe not to get excited. Can't you analyze it? These symbols are very common and are displayed in many skills, but the only one that has all the symbols is the professional skill of the summoner. Summoner? Summoner again? Is it a teleportation array? Mentioning the professional skills of the summoner, it is inevitable that people will think of the teleportation array that Su Lan analyzed through the summoning array. It is also one of the most used arrays in various countries now. No, there is no obvious relationship, said the young man who just discovered the clue. It's just that the symbols are similar, some are missing, some are more, and the positions are also very different. It has little to do with the teleportation array. Within 3 days, we must know what the function of this array is. If it doesn't work, we will do experiments. Qin Shenghe directly gave a death order. Okay, we will try our best. The 3 researchers also knew that the matter was serious and continued to study. If they really had no clue, they would choose to directly copy this array to see what effect it would have when it was in operation. After handling this, Qin Shenghe called the entrance of the dungeon that Han Yu and his team had visited in the morning again, announcing that the dungeon that Han Yu's team had entered in the morning would be temporarily closed. The monsters in the Rock Dragon dungeon have all been cleared and will not be open for the time being. They can only wait until the next monster refresh before they can check what happened. As for Han Yu, after sending a message to Qin Shenghe, he waited for a reply. He reminded Qin Shenghe to let him know if there was any progress, and he was also very curious about what the new bishop was doing. Han Yu was a little surprised to see the message sent back by Qin Shenghe, which mentioned the summoner's formation again. There is no puppet master in the team he is in, so how can the symbol be related to summoning? But the fact is that Shanghai has no extra information, which also confirms that Shanghai's research on dungeons is not as good as the new bishop. No, or in other words, does the new master that the new bishop believes in really exist? The golden thread in Han Yu's hand seems to answer his question. There is indeed a mysterious and powerful enemy behind the new bishop. It is even related to the truth of the game invasion, or at least to the monster mutation. His power and the mutant crystal power are of the same origin. Chapter 152. While thinking, the taxi had already arrived at the Ziyun dungeon. Han Yu returned to the parking place, changed his face, and drove back to school. When the car left the Ziyun dungeon gathering area, it just passed by Zhang Lin, who had just returned from a taxi. The first thing Han Yu did when he returned to school was to find Mo Inkai and tell him his idea. After listening to Han Yu's description, Mo Inkai also had a plan in mind. The idea is very good, and if we dual-wield weapons, the difficulty of enchanting will be smaller, but the difficulty of forging will be greatly increased. Dual-wielding weapons must have extremely high requirements for the forger, and teacher Wu may not be willing to help. Can you add money? Han Yu now has money in his bag, and he speaks generously again. Go ask the teacher yourself, he happens to be here too. Mo Inkai couldn't make a decision himself, so he could only push Han Yu to Zhang Yi. Walking to Zhang Yi's office, Han Yu expressed his needs. Zhang Yi thought for a while and said, "Will this improve you a lot? Your profession is still summoning, why don't you consider making a top-quality staff? I think this is still a big improvement for me. As long as the summoned creature can continue, I don't need much time to cast spells. The main thing is, I can upgrade earlier, and I can also turn to the second level earlier. I can't wait to read Mr. Su Lan's notes." After drinking at the Elemental Academy last time, Han Yu and Zhang Yi became closer. "Do you think I trust you?" Zhang Yi rolled his eyes at Han Yu. "Okay, I will try my best to convince Wu Zhongyan." Hearing that Zhang Yi finally agreed, Han Yu smiled triumphantly. "Thank you, teacher. But speaking of it, you really have to level up quickly. The dungeons are changing more and more. We expect the level 70 version to be coming soon. The dragon dungeon still needs your help." "I know, teacher. I go to the dungeon as soon as possible." As for the dragon dungeon, the school setting used you to tell him as early as the end of the college entrance examination. But now there is no need to urge Han Yu. The freshman competition has just ended, and the school has left Han Yu some time to rest. Go ahead, go ahead." Leaving the compound, Han Yu directly found Jiang Ziki and Ao Rong and started to brush the dungeon mode frantically. That day, after brushing 2 dungeons, Han Yu reached level 18 and obtained 40 attribute points, which he did not use. The next day, 3 dungeons, obtained 60 attribute points, and leveled 18. The third day, 3 dungeons, obtained 60 attribute points, and leveled 19. The fourth day, level 19. The sixth day, level 19. Early in the morning of the 7th day, Han Yu was waiting at the door of Ao Rong, biting the food specially prepared by the chef in his mouth, which could quickly recover from physical fatigue. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Ao Rong still hadn't come out, so Han Yu took out his poison hunting bow and shot an arrow through the window. "Ao Rong, how can you sleep at your age?" Without a response, the poison hunting bow shot arrow after arrow into Ao Rong's room. "Here it comes, stop shooting." After shooting 7 or 8 arrows, Ao Rong finally responded and ran out of the room, holding his waist. "Yushin, can't you really take a day off? I feel like I can't do it anymore." Ao Rong was panting, his face sunken, and he felt like a mortal who was transferred into the Ponzi cave and had been sucked dry. God has mercy on me. How can you do dungeons like this? 3 super-level adventure dungeons every day. Each dungeon has nearly hundreds of powerful monsters. 1 or 2 days is fine, but I didn't expect Hanyu to do it for 6 days. Today is the 7th day. What level are you? Hanyu asked. Just level 19. Although it was very tiring, the 3 people's levels rose very quickly under this intensity of cross-level dungeon. And Hanyu, who contributed the most, only had 1 dungeon left to reach level 20. I only have 1 dungeon left to reach level 20. I will rest after this one, and give you a good holiday. To be honest, Hanyu was a little overwhelmed. The key was that he was afraid that his summons could not hold on. Really? Aorong cheered up when he heard that it was finally over. Really, hurry up and clean up. It will start soon. Okay, wait for me. Aorong finally went back to the dormitory to clean up reluctantly. When Hanyu was about to turn back to find Jiang Ziki, he found that she was already behind him. Ziki, why are you here so early? Jiang Ziki also looked a little tired, but in much better condition than Aorong. I heard you two arguing a long time ago. I guess they are packing up, and will soon follow us to watch the fun. Today is the last day. You should also have a good rest after reaching level 20. Well, hurry up. Jiang Ziki took out her magic book. After a few days of fighting, the magic book has become much thinner. She was so tired these days that she had no time to spell pages. The 3 of them packed up simply and arrived at the back of Zisong City again. The teacher in charge of registration was scared when he saw the 3 of them coming. The students who were originally in their prime now had panda eyes and sunken cheeks. The teacher couldn't bear it any longer. Student Hanyu, do you really not need to take a break? No, teacher. We take a break after we finish this dungeon. Hanyu handed over his ID and refused the teacher's kindness. Student Aorong, are you okay? Looking at the visibly thin Aorong, the teacher asked another question. Very good. I'm very excited to take a break after finishing this dungeon. Okay, I start arranging dungeons for you. Well, thank you, teacher. Hanyu nodded. A minute later, Hanyu and the other 2 finished all the formalities and stood at the door of the dungeon. Are you ready? Hanyu took a deep breath and asked. Okay, let's go. Aorong was already fully armed. No matter how tired he was, he had to be very alert when he entered the dungeon, otherwise he might become food for monsters. Come on, Godyu. Behind them, a group of students who came to watch had gathered. From the second day, when Hanyu was doing dungeons, a group of students gathered around to watch. Because they heard that Hanyu wanted to reach level 20 in 7 days. Everyone thought this was a fantasy. Even if he had enough experience in dungeons, his body could not withstand such high-intensity battles. But unexpectedly, it has been the 7th day, and Hanyu, as the main C, is in the best condition now. There is no other way. As long as the quality of the summoned creatures is acceptable, the consumption of summoners is much less than that of other professions. Well, let's start. Hanyu chose the dungeon again, LV20 to LV25, Geocentric Garden, Adventure Difficulty. Image projection, live broadcast room opened. That's right, since so many people are paying attention, Hanyu simply started live broadcasting on the Mingyao platform again. Hidden ID, the title reads, Ruoshui, 7-day challenge to level 20. Even the house manager from the summer vacation was called over to continue to help Hanyu manage the live broadcast room. Chapter 153 Ground Garden, LV20 to 25. Dungeon difficulty, adventure level. Adventure mission, stay in each dungeon for no more than 5 minutes. Ground garden grows in a cave, and players need to clean up the various mutant plants growing in it. Most of the monsters have lush vines and a wide range of attacks, just like an elemental mage, which makes it much easier to pass the level. But it was the last day, and Hanyu was too lazy to find other players to form a team. Anyway, there was still the flame-tailed demon fox, who could replace the mage. Just before entering the dungeon, Jiang Ziki and Aorong adjusted their skills for the dungeon. As soon as the 3 of them entered, a faint scent of flowers came over, and in front of them was a garden that looked too lush. Noticing Hanyu and the other 2, they all turned their heads like sunflowers. Dozens of tiny spores sprayed towards them. Hurry up and solve it, we can only stay on each floor for no more than 5 minutes. The attack range of these plants is very long, and their weakness is that they can only move within the range of their roots and stems. You don't need to tell me, I know that if I don't hurry up, I really can't stand it. Aorong looked at the spores rushing in front of him and took a deep breath. Roar! A thunderous roar came out of his mouth, shaking the surrounding attacks. Weapon enhancement, cleansing. Jiang Ziki released the skill in his hand, and the weapon enhancement was given to Han Yu, who had just taken out the longbow. Curse Withering Poison. The page in Jiang Ziki's hand flew out. This was a skill specially prepared for this copy. The attack speed of all plants immediately slowed down, and the trunk also became sluggish. The sparks of the flame-tail fox instantly ignited a group of mutant plants in the attack. The earth fire did not need to be controlled and coordinated, and it could hit perfectly. After a set of area damage, Han Yu and Aili quickly killed them. Under the high attack damage, they fell one after another. And Ao Rong only needed to withstand the explosive cones and spore attacks thrown by these monsters. In 2 minutes, the monsters on the first floor were cleared. The three of them rushed to the next level without any stop. Although it was a leapfrog level, based on the high damage of Han Yu's summons, the three of them pushed forward all the way without any obstacles. 10 minutes later, the three of them had appeared in the 4th level of the copy. Although I have watched the live broadcast for 5 days, I still can't help but ask, is this really a level-up dungeon? This feels like a no-injury speedrun strategy. Yushin is too powerful. Please don't judge Yushin's strength by level. With this kind of damage, I feel like you are scolding our players of the same level. Seeing the heated discussion, the room manager spoke in time. Yushin has been brushing the dungeon for 7 consecutive days. Send a rocket to cheer Yushin up, and don't keep the free glow sticks in your hand. As the gifts flew, Han Yu and the other two officially started the battle of the 4th dungeon. Move according to the diagram sent to you, and don't be attacked by the vines below. Han Yu reminded. The few people had just adjusted their positions, and at the place where they just stood, more than a dozen vines intertwined and formed a thorn, smashing the ground and penetrating. But they were all easily dodged by the 3 people. Before entering the dungeon, Han Yu had already memorized all the strategies. Originally, Jiang Ziki was responsible for all these strategies, but after brushing the dungeon for a few days in a row, Han Yu took on the task of collecting strategies. Han Yu was actually the most relaxed during the past few days of brushing the dungeon. Most of the time, he sat on Hu Yun's back and shot arrows with a bow, or threw a few vines and set off a few earth fires. Most of the time, he chose to maintain his strength to deal with emergencies that might occur at any time. Fortunately, he did not encounter any hidden dungeons or secondary mutated monsters in the past few days. The main thing about this dungeon is the vines that keep coming out from the ground. After dodging them all, the 2 mutated new monsters, the piranha plants, were also quickly cleared. After clearing the monsters on the 4th floor, Han Yu and his companions quickly stabilized their bodies, and only 1 second passed. The entire ground collapsed, and the 3 fell from the air. Light shield. Ao Rong had already prepared, and the light shield was deployed. Before landing, dozens of vines stabbed and attacked the 3 people, and dozens of exploding cones came towards them. The first round of attacks on the 5th floor is a dozen vine stabs that drill out from the ground, and the explosive cones in front of you. There is no special means to deal with the vine stabs, but Ao Rong blocked the explosive cones early, causing a violent explosion on the shield. The boss of this floor, the Earth Vein Tree Mother, also appeared in front of everyone. Mutation Earth Vein Tree Mother, LV28. Skills, Vine Stabs. The ubiquitous vine attacks will drill out from various positions. Be careful to prevent them. Throwing. The Earth Vein Tree Mother will use various fruits on her body as a means of attack, and can even eat her own fruits to heal herself. Earth Vein Perception. Mutation skill. The tentacles of the Earth Vein Mother Tree have grown throughout the space, and any attack you launch will be sensed in advance. Note, it is not a defense, but it can predict your attack. A level 28 mutant boss, plus the ground perception. This boss is a bit difficult. Seeing the tree mother with 7 or 8 kinds of strange plants on her body due to mutation, everyone in the live broadcast room said, "What's so difficult about it?" When Yushin is level 16, he has to fight against a level 30 mutant. This is not simple. Ailey tried to shoot a few arrows, but they were all blocked by the waving vines. This kind of long-range attack can be completely blocked by the ground perception. However, Han Yu had expected it before. This skill of ground perception is not the first time. Just get rid of the tentacles of ground perception first. Han Yu directly activated the rage, and all the summons were covered with a layer of red light. Then, protect Ellie's output, Finghua, clean up the sensory tentacles nearby. Yes! The flame-tail fox's earth fire was ready to go beside the Earth Vein Tree Mother, and fin through the seeds in front of Ellie. As the vines grew, a suspended high platform was formed, providing a shooting platform for Ellie. And those sensory tentacles that wanted to go up were absorbed by the dreaming vines before they got close. Han Yu shared the talent Shadow Blade Mantis. He rushed up with a dagger in his hand. Be careful. Ao Rong reminded him, and before he could rush up, the summons in the team went up. However, Han Yu went up with a molten rock lizard, and he could still use taunts to temporarily protect him, while Ao Rong used a light shield to protect Jiang Ziki. The sensing tentacles around the Earth Vein Tree Mother had been temporarily burned by the Earth Fire. Han Yu continued to slash with his dagger, cutting off the attacking plants that stretched out, while the output of others quickly poured into the Tree Mother. Without the sensing tentacles, the Earth Vein Tree Mother could only use the vines around it to wrap around Han Yu, but unfortunately, the molten rock lizard used taunt. The vines wrapped around him, and his skin was instantly burned by the flame armor. And Ellie's arrows were finally able to attack the Mother Tree's vital points without any hindrance. The high damage figures floated above the Tree Mother's head, and the green thick juice flowed out of her body, and the skin of the branches and trunks exploded piece by piece. Combined with Jiang Ziki's withering poison, the Earth Vein Mother Tree has completely lost its most important defensive ability, and can only take all attacks. For minutes later, this level 28 monster was dying, and Han Yu was already sitting on Hu Yun's back to rest. After trimming the branches, Han Yu retreated, somewhat tired, and handed the rest of the battlefield to the summons and Jiang Ziki, while he was ready to deal with special situations that might occur at any time. Ellie fired the last burst of shots, and the body of the Earth Vein Tree Mother was pierced, the branches were completely withered, and all the vines in the copy quickly shrank. It's finally over. Ao Rong saw the white light rising from Han Yu's body, and he put away his light shield, and sat down on the ground. The copy has been settled. The card appeared in Han Yu's hand, and he was too lazy to look at it. Han Yu hadn't seen the inheritance equipment for several copies. His face was getting darker and darker recently. What he cared about most now was the experience value. The white light rose from Han Yu's body, indicating that after 7 days of hard work, he finally reached level 20. Congratulations on reaching level 20. After completing the job transfer ceremony, you can perform a second job transfer and officially embark on the path of a player. Finally reached level 20. As long as you complete the job transfer task, you can unlock the feedback mechanism. Han Yu had accumulated hundreds of attribute points after several dungeons, but he had not used them yet, just waiting for the feedback mechanism. After a brief check of the gains, the three of them exited the dungeon and appeared outside the dungeon entrance. Everyone looked tired and excited, and finally they could rest. It's vacation. Ao Rong could no longer contain his excitement. Following Han Yu to level up was indeed fast, but in terms of level, he had surpassed Qi Ming by a lot, but it was also very tiring. It's vacation. Even Jiang Ziki's face was full of excitement. She and Ao Rong were still level 19, and they probably needed 2 more dungeons to level up, but they were not in a hurry, and would wait until they had a good rest. On the barrage, countless gifts floated again, because of the reminder from the house manager. It's over so quickly. It's such a pleasure to watch Yushin brush the dungeon. 18 minutes. It took a total of 18 minutes to brush the level 20 adventure dungeon. Yushin can really be said to be invincible at the same level. What do you mean by invincible at the same level? It's also invincible at higher levels. I heard that the old students of Nanzhong are going back to school. I wonder what the result of the battle between Yushin and the first place of the previous session will be. The person who spoke was obviously a student of Nanzhong University, and knew some inside information. You are not talking nonsense. Fu Zisher was also the first place in the list last year. He has been out for training for almost 3 months. No matter how strong Han Yu is, he is just a freshman. Seeing that the barrage was about to start arguing about standing in line, everything stopped abruptly with the closure of Han Yu's live broadcast room. Okay, go back and rest, thank you. Han Yu also knew that the two were really tired, and even he himself couldn't stand it. You still have to say thank you for leading us to brush the dungeon? It's just too tiring, Yushin. Health is still important. Well, go back and have a good rest. The three returned to their respective dormitories, and could finally start to rest. Chapter 154. It's level 20 now. Principal Chuzhua was also watching Han Yu's live broadcast room at this time. The matter of the Demon Dragon dungeon can begin. I hope to get an epic equipment that can defend Nanzhong. Chuzhua has always been in close contact with Shanghai, and now he knows the day of sacrifice, and understands that big things can happen in Zisong City at any time. So he also recalled the student team that went out for training, as well as the 10 leading teachers. In a motorhome that drove in from outside Zisong City, a boy was watching Han Yu's live broadcast room on his mobile phone. Fu Zisher, your junior seems to be a little too strong, and your gift may not be able to be given away. A classmate sitting next to him watched the end of the live broadcast and said, "It's really strong, with the style of my Nanjong, but it's still only level 20. Fu Zisher put away his mobile phone and analyzed Han Yu's ability in his mind. The extremely terrifying dual talent ability allows him to take on multiple positions when facing the dungeon. Having overcome the biggest weakness of summoning, Han Yu alone is a stable combat team. But after all, he is just a summoner, so he just needs to beat up the summoner. As the first in the school rankings last year, he still has some confidence." Fu Zisher smiled. He has been looking forward to this day for a year, since the day he was beaten. It's just a small gift for the junior, which shouldn't be difficult. This time, Fu Zisher specially replaced Han Yu with a heritage-level scepter during his travels, and its characteristics are very suitable for summoners. This so-called senior challenge is more of a heritage of Nanjong University. The top 50 students can get a piece of heritage equipment given by seniors. So even if they were beaten, most of them would leave with a smile on their faces. When the seniors returned to school last year, Fu Zisher was defeated. Then he accepted the inherited long sword prepared by his senior Ningyihan, and used it until now after continuously strengthening it. However, during the 2 months when Fu Zisher was out for training, he could no longer contact Ningyihan, until teacher Toa found the latest death list and finally saw Ningyihan's name on it. Ningyihan, Ice Master LV35. Graduated from the Elemental College of Nanjong University, in. When blocking the monster in the number 128 rift, he was ambushed by the new bishop members, and the whole team died, and the body was not found. Every time Fu Zisher thought of the record on the death list, he felt like a knife was stabbing his heart, but as the principal said when he first entered school, dying on the battlefield is the norm, and others can only pick up weapons and fight with all their strength. Originally, their training period was still 1 month, and after the end, they would participate in the national graduate competition and be assigned to various jobs. But this year seems to be a bit special. Just over 2 months later, the school called them all back. It was said that something happened in Zitsong City. They came back with a formal combat team of 100 people. "Zisher, what big thing did you say happened in Zitsong City? This is already the rear area. There are not too many cracks, and most of the monster copies are under control." The boy who just spoke asked as he saw the vehicle entering Zitsong. "I don't know. I don't think the school knows. Otherwise, Shanghai would not have cast such a wide net. In addition to us, there are 700 combat teams assigned to various cities. I heard that the new bishop is going to make trouble again. I don't know what these scums are going to do. New bishop, I kill one by one when I see one." Hearing the name of the new bishop, Fu Zisher narrowed his eyes slightly. He had killed many members of the new bishop in 2 months of training. They are obviously human beings, but they have stood on the same front with monsters again and again. In any war, traitors are always the most hated. In the school, after brushing the dungeon, Han Yu slept for more than 8 hours before waking up. Thinking about it, I was indeed a little too hasty, but fortunately, now I am finally level 20. The difficulty of brushing the dungeon by leaps and bounds, plus various experience bonuses, let Han Yu now lead the same level people by a large margin. It is estimated that not many people dare to challenge again. It also saved Han Yu a lot of trouble. However, the feedback mechanism needs to be officially unlocked after the second transfer, so it cannot be used for the time being. Just after getting up and tidying up a little, the doorbell outside the dormitory rang. Through the surveillance, Zhang Yi and Ing Yuzhu can be seen standing outside the door. Han Yu quickly opened the door and welcomed the two in. "Teacher, why are you here?" Zhang Yi looked at Han Yu, who looked like he had just woken up, and said with a smile, "Have you had a good rest? We are here to bring you something good." As he spoke, 2 knives appeared in his hand, with black scabbards with different patterns carved on them, and handed them to Han Yu. "The 2 knives you want really took us a lot of effort to make, but although they are dual-wielded, they have different functions. You can take a look first." Han Yu took one of the knives out of the scabbard, and the cold light was compelling, with a trace of cold air flowing out of the blade. The blade is about 1.5 feet long, the back of the blade is black, the blade is cold and sparkling, the width of the blade is less than 2 fingers, the arc is small, but it looks very hard. Dark water. Main weapon, knife. Quality, heritage purple. Physical attack power, 298 to 318. Strength plus 5. Quality 1. Fragile. Dark water's attack has an ice effect. After 3 attacks, ice will form on the enemy, and the enemy's physical defense will be reduced by 30%. Quality 2. Broken cloud flash. Dark water's attack will absorb the enemy's blood to fill the blood tank. After the blood tank is full, the skill, Broken Cloud Flash can be released. Broken Cloud Flash. Send out 4 blade lights, attack the enemy from all directions, and each blade light causes 120% damage. Wearing attribute requirements. Strength greater than 25. After looking at the first weapon, Hanyu pulled out another one. The shape is not much different, but this one looks like the back of the blade is slightly thicker, and the blade is slightly heavier. When the blade is unsheathed, a wave of heat comes over, as if it has just been taken out of the furnace. Lihua. Secondary weapon, knife. Quality, heritage purple. Physical attack power, 285 to 295. Strength plus 5. Trait 1, flame melting. Lihua will melt part of the enemy's armor and ignore part of the opponent's shield, affected by the energy attribute, with each attack. Trait 2, soul devouring slash. Lihua's attack will absorb the enemy's blood to fill the blood tank. After the blood tank is full, Lihua can release soul devouring slash after a short charge. Soul devouring slash. After a short charge, release the knife light that covers all enemies in front, causing 3 stages of attack to enemies within the range. Each stage causes 80% of the attack damage. Soul devouring slash damage ignores armor and shields, and causes 150% damage to mysterious creatures. Wearing attribute requirements. Strength greater than 25. Dark water fire. After seeing the attributes of the 2 knives, Hanyu couldn't help but breathe heavier. These are top-grade equipment, and they are dual-wielded. If these knives are taken out, they will probably be snatched up by countless players. Each of the 2 knives has 2 characteristics, one for breaking armor and one for killing. It perfectly meets Hanyu's requirements, and each knife has a skill. Hanyu said that the money spent is worth it. After waving it slightly, the blade vibrated quickly, and made a slight buzzing sound. Unfortunately, his strength is not enough now, and he can't play the characteristics of these 2 equipment. Only when the talent is shared can the power be exerted. Thank you, teacher. These 2 swords are perfect for me. Okay, this is the first time I've heard a summoner say that a sword is perfect for him. It should have 3 characteristics, but it takes up 1 more position to ensure dual wielding. That's enough. Hanyu lacks melee skills, so it's no loss to have an additional offensive skill. This is just a small matter. The next thing is the real thing. Hanyu also guessed that if it was just to give the sword away, there was no need for Zhang Yi to make a complete trip. Yuju stepped forward and took out the Magic Dragon Summoning Skill book that Hanyu had seen a long time ago. It's already level 20. The Magic Dragon Summoning mentioned before can start. How about today? Hanyu picked up the skill book. The school couldn't wait to get the epic equipment, and he couldn't wait to get his first dragon. For more than 80 years, there were only a handful of summoners who could summon dragons, and they were all chosen people after level 50 or so, who could find a book of summoning skills related to dragons. Now, Hanyu can summon a dragon at only level 20. How can Hanyu not be excited? Today. Can you still hold on? This requires many summons. Zhang Yi saw that Hanyu was tired after a day, and originally planned to try from tomorrow. It's okay, anyway, I don't have to participate in the battle, just keep summoning, and it will take many attempts to succeed. If it doesn't work today, then tomorrow. Okay, then start directly, you learn the skills, I will notify the principal to assemble the battle team. Yes. Hanyu nodded, and chose to learn the skill book. Magic Dragon Summon. Summon a powerful magic dragon of the other world to fight for you. Cooling time, 30 minutes, the cooling starts when the summoning begins. Learning requirements, energy attribute greater than 25, after choosing to learn, Hanyu had a new summoning array in his mind, but he didn't rush to use it. He had to wait for the school's notification before trying to summon the designated magic dragon. 10 minutes later, Hanyu received a call from Yuju, asking him to gather behind Zitsong Mountain. When Hanyu arrived, Yuju was already waiting. He followed her through multiple rifts and entered the interior of Zitsong Mountain. This place is already a restricted area for students. The dungeon level starts at level 40. Hanyu had never been here before. He just felt that the film in front of the rift was much thicker, but it was still trembling. In front of a dungeon, a 5-person team had assembled, and Qiu Huaqing, the dean of the War Academy, was also among them. However, Zhu Sun, the dean of the Element Academy, was just watching from the side. The equipment on the 5 people emitted red light from time to time. This means that everyone is equipped with at least 1 artifact. This 5-person team is all players above level 55. It also represents some of the strongest combat power of Nanzhong University. Chapter 155. Dean Chuzhua saw Hanyu coming and nodded gently. Put on these equipment first, mainly to increase energy and cooling. The equipment specially prepared for Han Yu was already placed next to him, and Han Yu quickly put it on. Teacher Zhong, show him the video. Zhong Ro handed over a photo with details of a young dragon. It was black, but there was a white pattern on its forehead. In the eyes of humans, most monsters look the same, but this pattern is different for each dragon. It's this dragon. As long as we summon it, we can continue to explore. Han Yu nodded and began the first summoning. Han Yu used the dragon summoning, and a complicated skill was formed in the open space, which was more complicated than all the previous skills. When the summoning array was completed, he felt his mind was empty in an instant. His own energy attribute is now 28 points, and with the equipment prepared by the school, the energy attribute has exceeded 30 points. But even so, using the dragon summoning still made him feel dizzy. But the summoning array was still successfully formed, and a level 17 dragon cub flew out of the summoning array, with mucus on its body, obviously not long ago. No! The level didn't match, so Han Yu directly cancelled the summoning. Everyone guessed this result. How could it be summoned in one go? The next step was to keep trying. After the cooldown was reduced, Han Yu could try to summon once every 25 minutes. The other people waited nearby. 2 hours passed, and still nothing was found. Han Yu felt a little dizzy. When preparing to try, Han Yu saw a dragon cub he had seen before. It seems that there are indeed very few elemental dragons around level 20, and he has already encountered a duplicate. But when he was about to cancel the summon, Han Yu stopped. After thinking for a while, he said, "Kill this summon." Everyone was so sleepy waiting that they didn't react for a while after hearing Han Yu's words. "What do you mean? What's the use of killing it?" Zhong Ro asked. "It can improve efficiency." Hu Yun died once when fighting with the Tide Hunter. The consequence was that he could not summon again within 3 days. If the summon was killed, wouldn't it be guaranteed that the same summon would not appear again? After listening to Han Yu's explanation, Zhong Ro nodded. If this is really the case, it is indeed feasible. No summoner had the ability of Han Yu before, and naturally had never discovered this pattern. Xiao Huaqing did what he said. He made a move, and killed the 19th level elemental dragon instantly. After a few seconds, the body disappeared on the spot, leaving a pool of blood. Han Yu had not added any attribute points to these summons, and they had no memory, so Han Yu was not too moved. It was just a clone. After that, Han Yu did not bother to cancel the summons. If the summons were not right, they would be killed directly. Another 2 hours, Han Yu was already sitting on the ground summoning, and he felt that his brain was almost turned into paste. How about trying again tomorrow? It felt that Han Yu could not hold on any longer. Zhang Yi said. This continuous summoning was indeed very brain-consuming. In order to summon successfully, Han Yu had to draw the summoning array again and again. I take a break for an hour, then continue. When Han Yu came out, the sun hadn't completely set yet, and it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Unfortunately, Han Yu's luck was not very good. He tried until 11 o'clock in the evening, and Han Yu took 2 breaks in the middle. When everyone was about to give up, Han Yu saw a level 20 summon. Elemental Dragon LV20. Skills, Spell Torrent. Attributes are not important. The pattern on the head of the dragon that Han Yu saw. This white pattern almost every dragon has, but each one is different. Here it comes! This is it! Han Yu shouted excitedly. If it doesn't appear again, Han Yu will really give up, even if he is rested in the middle and constantly takes energy recovery potions. He still can't resist the blankness in his mind. His casting speed is getting slower and slower. Finally appeared. The elemental dragon flew out of the summoning array. The body of the juvenile dragon has not yet grown, and the flying speed is not fast. Zhong Ro looked over immediately after hearing Han Yu shout, and carefully compared it with the dragon in the record. Yes! This is it! We can enter the dungeon! At this moment, the members of the combat team finally got excited. The biggest obstacle inside had been solved, and the epic equipment was right in front of them. Xiao Huaqing looked at the door of the dungeon, ready to open the dungeon. But at this time, Han Yu felt a pulling force constantly pulling the connection between him and the elemental dragon. The temporary contract originally signed because of the summoning arrays seemed to be collapsing. The elemental dragon shook its head and roared at Han Yu, with wind blades coming out of its mouth. Teacher Ing, kill it. Han Yu didn't expect that this summoned creature would actually attack him, so he just killed it first. Ing Yuju continued to attack, and Zhang Yi pushed out with one hand, and a black light fell on the elemental dragon. All the wind blades disappeared into thin air, and the elemental dragon lowered its head. There was no injury on the surface of its body, but it lost its breath in an instant. Is it okay? Zhu Xuanlu, the leader of the team, looked over. The movement on Han Yu's side just now also attracted their attention. Han Yu guessed that when they were about to enter the dungeon, this elemental dragon that had not broken through the dungeon would break through the summoning contract according to the rules and return to its position. If he hadn't held on just now, he might have really let it go back, and this night would have been in vain. It's okay, go in. Han Yu made sure that the elemental dragon he had just summoned was dead, and then he spoke. Without this creature, the combat team should be able to pass the level smoothly. At this time, Han Yu felt that it was a bit difficult to sit. Han Yu, you go back first. This battle will probably take several hours. Yes. Han Yu nodded. The higher the level of the dungeon, the longer it takes to clear it. After all, facing the boss, it is normal to keep pulling, dodging, and grinding blood. Struggling to stand up, Yuzhu helped Han Yu back to the dormitory. The next day, Han Yu woke up from the dormitory and received a message from Zhang Yi. The plan was successful, and the difficult elemental dragon finally did not appear again. But the dragon dungeon is indeed powerful. Even if the 5 people have made full preparations and spent 2 hours, 1 person was seriously injured and 2 people were slightly injured. They barely passed the normal difficulty for the first time. But the result is always good, and they got an epic equipment. As for the equipment attributes, Zhang Yi did not mention it to Han Yu, and Han Yu did not ask about it. Getting the dragon summon is his reward. Chapter 156. And now, Han Yu can finally summon his own dragon. He calmed down and took a deep breath. It was nothing else, it was just that I was a little scared by yesterday's summoning. I hope I can summon a level 23 elemental dragon quickly today. Once, twice, 3 times, no. After 4 summons, 2 hours have passed, and Han Yu drank a bottle of energy recovery potion. The 5th attempt to summon, a black dragon flew out of the summoning array, with a round body, slightly dull eyes, and white patterns on its head shining with magic from time to time. 5 times, okay. Looking at the level 23 elemental dragon, Han Yu almost shed tears. Elemental dragon, LV23. Energy, 36. Constitution, 25. Strength, 23. Agility, 28. Skills. Spell Flood. Elemental dragon has an innate magic talent and can release 5 random offensive magic skills at the same time. Form a Spell Flood to attack all enemies in front of it. Spell Flood skill is affected by the energy attribute and cannot release skills with more energy attributes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Magic Skin. The skin of the elemental dragon is immune to 80% of magic damage, and all magic energy attacking the elemental dragon will be partially absorbed by the elemental dragon to charge the spell flood and reduce the cooldown time. Dragon Language Magic. All skills cast by the elemental dragon increase the damage by 20%. Talent skills, which can be improved as the elemental dragon grows, skills. So strong. Han Yu could only say these 4 words in his heart after reading all the skill descriptions. Most summons come with 1 skill, but this dragon summon comes with 3 skills. Moreover, each of them is a first-class strength, and any one of them can be used on other summons. However, this 4-dimensional attribute is quite ordinary. Finn's energy attribute was increased to 38 points when he was level 15. Of course, the other 3-dimensional attributes are still far superior to Finn now. The attributes of the elemental dragon can only be described in 4 words. 1 super, many strong, invincible at the same level. It's just not as good as the summons that Han Yu has cultivated all the way. However, these are all minor problems. As long as the skill mechanism is strong, Han Yu can cultivate him into a pure Big Daddy. It won't take long before this elemental dragon will become the first choice of mana output in the team. The next step is to try whether it can continue to summon. Let the elemental dragon wait on the side, and Han Yu began to use the alien communication. Finn, Ellie, and Huyun walked out of it. Han Yun felt dizzy, but soon adapted. It's not the limit yet. Han Yu whispered softly, and tried to summon again. The molten lizard walked out of the summoning array. Han Yu felt that his CPU was completely occupied, and there was no way to summon other creatures. If you summon an elemental dragon, this is the limit. And the summoning time is only about 20 minutes. The cooldown for summoning an elemental dragon is 30 minutes. If the battle cannot be resolved within 20 minutes, the summoning will fall into a window period. Everything will be easy after the feedback mechanism is unlocked. Now all Han Yu needs is to complete the job transfer ceremony as soon as possible. Han Yu raised his head and saw Finn looking up and down at the elemental dragon, his mouth opening and closing, making a tut-tut sound. And Huyun hid directly behind Ellie. Although the elemental dragon was still in its infancy, and had almost no dragon power, it still felt instinctively afraid. Master, this is a dragon. It seems to be a top-level elemental dragon. You are truly the strongest summoner. Then rubbed his hands left and right, looking very interested. What do you want to say? Hanyu looked at Finn's excitement, and even flattered him, obviously with other intentions. Can you cut off a piece of dragon meat so that I can try to cultivate new plants? This is a rare material. Finn looked at Hanyu expectantly. What are you thinking about? Flesh and blood will disappear when separated from the body, and you can't keep it. If it can be cut off, the skin of so many elemental dragons that died yesterday is enough to make a set of invincible magic resistance equipment. And those monsters that ran out of the rift also need to constantly devour creatures in the real world to maintain their existence. Even if the monsters have devoured humans, the existence time of the corpse after death can only be extended, and it will not exist forever. Occasionally, some high-level alien creatures will have materials precipitated. So, the creatures that came out of the rift cannot coexist with humans by nature. At least from the information Hanyu knows, there is only this result. Is that so? That's such a pity. Finn shook his head in disappointment. If he could use dragon blood and flesh as raw materials, who knows what he would breed. After confirming the limit, Hanyu symbolically added a little energy to the elemental dragon, which was considered a permanent contract. As the energy was added, the elemental dragon's eyes became smart and began to look around. Seeing Hanyu, it waved its wings and ran over. It instinctively knew that this was its master. The young dragon was only more than 1 meter tall, and could not even fly faster than a falcon. It flew to Hanyu, folded its wings and stared at Hanyu with its big eyes. It seems that he still doesn't understand why he suddenly appeared here. Hanyu gently stroked the head of the elemental dragon. Although the dragon's skin looked very smooth from a distance, it felt very prickly to the touch. The surface of its skin was covered with crystal-like scales. This is also the reason why he can absorb magic energy. Unless it is a super powerful magic attack that penetrates the magic skin at once, it will not cause any substantial damage to the dragon. This is also why the school organized a dragon dungeon exploration team yesterday, but there was no magician. Seeing the obedient appearance of the elemental dragon, Finn also came over. He had heard of the reputation of the elemental dragon before he died, but he had never seen it with his own eyes, let alone such an obedient dragon. So this is why the elemental dragon can absorb magic. I didn't expect that one day I would be so close to the dragon. While speaking, he imitated Hanyu's appearance, and wanted to reach out and touch the magic skin of the elemental dragon. But before his hand touched it, the elemental dragon, which was shorter than Finn, turned its head suddenly. Little guy, what are you looking at? Finn was not afraid at all. Although he was a giant dragon, it was a pity that this dragon looked like it had just hatched a few days ago, so it didn't have much attack power. The elemental dragon opened its mouth, and 3 wind blades flew out. Damn, I'm your companion. Why are you hitting me? At such a close distance, Finn had no time to dodge, and was directly hit by the wind blade. Master! Look at him. But before he finished speaking, there were 3 half-meter-long ice cones after the wind blade, followed by an ice spell and bone-eroding toxin. Finn opened his mouth, and before he finished speaking, his body had been frozen into an ice cube. The last fireball with a diameter of half a meter flew out. It smashed the still-calling Finn ice sculpture directly. Finn looked at his bones, which were already covered with golden spots and had greatly increased defense, but now they were covered with cracks. The dragon is so scary, Finn said tremblingly, leaning on his hoe and taking a half step back. Even a juvenile dragon is still a dragon. Don't mess with it. Don't mess with it. It's quite scary. Hanyu didn't expect the elemental dragon to suddenly attack, and the attack was a torrent of spells. Hanyu didn't speak to stop it just now, not because he didn't want to, but when he was about to speak, Finn only had 1 drop of blood left, and he couldn't die, so let him endure it. And this is without adding attribute points. The strength perfectly matches Hanyu's imagination of the dragon. Do you have a name? Hanyu lowered his head and asked. Tia Nahorjan. The elemental dragon hesitated for a while, as if learning Hanyu's language to speak. After a while, a human voice finally came out. Teya, right? These are your companions. Don't attack them in the future. Teya looked back at Ellie and the others. All 3 summoned creatures took a step back. Ellie even put her hand on the longbow. Although there was undisguised disdain in his eyes, the elemental dragon nodded. Although the dragon was arrogant, it had no objection to accepting Hanyu's orders. After signing a permanent contract with the elemental dragon, Hanyu lifted the summons and went to participate in the job transfer ceremony. After a simple packing, Hanyu walked out of the villa. Before he left, the villa's smart housekeeper reminded him, You have new challenge information. What a blind boy. Didn't you see my fight a few days ago? Is there anyone from the same level who wants to fight me? Hanyu didn't expect that there are still people who want to challenge me now. Read. The voice of the smart housekeeper sounded. 20th senior student Fu Zisher, apply for the challenge. The time is 1 month later, individual competition. Fu Zisher? The top of the last year? You're back so soon. It seems that when I was resting, the senior students had finished their training early and returned to school. However, the competition time is 1 month later. Seeing that this senior is quite considerate of me. It's not even a month since I won the first place in the freshman competition, so I can refuse the challenge. And the sophomore training was originally over nearly a month earlier. According to tradition, the challenge of senior students will also start again after 1 month, which gives me time to become stronger before going on the competition stage. Reply to him, go on the competition stage in 3 days. Hanyu replied and walked out of the villa. On the other side, Fu Zisher received a reply just after sending a message. The old students were all in an apartment next to the school. The conditions were not as good as the villas, but they were better than the dormitories for freshmen ranked after 50. After all, according to past experience, after the training, they would not stay in school for long. They would have to participate in the national competition, and then be assigned to various positions on the battlefield. However, they came back early this year, and had to stay in school for a while longer. 3 days, this kid is really confident. Fu Zisher smiled, and the long sword in his hand shone with a faint light. Chapter 157. His profession is a second-level magic swordsman. When he left school, he was at level 25. Now, in 2 months, he has just broken through to level 30. Shouldn't he work harder? Otherwise, this kid will be eaten by monsters and die without knowing how. After Hanyu replied to Fu Zisher's message, he went to the Academic Affairs Office to apply for the completion of the job transfer ceremony. The Academic Affairs Office had already made preparations for Hanyu's promotion to level 20. 10 minutes later, Hanyu was taken to the job transfer entrance behind Zitsong Mountain. Before entering, the Academic Affairs teacher handed Hanyu a bag of materials. These are the materials needed for job transfer. You can start the job transfer by handing them in directly. Complete the job transfer test. After the end, the job transfer is officially completed. Thank you, teacher. Hanyu took the job transfer materials. The materials needed for job transfer are mostly produced by some low-level copy cards, and the lower the difficulty, the more output. So most people will choose to buy them directly, while Nanjing University is all provided by the school. Well, if you choose to make the clearance process public, the school will reward 200 credits, which can also be regarded as providing the students who come after you with some job transfer experience. Okay, I go in. Hanyu did not refuse. The job transfer task was also set according to the standard difficulty of level 20, and making it public would not expose Hanyu's strength. Holding the job transfer materials, Hanyu walked into the job transfer space and chose to make the image public. A large projection appeared above the job transfer space. Hanyu was standing in the middle of a square, and it didn't look much different from the first job transfer. It's just that when he was in the first job transfer, there were people all around him, and now he was the only one in the square. The projection that suddenly appeared on Zitsong Mountain naturally attracted the attention of students in the school, and it was not a copy projection, but a rare job transfer projection. Yushin started his job change. I knew it was today. Fortunately, I waited at the foot of Zitsong Mountain early. Job change projection? Why didn't the school notify me? I almost missed it. It's not that the school didn't want to notify, but Hanyu didn't give the school time to react. He will fight Fu Zisher in 3 days. The day of sacrifice may come at any time. He must complete the job change task as soon as possible. However, when the dungeon was opened, the school still sent a symbolic notice to the whole school. Please note, students, Hanyu, a level 20 summoner, will try to change his job today. The dungeon video is fully public. Interested students can learn the skills to pass the level. A student who looked up at the sky pursed his lips. The school really thinks highly of us. I can only see the process of Hanyu's battle. The skills I learned are not used at all. The second job test is not life-threatening, but it is still difficult for players who have just reached level 20. After all, there are various restrictions on professions. For example, the mage is limited in the number of recovery potions he can use, the swordsman is limited in the number of hits he can receive, and there is a unified time limit. If the requirements are not met, they will be kicked out of the job transfer space. Therefore, many people cannot pass the job transfer test after reaching level 20, and it is still difficult to transfer jobs. Therefore, there is a tradition that the students who pass the test first leave images for later generations to learn. Han Yu opened his eyes and saw a silver door in front of him with a gap in the middle. As long as he entered it, he could officially start the second transfer ceremony. Next to the job transfer entrance in front of him, there are other job transfer entrances, but they are separated by a thin film. If you want to change your profession for the second time, you need to take the job change scroll to break through the restrictions and go to other job change entrances. Han Yu walked forward and put the job change materials in his hand into the gap of the gate. As the materials were put in, the gate emitted a silvery white light and a gap appeared, indicating that it was now open. Job change mission has been opened. Please complete the mission within 30 minutes. Task requirements: 1. Complete the mission within 30 minutes. 2. All summoning spells can only be used once. 3. Other professional skills cannot be used. If the mission fails, the dungeon will be automatically exited. There is no life-threatening danger in the job change dungeon, so please feel free to try. As the gate opened, the game prompt sounded in Han Yu's ears. The summoning mission will officially start in 3 seconds. 3, 2. When Han Yu pushed open the door, the staff in his hand continued to cast, and all the summons walked out one by one under the rapid casting. In addition to the Shadow Blade Mantis and the Elemental Dragon, outsiders did not know that he had 2 summons in his hand, and the consumption was too great. Facing this group of level 20 monsters, there was no need to summon them. In front of him, there were 8 level 20 lightning minotaurs, holding various weapons, attacking Han Yu. When the summons came out, Han Yu had already started running. Because the monsters in front of him fell one by one before they launched an attack, he did not need to stop at all. In 30 seconds, he ran from the entrance of the dungeon to the entrance of the second floor. And the last monster also died under a general attack from Ellie, and the entrance door of the second floor lit up. Gently pushing open the door, Han Yu entered the second floor with all the summons. The ground fire gushed out, and the point-and-shoot method was still a sweep. In 40 seconds, 10 monsters fell to the ground, and Han Yu pushed open the entrance to the third floor. Until now, Han Yu has not even used talent sharing, nor has he made a move, but just ran forward and walked to the next entrance. On the third floor, the number of monsters became 15. Han Yu finally took out the poison hunting longbow, and the talent sharing was Ellie. Continuous plus penetrating shooting, combined with Ellie and Finn's spores, quickly cleared all monsters. With Han Yu's participation, the clearance time reached 30 seconds again, but it took more than 10 seconds to reach the entrance of the fourth floor. The total time for the third floor was 55 seconds. On the fourth floor, the number of monsters became 25, and 5 mutants appeared. But under the absolute attribute crushing, no matter how much mutation, they had no power to fight in front of Han Yu. Under all the damage, those who failed to launch a real attack fell to the ground instantly. This time, Han Yu was careful. While attacking, he walked towards the entrance of the next level. He kept shaking his head and approached the dungeon entrance. When the monsters were cleared, he had already opened the door of the 5th floor. 4th floor. Time, 1 minute. Finally, the door of the 5th floor was opened. A silver-white altar was surrounded by 7 elemental life forms, which was the final boss of the job transfer dungeon. They were the elements of fire, water, wind, earth, thunder, light, and darkness. This was the most troublesome level for job transfer players. No matter how much preparation they made, they would be restrained by the attributes. Moreover, most of the body area of these elements was immune to physical damage, and they could only attack their vital parts. To pass this level, you can only rely on your hard power to rush forward. But in Han Yu's eyes, this is just right. After the time limit of penetrating shooting has passed, he is best at killing single monsters instantly. The small number of monsters can greatly increase his clearance speed. Sharing the talent of Ellie, the 2 bows and arrows are constantly shooting, without the need for attribute restraint, just pure damage, and the elemental bodies are killed alive. 10 seconds, light attribute boss, light element death. 20 seconds, dark element death. 1 minute and 30 seconds, all 7 elemental bodies died and dissipated, and the 7 elements turned into streams and flew into Han Yu's body, indicating that this job transfer copy is nearing the end. Han Yu put down the poison hunting longbow and felt his arm numb. The clearance time is based on a high attack frequency. Within 5 minutes, he used 2 consecutive shots, and Ellie did the same. The consumption of both of them was not small. Is it over? The student watching from the sidelines was about to take out his notebook to record Han Yu's clearance skills, but when he looked up again, he found Han Yu rubbing his arm, and all the monsters were dead. I said I didn't learn anything. The one I just bet with, quickly compensate me with a purple suit. The notebook was thrown to the ground by the student, who shouted angrily. In the office, Chuchua's reaction was similar. Chuchua, Zhongrou, and Zhang Yi were discussing the epic equipment they had just obtained yesterday. A golden crown was placed in front of Chuchua. One of them was responsible for data analysis, and the other was responsible for equipment enhancement. However, while they were discussing, they received a notice that Han Yu had entered the job transfer dungeon, so they decided to see how long it would take Han Yu to clear the level. This is too fast, and this is not all his strength. Zhongrou also exclaimed as she looked at Han Yu, who was walking towards the high platform in the field. Every generation has its own talents. In the 100 years since the game invasion, almost every player has to go through the job transfer dungeon, and the clearance record has been shortened. However, there is still a limit for level 20 players, but Han Yu seems to have broken the limit of level 20 players. Before Han Yu, the fastest clearance speed was 12 minutes, and Han Yu directly shortened this time by more than half. This is a show of skill. He just wants to try his fastest speed. I didn't expect that he is usually very low-key, but now, he suddenly pretends to be so. Chuchua chuckled and said. He didn't expect Han Yu to challenge the limit directly this time. Before, he didn't see the rabbit, and didn't release the eagle. He would never go forward without a reward. If it weren't for the 200 credits, it's not certain whether he would choose to open the dungeon this time. I don't think he's showing off his skills. Zhang Yi paused and said, I think he's showing off his strength to prevent anyone from challenging him. I heard that Fu Zisher challenged Han Yu as soon as he came back. Unfortunately, as far as they know, there is no extra reward for breaking the record of the clearing mission copy. They decide that Han Yu was too strong. Han Yu stood in the middle of the copy. All the monsters disappeared. There was only a high platform left in the copy, and there was nothing on it. In front of Han Yu, a prompt from the game appeared. Cleared. Job transfer copy mission. Rating, SSS+. Please choose your job transfer route. It seems that because Han Yu's clearance speed was too fast, the settlement system did not respond, and the notification sound was also a little bit stuck. Chapter 158. After the scoring, a job transfer panel appeared in front of Han Yu. The hexagram at the bottom represents the summoner. Two branches split upwards, representing the Moon Summoner and the Star Summoner. Moon Summoner strengthens the strength of a single creature. A powerful summoned creature that can fight against 100 is the safety guarantee for the Moon Summoner in the dungeon. Star Summoner provides amplification for all your summons. Too many monsters in the dungeon? The summoned creatures of the Star Summoner can be more than the monsters. Han Yu already had a plan. Summoning a single powerful creature is the way he wants to go. Just when he was about to confirm, golden light appeared on the side of the two branches, and a golden line extended out. Han Yu hesitated. Another job transfer route? Degenerate job transfer? He didn't absorb any mutant crystals, so there shouldn't be an additional job transfer route. Mythical job transfer, Moonmaker. Each time you summon, 3 entries will appear randomly, and you can choose 1 entry to give to the summoned creature. Each summoned creature can be added with a maximum of 1 entry, before level 30. Mythos job transformation, Star Maker. Each time you summon, you can evolve all summoned creatures once, and each summoned creature can be evolved once at most, before level 30. The lowest level of the evolved creature is a plane creature, and the 4-dimensional attributes will definitely be strengthened. Mythos job transformation? Han Yu looked at the 2 additional golden job transformation routes, and his eyes narrowed. Not excited, but afraid, because the ends of the 2 additional job transformation paths are 2 entangled yellow and blue lines, which may be subconsciously overlooked if you are not careful. This is the symbol of the new master, and there is another similar golden line on his arm. Is it deification or degradation? Han Yu muttered. Judging from the description, deification is much better than degradation, and there are no sequelae. But the golden line clearly represents the faith of the new bishop. Before this, Han Yu had only heard of degradation, and didn't expect there was a deification. And he had never heard of anyone else who could deify. He seems to be a little hesitant. Didn't he prepare in advance? Chuchua saw Han Yu standing in front of the platform. His eyes were dull, and he seemed to be struggling with which way to go. It shouldn't be. I asked him before. He was going to change his job to Moon Summoner, and take the path of strengthening single creatures. This is also the most suitable for him. Why is he hesitating now? Zhang Yi was also very puzzled. Han Yu had no reason to choose Star Summoner. What they didn't know was that Han Yu was struggling with whether to choose the deification route. He subconsciously touched his arm, where the mark had not been removed, but he immediately realized that this place was being live broadcasted, and touching his arm immediately turned into a massage, as if the pain just now had not yet fully recovered. This subtle movement made Chujua, who was looking at Hanyu, stiffen his face and close his lips. Hanyu's movement was not too unnatural under his time magic eye. But he quickly shook his head and whispered, "How could it be? What about the new master?" After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Hanyu finally made a choice. At least now, the new master can't affect me. It will even bring me extra attribute points, not be affected, and I can also transfer to a more powerful deification transfer. Hanyu has no reason not to choose. Choose the transfer route, deification moon maker. A golden light appeared, and a golden full moon appeared above Hanyu's head, indicating that he had officially changed his job successfully. Why is it a golden light? Chujua, who was outside the field, saw the light rising on Hanyu's body, and naturally knew that Hanyu had completed his job change. But he knew that ordinary job changes were white light, and degenerate job changes were black light. When did the job change have a golden light special effect? Chujua had never heard of this job change special effect, and could only look at Zhongro inquiringly. Zhongro just shook her head. There has never been such a record, and I don't know what the golden light represents. Anyway, it doesn't look like a bad thing. Zhongyi looked at the golden light rising and remembered the epic weapon he got in the dragon's nest yesterday. The same light, gold in this game, represents power and high quality. And Hanyu in the field, the golden light converged and entered his body. Job change completed. Occupation, Moonmaker. Second job change talent has been awakened. All summoning skills gain cooldown reduction. 20%, only for summoning creature skills. All notifications were completed, and a high platform appeared in the center of the dungeon, with a badge engraved with a complex formation, and a golden moon in the upper right corner. Congratulations on completing the job change, and becoming a formal player. Please receive your Moonmaker badge and experience the wonders of this game. Hanyu took out the badge and chose to exit the dungeon. Although the deification job change appeared very suddenly, it was an enhancement for Hanyu anyway. And he now has a way to avoid the influence of the new master, so he doesn't have to worry for the time being. If he didn't need to go undercover in the new bishop, he would have wiped off the new master's mark on his arm. Now that I have finally changed my job, I can go back and see how the feedback mechanism of the system works. As soon as he left the dungeon, Hanyu found that a group of students had gathered at the entrance of the dungeon, and most of them were still looking up. These students thought that the dungeon would end, but at the end, they saw the golden job change special effects that they had never seen before. Why is it golden? Is this the exclusive job change for geniuses? So cool, golden job change special effects. I suspect that Yushin is actually a Krypton Gold player, otherwise why is he so strong and has such cool special effects? Waiting for a recharge entrance online, I can't wait to recharge. Hey, Yushin has come out. What are you still looking up? I go ask Jin Guang how he did it. But before they could catch up, Hanyu had disappeared behind Zitsong Mountain. But Hanyu still couldn't return to his dormitory, but was called to the office by Zhongro. Chujua wanted to ask him why the job change was golden light. Is there anything special about it? Hanyu generously talked about the transformation of the god, and in the future battle videos, they should also find the difference in their summons. Hanyu himself didn't know what the random terms of the god were, and it was probably not that easy to hide, so he just said it generously. Of course, in addition to the transformation of the god, when asked about the reasons and whether there were other changes, Hanyu said he had no idea. After asking 3 questions, Chujua waved his hand and let Hanyu leave. The god always makes people think of the corresponding fall, and Chujua's expression became solemn again. The transformation of the god? There has never been such a record. Zhongro's eyes lit up, as if she had discovered a new world. And the transformation of the god is not like the fall, there is no side effect at all. If it can be promoted, our combat power will be greatly improved in the future. Zhongro became more and more excited. Principal, why did you let Hanyu go so quickly? I still have a lot of questions to ask. Unlike Zhongro's excitement, Chujua's eyes were cold. How do you know that there are no side effects of the deification job transfer? But Hanyu said. He lied? Chujua replied directly. Or, he didn't tell the whole truth. Chapter 159. Send me a copy of all the dungeon videos after Hanyu entered the university. Chujua rubbed his temple, and his right eye occasionally reflected a faint blue light. I hope it's not what I think. Chujua said softly. Principal, do you have any guesses? Zhongro asked cautiously. The principal's attitude had changed since just now, and he suddenly adjusted Han Yu's battle record, which was obviously a bit abnormal. Look at the action before Han Yu confirmed his job change. Chuzhua pointed out his suspicion. The screen playback on the tablet in Zhong Ruo's hand happened to stop when Han Yu subconsciously touched his arm. This position was too sensitive. The key was that Han Yu's action paused for a moment, and it was obvious that he thought of something and started to cover it up. Principal, you suspect that Han Yu has joined the new bishop. She couldn't imagine how this genius, who everyone thought was 1 in a million, would choose to join the new bishop. Impossible. Zhang Yi heard Zhong Ruo's guess and immediately refuted. Han Yu was once assassinated by a member of the new bishop. He is the hunting target of the new bishop. How could he join the new bishop? Yes, Principal, isn't this a bit too bizarre? With Han Yu's talent, he has all kinds of resources. How could he choose to join the new bishop? Zhang Yi, calm down. Chuzhua also felt that this guess was too outrageous, but what if? What if Han Yu's action was not just because his arm was sore, but because he saw the deification job transfer and thought of something? Touch the position of the new master's mark. The top scholar trained by the entire Nanjing University ended up joining the new bishop. It was a devastating blow to the reputation of Nanjing University, and if he was assigned to an important position on the front line, with excellent grades, it would definitely lead to more terrible consequences. I just want to see if there is anything strange, or maybe I am just too sensitive. Impossible, absolutely impossible, there is no need. Zhang Yi kept shaking his head, completely unable to understand why Chuzhua would have such a guess. You go back first, the crown will be temporarily stored in the compound as mentioned before. If something happens, it will be given priority to Zhu Sun. The discussion ended, and the 3 people who had seen Han Yu's performance lamented that Nanjing University had gained another genius. Unexpectedly, after Han Yu's job transfer was over, they ended up in a bad mood. Now we can only wait for Han Yu's other videos. If there is only this one doubt, maybe I am just overthinking. Chuzhua thought so, and there was still a stone in his heart. And Han Yu didn't know that his subconscious action had turned him from an excellent student, who was deeply loved by the principal, to the #1 suspect of the new bishop. And now Han Yu is busy understanding the feedback mechanism of the system. After returning to the dormitory, Han Yu had time to check the prompts from the system and the game. First, there was a reminder from the game. Congratulations to the player. Wei Yixiao's second job was successful, and he can go to the designated location to change his job to a secondary job. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 20, and you can spend 1 skill point to learn a new job skill, Elemental Empowerment. Elemental Empowerment, LV1 empowers summoned creatures with elemental attributes, so that the summoned creature's attacks have attribute, fire, water, wind, earth, thunder, damage. If the attribute granted conflicts with the summoned creature's original attribute, it will become attributeless damage, cooling. 1 layer of elemental empowerment effect can be stored every 2 minutes. And up to 3 layers of elemental empowerment effect can be stored. You can spend 2 skill points to upgrade to LV2, and you can grant light and dark attributes. There are not many creatures with light and dark attributes in low-level dungeons now, but most of the new bishop players have some dark attributes. Han Yu spent 2 skill points and upgraded the elemental empowerment to level 2. Then the system prompts that the 7-day attribute points can be accumulated together to strengthen it. Congratulations to the host, the summoner has completed the second job transfer and officially embarked on the road of summoning. The system is unlocked to 2.0. Current functions: talent, talent sharing, talent awakening. Conversion, mutation energy conversion, absorb mutation energy and convert it into available attribute points. Upgraded to 100 points of mutation energy can be converted every 7 days, and the remaining attribute points can be stored in the storage pool. Weekly storage pool limit, 500 points, overflow attribute points automatically dissipate. Congratulations to the host, unlock the purification feedback mechanism. The attribute points of the summoned creature can be purified into its own available attribute points. Purification feedback. The host can purify 50 attribute points for 1 self-use attribute, and purification can consume attribute points in the storage pool. 50-to-1 exchange mechanism. The investors are crying when they see it. Han Yu muttered in his heart, 50 attribute points, that can almost improve the strength of a summoned creature by a large segment. But it's better than nothing, otherwise he can't improve his own energy, and more attribute points can only rot in his hands. According to Han Yu's test, if you want to maintain 5 summons for 20 minutes, the main attribute of each summon needs to be maintained at twice the energy attribute of the summon. It is definitely not enough to rely on the feedback of 10-to-1. However, The only advantage is that the feedback mechanism too can use the stored free attribute points. Last time, after being constantly influenced by the new master, the upper limit of the mutant energy has been triggered, 70 points per week. After 7 days, the upper limit has been refreshed again. But with the unlocking of the system, the upper limit becomes 100 free attribute points, plus 500 points in the weekly storage pool, which can be used by Hanyu to strengthen himself. Now I still have more than 20 pieces of mutation crystals in my hand. I can absorb them all, strengthen myself first. Hanyu first checked his current panel. Hanyu ID Wei Ishio. Stamina, 32. Strength, 20. Constitution, 19. Agility, 26. Free attribute points, 331. Stored attribute points, 0. First, take out 20 mutation crystals and absorb them all. Free attribute points 431. Stored attribute points 100. Hanyu has never felt that his attribute points are so rich, but if the feedback mechanism too is used, it may not be enough. First, exchange all 100 stored attributes, and add 2 points of attributes to energy. Take a deep breath. All the summoning arrays are activated in turn, and summons come out one by one. 2 more points of energy bonus can only be said to be better than nothing, and it is still a bit difficult to summon them all. The elemental dragon came out of the summoning array and flew up quickly, trying to land on Hanyu's head. It seems that the newly born dragons are more clingy, and Hanyu gives him a natural sense of intimacy. Hanyu had no intention of getting close to it, so he quickly turned around and dodged it. If it used a skill on his head, his hair would probably be gone. The living room was too small, so Hanyu opened the shield of the villa and brought all the summons to the training ground. Officially started spending more than 400 free attribute points, which seemed a lot, but most of them would probably have to be spent on purification. But now Hanyu's lineup has basic self-protection capabilities, and there is no need to keep it even. He just needs to ensure that most of the summons are above the basic level and raise 1 or 2 big daddies. Ellie's attributes are sufficient, so she first uses Talent Awakening to consume 30 points. Talent Awakening will not enhance the panel data of the summoned creature, and it will also put less burden on Hanyu's energy. Ellie obtains a new skill, Explosive Arrow. The arrow explodes instantly upon contact with the target, causing explosion damage. If it hits an open space, it will cause 80% splash damage to the surrounding 1 meter enemy. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Range damage. In fact, Hanyu wants to continue to enhance Ellie's single-point instant kill ability, but unfortunately, he can't decide on Talent Awakening. After that, it's the Elemental Dragon that Hanyu attaches the most importance to now, so he first spends 10 points of attribute value to awaken the talent. Although the Elemental Dragon seems to have 3 skills, 2 of them are passive, and the spell torrent cooldown is too long, so new skills are still needed to continue to enhance the output. The Elemental Dragon obtains a new skill, Dragon Breath, which spits out dragon breath covering the fan-shaped area in front, radius 2 meters, causing fire attribute damage. The Elemental Dragon is a creature without attributes, and can use skills of various attributes. Cooldown, 3 minutes. The cooling time can be shortened by using Magic Skin to absorb energy. Directly 40 attribute points were added to the energy. Just after adding them, Hanyu felt dizzy. He had reached the limit, and the summoning was almost cancelled. Hanyu hurriedly consumed 300 attribute points to exchange for 6 energy points. After adding points, the energy reached 40 points, and he barely recovered. Hanyu cancelled the summoning of the Flame-Tail Fox again, and his condition temporarily improved a little, but it was not enough. Even with the second-level talent, he needed to maintain the summoning time for more than 20 minutes, so as to ensure that there would be no window period in the battle after the summoning time ended. If he is not sure that the battle will end within 20 minutes, he will have to reduce the number of summons, such as letting the Shadow Blade Mantis summon again when necessary, and then send it back. What a loss. Hanyu felt his heart bleeding after spending 300 free attribute points. However, if there is no such function, the large amount of mutant energy obtained by the mutant crystal may rot in his hands. What a loss. Hanyu felt his heart bleeding after spending 300 attribute points. But this is also a must. If his energy is not improved, let alone strengthening the summons later. Elemental Dragon Taya Nahorjin is strengthened. Please choose the strengthening skill. Dragon Breath. After strengthening, it can store Dragon Breath in the body, and store 1 layer of Dragon Breath effect every 2 minutes, up to 2 layers. Spell Flood. After strengthening, it can release 7 random offensive skills, and the cooling time is reduced to 8 minutes. Children make choices, I want them all. 40 attribute points allow the Elemental Dragon to get 2 strengthening opportunities, and Hanyu directly strengthens both skills. Storing Dragon Breath allows the elemental dragon to continuously cause damage, which is a basic ability of a mage. The high burst of Dragon Breath is still very important in the boss level, but the offensive skills are somewhat random. After strengthening, the 400 free attribute values are only 61 points left. But now that my own energy has been added, I will continue to add. Shadow Blade Mantis attribute points, Strength plus 13, Agility plus 10, and further increase the instant kill damage. At the same time, it is strengthened, and the number of invisibility times of Shadow Leap is increased to 3 times. Chapter 160. Use 30 attribute points to awaken the Molten Lizard, Rock Rush. Rock Rush. Molten Lizard charges at the target, causing a short knockback effect on the target and enemies on the charge path, and leaves a molten flame path behind. Enemies on the path will be burned, affected by the energy attribute. Cooldown time, 3 minutes. Good skills. Hanyu will just need to summon these creatures next. The elemental dragon is responsible for magic output and clearing the field, Ellie kills, Thin controls, and Molten Lizard absorbs damage. The Shadow Blade Mantis is responsible for sneak attacks on the back row, as an elusive assassin on the battlefield. A perfect summon team is basically completed. The last 8 attribute points are all added to the Molten Lizard's physique, allowing it to resist more damage. Then add the 6 attribute points of feedback to the energy. Now, if only these 5 summons are maintained, the summoning can last for about 25 minutes. It can also meet the requirements of continuous combat. Okay, call it a day. Hanyu cancelled the summoning, and after adding a set of points, his combat power increased again. If anyone uses the level to measure Hanyu's damage, they will probably suffer a great loss. For example, the Fu Zhi. Hanyu smiled. I don't know what gift to prepare for the senior. While Hanyu was busy adding points, Chushua was watching the video of Hanyu's previous clearance. Seeing the video of Hanyu's clearance of the Cursed City, Chushua slowed down the playback speed little by little. The screen showed Hanyu taking out a mutant crystal from the body of the mutant plague rat swordsman. Hanyu showed surprise on his face when he found the mutant crystal, and bent down to take out the crystal, but the action of taking it out was completely blocked by Hanyu's body. When Hanyu stood up, he had a mutant crystal in his hand, but the quality of this mutant crystal seemed a little too low. It didn't seem to have much power inside, and the entire crystal was almost completely transparent. Chushua activated his magic eye and stared at the screen for a long time before he sighed deeply. After observing, he was basically sure that the mutant crystal in Hanyu's hand was just an empty shell, and the energy in it had been absorbed. It was swapped, and the energy of the mutant crystal was absorbed as expected. Chushua couldn't figure out why Hanyu chose to join the new bishop and choose to degenerate and change his job, or what he said was a deified job. If absorbing the mutant crystal can only mean that Hanyu may have chosen another job change route, then the action of touching his arm has made Chushua sure that Hanyu is related to the new bishop. Taking a deep breath, Chushua forced himself to accept this fact and called Zhang Yi and Zhong Ro, who had just left in the afternoon, over again. Without giving any other explanations, he directly showed them the picture of Hanyu swapping crystals. Teacher Zhang, I don't know much about mutant crystals. Do you think this crystal is? It has been absorbed. Zhang Yi's face was solemn, and he no longer had the confidence he had in the afternoon. He spoke directly. The teleportation array in the school has always been maintained by the compound, and it is necessary to apply for the use of mutant crystals from time to time. He does not need to observe carefully to confirm that this is a used mutant crystal. As for the mutant crystal that emits flashes, it is estimated that it may have been replaced by Hanyu because of its better quality. But I really can't figure it out, why? Zhang Yi couldn't figure it out, and none of the 3 people present could figure it out. Why did Hanyu, who has such a good talent, choose to join the new bishop? Don't think about it, just contact Black Ice. Chushua made the decision. No matter how much he valued Hanyu before, he would not give Hanyu another chance. The new bishop is no longer just a surrenderist, but has completely stood on the side of the monsters, and is the enemy of the entire Han dynasty. On the front battlefield, they have cooperated with monsters to attack countless times, causing heavy losses to the Shanghai troops. Many graduates of Nanjing University died in the new bishop's attack. For example, Ning Yihan, who he still thinks of from time to time, is a brilliant ice master with unique talents. He will definitely become a harvester on the battlefield, but he died in the new bishop's attack. Principal, wait for 3 more days. Zhang Yi hesitated and said, That's the new bishop. Do you know how many of our students died in the hands of the new bishop? Do you still want to plead for him? Chushua has been controlling his emotions, but now he can't help but get angry. Such an excellent student was ruined by the new headmaster. How could he not feel heartbroken? But now that things have come to this, there is no room for maneuver. I am not begging for him. Zhang Yi paused and explained. It is just that the fact that the first in the school is the new headmaster is better not to be made public. Find a reason to let Han Yu go out for training, and then take him away. Fu Zisher came to apply for the arena during the day. He will challenge Han Yu in 3 days. Many people are paying attention to this battle. If Han Yu disappears at this time, it will inevitably lead to speculation. After the competition ends in 3 days, Han Yu will be taken away, which can also be regarded as preserving the image of the school. 3 days later? That's fast. After hearing Zhang Yi's explanation, Chu Zhuo calmed down. Indeed, if it was revealed that the first place in the freshman competition was actually a member of the new bishop, it would be no less of a blow to South China University than an attack. I am anxious, so let's do as you say. Don't let Han Yu leave the school these days. Teacher Zhang, don't worry about the relationship between master and apprentice at this time. Finally, Chu Zhuo reminded him. Perhaps because Han Yu and Su Lan have too many similarities, Zhang Yi has always had an extra liking for Han Yu. And Chu Zhuo is also worried about what Zhang Yi will do. Don't worry, Principal, the new bishop is also my lifelong enemy. The matter was settled, and Zhang Yi and Zhong Rou left again with tears on their faces. Why do you say? Zhang Yi couldn't help asking this question again on the way. Teacher Zhang, wait 3 days and ask him. Zhong Rou knew that Zhang Yi couldn't accept it. He really wanted to accept Han Yu as a student, and he never expected that this would be the result. Zhong Rou also turned and left, and Zhang Yi returned to the compound in despair. The next day, Han Yu got up early and went to the war academy. With Yu Shui and Li Hua in hand, Han Yu had to practice his fighting skills. However, Ao Rong wanted to take a 2-day vacation, so only Han Yu came to class. After the normal course, Han Yu pestered Ao Gang again and asked him to teach him 2 hours of arm fighting skills. Han Yu temporarily mastered the skills of using double swords. Ao Gang thought it was a bit too hasty. He hadn't learned bare-handed fighting and hadn't started learning one-handed weapons, but he went straight to 2-handed practice. If Han Yu hadn't been the first in the freshman competition, Ao Gang would have ignored him. But within an hour, Ao Gang was surprised at how quickly Han Yu got the hang of it. Han Yu, holding 2 short tang swords, showed no signs of awkwardness at all. The 2 weapons were as easy to use as fingers in Han Yu's hands, and he could complete any attack action specified by Ao Gang. Han Yu had practiced by himself before coming here, and completely regarded the 2 weapons in his hands as the limbs of the Shadow Blade Mantis. Under the sharing of talents, he practiced basic actions such as swinging the sword and horizontally, which greatly improved his entry time. Well, not bad. 2 hours later, Ao Gang watched Han Yu put away the sword and nodded frequently. If Ao Rong was here, he would be shocked. Ao Gang would only say the word satisfied when he was extremely satisfied, and nodding all the time meant that he was extremely satisfied. Student Han Yu, have you chosen a mentor at the War College? Ao Rong asked casually. No, but I want to be your student. I don't know if it's possible. Han Yu naturally knew what Ao Rong meant, and immediately climbed up. Well, I still have students, but my requirements are very strict. You can see that from the look on Ao Rong's face. You should consider your ability to bear it first. I hope the teacher can teach me. Okay, come to me with Ao Rong every Saturday morning, and I will arrange extra practice for you. Ao Gang was also very satisfied. It is not easy to find a student who is willing to work hard and has good talents. After the practice here, Han Yu went to the courtyard to find Zhang Yi. He and Zhang Yi agreed when they enrolled that it was time to switch to a secondary profession. But before he reached Zhang Yi's office, Han Yu was stopped by Mo Kai. Junior brother, are you here to see the teacher? Yes, I'm here to change my job to an enchanter. Mo Kai sighed softly. Did you get caught for taking the anthropomorphic mask to the women's bathhouse? Brother, there's an old saying that goes, judge a gentleman by your own standards. Hey, why are you scolding me? Forget it, I'm not kidding you. The teacher won't see you. Besides, you don't need to change your job. Everything will be discussed in 3 days. What do you mean? Not seeing me, not changing your job, and 3 days later? Han Yu was confused and didn't understand what was going on. That's why I said, did you get caught for something, or did you hook up with the teacher's daughter? That shouldn't be the case, she's not in school. Mo Kai muttered. He knew how much Zhang Yi valued Han Yu before, so why did he suddenly change his attitude? I go ask the teacher. Han Yu listened to Mo Kai's explanation, and went to Zhang Yi's office. No need to go. The teacher will leave when you come here. The teacher can't sense any movement in the compound. Mo Inkai reminded directly. This, Hanyu, who was confused, also couldn't figure out what happened. He was fine yesterday, and he didn't do anything harmful. Why was he suddenly disliked? He could only walk outside the compound. After a few steps, Hanyu ran back. Senior brother Mo, did you make another anthropomorphic mask and pretend to be me to go to the women's bathhouse? Hearing this, Mo Inkai's face immediately flushed. Junior brother, how can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? How can I, an enchanter, make an anthropomorphic mask? No! Of course not. How can I become like you? Our heights don't match. Seeing that Mo Inkai was indeed much shorter than him, Hanyu thought about it and couldn't figure out the reason, so he could only turn around and leave. Since Zhang Yi left a message to come back to him in 3 days, then come back in 3 days. Chapter 161. In the next few days, Hanyu went to Ao Gang to learn combat skills on time, and took Ao Rong and Jiang Ziki to play dungeons. They both reached level 20. During this period, Hanyu added another 60 attribute points and awakened a new skill for Shadow Blade Mantis. The remaining 30 attribute points were divided into 10 points each for Ellie, Elemental Dragon, and Shadow Blade Mantis. The 6 points of energy added allowed Hanyu to maintain the summoning time at 18 minutes. If Shadow Blade Mantis was not summoned to fight normally, there would still be no window period. The new skill of Shadow Blade Mantis is to strengthen the attack. Claw Harvest, strengthen the forelimbs of Shadow Blade Mantis, causing 150% damage within 3 seconds, and killing the enemy within the duration of Claw Harvest will return 50% of the cooldown time. Cooldown, 2 minutes. After awakening this skill, Hanyu tried the effect of talent sharing. It can be attached to his own weapon, which can be regarded as another melee attack skill. 3 days of fighting practice made him eager to find an opponent worthy of fighting, so when he thought of Fu Zisher's profession as a magic swordsman, he had the idea of fighting him in close combat. As for the sparring with Ao Gang, after wearing the control bracelet, he could only lie on the ground and beg for mercy within half a minute. However, Ao Gang was more surprised than Hanyu. After only 3 days of training, Hanyu could hold on for half a minute under his hands, with only fighting skills. This talent was unknown how many times better than Ao Rong. This made Ao Rong, who was not very interested in Hanyu's status as the first freshman, start to feel sorry. How strong would it be if he changed his profession to a swordsman? During these 3 days, he also took time to go to the equipment store once, wanting to pick out a decent piece of equipment as a gift for Fu Zisher. But after learning about it, the top 50 in the freshman competition in previous years were given inheritance equipment, which was also a way for seniors to show off their gains from a year of practical training. In addition to spending money, the inheritance level equipment in the store also requires a minimum of 100 credits, and at least 300 credits are required to be able to take it out. Well, the senior must not lack this piece of equipment. Hanyu said to himself when leaving the store, it's better not to win. They don't have any bad intentions, so we need to save some face for the seniors. 3 days have passed, and it's time to go on the competition stage with Fu Zisher. The news has already been released, and everyone in the school is waiting for this battle. Although the battle may not be exciting, most people think that Hanyu can't hold out for a few moves. But it's a good thing to watch the first place in this freshman competition being beaten. Zisher, are you ready? Kong Yuan looked at Fu Zisher, who was resting with his eyes closed, and asked with a smile. Kong Yuan was the first place once last year, but since the first time, he has never beaten Fu Zisher again. He had always been dissatisfied in school, but 2 months of practical training made the two of them become teammates with good cooperation. I have changed to an ordinary purple weapon, so the battle should not end so quickly. TSK, don't be careless. Hanyu is still very strong. Each of his summons has a unique ability, and his innate ability. Be careful of a capsize in the gutter. Don't worry, I have also watched his battle video. What Fu Zisher saw and heard in 2 months of practical training taught him not to underestimate any enemy. Even though he was more than 10 levels behind Hanyu, he still studied Hanyu's fighting style, and changed weapons just because he was afraid of hitting Hanyu with a shadow. Following the host's announcement, the two officially walked to the front of the stage, ready to enter the competition copy. Most of the freshmen and sophomores had gathered in the audience, and the two teams sat separately at the viewing platform. Although the age difference was not much, the students who returned from the training had a more calm and prudent look on their faces. After 2 months of training, even with teachers leading the team, more than a dozen students from Nanjing University still died during the training process, allowing them, who had just left the campus, to see the dangers of the outside world for the first time. Is this year's competition too early? In previous years, the training should have ended in another month. A freshman asked the two people standing opposite each other on the stage. It seems that due to some changes, the students who were training came back early. Senior Fu proposed the competition time to be 1 month later, but Yushin just brought it forward. Yushin is still as confident as ever. I just don't know if he is too confident this time. I think a little, but he is a senior anyway. It is not shameful to lose, but it is eye-opening to see Yushin being defeated. Haha, I have been waiting for a day for a long time. On the other side, watching Fu Zisher go on stage, Kong Yuin asked the people next to him, "How many moves do you think Han Yu can hold out?" 10 moves. I watched the video. This summon is really strong. Each summon has its own unique features. Last year, Fu Zisher only lasted less than 10 moves in Ningi Han's hands, and Han Yu had 1 month less preparation time, which is already the maximum value of Han Yu's strength. You still underestimate Han Yu. His terror does not lie in the fixed summons, but in another talent sharing. This talent allows him to quickly switch between the attributes of various summons. In this way, even Fu Zisher can't end the battle quickly without using all his strength. If he is entangled by the summons, Fu Zisher may suffer a little loss. I estimate that it will take at least 20 moves to end the battle. Kong Yuin made his own analysis. He always felt that Han Yu was getting stronger too fast, or that he might become stronger in this competition. What about you? You are talking in a set of ways. A muscular boy next to him spoke up, obviously not satisfied with Kong Yuin's analysis. I'm not bragging. It's not certain who will win or lose. Kong Yuin was not ashamed at all. After all, the first freshman is still the first, and I am the second forever. TSK. In the field, the host had finished explaining the rules, and the two entered the competition dungeon at the same time. This time it was a random desert dungeon. The venue was an endless desert, and the ground was soft, so there was no chance for Ellie to climb up and shoot. But Han Yu didn't need it now. I give you 1 minute, enough to summon all the summons. Fu Zisher was fully equipped, with a sword on his back in one hand, but he had no intention of launching an attack. Enough, but not necessary. Han Yu held Lihua in his right hand, and he had no intention of using the summons at all. This was Ao Gang's advice to him. He didn't have to keep dual wielding all the time in the battle, which would easily reveal his flaws. Lihua breaks the armor, and Yushui kills unexpectedly. This might have unexpected effects. What do you mean? If you admit defeat directly, you don't deserve to be a student of Nanjong University. I have been practicing fighting skills recently, and I hope that Senior can give me some advice. Han Yu, Lihua in hand, using Gallop plus talent-sharing Shadow Blade Mantis, quickly rushed towards Fu Zisher. He was still wearing the Falling Feather set, and the Resuscitation set was reserved for wearing in front of the new bishop. Is that so? Then I will play with you. Fu Zisher didn't mock him, but stood there, holding the long sword in front of his chest, posing a defensive posture, waiting for Han Yu's attack. Han Yu, sword in hand, rushed forward quickly, like a returning swallow skimming the water or a hawk hunting a rabbit. Every step, he took only left half a footprint on the sand. Chapter 162. If it was before, he might have used Shadow Leap to launch a quick attack. But in front of Fu Zisher, jumping to his front to launch an attack, putting himself in a floating state, is no different from seeking death. And Fu Zisher looked at Han Yu rushing over, just holding the long sword flat, one hand behind his back, facing the upcoming attack. Even the sword did not shake. Just waiting quietly, without any intention of actively attacking. Since Han Yu does not need to summon creatures, he will give way more. The narrow blood groove on the blade of the Lihua in Han Yu's hand is already full of blood. There is an additional description in the status bar of Lihua. Lihua has absorbed enough blood and can release soul-devouring slash at any time. Fu Zisher had studied Han Yu before the battle, so how could Han Yu be so arrogant as not to make any preparations? Soul-devouring slash and cloud-shattering flash are his only two melee attack skills. He was not confident that he could draw enough blood from Fu Zisher to fill the two Tang swords in the battle, so he made preparations early to ensure that he could use his skills in the battle. Seeing that Fu Zisher still did not move, Han Yu accelerated again and came in front of Fu Zisher in an instant, slashing from top to bottom with Lihua. Fu Zisher had already prepared, and raised his long sword to meet Han Yu's attack. In Fu Zisher's eyes, Han Yu's attack was simple and unpretentious except that he was a little faster, and he had no fighting skills at all, and he could just block it with his hands. But when the swords met, a huge force came from the Tang sword, causing Fu Zisher's arm to tremble, his feet to sink into the sand, and even the purple quality long sword had a slight dent. There was still a trace of hot air coming out of the collision, and Fu Zisher was also a little shorter than Han Yu's attack, and instantly fell into a passive state. This strength attribute? Has the talent sharing been used? Fu Zisher, who was hit into the sand, was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Han Yu's strength attribute to be so exaggerated that even a level 30 player like him couldn't resist it. After the attack was blocked, Han Yu had another Tang sword in his left hand, which was Yushui. He drew the sword out of the sheath, and even in the desert environment, there was a little more moisture around the blade. But Han Yu stopped chasing when Yushui swung it out, and Fu Zisher also reacted as soon as he was hit, and floated back, keeping a distance of 3 meters from Han Yu again. Senior, show your true strength, otherwise you may suffer. In the situation just now, if Yushui attacked Han Yu unexpectedly, at least he could force Fu Zisher to use a skill. But Fu Zisher didn't take it seriously at the beginning, and Han Yu didn't want to gain an advantage by sneak attack. Fu Zisher's eyes also became serious. His original plan was to let Han Yu's summons form a formation before attacking Han Yu. But he didn't expect Han Yu to give up summoning and fight him in close combat. What surprised him even more was that he couldn't withstand Han Yu's ordinary attack. Now he really needs to take it seriously. The students outside the field were also stunned when they saw Han Yu and Fu Zisher fighting at the first touch. What's going on? Han Yu rushed up without summoning? What does this mean? Summoning wants to fight a swordsman in close combat? Crazy. The sophomore student who just returned to school knew how strong Fu Zisher's close combat ability was. Han Yu and Fu Zisher's close combat is no different from admitting defeat directly, it is simply sending a head to the sword. But Han Yu has already taken the lead in the first attack, and he also took the initiative to give up the pursuit, which shows that he has absolute confidence in his own strength. Kong Yuan has been staring at Han Yu, watching more carefully than anyone else. Fu Zisher didn't even block the ordinary attack just now, and the pace of the sudden attack was obviously practiced in close combat. It didn't look like admitting defeat, but it seemed that he was looking for Fu Zisher to sharpen his knife and practice his skills. On the high platform, Chu Shue, Zhang Yi and others were also paying attention to this battle. There was also a man in a black windbreaker sitting next to them. What a brilliant talent, how could he go down this evil path? Xiao Huaqing sighed secretly. He knew that Han Yu had been practicing fighting skills these days. Less than a month after the start of school, from a student who didn't know anything about fighting to this level, Xiao Huaqing couldn't help but be shocked. Unfortunately, the principal said that Han Yu joined the new bishop. No one else responded. They had accepted the fact in the past 3 days. It was still incredible, but they didn't want to say more. It was not a glorious thing for students to join the new bishop. A brilliant talent? It's just an evil method. The degenerate profession is just a little stronger than the ordinary profession. The man in the windbreaker looked at Han Yu on the field with disdain. He was Chong Peng, who was assisted by Black Ice in the investigation this time. No matter how talented Han Yu was, he couldn't get a good impression of the new bishop. If it wasn't for the school's request or the school's own report, he would have wanted to take Han Yu away now. In the field, Fu Zisher, who felt Han Yu's power, finally took it seriously. Okay, then I have a good fight with you. After retreating, Fu Zisher stabilized his body and moved forward quickly, but still put one arm behind his back. He obviously recognized Han Yu's strength, but it was not enough for him to use his full strength. Han Yu didn't care. He had already reminded him, and the next victory or defeat depended on himself. When the distance between him and Han Yu was 2 meters, Fu Zisher suddenly increased his speed and suddenly appeared in front of Han Yu like a flash. The long sword suddenly stabbed out, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, attacking Han Yu. Condense the edge, transform the shield. As the long sword stabbed out, Fu Zisher began to use skills to provide the long sword in his hand, with armor-piercing and shield-breaking effects. A layer of red light appeared on the sword. If Han Yu was hit, even the shield of the Pioneer title could not withstand much damage. If he was stabbed in the vitals, he might be defeated on the spot. Although it looked like a simple stab, when he attacked, the tip of Fu Zisher's sword shook up and down, vibrating the air and making a harsh buzzing sound. The tip of the sword moved up and down, seemingly attacking Han Yu's chest, but it could turn to attack Han Yu's throat or lower body at any time. Fu Zisher suddenly appeared in front of him while running, and this seemingly ordinary sword made Han Yu's hair stand on end. If this sword pierced, he would be pierced through even if he was wearing a full set of equipment. Facing this floating sword, the best way might be to dodge, but Han Yu, who was less than half a meter away from the tip of the sword, knew that the consequences of dodging this sword would not be very good. Once he dodged, the next step would be continuous attacks, and he would instantly fall into a disadvantage. Han Yu's mind raced, he bent his waist and knees, and in a simplified horse stance, he nailed himself to the sand. He held his 2 swords one above the other, and stood diagonally in front of him, trying to resist the sword. This reaction did not occur to Fu Zisher, who had already thought about how he would chase Han Yu after he dodged the next attack. Or if Han Yu used the falling feather rain blade, how would he wait for Han Yu to land and attack? But Han Yu stood still. This was a simple situation he had never thought of. The long sword was slightly raised, like a spirit snake spitting out its tongue and going straight for Han Yu's throat, as if the target of attack had just been determined. Lower body. Han Yu suddenly sounded a warning in his heart, an instinctive warning from the Shadow Blade Mantis hunting. This attack seemed to be aimed at the throat, and it seemed to be raised, but Fu Zisher's arm was sinking. The real target of attack was Han Yu's lower body. If Han Yu's ability to move was abolished, there would be no suspense in the next battle. Fight hard? You just lack combat experience. Kong Yuan, who was outside the field, watched Han Yu's waist-tightening action, and was greatly disappointed with Han Yu's reaction. He was Fu Zisher's teammate, and knew best how many variations there were in Fu Zisher's seemingly simple sword, which was simply not something that ordinary players could resist. Sure enough, while he was still thinking, the long sword in Fu Zisher's hand suddenly dropped down, and the sword that was only aimed at the throat turned into a stab to the waist and abdomen. Almost at the same time, Han Yu's left hand's Yushui also moved downwards. In a flash, Fu Zisher's sword tip appeared at the waist and abdomen, but Yushui was already waiting there. The blade, which was less than 2 fingers wide, just blocked Fu Zisher's attack. At the moment when Fu Zisher decided to change his moves, the sword and the sword collided. Han Yu's left hand relaxed slightly, and the long sword deviated along the blade of Guanghua, making a harsh sound like steel thorns rubbing against iron plates. Fu Zisher was also pulled by the force, and turned his body sideways. How is it possible? Fu Zisher never thought that his sword would be blocked so easily, not by a shield, but by a blade less than 2 fingers wide. Even the blade width of the Tang Dao is not as wide as his long sword, but it was used so skillfully by Han Yu. Before attacking, he himself was not sure where to attack. Seeing Han Yu's right-hand weapon protecting his face, his left hand seemed to be casual, and suddenly turned to attack the lower body. But everything was just as Han Yu expected. The position was calculated very accurately, and this attack was easily blocked. After blocking the attack, Han Yu's body did not pause at all. His knees suddenly straightened, and he used his legs to exert force, stretching his bones and tendons, and his body leaned forward slightly. The whole person seemed to be pulled out of the sand, and suddenly he was a few points taller. Like a bent praying mantis suddenly straightened up and started hunting. Han Yu led his waist with his legs, and used his waist to generate strength. The two people were standing opposite each other, but now Han Yu was looking down from above. He swung the Tang Dao Lihua in his right hand from top to bottom, aiming directly at Fu Zisher's neck, which was exposed because of his body deflection. This sharp slash was like a crocodile emerging from the water, and the two people switched between offense and defense in an instant. Fu Zisher, whose attack was blocked, had already expected that Han Yu would attack immediately, but he did not expect the attack to be so sharp and fast. Han Yu's fighting skills were much more sophisticated than he thought at first. Counterattack was impossible, and Fu Zisher could only use the force to roll sideways and dodge to the side. But Lihua's attack missed, and the dark water below was like a snake wrapped around a stick, following the long sword that was withdrawn, trying to attack Fu Zisher's wrist. Fu Zisher quickly withdrew his wrist, the long sword fell out of his hand, and he dodged Han Yu's attack in a panic. Chapter 163. However, before the long sword landed on the ground, Fu Zisher waved his 2 fingers, and the long sword returned to his hand again. Han Yu had already rushed forward again. Although neither of them was injured after the first fight, it can be seen that Han Yu had the advantage in the first fight. How could it be? Even though Kong Yuan had infinitely raised his opinion of Han Yu, he still didn't expect it to be like this. No one thought that Han Yu could fight Fu Zisher to this extent in a close combat. And up to now, Han Yu has not used any skills except for the acceleration he used at the beginning, and he relies entirely on skills to fight Fu Zisher. Yushin is awesome. Oh! Too strong. You tell me this is a summoner. Is there such a summoner? Unlike the sophomore students, who were full of astonishment, the freshmen on the opposite side were full of excitement. Although many students came to watch the game with the intention of watching Han Yu get beaten up, if Han Yu could beat the first sophomore, it would only make them more excited. In the field, Fu Zisher drew his sword back and quickly stabilized his body. The light on his arm shone and covered the sword again. Han Yu, you are really strong, even too strong to be a player of this level, so I will use my true strength. The long sword in Fu Zisher's hand was covered with a layer of light, wrapping the entire sword body. The tip of the blade continued to emit sword light, sweeping the sword in front of him, and 3 sword lights flew out. Han Yu, who was originally attacking by taking advantage of the situation, could only dodge sideways and missed the opportunity to continue attacking. I should have used my full strength a long time ago, senior. Han Yu dodged the sword light and attacked Fu Zisher again. Fu Zisher was even faster, and he arrived in front of Han Yu in an instant. The long sword in his hand was wrapped in sword light, and he directly met Han Yu's attack. Sword freestyle, Fu Zisher said softly. The sword and the knife intersected, and the long sword turned over. After the first collision, it hit the blade again. Han Yu felt as if his hand was electrified, and he almost let go of the hand holding the knife. When he reacted, he wanted to exert force again. But the long sword had just bypassed Li Hua and stabbed towards Han Yu's abdomen. Han Yu hurriedly retracted the Yu Shui that was originally sweeping towards Fu Zisher's abdomen to block. The sword and the knife collided again, making a violent buzzing sound. Han Yu, who was hasty to block, took 2 steps back. Fu Zisher continued to attack, but this time, the attack was not from the front. When launching the attack, Fu Zisher's speed increased again, and he appeared on Han Yu's right hand in an instant. Another sword was slashed out, and Han Yu could only raise the knife to block again. Fu Zisher did not entangle with him at all and changed the direction of attack. This sword cut through Han Yu's leather armor, and blood oozed from Han Yu's back. Even if he succeeded, Fu Zisher still struck and left, looking for the next suitable position to attack. In less than 5 seconds, Fu Zisher attacked 8 times in a row, and each attack was more fierce than the last. On the other hand, Han Yu was more embarrassed each time, and had been hit 3 or 4 times by Han, and his blood volume was reduced by 30%. That's right. The nervous sophomore student breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Fu Zisher gain the advantage again. Han Yu also knew that his biggest weakness now was that his defense was not tight enough. If this continued, he would soon lose. With the talent of Shadow Blade Mantis as the basis for learning, he was best at attacking. After all, there was no word for defense in Shadow Blade Mantis dictionary. After swinging 2 swords again, Han Yu could only use Yu Shui and Li Hua to block them in a hurry. But even so, Han Yu was still hit and injured again. If you want to summon, I can give you time. Fu Zisher saw that Han Yu was suppressed and unable to fight back, and felt that he was not far from victory. But Han Yu, a summoner, did not use summons, and he felt that he won unfairly. Han Yu did not speak, but watched Fu Zisher take back the Tang sword, as if he had completely given up blocking, and the next second Han Yu's body disappeared on the spot. Mist Shadow was activated, and Han Yu entered stealth mode, completely hiding his breath. I almost forgot that Shadow Blade Mantis is actually an assassin. Fu Zisher saw Han Yu disappear, his eyes narrowed slightly. He had seen Han Yu's battle video, and never knew that Han Yu had stealth skills. But his attack did not stop at all, and he still attacked the original target. He did not have skills such as seeing through, so he could only continue to attack in this stupid way. As expected, the attack failed, and Fu Zisher immediately raised his alert to the highest level to prevent Han Yu from launching a sudden attack. But while he was still attacking, Han Yu had already appeared behind him with Shadow Leap, charging the Li Hua in his hand. A white light appeared behind Fu Zisher, and Fu Zisher reacted instantly and turned around to block with his sword, but the charging was completed, and Han Yu's attack was not an ordinary attack. Soul Devouring Slash. Release the sword light that covers the enemies in front, causing 3 stages of attack to the enemies within the range. Each stage causes 80% of the attack damage, and the Soul Devouring Slash damage ignores armor and shields. Fu Zisher thought of swinging his sword to block, but he didn't expect that there were 3 consecutive sword lights attacking. After barely blocking one attack, 2 sword lights instantly attacked from the left and right, hitting Fu Zisher's left and right arms almost at the same time. The attack instantly activated the shield on Fu Zisher's body, but it was completely ignored by the attack of the Soul Devouring Slash. With just 2 slashes, Fu Zisher lost 15% of his health. Blood seeped out from his arms through his clothes, and Fu Zisher's hands holding the sword trembled a little, and he retreated hurriedly. But Han Yu finally found an opportunity to attack, so how could he let him leave easily? Mountain Moving Power. Han Yu moved forward, his shoulders sank, his wrists turned, and his waist strength pushed forward. The 2 swords that were originally attacking fiercely instantly dropped, seemingly attacking Fu Zisher's lower body. Fu Zisher blocked with his sword and retreated quickly at the same time, but Han Yu didn't think about attacking at all. When the swords collided, Han Yu exerted force from his waist again, and with an upward thrust, Fu Zisher's entire body was lifted into the air. Mountain Moving Power is not a skill, just like Fu Zisher's sword-breaking style just now, but a move that Han Yu learned from friends of fighting talents, which is considered a kind of fighting technique. Fu Zisha, who suddenly left the ground, knew that something was wrong. He swung the long sword in his hand, and 6 sword beams flew out in a covering manner. If he was attacked continuously in the air, he would be the one to be beaten. Now he had to ensure that he landed safely. But facing the sword beams, Han Yu disappeared again. Stealth again? Seeing Han Yu disappear again, Fu Zisha breathed a sigh of relief. At least he interrupted Han Yu's attack rhythm. But when Fu Zisha was about to land, another white light flashed. Broken cloud flash. Han Yu took advantage of the time when Fu Zisha was floating in the air, and used the skill of Yushui again. The sword flashed, and Han Yu also emerged from stealth, and appeared behind Fu Zisha. With a slash, Fu Zisha, who could not turn around in the air, could only take the blow and flew forward. But the knife flashed, and Han Yu instantly appeared in front of Fu Zisha. He slashed with a knife, and the sound of breaking through the air exploded in Fu Zisha's ears. This knife was extremely fast, but it was barely blocked when facing Fu Zisha. After just one strike, Han Yu's body flashed again, and attacked from another angle. Broken Cloud Flash 4, for attacks were released. Fu Zisha only blocked one knife, and his equipment was broken into cracks, and blood kept flowing out. So fast, is it a skill? The way he was constantly attacked by Han Yu now was so similar to when he had the upper hand just now. However, Han Yu moved faster than himself, and the speed of a summoned attack was faster than his own. In addition to the skill, he could not think of any other explanation. And Broken Cloud Flash was a skill that Han Yu had never used before. Fu Zisha felt that the video he watched was fake, and he sighed in his heart how much strength this Han Yu had hidden. But now is not the time to think so much. His HP has dropped by 30%, even lower than Han Yu's. He has to fight back. Fu Zisha, who floated in the air again, gave up falling and looked at the position where Han Yu appeared. He had not left the initial battle range of the two. The long sword pointed directly at Han Yu. Sword move mark, appear. At the position where Fu Zisha just started to attack Han Yu, marks appeared in the air. They turned out to be the sword moves that Fu Zisha had used before. Now they all turned into images of sword moves condensed in the air. There were a total of 10, some slashing and some stabbing, rolling and dancing in the air, quickly surrounding Han Yu. The power of the sword moves was not inferior to the attacks released by Fu Zisha himself. The 10 sword moves covered a wide range, and Han Yu had no room to dodge. Even if his shadow leap skill was not on CD, and he jumped into the air, he might be knocked down by the sword light in the air. At the same time, Fu Zisha's body froze in the air, and the long sword was in front of him. Destroy evil, break the law, gather wind and cloud. With each word, the sword light of Fu Zisha's long sword became stronger, until the last skill was used. The sword light of the long sword was nearly 5 meters long, and he slashed at Han Yu in panic. With the sword moves appearing and the sword light after being strengthened, Han Yu had no way to avoid it, and he couldn't even retreat out of the attack range of the 5-meter long sword. To avoid all attacks, he could only use the Falling Feather Rain blade, but after Fu Zisha swung the long sword in his hand, the sword light did not dissipate. When the time of the Falling Feather Rain blade was over, what was waiting for him was the attack of the more than 5-meter long sword. So powerful indeed. He also didn't see these two skills in the video recording left by Fu Zisha, otherwise he would have been far away from the place where he just fought. Han Yu simply pulled back his 2 swords, sharing his talent Elemental Dragon. Facing Fu Zisha's attack that had no blind spots, Han Yu rushed forward and uttered, Spell Torrent. 7 skills were completely instantaneous. Wind blades wrapped around fireballs, and ice cones were cursed, rushing towards Fu Zisha's attack. After releasing the Spell Torrent, Han Yu immediately received a dragon's breath, stirring up smoke and dust, and launched a second wave of attacks towards Fu Zisha in front of him. 10 sword moves collided with the skills of the Elemental Dragon, exploding into fireworks in the air, but the 10 sword moves only blocked 5 skills. The last 2 arcane missiles were rushing towards Fu Zisha in a curve, and collided head-on with Fu Zisha's enchanted long sword. Chapter 164. But Fu Zisha slashed down with his sword, and the arcane missile was easily cut down. After shooting down the arcane missile, the sword light continued to come, and the dragon's breath with a wide coverage was also cut off by a sword, but the gushing sword light was only destroyed to more than 3 meters. Before Fu Zisha attacked, he attached the magic-breaking attribute to the long sword, which had a natural restraint on magic skills, but even so, the sword light of the long sword was still knocked down by nearly 1 meter. Han Yu saw that he had no time to use a skill to counterattack, so he simply used the Falling Feather Rain blade, and his body rose into the air, falling into an unselectable state. And Fu Zixia quickly landed, stepped forward, holding a giant sword more than 3 meters long in his hand, and waiting for Han Yu to land. I give up. Han Yu chose to give up before he fell from the air. He also practiced well. Now all the melee combat skills have been used. If he goes down, he will be beaten. Why should he still stand up? He simply gave up. Anyway, he was not prepared to use summons. If he had to fight, the shared lava lizards on the ground could withstand a few attacks, and there was still a great chance of winning, but he had to give his senior some face. The Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. And there is no reward for winning, and he has not prepared any equipment yet, so it is better to admit defeat. What did you say? Fu Zixia paused with a giant sword in his hand. He just felt that he had gained the advantage, and was ready to start attacking. But why did Han Yu suddenly admit defeat? This made him feel powerless, like punching cotton. According to his understanding of Han Yu still has many tricks that he has not used. Not to mention the summons, Han Yu's longbow, vines, etc., can cause him a lot of trouble. I admit defeat. Han Yu fell from the air, and repeated it again. Don't you still have many skills? Your bow and arrow, your vines. I only plan to use close combat. If I can't win in close combat, I will admit defeat. Han Yu said seriously, I won't admit defeat. Senior, you will beat me. Fu Zixia's face turned blue. He always felt that he couldn't breathe in his heart, and he felt a little short of breath. Of course not, but in fact, I lost. The summoning profession doesn't use summons, and it tied with me, and the level difference is so big. I admit defeat. Fu Zixia directly raised his hand to show his surrender. Fu Zixia didn't feel ashamed because he lost to a freshman. Han Yu did have the strength to beat him. No, senior. I lost and I lost. Han Yu thought that he didn't have any equipment that he could use, so he raised his hand. Where's the referee? Help me. Ah? The referee outside the field was enjoying the fight, but he didn't expect that the fight would come to an abrupt end when it was fierce, and both of them had to admit defeat. Seeing that the health of the two was almost the same, only about 60% of the health was left. He hesitated for a moment and said, the competition is over, Fu Zixia versus Han Yu, a draw. As the referee read out the results, the competition of this new and old duel was officially over in less than 5 minutes. But in the eyes of the audience, who wins and who loses is not as simple as it seems. Draw? Why? Yushin's summons are still useless. I feel that Yushin has a good chance of winning if he kills them again. One summon, only using melee, and a level 30 swordsman to fight to this extent, it should be considered that Yushin won if it can be a draw. Fu Zixia probably still has a lot of tricks that he hasn't used yet. After all, it's just a sparring match. I don't think there's anything wrong with this result. Who said that? I've been looking forward to it for 3 days, waiting for someone to get beaten up, but I didn't expect this to be the result. Only the audience got hurt. The faces of the freshmen were full of regret and confusion. In their opinion, Han Yu was about to make history, but he chose to give up when he was only 1 step away. But the faces of the sophomores were mostly solemn. They had all seen Fu Zixia take action. Fengyan Jujuan was Fu Zixia's most hidden skill. He rarely used it, but was forced out by Han Yu's moves. This shows that Han Yu is much stronger than they imagined. This strength is not what a level 20 player should be. Even among them, he is a top player. And this is when Han Yu did not use summons. If Han Yu exerted his full strength, it is estimated that few people could fight Han Yu head-on. Kong Yuan, what do you think now, if you fight with Han Yu? Hee, I just go easy on you, senior. Kong Yuan said calmly, if he can't beat him, then he can't beat him. He's used to being the second in command for almost a year. As for you, Pan Yuan, you probably just get played with if you go up there. Alas, I thought Fu Zixia was already perverted enough, but I didn't expect that each class is stronger than the last. Pan Yuan also sighed. Just a few minutes of fighting made the two feel inferior. As the battle ended, Han Yu and Fu Zixia exited the competitive dungeon. Fu Zixia hesitated for a moment and took out a scepter from his backpack, which was the heritage-level weapon he prepared for Han Yu. He watched the recent live broadcast of Han Yu, and Han Yu still used the Eye Scepter. This was originally a gift for you after defeating you, but unfortunately I lost, so I just take it as your trophy. Forget it, senior, my current weapon is quite useful. Han Yu raised his hand to refuse. The ice effect of the Eye Scepter is quite compatible with Bingling and Ellie, and he hasn't found any other suitable weapons for the time being. I originally thought it was quite suitable for you, and its characteristics are to extend the summoning time and improve professional skills, but now I feel that you don't need it much, and no monster of the same level can last too long in your hands. Wait! Senior, you are so kind. How can I bear to refuse? Thank you, Senior. I needed to extend the summoning time. An equipment that increases skill levels is a rare attribute. Hanyu immediately took the scepter handed to him and put it in his backpack, with an innocent smile from his junior on his face. As long as you think it's useful, although we tied in this game, I still want to remind you that the monsters outside the city are insidious and cunning. If you go to the front line in the future, you must not be careless. We have already had several classmates die. These should have been discussed after I won. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Hanyu knew that Fu Zisher was sincerely reminding him, and he was not dissatisfied with Hanyu because of losing face in the game. After a brief exchange, Hanyu and Fu Zisher walked off the stage. Hanyu was about to go back to the dormitory and take a good look at the attributes of the scepter, but a teacher of academic affairs walked behind him. Student Hanyu, Dean Zhangyi is looking for you, come with me. Teacher? Are you finally willing to see me? Hanyu turned around and followed him, wanting to ask why he hadn't seen him for 3 days. Chu Shua and others who were watching the game from a high place saw Hanyu was about to be brought over, and their faces, which were originally a little excited, turned cold again. If Hanyu had not joined the new bishop, with Hanyu's talent, he could have locked the first place among his peers in the top 10 colleges in the country. But Hanyu took a wrong path, bringing trouble to Nanjing University instead of honor. He is indeed a talent. Chong Peng, who had previously been very disdainful of Hanyu, could not help but sigh. He could also see that Hanyu did not use any professional abilities, but mainly relied on his own fighting skills to fight. Now even he began to agree with the previous statements. How could such a brilliant genius join the new bishop? This made them feel quite unreal. Chapter 165. Hanyu followed the academic affairs teacher to the viewing platform. There were only the deans of the 4 colleges and Chushua. There was also a man in a black windbreaker, all with a serious expression, watching Hanyu walk over. The man in the black windbreaker stared at Hanyu fiercely, as if he could see through Hanyu with just his eyes. Teacher. Hanyu felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange, but he still greeted Zhang Yi. You? Zhang Yi wanted to say something, but he didn't say it. Dean Zhang, you don't know their methods yet. If you say one more word, you will explode immediately. Let's take you back and search your soul. Chong Peng sneered, and he couldn't wait to take Hanyu away. He lurked inside Nanjing College, and became the first in the school. Maybe he could find some information about the day of sacrifice. Even though he was just feeling sorry for Hanyu's talent, when he calmed down, Habing and the entire Shanghai had only one attitude towards the new bishop: kill him if you see him. If it weren't for the fact that the Soul Search might have known some information, he would have even wanted to kill Hanyu on the spot. Alas. Zhang Yi also knew that there was no room for redemption, so he just sighed. Hanyu, you shouldn't have done that. After saying this, he looked up at the sky, waiting for Hanyu to be taken away. Hanyu looked at the attitudes of the crowd, and finally felt something from Chong Peng's tone. They seemed to have misunderstood, and the misunderstanding was quite big. Don't stay, come with me, Hanyu. Chong Peng stretched out his hand, and with a standard grab, he grasped Hanyu's wrist with 3 fingers. Chong Peng suddenly attacked, but after Hanyu guessed it, he was mentally prepared, and instantly shared Ai Li's talent. His strength surged, his wrist turned, and he grabbed Chong Peng's wrist with his backhand unexpectedly. 5 fingers exerted force, leaving 5 blood marks on the back of his hand. Chong Peng felt pain on his hand, and quickly pulled his hand away. What a great strength, he is indeed a genius. Chong Peng did not expect that Hanyu's summoning could have such power, and he suffered a loss due to carelessness. I advise you not to rush to do it. Hanyu's voice was cold. The man in the black windbreaker was obviously not from the school, but his strength was extremely strong. You still dare to do it. Chong Peng's face was fierce, and he grabbed the palm knife and slashed towards Hanyu's neck. A flesh palm, when Chong Peng exerted force, a wind blade appeared on the edge. If it slashed on Hanyu, he would be half dead if not dead. Just now, I have used all my strength in the grab. Players at the same level as me, or even level 30, cannot avoid bone injuries. But Chong Peng only broke some skin. Hanyu also knew that he was not his opponent, so he quickly took 2 steps back to leave a buffer space for evasion. But at this time, Chu Shua looked over, his eyes flashing with blue light, and his eyes brought about inexplicable fluctuations, which actually stopped Chong Peng's palm in the air, as if he was stuck in a quagmire, and he was in a dilemma. Captain Chong, before Hanyu was taken away, he was still a student of our Nanjing. We don't want to see the blood of our students. Principal Chu. Chong Peng's voice was dry. Okay, I won't hurt him in school. I take him away now. Knowing that he couldn't do anything in school, but after Hanyu took him back, he couldn't escape the consequences of soul searching. Seeing that Chong Peng finally gave up the attack, Hanyu had time to speak at this time. Principal, teacher, did you misunderstand something? There is no misunderstanding. Let me introduce myself first. Captain of the 3rd team of Black Ice in Zitsong City, Chong Peng. Hanyu, your story has been exposed. Black Ice? Hanyu understood most of it when he heard the name. His identity, as a member of the new bishop, was exposed. You suspect I am a member of the new bishop? Hanyu was dumbfounded on the spot. He was an undercover agent, but he almost died in the hands of his own people. Fortunately, he was given a chance to speak. If he had directly searched his soul, he would have become the undercover agent who died the most miserably. It's not suspicion, it's confirmation. Chong Peng looked at Hanyu with a disdainful look. You secretly exchanged the mutant crystals in the Cursed City, and took out a mutant crystal that had already been absorbed. You began to absorb the energy of the mutant crystal before that, and then when you changed your job, you subconsciously touched the inside of your wrist, where the new bishop's mark is. You thought of the new bishop when you changed your job, right? That's it? Are you sure I'm a member of the new bishop? Is it the cause of everything? Or when Hanyu changed his job, he was so surprised to see the new master's mark that he subconsciously touched the position of the mark, which aroused Chujua's suspicion. Afterwards, they checked Hanyu's previous battle videos and found more doubts, and basically confirmed Hanyu's identity. Isn't that enough? Then I tell you one more thing. Chong Peng paused. During the summer vacation, you went out again, and your target was the new bishop branch in Haicheng. But before you went, the team had been arrested. With so many coincidences together, how can people not be suspicious? Oh, not suspicion, but certainty. I know you can't tell any information about the new bishop, so we can only search your soul. Having said that, Habing really checked all of Hanyu's experiences, and even found out that Hanyu had been to the scene on the day when the Haicheng new bishop team was arrested. But you really misunderstood. Chong Peng said so many doubts, but Hanyu still looked calm, without a trace of panic. If it was before, Hanyu might still be a little worried, but now, he is also a person with an official background. Misunderstanding. If there is any misunderstanding, talk about it when you get to the branch. Chong Peng was about to step forward to capture again. Hanyu blocked himself with a palm. Habing is this level? No wonder he has never been able to infiltrate the new bishop. You know shit. If it weren't for your mark, the new bishop would have been eliminated long ago. Is that so? Then I show you how wrong you are. Hanyu took out his mobile phone and called Qin Qinghe's mobile phone. What's the point of calling? Do you think there's anyone who can save you at this point? Hanyu put his hand in front of him, signaling Chong Peng not to talk nonsense, and picked up the phone and put it to his ear. Then I give you a chance. Turn on the microphone. I want to see what the use of your call is. Chong Peng saw Hanyu's casual face without a trace of panic, and felt that the authority of Black Ice was challenged, but he did not stop it. He wanted to see what kind of backer was behind this Hanyu, who could save him when his identity as a new bishop member was exposed. As soon as he dialed, the call was immediately connected. The Black Ice headquarters had sent someone to set up a dedicated line for this number. Hello, Mr. Wei. Is there anything urgent? Hanyu had never heard Qin Qinghe's voice before, but from the tone, he knew that this was not the Qin Qinghe he was looking for. Let Qin Qinghe answer the phone. Hanyu said to him. Qin Qinghe? Chong Peng was stunned when he heard the name. Was it really the Qin Qinghe he knew? But how could the Director General be related to Hanyu? Before he came, he had investigated all of Hanyu's experiences clearly. Except Haicheng, Zitsong, and Ningguei, they had never been to other cities, and had never had any intersection with Habing. While waiting for Qin Qinghe to answer the phone, Hanyu stared at Chong Peng, mainly because he was afraid that if Chong Peng suddenly attacked, he would die without knowing how. Don't struggle. You want to call someone to save you in the name of the boss? If other members really come, we will be happy too late. Hanyu ignored him, and then, there was a hurried sound of footsteps on the other side of the phone. Hello, Mr. Wei, I'm Qin Qinghe. Is there any emergency? The voice came from the microphone, which made Chong Peng stunned. This voice seemed to be the chief director? He and Qin Qinghe had only met a few times, and he was not familiar with his voice. Mr. Wei, who is Mr. Wei? Is it Hanyu in front of him? Why does even the director have to be polite to him? Chong Peng felt that his brain was short-circuited. Fake, it must be a voice changer. Chong Peng couldn't connect Hanyu and Qin Qinghe together, and he was about to come up and grab the phone. Hanyu dodged sideways and said, Director Qin, I was caught by your people and said that I would be killed on the spot. It's difficult for me to do what you want me to do. What? He was caught by our people? Qin Qinghe on the opposite side was alert instantly. The first thing he thought of was that if he was caught, would Han Yu have been exposed in the new bishop? Such an important plan ended up in the hands of his own people. But he immediately reacted that Han Yu's intention did not seem to affect his lurking in the new bishop, and he should be able to continue. What's the matter? Can you tell me in detail? Qin Qinghe asked hurriedly. You tell your members yourself. He wants to kill me on the spot. Looking at Chong Peng on the opposite side, with a suspicious face, Han Yu was too lazy to explain more, and handed the phone over directly. Seeing Han Yu handing the phone over, Chong Peng hesitated for a while before taking it. He still thought in his heart that Han Yu was just acting. But the voice in the microphone was too similar to the chief director in his memory. Who are you? Qin Qinghe heard the phone change and asked again. Zisong City, Black Ice 03 Team Chong Peng. Chong Peng answered directly. Who are you? Chong Peng, I remember you. Qin Qinghe's voice softened, but he did not answer Chong Peng's question. My brother was a member of the Shanghai Frontline Combat Team. He died on a mission 3 years ago. After Black Ice's investigation, it is highly likely that he was led into an encirclement by the new bishop. I went to comfort you 3 years ago. Is he really the boss? You still remember me. Chong Peng did not expect the person on the other side to talk about what happened 3 years ago so easily. Chapter 166. Of course I remember. You insisted on being transferred to the front line, but were stopped by the team members. At this point, Chong Peng had already believed most of it, but how could Han Yu be related to the chief director of Having? Director, what is your code? Even though he had already believed most of it, Chong Peng still had to do the last step of verification. While speaking, he moved away from the viewing platform. Even though everyone here was absolutely trustworthy, some things could not be revealed. Qin Qinghe on the opposite side whispered his identity code and proved his identity again. Director. After confirming Qin Qinghe's identity, Chong Peng's whole body tensed up. Well, the one you caught is ours. Don't bother him. Let him go. By the way, I will trade you a black chess piece later and give it to Mr. Wei. But we have basically confirmed that he is a member of the new bishop. Even if the person on the other side was Qin Qinghe, Chong Peng was still convinced that his judgment was correct. Maybe one detail was just a misunderstanding, but Han Yu had many flaws. He is our undercover agent in the new bishop. He is the source of the information on the day of sacrifice. Whether we can get more information in the future depends on him. Don't expose his identity. Qin Qinghe revealed Han Yu's identity after confirming that there was no one else around Chong Peng. What? Impossible, Director. Chong Peng looked back at Han Yu with disbelief. This look should not be Qin Qinghe's illegitimate son. Director, you and I both know that since he has a mark on his body, he can't be an undercover agent. There is no need to perfunctory me with such a low-level excuse. If it is confidential, I can choose not to ask. He is a special case. For unknown reasons, he is not affected by the mark. He is also our only undercover who can go deep into the new bishop. I can't say anything else, but he passed on the information about the day of sacrifice at the risk of his life. Chong Peng listened to Qin Qinghe's explanation with his mouth wide open. There were only 4 words in his mind. How is it possible? A freshman is actually one of the most important hidden players of Black Ice, risking his life to pass on information about the day of sacrifice? And now he is the only source of information for Shanghai in the new bishop? This is more shocking than knowing that the first person from Nanjing University joined the new bishop. After all, in the past 80 years, many geniuses have joined the new bishop for various reasons. But as far as he knows, the only one who can be unaffected by the mark of the new bishop is Han Yu. Chong Peng naturally knows that if this is true, then how important Han Yu is to Black Ice and Shanghai. If he hadn't caught Han Yu by accident, this would not be a secret that he could access at all, and because of him, Han Yu's identity might be exposed. If this is the case, Chong Peng feels that dying 100 times is not enough. On the other side, Zhang Yi watched Chong Peng walk away nervously, and deliberately lowered his voice to talk, nodding from time to time. He showed an unbelievable expression. Finally, he couldn't help but say something to Han Yu. Han Yu, you shouldn't choose to join the new bishop when you can find me if you need any help. Han Yu looked at Zhang Yi in pain, and finally understood why he refused to see him for 3 days. Teacher, you misunderstood. I'm really not a member of the new bishop. Han Yu spread his hands, saying that I was really innocent. It's useless for you to say anything now. Having already has solid evidence. If he could, he would certainly choose to believe Han Yu. But the facts were already in front of him, and Han Yu could not refute them. Han Yu saw that it was useless for him to say anything, so he simply stopped talking and waited for Chong Peng to come back. Sure enough, as soon as they finished speaking, Chong Peng quickly came back. Ignoring the questioning eyes of everyone, Chong Peng walked quickly to Han Yu and stood still. Han Yu looked at Chong Peng's expression, and knew that Qin Qinghe had told him his identity. How about it, do you believe me? Han Yu looked at Chong Peng with a little provocation. His face was no longer as fierce as before, but full of apology. It seemed that Qin Qinghe had told him a lot. Chong Peng did not speak. After a few seconds of silence, he bowed deeply to Han Yu. This action stunned everyone. Even Han Yu himself did not expect it. He hadn't asked him to apologize yet. Why did he make it so grand? Perhaps thinking that one bow was not enough, Chong Peng looked at Han Yu and bent down again, his face full of solemnity and admiration, making people feel that he was going to say some heavy eulogy in the next second. Seeing that Chong Peng was still bowing, Han Yu hurriedly helped him up. What's wrong, Captain Chong? Are you sending me away? 3 consecutive bows, coupled with Chong Peng's expression and movements, always made Han Yu feel that he had died heroically, and he was mourning himself. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Chong Peng held Han Yu's outstretched hand, his face full of apology. A member of Black Ice in his 30s actually used you to refer to Han Yu, which made Han Yu feel a little uncomfortable. It's okay, since it's a misunderstanding, just talk it out. Han Yu wanted to ridicule Chong Peng just now, but these 3 bows made it difficult for Han Yu to continue to cause trouble. Han Yu is now curious about what Qin Qinghe said to him. Han Yu can think of him coming to apologize to him, but his expression and actions don't look like he was forced by the leader at all. In fact, Qin Qinghe didn't reveal too much, just said that Han Yu was lurking inside the new bishop and was the only reliable source of information on the day of sacrifice, but he could be discovered at any time. So in Chong Peng's eyes, Han Yu became a warrior who fed the tiger with his own body in order to obtain important information, and risked his own death to pass on the news. Even when he said the first message, Han Yu might have the belief that he would die. Looking at Han Yu's slightly childish face, Chong Peng felt his eyes wet and almost cried. In Black Ice, the hidden players who infiltrated various player organizations are the most admired. Now Chong Peng is very ashamed of his behavior just now, which led to the scene just now. What's going on? The crowd didn't expect things to develop in this direction. Wasn't it agreed that today was a must-catch game? Han Yu would definitely be taken back for Soul Search. How come it suddenly became Chong Peng apologizing and Han Yu reluctantly forgave him? It was Chuzhua who asked first, and Chong Peng wiped the tears that were about to flow from the corners of his eyes. He turned around and said, Principal Chu, this time we really misunderstood. Student Han Yu has nothing to do with the new bishop. We at Black Ice will believe him unconditionally. But Zhang Yi's eyes flickered between Chong Peng and Han Yu in disbelief. Although he didn't know what happened, things seemed to be developing in a good direction. No, but all the previous guesses were wrong. If anyone suspects Han Yu again, you can ask him to come to me. Chong Peng patted his chest while speaking, and directly used himself as a guarantee for Han Yu. Oh, and this. Chong Peng said, as he took out a black chess piece from his backpack and handed it to Han Yu. Director Qin asked me to apologize to you. He was not thoughtful enough. Next time if you encounter this situation again, you can take out this chess piece, or say the code on the chess piece, and drip a drop of your blood, and it will be officially activated. In addition, this chess piece can mobilize 2 5-man Black Ice teams. Please keep it, Han Yu. Hidden chess piece? Chuzhua narrowed his eyes. What did Han Yu do to become a hidden chess piece of Black Ice? And it looked like a high-level chess piece. The black chess piece looked small, but it had a heavy feel, and was smooth. Only the back was engraved with 11 codes such as S11.XXXX, which was the one Qin Qinghe had just traded to Chong Peng. Well, thank you. Then Chong Peng also left his contact information. Student Han Yu, if you encounter any problems in Zisong City, you can find me, and He Bing will do its best to solve them for you. Seeing that Zhang Yi was still asking questions, Chong Peng just waved his hand. I'm sorry, Deans, Principal Chu, I can't say much about other things. But as for Student Han Yu's identity, we, the entire He Bing, will guarantee him, so don't worry. I hope you will forgive me for disturbing you today. After saying that, he bowed deeply, did not stay, and turned to leave. Although no new bishop members were caught today, knowing that He Bing finally had a real undercover in the new bishop, Chong Peng couldn't help getting excited. Seeing Chong Peng refuse to answer the question, everyone could only look at Han Yu. Han Yu put the black chess piece into his backpack. Confidential, Can't say, can't say. Anyway, you are not a member of the new bishop, right? Zhang Yi saw that Han Yu obviously didn't want to answer the question, so he could only answer this sentence. Of course not. Do I need to join the new bishop? I am so talented that I don't need to join the new bishop. Teacher, you underestimate me too much. That's good. I thought you were possessed by a ghost and suddenly chose to join the new bishop. Zhang Yi's nervous face finally returned to normal. That's right. I said the principal was wrong. How could Han Yu join the new bishop? Qiu Huaqing waved his hand and threw all the pots on Chuzhua. He and Zhu Sun were the last to know the news. At first, they thought the principal was joking, but in the face of evidence, they also agreed with Chuzhua's statement. Zhong Ro coughed lightly, and Qiu Huaqing, who realized that he had spoken out of turn, hurriedly covered his mouth. Chuzhua didn't care and said, Han Yu, we did misunderstand you this time. New bishops are indeed not something you can take lightly. I hope you can understand. Chuzhua was relieved to hear Chang Peng confirm that Han Yu was not a member of the new bishops. This is a great thing for Nanjing University and Han Yu. Otherwise, even if they found an excuse that Han Yu was out, a freshman who had just enrolled for less than a month disappeared like this, which would inevitably cause all kinds of speculation. Well, I understand. Han Yu felt a little helpless, but he didn't have too much resentment. But after misunderstanding him for 3 days, he shouldn't be compensated for it. Chapter 167. After all, to some extent, he had joined the new bishop, and his subconscious action of touching his arm was indeed very suspicious. It was right for him to be suspected. The school had done its best to let him finish the competition before arresting him. Well, I hope you understand. Chuzhua nodded. You should also pay attention to your own safety. What you did was probably full of dangers. He had seen the hidden chest more than once, and several times when he saw it, it was already a pile of fragments. When the holder died, the flag would automatically break. After being taken out of the backpack, the chest piece could also activate the positioning program, allowing Black Ice to quickly determine the location of the hidden chest piece. I will. Han Yu did not intend to be Black Ice's hidden chest piece all the time. He just encountered it this time. And the matter was serious, and he really had no way to convince himself to refuse. After the day of sacrifice, whoever wanted to be the hidden chest piece could do it. Teacher Ying said before that you will be rewarded with a magic weapon when you win the first place in the national competition, right? I give it to you in advance. When we go to the compound later, let Teacher Zhang take you to pick one. Okay. Just take a magic weapon. The principal's compensation is greater than I thought. Chuzhua not only compensated Han Yu, but also proved that Han Yu's identity was not a problem, and his own talent was worthy of the school's investment in him. It's just a level 20 magic weapon, which is nothing to the school. After several deans left, only Zhang Yi and Han Yu were left on the viewing platform. Let's go. I take you to get the magic weapon and change your job by the way. Zhang Yi also stood up and left. Changing job? Didn't you refuse my job change? You brat. Are you looking for a fight? Zhang Yi's face tensed, but he relaxed instantly and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you really scared me. You almost died. But fortunately, Zhang Yi strode out, feeling much more relaxed than when he came. Han Yu followed immediately, but stopped again as soon as he started. Just now, he received a message from the game. See you Sheng. In 3 days, I will arrive in Zitsong City and reach level 20 as soon as possible. I will take you to complete the job change ceremony. Si Yusheng is the ID of the new bishop priest who is coming to Zitsong City. He is coming, which means that the day of sacrifice is not far away, and the first thing he comes is to see me. Speaking of which, how did you make them believe that you are not a member of the new bishop? There is so much evidence in front of you, even I almost believe it. Zhang Yi is in a good mood now, and asked casually. Who said I'm not? Han Yu, who was walking behind Zhang Yi, said grimly. Zhang Yi, who had been relaxed, had his hair standing on end. He turned around suddenly, and stared at Han Yu. If Han Yu was really a new bishop, he would send Black Ice back to Han Yu again. But he reacted instantly. You kid, are you kidding me? Han Yu didn't say anything, but pulled up his sleeves. A golden line emerged, extending from the wrist, and 2 entangled thin lines appeared at the end. You? Zhang Yi stared at Han Yu with black flames on his body. Teacher, you still don't believe me, come and talk while walking. Han Yu put down his sleeves, and the golden line disappeared little by little. But Zhang Yi didn't relax. What's going on? I'm just Black Ice's spy and the new bishop. I joined the new bishop to pass on information. Impossible. Zhang Yi's reaction was exactly the same as Chang Peng's just now. He naturally knew the means of the new bishop's mark. Let's talk about it when we get to the compound. In the office, Zhang Yi listened to Han Yu's explanation of most of the ins and outs. He was silent for a while, and finally accepted all the information. You are the chosen one of God, and your job transfer is deification. How can there be so many coincidences? But this just shows that you are the one chosen by Mr. Su Lan, Zhang Yi said slowly. The chosen one? What does that mean? Mr. Su Lan seemed to have anticipated that he would disappear, or rather, he disappeared on his own initiative. He once left a letter to Mr. Su. Part of the letter reads, Xiao Feng, if I disappear one day and never come back, it means that I have not found the answer. You need to find a summoner with outstanding talent, at least the same as me, no, better than me, and guide him to my path. Then let him continue to find the answer. I can feel that this answer is crucial. Unfortunately, since Mr. Su Lan left, let alone finding a player with more talent than him, there is no one who can match him. This matter has gradually been forgotten, but Mr. Su has always kept it in mind. Until Mr. Su felt that he no longer had the energy to continue looking, and handed the matter to me. I originally thought that according to the current professional strength ranking, it would be difficult to meet a summoner with more talent than him, or this letter was just Mr. Su looking for a successor, until we met you. So, I am the one chosen by Su Lan? From now on, it can only be you. Han Yu didn't understand what Su Lan meant, nor did he know whether the person described in the letter was himself. After all, his talent was not outstanding. What made him stand out was mainly the talent that the system brought. Can I see the letter? Han Yu asked. Zhang Yi was silent for a while, and said, Not for now. You can't read some of the information in it for now. When the time comes, I will naturally give you the original. Okay. Han Yu didn't ask any more. There might be a lot of Su Lan's guesses about the so-called answers on it, but Zhang Yi didn't want to give it to him. There must be a reason why he couldn't read it. And Zhang Yi's words also made Han Yu understand that he didn't show any talent for the secondary profession, but Zhang Yi was so enthusiastic to let him enter the courtyard and change his job to an enchanter. And since entering the school, he has been helping Han Yu a lot, precisely because he thinks Han Yu is Su Lan's next summoner. Let's talk about your business first. How are you going to get through the priest level? He will definitely let you switch to a degenerate profession. Don't worry about that. Who said that deification is not a degenerate profession? Anyway, just explain it, and I clearly saw the mark representing the new master when I changed my job. Even Shanghai has no precedent. The new bishop is likely to be unaware of the existence of the deification job change. Moreover, the new bishop changed his job in Zisong City. It is impossible for him to make the job change record public. It depends on his own explanation when he waits for more than 10,000. But before that, Han Yu has to solve the problem of the anthropomorphic mask. I need to strengthen the effect of this anthropomorphic mask, so that I can at least maintain the mask in front of a level 45 player. The priest is at least a level 40 player. If the main energy is added, Han Yu with a mask is afraid that he will be seen through instantly. Yes, but after the enhancement, your attributes may not be used. Don't worry, my energy attribute has been added. Chapter 168. What do you mean by adding it? Zhang Yi didn't react. What did Han Yu mean? Anyway, I have a way to improve my energy attribute, although not much. It can be regarded as one of my talents awakened at level 20. New talent? Zhang Yi nodded. There are not many talents that can increase their attributes, but they are not rare. The function is equivalent to increasing the numerical damage of damage, which is not too rare. What is your current energy attribute? 40 points of energy. If you add equipment, it can reach 45 points. Well, it's still a lot, but it's a pity that this talent is not very useful in the later stage. Zhang Yi nodded. He thought it was just a one-time increase in attributes, and was not too surprised. Han Yu didn't explain it either. If he said too much, it would be more difficult for him to explain. Let me re-enchant the mask for you. It's still a bit difficult to make it invisible to level 40 players. After accepting the mask handed over by Han Yu, Zhang Yi couldn't help but remind him, even if your face is completely hidden, with your level, you are dancing on the edge of a knife when you move inside the new bishop. From your teacher's perspective, you shouldn't go. But I am the only one who has this ability, and this is also my responsibility. Han Yu didn't really want to go. Although he could get a lot of crystals, there would always be attribute points by brushing more copies. There was no need to risk his life. He never thought of a selfless person, but the original owner's parents died in the demon tide, and after he crossed over, he also relied on voluntary training to go to Haicheng No. 1 middle school. Now the responsibility fell on his shoulders, and he had no reason to actively escape. It's good that you have this awareness, but it's better to be careful. Come on, I take you to see the equipment. Zhang Yi stood up and walked out the door. If you were just an ordinary level 20 attribute, I think there would be only one artifact scepter in the warehouse that would suit you best, but now I remember there is another piece of equipment that suits you very well. The principal said that you can choose, but in fact, there is nothing to choose from artifacts that suit your level. Most of the powders are bound and cannot be traded, and most of them are supplied to the battlefield. After all, the attributes of the powder at level 20 are not much different from those of purple equipment above level 30. Level 30 players are the main force on the front battlefield. Equipment suitable for players at levels 30 to 40 has also become the most in demand, and the price has almost doubled. After the equipment is severely damaged, it cannot even be repaired and can only be reforged. Of course, a larger part of it will remain on the battlefield forever, or in the dungeon. Of course, this doubling of equipment price does not include summoner equipment. There are fewer high-level summoner players, and even if there are almost no forgers, the number of equipment produced by dungeons alone is overflowing. Han Yu followed Zhang Yi to the storage warehouse in the compound and walked into the first room. Zhang Yi took out a string of pendants and handed it to Han Yu. This is the powder that I said might be suitable for you. Han Yu took it. The pendant crystal was only the size of a thumb. The black and red colors on the crystal were entangled together, which was not the pure color of common equipment. Heart of balance, accessory, necklace. Quality, artifact. Magic defense, 375 to 385. Strength plus 3. Constitution plus 3. Vitality plus 3. Agility plus 3. Trait 1. Energy reversal, active skill after use. Within 10 seconds, you can choose to convert all physical damage to be sustained into magic damage, or convert magic damage into physical damage, and gain 10% damage reduction. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Trait 2. All round, active skill after use, for attributes are improved to the same as the highest attribute, lasting for 1 minute. Cooling, 10 minutes. Wearing requirements, energy greater than 40. Although the quality is a divine weapon, there are only 2 traits, but they are all active skills, but this skill really makes Han Yu's eyes light up. Zhang Yi also said, this artifact is not suitable for any specific profession, and the attribute bonus it provides is not low. Many people have come to see it. The reason why it is still here is that its characteristics are too poor. It is actually a very stupid idea to blindly pursue balance in battle. Although Trait 2 can instantly increase dozens of attributes, it is far less than the improvement brought by equipment of the same level for other professional players. The first trait is similar. The damage after conversion is still damage. So this equipment looks a bit useless, and has been in this warehouse for a long time. But after you share your talents, you can pull up all your attributes, and then use your messy weapons to attack the enemy in turn. In addition, there is another artifact scepter. You can come here to see it. Han Yu nodded. It was indeed the case. After sharing talents, he could use omnipotence and play freely. But Han Yu was not interested in trait 2, but the first trait. Damage conversion. What a perverted skill. For others, this may be a more useless skill. After all, the damage after conversion is still damage. But for Han Yu, this is a magical skill. The magic skin of the elemental dragon is naturally 80% magic damage reduction. If the energy reversal is used, he will reduce all monster damage by 80%. During this period, he is the most tanky output in the team. That's it, teacher. No need to look at the others. Han Yu nodded directly. This kind of artifact is considered an artifact. He is not interested in the other scepter. Fu Zisher just gave him a heritage level scepter, which is enough for the time being. You decide. I also think this equipment is more suitable for you. Han Yu happily took the pendant. This was a pleasant surprise. Being misunderstood and getting an artifact, where can you find such a good thing? After separating from Zhang Yi, Han Yu first checked the heritage level equipment that Fu Zisher prepared for him, called the Ascension Scepter. Ascension Scepter, main weapon, scepter. Physical attack, 55 to 75. Magic damage, 278 to 308. Energy plus 3. Trait 1, Ascension, Summoner Professional Skills, Flame Totem level plus 1. If the Flame Totem level is 3, the amplification attribute is increased by 50%. Trait 2, Intimacy, the duration of all summoned creatures of the wearer is increased by 20%. Energy 30 can be equipped. It is indeed the same as what Fu Zisher said, it can extend the duration of summons. For Han Yu's current summoning time, it can be extended by about 5 minutes. After the Flame Totem is upgraded to level 3, the increase is also changed to Strength plus 5 and Constitution plus 5. However, The attributes of this equipment surprised Hanyu a little. It is almost twice as much as the Eye Scepter, and the damage of summons will be increased accordingly. Even if there are many equipments on the trading market, it is possible to find such outstanding attributes, which means that this is really the equipment specially selected by Fu Zisher. Chapter 169. After putting away the equipment, Hanyu contacted Qin Qinghe again. Hanyu called. The person who answered the phone was Qin Qinghe, who probably expected Hanyu to call. Mr. Wei, is the matter resolved? It has been resolved. He probably knew that his real identity had been registered in the Black Ice file, but Qin Qinghe still chose to call his pseudonym. This time, it was mainly because your identity was kept secret, and they didn't know it, so this misunderstanding happened. And it was also our negligence. We are so sorry that we didn't give you something that can prove your identity in advance. Even though he knew Hanyu's identity through Changpeng, Qin Qinghe still maintained his usual polite attitude. After knowing that Hanyu was a student, Qin Qinghe not only did not look down on him, but valued him more. As for not giving Hanyu a hidden card before, it was not a so-called negligence, but he still had some doubts about the so-called Ripper identity. After all, having the identity of a hidden card means being a core member of Black Ice, and it is not something that can be obtained by talking. I didn't pay attention and exposed too many details. Hanyu had no experience as a spy before, and he had no awareness of the new bishop members in school. I just received news from the new bishop. The priest will arrive in Zitsong City in 5 days, and will meet me then. The voice on the other side disappeared temporarily. The priest is coming, which means that the day of sacrifice is approaching, and they don't even know what the day of sacrifice is. It's impossible to rely on a priest to cause damage in Zitsong City, but it is said that there is another priest coming, but there is no news at all. Hearing that the other party did not reply, Hanyu said again, I tricked him into his position, and you find a way to kill him, or I continue to get the exact date of the sacrifice. Hanyu, I know this may be dangerous for you, but... Qin Qinghe still called out Hanyu's name. If the other party was just a Ripper, Qin Qinghe could think that he was buying intelligence. But the other party was just a student who had just entered college, and he had the right to refuse his request. Don't say that, just tell me your plan. Hanyu interrupted Qin Qinghe's words. Since he had made a decision, Hanyu would no longer be timid. You still need to know more information, otherwise even if we kill the priest, we don't know the location of the priest, let alone what the so-called sacrifice day is. Okay, I will get the news as soon as possible and contact you then. Well, tell us the meeting place in advance. If you encounter danger, crush the chess piece and our members will arrive in 2 minutes. Do you need anything else? 40 mutant crystals. Hanyu still has 400 points of free storage in the storage pool this week, and it will be refreshed next week. It will be a waste if it is not used. This? Qin Qinghe on the opposite side was stunned for a moment. Why does he want mutant crystals again? Last time, it was because Hanyu asked for 20 mutant crystals that Qin Qinghe was more cautious and thought that the other party must be a fallen profession. But now Hanyu's true identity has been exposed, but he still wants such a large number of mutant crystals, which makes Qin Qinghe confused. Mutated crystals have always been under the most stringent control. On the one hand, they are very tempting to low-level players. On the other hand, the consumption is high, but the output is not much. It can only rely on killing mutants, and the only 3 mineral veins. And this kind of mineral vein will continue to breed high-level monsters next to it. If you think the intelligence is not valuable enough, I can pay for it. Hanyu heard Qin Qinghe hesitated and added. Thinking about it, although he said that he risked his life, he had not yet obtained any useful intelligence, but the equipment and crystals he took from Black Ice for the first time were already tens of millions. This time it was 40 million again, and 1 million was the price of forced recycling. The real price of mutant crystals is probably far more than 1 million, so it is normal for the other party to hesitate. No, we will definitely deliver what you need. Hanyu, you are not a fallen job changer, right? I just want to remind you that you can't absorb too much of this thing, it will affect your brain in the end. Qin Qinghe was afraid that Hanyu would go astray, and reminded him. Don't worry, I didn't absorb it myself, I have another use. Hanyu replied. Okay, but I also need some application reports for the 40 mutant crystals. I will trade them to you before 6 p.m. That's it. I'll let you know when there's news. Hanyu hung up the phone, thinking that he would have to worry about money in the future. The attribute points provided by the mutant crystals will probably become an important source for him to increase his attribute points. But it takes 5 million to buy a little, so he can only get more from Habing this time. Hanyu can indeed absorb mutant crystals, but the mutant energy he absorbs is purified by system feedback, without pollution or harm. At 4 p.m., Han Yu received the mutant crystals from Qin Qinghe. His true identity has been exposed, so he no longer hides his ID. Holding 40 mutant crystals in his hand, a strange fluctuation occurred in the room. Even substantial energy appeared at the gathering place, as if urging Han Yu to absorb them quickly. After absorbing them, he could gain powerful strength. Absorb. Han Yu was not bewitched by the mutant energy at all, and converted all the crystals into attribute points. 400 points of purification and 8 points of self-use attribute points, Han Yu added all of them to energy. Looking at Han Yu's own attributes, it is estimated that he is almost comparable to a naked level 30 mage. Unfortunately, Han Yu does not have too many offensive skills, but the poisonous damage of the poison hunting longbow will be greatly improved. In the next few days, Han Yu postponed the upgrade because he was about to meet the priest. If he was level 20, he could still say that he worked hard to upgrade. If the level was too high, it might cause unnecessary suspicion. But even so, Han Yu still got 40 attribute points and upgraded to level 21. Elemental Dragon Energy plus 30, strengthen the dragon's breath again, and store 3 breaths before the battle. After having the Heart of Balance, Han Yu was determined to raise his father, and was determined to raise the Elemental Dragon into the most powerful summon on his side. Ellie's Strength plus 10, continue to strengthen her strength. Relying on the 8 points of energy exchanged and the upgraded scepter, the summon can be maintained for about 20 minutes. In addition, Han Yu also strengthened the Heart of Balance and the upgraded scepter by 5, and strengthened the attributes again. On the 5th day, wearing the enhanced anthropomorphic mask, he went to meet the priest who had just arrived in Zisong City on time. Death is life. In the villa that he had been to before, Han Yu was saluting a man in front of him, and others were standing beside him. After raising his head, Han Yu began to look at the new bishop priest. His face was pale, and there was a cold breath. Chapter 170. I think he is in the apartment. He didn't hide his aura deliberately. He didn't look like a living person sitting there. Stretch out your wrist for me to see. Han Yu looked at him quietly, and the priest called Han Yu over directly. Han Yu walked forward and handed over his wrist. With a thought, a golden line emerged, and at the end of it, a faint yellow and blue mark appeared. Huh? Han Yu didn't notice it before. It was just a golden line before, but now there are 2 yellow and blue marks in the mark. It's really God's choice, and the talent is not bad. The priest forced a smile on his stiff face. How many levels are you? Just reached level 20. Well, you're working hard. The priest nodded. It's all the support of the captain and the brothers and sisters in the team. They helped us a lot. Han Yu looked at Shueshan Chijio and others who were sitting respectfully beside him. After all, he had received a lot of money, so he should say a few good words in front of the priest. Han Yu just found out that Zhang Lin was not here, probably because the priest had no intention of seeing him. It was mainly Zhao Yi's efforts, and we just helped a little. Shueshan immediately smiled and said to the priest, Well, your team is pretty good. I will ask for credit for you later. Let's take him to transfer his job today, and I will take him to the headquarters after the matter is over. The priest nodded. He heard that a god had chosen someone here, so he immediately came to the station of this team. Okay, priest, I will perform the ceremony for him now. Shueshan responded immediately. Then he took Han Yu to the previous basement, and there was another strange ceremony, and then Han Yu felt the influence of the new master again. You have been affected by the power of Cuckoo, and have been converted into attribute points. The storage pool is full, and the attribute points are dissipated. Damn it. Han Yu felt pain in his heart. He shouldn't have used up the storage capacity so quickly. Now he can't even get the wool of the new master. But the wool of this new master is too irregular. It seems that he will have to try more at any time in the future. But before coming, Han Yu had already prepared for the battle. He must increase his combat power to the maximum. There is no need to take risks for these attribute points. Han Yu didn't feel sad for too long. After a ceremony, Han Yu was taken to the entrance of the job transfer of the nearby Rift group. Shueshan handed over a bag of materials. Go, when you transfer out, you can become our official member. Then we will be a real family. Okay. Han Yu nodded vigorously, looking impatient, and strode into the door of the job transfer entrance. Shueshan watched Han Yu disappear at the entrance, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He was originally cold, but when he met Han Yu, a newcomer with great talent who would become a priest soon, he tried his best to smile. Captain, when do you think Han Yu can become a priest? Chijio asked as he watched Han Yu enter. It will be faster than me anyway. Shueshan said with a little resentment, my upgrade is almost stagnant now. I can't get too many level 30 dungeon qualifications, and I can't go back to the rear. I can only do some low-level dungeons. Don't worry, Captain. After the day of sacrifice, this will be our rear. At that time, we can do high-level dungeons whenever we want. Guigi beside him licked the corner of his mouth. The arrival of the priest meant that the day of sacrifice was not far away, and each of them could not suppress their desire. I still want to return to the Grand Church, which is the most suitable place for me. Shueshan shook his head. After becoming the rear, he might not be able to defend this place, so it was safest to return to the Grand Church. The way to let Shueshan return to the Grand Church quickly now was to leave Hanyu just now. While they were talking, Hanyu stepped into the job transfer copy again. Once he entered the copy, it was still a huge square, but all the job transfer entrances in front of it were covered with a film, indicating that he could not enter. Either take out the job transfer scroll, forget all the level 20 professional skills, and transfer again, or he could only stay here for 15 minutes and be forced out by the system. Hanyu naturally did not have a job transfer scroll. He put the materials given to him by Shueshan into the bag, sat cross-legged, and waited for time to pass. As for the clearance video, this is in Zisong City. No matter how bold the new bishop is, he dare not broadcast the job transfer video live. Outsiders can't see what Hanyu did inside. However, the only thing to explain is why his job transfer was not to the degenerate job, but to the so-called deified job. Hanyu had no answer to this question. If he didn't know, he would let the new bishop explain. Anyway, he saw the mark of the new bishop during the job transfer. He knew nothing about it, and felt that this job was stronger than the degenerate job. At the same time, he was guided by the new master and chose the deified job transfer. This seemed too risky, but this deified job transfer did carry the mark of the new master and must be related to the new master. Maybe Hanyu could get information about the deified job from the new bishop. 15 minutes later, Hanyu staggered out of the dungeon. Shueshan, who looked calm, rushed over first. What's wrong, Zhao Yi? Did the job transfer go smoothly? No, there was a little problem. Hanyu's face was worried, but there was also a faint excitement. Ah? Shueshan was stunned for a moment. He just asked casually, how could there be a problem? What could be wrong with the job transfer? Could it be that he was kicked out after 15 minutes because he had not brushed the job transfer dungeon? It's okay, come again next time. I have a good equipment here, you should be able to use it. It's just a job transfer dungeon. Shueshan, who thought he understood, patted his chest and was determined to help Hanyu pass the dungeon. As he said that, he took out a breastplate from his backpack, which was shining with purple light, and handed it to Hanyu. This inherited breastplate can greatly improve defense. When the time comes, you can just wear it and push through it. The level 20 job transfer dungeon is not difficult, don't be discouraged. Thank you, Captain. Hanyu looked at the breastplate and put it in his backpack. But actually I have passed the job transfer dungeon. Hanyu put away the breastplate and calmed down before saying, Ah? Shueshan hadn't taken back his hand yet, and he felt empty. Then you passed. Why did you take my equipment? Before Shueshan asked, Hanyu continued, but I didn't change my job to the fallen class. Huh? As soon as Hanyu said this, Shueshan immediately forgot about the equipment. What's the matter, Zhao Yi? Are you crazy? If you don't change your job to the fallen class, the mark will disappear, and you will never be able to enter the core of the new bishop. But it's not an ordinary profession, but a path called the deification profession. I saw the mark of the new master, and then I chose it. Captain, have you heard of this path? The deification profession path? Shueshan was about to get angry, but Hanyu said a new word. He kept recalling in his mind that he had never heard of any deification profession. Never heard of it, you are not lying to me. Shueshan looked at Hanyu suspiciously. Really, there are too many people here, let's go back and talk about it. He walked into the apartment, looking anxious. Hey, what about my equipment? Shueshan was about to ask, but he saw that Hanyu had left them a few meters away, so he could only hurry to catch up. In the apartment, the priest looked at the people who hurried over and laughed. You came back very quickly. Hanyu, come here and let me see. Master Priest, there are some problems with Hanyu's job change. He did not change to a puppeteer. Shueshan spoke to Hanyu first. What do you mean, Hanyu? You don't want to join the new bishop? The priest stared at Hanyu with a cold look. According to him, he saw a new job transfer path during the job transfer process, the deification job transfer. Under the guidance of the new master, he chose the deification job transfer. Bullshit! The priest was full of death. I have never heard of any deification job transfer path. Zhao Yi, are you lying? When the priest looked over, Hanyu felt cold all over, and an invisible air pressure was pressing on him. The atmosphere in the apartment suddenly became cold, and Shueshan and the others also became tense, hoping that the priest would not vent his anger on him. It won't capsize, will it? Could it be that the so-called deification job change has nothing to do with the new bishop? It's impossible, there is a mark. Seeing that the priest didn't believe it at all, Hanyu was a little panicked, ready to crush the hidden chess piece at any time and share the talent at the same time. But he finally restrained himself and said in a trembling voice, "No, priest, I really chose it under the guidance of the new master." The priest looked at Hanyu's face, and his expression didn't seem to be fake, but it was a little stiff, which really looked like a puppeteer. "Come here." Hanyu was ready to share the elemental dragon talent, plus the skill of the heart of balance, ready to escape at any time. He walked closer to the priest step by step and stretched out his wrist again. The gold line on it was still there, without any sign of fading. The mark didn't fade, and it seemed that there was no difference. "Tell me what happened." Hanyu looked at Si Yoshing's expression that was gradually calming down, and finally felt that there was room for recovery. He exaggerated what happened when he changed his job. Including but not limited to, he heard a murmur from an unknown source, asking him to choose the deified job. Although he didn't know whose voice it was, he felt very close to it. On the job change path, he saw the mark of the new master, which made him feel like he was back home. Anyway, the job change to deification was not his choice, but the choice made by the new master. Anyway, they said that the chosen one can communicate with the new master, so it should be reasonable for him to be guided by the new master to change his job. After he finished speaking, the whole living room fell into silence. Until Hanyu raised his head, the priest pointed to the sky with one hand, and the others did the same. "Praise the new master." The 5 people chanted together. "That, Master Priest, what's going on with me?" Hanyu also learned to praise, and continued to ask with a confused look. "I have never heard of the deified profession, but it seems to have an indelible connection with my master. I need to contact the headmaster." The priest did not answer his question, but logged into the game and began to contact the headmaster he mentioned. After a long time, the priest opened his eyes, and looked at Hanyu with eyes that were no longer suspicious, but shining. He took a deep breath, looked at Hanyu and said, "Yes, you will stay with me for the next few days, and I will take you back to the headquarters later." Is there really a deified job transfer? Is it stronger than an ordinary profession? Hanyu's excitement was beyond words, and it seemed that he finally let go of his hanging heart. Well, it's stronger than ordinary professions, and also stronger than fallen professions. You can rest assured. Come sit over here. Don't worry about anything in the future. The new bishop will be your home in the future, and will protect you unconditionally. The priest, who just didn't believe Hanyu at all, now tried his best to force a smile on his stiff face. "Shueshan, how is the fruit?" After comforting Hanyu, the priest asked. "It will be ripe tomorrow. I will complete the 13th task as soon as possible." Shueshan bowed immediately and said, "Well, as soon as possible, we only have 3 days. "Yes, priest." 3 days? Hanyu's eyes lit up. Finally, there was a specific time. The unconscious words of Si Yuxing should be the time when the day of sacrifice officially started. "Zhao Yi, come up with me. You just changed your job, so you probably don't know a lot of information. I explain it to you." He stood up and asked Hanyu to follow him upstairs. "Ah, Master Priest, no need, Captain, just tell me." Hanyu quickly refused. This guy looked like a puppeteer. What if he wanted to turn himself into a puppet because he thought he had good talent? "Zhao Yi, if the priest tells you to go up quickly." Shueshan heard Hanyu cue him again, and this time he was not surprised, but frightened. "Take him with you to disobey the priest's order. If you have good talent, don't let me get involved. Come up with me. There are some things that your captain doesn't know." Si Yusheng didn't show any emotion, but just stopped to wait for Hanyu, and then repeatedly invited Hanyu to go upstairs. "Okay, thank you, priest." Having said that, Hanyu couldn't refuse. However, if the priest attacked him, he was still confident that he could hold on for a few minutes until the Black Ice people came. "You have a good relationship with the team members, right?" When going upstairs, the priest said lightly, which made the members of Shueshan's 4-member team immediately stand on end. "Of course, the captain and the others have always taken good care of me. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have been able to reach level 20 so quickly." "Well, that's good." The priest didn't respond further, and disappeared to the 2nd floor with Hanyu. Seeing the priest and Hanyu go up to the 2nd floor, Shueshan breathed a sigh of relief, still thinking about what the priest said just now. "At first, I thought Hanyu was going to die, but now it seems that the priest's attitude seems to be more enthusiastic. I didn't go there in person just after the job change, but now I have to explain the knowledge after the job change to Hanyu in person. It's just the second job change. What knowledge can I explain? No matter how Shueishan looks at it, he feels that the priest wants to get closer to Hanyu just like he did before. I just don't know what the priest asked just now. Captain, what did the priest mean just now? Is it because of that kid Zhao Yi that the priest wants to trouble us? Seeing Hanyu being taken up, Yi couldn't help it. The priest just stopped to say one more word. What is the deep meaning of it? Don't think too much. What the priest said has nothing to do with us. Just do your best. Shueishan closed his eyes. He didn't know what the priest meant. But Hanyu at least said something good for him just now. There shouldn't be any consequences. Don't think too much. Maybe he wants us to go to the headmaster together, because he sees that we have a good relationship with Hanyu. Yeah, it's possible. I think Xiao Yi is really lucky. It's okay to change his job casually. Yi naturally saw that the priest treated him differently. Fortunately, Hanyu did not change his job and fell, and the others were still polite. Okay, how long will it take for Zhang Lin to reach level 20? Shueishan interrupted the team member's guess and asked. 2 days, that's what he said. Yi replied quickly. It's useless to bring him 2 days after so many times. Let him come. He must reach level 20 tomorrow. I can't wait. Okay, Captain, I contact him now. Master Priest, when can I go to the headquarters? I heard from the captain that the headquarters is much better than here. Hanyu followed the priest. Judging from the priest's attitude just now, he should be safe for the time being. He asked cautiously. After 3 or 4 days, everything here will be over. I will take you back to the headquarters in person. Si Yusheng mentioned 3 or 4 days again, which made Hanyu reaffirm his judgment. After 3 days. Will the day of sacrifice be over? Master Priest, what exactly is the day of sacrifice? Who will be sacrificed? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Aren't you more curious about your deification job change than the day of sacrifice? As he spoke, Si Yusheng opened the door and walked in first. Come in, I tell you. Hanyu didn't expect the topic to go so fast. He just wanted to know what the day of sacrifice was. Is it so difficult? Of course I want to know. What exactly is the deification job change? Hanyu could only shift his interest to the deification job change. This is about him, and he is also interested. Seeing Si Yusheng like this, it seems that the new bishop does know some news about the deification and job transfer. Son of God. Si Yusheng said 2 words lightly, looking at the reaction on Hanyu's face. You will be the son of God of our new bishop in the future. At the same time, thousands of miles away, in a high mountain, stood an ancient palace built of huge stone pillars. The palace was extremely tall, and did not seem to be built for humans. But in it, there were several ant-like humans sitting at the table. Or most of them were just humanoids, and their bodies were more like humanoid mutants of copies. One of them said first, "The Son of God has appeared." "The new chosen one?" someone asked. "Not the chosen one, but the Son of God." The man repeated. "What is the Son of God?" The person sitting at the end spoke. More than 80 years ago, the Pope received a prophecy that the Son of God would appear one day and walk the world on behalf of the new Lord, and he would be able to use all the power of the new Lord. And the characteristic of the Son of God is that his career path is not an ordinary path, not a degenerate path, but a deification path. Now we have found this Son of God. After the explanation, the conference table fell into a brief silence. More than 80 years ago, it was a long time ago. Most of the people in the new bishops did not live long. If they did not use special methods to prolong their lives, few of them would live to the age of 60. Then what can he bring to us? Of course it is power. If we can really borrow the true authority of the new Lord, it would not be easy to dissolve the mutant energy in our bodies. A bloated piece of meat slapped the stone table. If I choose to enter his body, will I also gain the power of the new master? The voice of the person who spoke was erratic. When he looked at it again, his body was just lying quietly on the chair, and a ghost was opening and closing his mouth above his body. Or his body is enough. It was that piece of meat again. Don't blaspheme the new master. Don't blaspheme the Son of God. The man standing at the highest position shouted sternly. He looked like the most normal person here. Except for the tentacles that occasionally extended from the back of his head, he was no different from ordinary people. Hee, let's bring him back first. Yes, bring him back first. Otherwise, the day of sacrifice will only last us a few years. In Zitsong City, Han Yu was listening to Si Yosheng's explanation of what the so-called Son of God was. Being able to switch to a deified profession means that he is the Son of God, and he will definitely be the next pope. When the time comes, the new bishops will all be his, and the power of the new Lord will be his power. Have you felt the power of the new Lord yet? If you are chosen by God, you can usually feel the power of the new Lord very early, and the Son of God should be faster. The power of the new Lord. Han Yu thought in his heart, that's true. But he converted them all into attribute points. Some of them were even wasted, which made Han Yu call it a pity. Of course I feel it. I feel that the new Lord is protecting me all the time, and whispering in my ears from time to time, but I don't know what he said. It's normal not to hear clearly. If you really hear it clearly, you may go crazy. When you reach your strength, you can naturally hear the oracle. If it really said it, it might be scolding yourself in your ear for fleecing the sheep. Han Yu complained in his heart. But looking at the priest who had been calm before, his face was also excited, and he still imitated the gesture just downstairs. Praise the new Lord. Praise the new Lord. The priest on the other side immediately replied. So now, what you need to do is to grow up well. I will constantly arrange people to help you level up. As long as your level is high, you can naturally borrow the power of the new Lord. Then you will be the strongest player, the new Bishop Pope. Really? Although Han Yu was very bored, he still put on an excited expression. Of course, it won't be long before the new Lord will protect you. The priest patted his chest again, and guaranteed that Han Yu would definitely be the next Pope. Well then, Lord Priest, what is the day of sacrifice? Han Yu felt that the status of the Son of God was still quite high in the new bishop. At least the priest's attitude towards him changed quickly, so Han Yu simply asked directly. The day of sacrifice is the day of sacrifice. Si Yusheng said, sacrifice the disobedience who do not believe in my Lord, so that the new Lord can descend more power, and we will become stronger. But, the strength of the mountains and seas in Zitsong City is very strong. I always feel that we are sending ourselves to death. If the mountains and seas react, we will never be able to defeat them. Otherwise, we should just run away. Who said that we have to take action? The new Lord will clear all obstacles for us. When the time comes, you just need to follow me, and we will return to the head church together. Who will take action? Han Yu felt that he was finally asking the key question. The power of the new Lord will spread throughout the city. Si Yusheng said again. Han Yu tried his best not to let his face twitch. If he really couldn't beat him, he would have wanted to beat the priest in front of him, and said a lot of nonsense. Okay, come with me. Si Yusheng was indeed not wary of Han Yu, but he didn't want to talk much about the day of sacrifice. Okay. Han Yu knew that he couldn't get anything out of him, so he could only give up temporarily. After that, Han Yu followed Si Yusheng around Zitsong City. It seemed that he was just strolling around, but he walked through 1/5 of the city area of Zitsong City, and only stayed in a dozen places for a few minutes. When he returned to the apartment again, Si Yusheng seemed a little depressed. According to the player's physique, this level of exercise would not affect his spirit, not to mention that he was a player in his 40s. But Han Yu followed him all the time, and didn't notice that he did anything to consume his energy. The members of Black Ice, who had been hanging far behind, naturally did not find anything. They just carefully checked every place where Si Yusheng stayed, hoping to find some clues. After returning to the apartment, Han Yu was ready to leave. Today, he only got the time. The information will be discussed next time. The reason was still that he sneaked out, and it was difficult to explain if he had been out for too long. But he was directly rejected by the priest. Zitsong City is about to change. You just need to stay with me. At this time, it will be exposed. Just delay for 3 days. Han Yu did not expect that there were still 3 days before the day of sacrifice, and Si Yusheng already had this confidence. Zhao Yi, what the priest said must be right. We have prepared a room for you, right next to the priest. You just need to follow the priest these days. Chijiu said hurriedly. Okay, it happens that I also want to learn about the knowledge in the future from the captain. Han Yu nodded. Han Yu did not plan to stay here for long. There was no time. If no specific information is obtained tomorrow, Han Yu will let He Bing come in and kill everyone here. At that time, he can only see if searching the soul of a priest can provide some useful information. But at noon the next day, Han Yu finally waited for a turning point. In the morning, he only heard the sound of the remaining team moving. It should be Shueshan and others who went out and came back at noon, but when they came back, there was an extra footstep. After more than 30 minutes, Han Yu's black number rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Curiously, he answered the call and heard a hurried voice from the other side. Brother Zhao Yi, save me! Save me! Who are you? Han Yu asked. I'm Yuan Lin. I'm in the apartment now. Please tell the captain, don't kill me. Save me. Han Yu didn't say a word, just listened quietly to Zhang Lin's call for help. Please, if I die, the next material will be you. Han Yu touched his chin and said, call Shanghai for help. I don't know when Zhang Lin actually got his own contact information, but he did give it to other people in the team. No, I have a mark, and I will die directly if I call. After speaking, there was a knock on the door from the other side of the microphone. Are you ready? Hurry up, Yuan Lin. Han Yu could hear it through the microphone. It was Qi Jiu's voice. Okay, Sister Qi Jiu. Zhang Lin tried to make his voice sound calm, and finally asked for help close to the microphone, and hung up the phone. Han Yu put down the phone, but didn't rush to move. Instead, he recalled Zhang Lin's words. Materials? Help? Xueshan wants to kill him? Han Yu didn't think much about saving him. He had already joined the new bishop, and he deserved to die. But his words, that he would also become materials, made Han Yu concerned. What kind of materials was it? After counting 5 minutes in the room, Han Yu quickly ran downstairs. The living room was empty, and he must have been taken to the basement. Han Yu ran into Qi Jiu's room, and kept knocking on the entrance to the basement in his memory. Not long after, the basement opened. It was Guy who opened the door. Brother Zhao Yi, what's wrong? Guy still had traces of blood on his body, and it was self-evident what he had just done. What are you doing? Where is the garden? Han Yu made his voice angry, and rushed to the basement. Hey, don't go down. Guy's hand began to swell, trying to grab Han Yu, but stopped instantly. He couldn't afford to offend Han Yu now. Han Yu saw that there was no obstruction, and ran quickly to the basement. On the table where they had lunched before, Zhang Lin's body and chest were broken into a big hole, and blood was constantly flowing out, and then controlled by Xueshan to flow into a transparent bottle. This bottle looked familiar to Han Yu. It was the same small bottle in the middle of the formation in the copy before. And what was obtained was the blood from all parts of Zhang Lin's body. No wonder the new bishop was so anxious to recruit people. What's the point of recruiting so many low-level players for this kind of action? Except for those with good talents like himself, there is only one way to become materials, and this seems to require a degenerate professional changer. Captain! What are you doing? Han Yu shouted quickly after thinking it through. Xueshan then raised his head and looked at Han Yu. Zhao Yi, go up first. I talk to you after I'm done. At this time, Zhang Lin, who was lying on the table, also turned his head. Save me, save me. Is he still alive? Han Yu muttered in his heart. He clearly saw a wound on the heart. Maybe this is the player's survivability. That's our family, Captain. How can you do this to him? Han Yu quickly rushed to the table and looked at the action of trying to stop Xueshan. Xueshan hurriedly put away the small blood bottle. His eyes became cold. Zhao Yi, this is the most important thing now. Don't stop it. No, even if I die today, I have to protect him. The captain clearly said that those who enter the new bishop are brothers and sisters. Why do you want to kill your own people? Zhang Lin, who was lying on the table, had red eyes. He just accidentally discovered in the copy that the 4 people seemed to want to kill him. In desperation, he had no other choice but to call Han Yu. He didn't expect that Zhao Yi, who was so cold to him last time, would really come to save him. He trembled and reached out to hold Han Yu's wrist. Thank you, brother. Don't worry, I will definitely save you. Han Yu looked at his bleeding wound and said encouragingly. Zhao Yi. Xueshan said coldly. The day of sacrifice is the most important thing now. Don't worry about this matter. No, he is my brother, I must care. He told me that if I kill him, I will be the next one. Either we die together or live together. At this point, Zhang Lin held Han Yu's hand and exerted force, looking at his wound that was still bleeding, and he hesitated to speak. Brother, I'm sorry, I lied to you. You have good talent. You won't be considered as material. You should go. I shouldn't have implicated you. Zhang Lin saw Han Yu's look, seemed to feel guilty for dragging Han Yu into the water, slowly let go of Han Yu's hand. Unexpectedly, at this time, Han Yu slapped him with a big slap. You are dizzy because of too much bleeding. People with good talent are just better materials. Ah? Zhang Lin was a little confused after being slapped with a big slap. The captain's meaning was that as long as he didn't care, he had nothing to do with it. Is there really such a thing as high-quality materials? But what? Have you forgotten that we are brothers? Zhang Lin felt his nose sour, not knowing whether it was because of Han Yu's slapping or because he was moved, but tears could not help but burst out. Zhao Yi, don't meddle in other people's business. Although the Chosen One has a good talent, if he hinders the plan of the Day of Sacrifice, he will die. Shueshan looked at Han Yu's stubborn look and could only remind him again. Captain, it's enough for you to take a little blood. Why do you have to kill people? Isn't this our brother? Only blood is not enough. His soul is also needed, as a trigger to really activate the formation. If you don't really want to become a high-quality material, it's best not to meddle. So that's it. Han Yu muttered in his heart. No wonder Qin Qing had told him 2 days ago that he did solve a formation from the pattern he gave, but he didn't know what it was. Even if it was completely copied, there was no way to start it. The main reason was that they didn't know what the blood that Shueshan dripped at the end was. It turned out that this was the key to start the formation. Han Yu finally began to hesitate after hearing what Shueshan said. Brother, go quickly, don't worry about me. Zhang Lin seemed to have recovered a little, covering the place where Han Yu had just hit him, afraid that he would persuade him to leave again and eat another bag. Han Yu didn't want to leave, but was waiting for Si Yusheng to come. When he came down, he deliberately made a running sound, so he couldn't fail to notice it. Sure enough, Shueshan, who had just glared at him, suddenly bowed to the back. Master Priest, we are collecting materials. Han Yu also held Zhang Lin's hand again. Impossible, brother. I will never let you die. What's going on? Si Yusheng asked the excited Han Yu. He wants to stop us, collecting materials, and we don't know how to deal with it. Then don't collect it. Si Yusheng waved his hand. It's just one piece of material. The priest made such a quick decision, which surprised everyone. Isn't this thing very important? Otherwise, why would Shueshan prefer to offend himself rather than let Zhang Lin go? It ended so easily, so how can I continue to make trouble? I didn't expect Shueshan to be more anxious than me. But master, what about our mission? It's the same if there are 100 or 200 less low-level monsters. I will help you explain. Si Yusheng said casually. Thank you, priest. Shueshan was relieved after hearing this, and patted Zhang Lin who was lying on the table. Okay, you are lucky, you have a good brother like Xiao Yi, get up. Zhang Lin finally saw the hope of survival, supported his weak body and sat up, hugged Han Yu. Brother Xiao Yi. This life of mine is given by you, and I will not go west as long as you go east. If you let me work hard, I will never be afraid of death. But Zhang Lin, who was just feeling emotional, did not expect Han Yu to wave his arm and throw Zhang Lin away fiercely. He was already weak, and was thrown onto the table again, and the back of his head hit the table board heavily. Master Priest, what exactly is the sacrifice on the Day of Sacrifice? Is it for newcomers, like us who have just joined the sect? Then what's the point of living a few more days? It's better to kill me now. The basement, which was still talking just now, suddenly became extremely quiet. Except for Zhang Lin's slight moan, there was no extra sound in the entire basement. Everyone was waiting for Si Yusheng's reaction. The 4 members of the Blood Fur team were waiting to see what kind of fate Han Yu would suffer, while Han Yu wanted to see if his identity as the Son of God was so useful. Only Zhang Lin reacted first, climbed up again, and hugged Han Yu's arm tightly to avoid being thrown out by the excited brothers again. Brother, apologized to the priest quickly and asked the priest to spare our lives. Zhang Lin's joy of escaping death just now was scared away by Han Yu. Even the captain could only tremble in front of the priest. Han Yu contradicted him like this, and I'm afraid that the 2 of them would die without knowing how they died. Si Yusheng didn't speak, and the air in the basement seemed silent. Hee, come up, I tell you. Si Yusheng just paused for a moment. He didn't expect Han Yu to talk to him like this, but he wasn't angry. He just didn't bother to explain. The Day of Sacrifice was approaching, and Han Yu still had a mark on his body, so there was no problem in talking to him. Okay. Han Yu was relieved. If he fought here, he didn't know how many minutes he could survive in the hands of the 4-man team plus the priest. This? Shueshan looked at the faint smile on Si Yusheng's face. It seemed that Zhao Yi was more important than he thought. Although the God's Chosen had good talent, he was just a genius who had not grown up yet. No one expected the priest to have this attitude. That was Han Yu's apotheosis job transfer? Shueshan couldn't figure out what the apotheosis job transfer was, but he knew that he seemed to have made a big mistake. The relationship he had with Han Yu, which he had finally established, collapsed at the last minute, and he became an enemy who wanted to kill his brother. This time, Shueshan really couldn't help crying. With his mind racing, he quickly tried to remedy the situation. Zhao Yi, you go up first. I will treat your brother Yuan Lin's injuries, and make him healthier than before. Then I leave it to you. Han Yu didn't even look at Zhang Lin and followed Siyu Sheng away. Well, it's okay. We are all your brothers in the team. If it wasn't for the mission, who would attack members of their own team?